Section 23 of Report of the President's Commission on the Assassination of President Kennedy, the Warren Commission Report. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. Report of the President's Commission on the Assassination of President Kennedy, the Warren Commission Report, by the President's Commission on the Assassination of President Kennedy. Chapter 5, Detention and Death of Oswald, Part 4. News coverage and police policy. Consistent with its policy of allowing news representatives to remain within the working quarters of the police and courts building, the police department made every effort to keep the press fully informed about the progress of the investigation. As a result, from Friday afternoon until after the killing of Oswald on Sunday, the press was able to publicize virtually all the information about the case which had been gathered until that time. In the process, a great deal of misinformation was disseminated to a worldwide audience. As administrative assistant to Chief Curry, Captain King also handled departmental press relations and issued press releases. According to King, it was the responsibility of each member of the department to furnish to the press information on incidents in which they themselves were involved, except on matters which involved personnel policies of the department or, unless it would obviously interfere with an investigation underway. In Oswald's case, Chief Curry released most of the information to the press. He and Assistant Chief Batchelor agreed on Friday that Curry would make all announcements to the press. However, there is no evidence that this decision was ever communicated to the rest of the police force. The chief consequence appears to have been that Batchelor refrained from making statements to the news media during this period. Most of the information was disclosed through informal oral statements or answers to questions at impromptu and clamorous press conferences in the third-floor corridor. Written press releases were not employed. The ambulatory press conference became a familiar sight during these days. Whenever Curry or other officials appeared in the hallway, newsmen surrounded them, asking questions and requesting statements. Usually, the officials complied. Curry appeared in interviews on television and radio at least a dozen times during November 22nd to the 24th. He did not attend any of the interrogations of Oswald in Captain Fritz's office except at the beginning and toward the end of Sunday morning session. He received his information through Captain Fritz and other sources. Nevertheless, in sessions with the newsmen on Friday and Saturday, he gave detailed information on the progress of the case against Oswald. Recorded statements of television and radio interviews with Curry and other officials in Dallas during November 22nd to the 24th have been transcribed and included in the record compiled by the Commission. An example of these interviews is the following transcript of remarks made by Curry to newsmen on Saturday. Question: Chief Curry, I understand you have some new information in this case. Could you relate what that is? Answer: Yes. We've just been informed by the Federal Bureau of Investigation that they, the FBI, have the order letter from a mail order house, and the order was sent to their laboratory in Washington, and the writing on this order was compared with known samples of our suspect, Oswald's handwriting, and found to be the same. Question: This order was for the rifle? Answer: This order was for the rifle to a mail order house in Chicago. It was inaudible. The return address was to Dallas, Texas, to the post office box under the name of A. Hidell, Hidell. This is the post office box of our suspect. This gun was mailed parcel post March 20th, 1963. I understand he left Dallas shortly after this and didn't come back until I think about 2 months ago. Question: Do you know again on what date this rifle was ordered, and are you able to link it definitely as the rifle which you confiscated at the school book depository? Answer: That we have not done so far. If the FBI has been able to do it, I have not been informed of it yet. We do know that this man ordered a rifle of the type that was used in the assassination of the president from this mail-order house in Chicago, and the FBI has definitely identified the writing as that of our suspect. Question. On another subject, I understand you have photographs of the suspect, Oswald, with a rifle like that used. Can you describe that picture? Answer. This is the picture of Oswald standing facing a camera with a rifle in his hand, which is very similar to the rifle that we have in our possession. He also had a pistol strapped on his hip. He was holding two papers in his hand. With one of them seemed to be the worker, and the other says, "Be militant." I don't know whether these were headlines or the name of the paper. Question. How much did the gun cost from the mail order house? Answer. I understand the gun was advertised for $12.78, I believe. Question. Have you received any results on the ballistics test conducted on the gun and on Oswald? Answer. They're going to be favorable. I don't have a formal report yet. Question. But you are sure at this time they will be favorable? Answer. Yes. Question. Do you feel now that you have the case completely wrapped up, or are you continuing? Answer. We will continue as long as there is a shred of evidence to be gathered. We have a strong case at this time. Question. I believe you said earlier this afternoon that you have a new development, which does wrap up the case. The first time you said the case definitely is secure. Is that correct? Answer. That was this morning. This additional evidence just makes a stronger case. Question. But this is not the same evidence you were referring to then? Answer. No, that's true. Question. Would you be willing to say what that evidence was? Answer. No, sir, I do not wish to reveal it. It might jeopardize our case. Commentator. Thank you very much, Chief Jesse Curry of the Dallas Police Department. Although Captain Fritz permitted himself to be interviewed by the news media less frequently than did Chief Curry, he nevertheless answered questions and ventured opinions about the progress of the investigation. On Saturday, he told reporters that he was convinced beyond a doubt that Oswald had killed the president. He discussed some of the evidence of the case, especially the rifle, but his contribution to the knowledge of the reporters was small compared to that of Chief Curry. Many members of the police department, including high officials, detectives, and patrolmen, were also interviewed by news representatives during these days. Some of these men had participated in specific aspects of the case, such as the capture of Oswald at the Texas Theater and the search for evidence at the Texas School Book Depository building. Few, if any, seemed reluctant to submit to questions and to be televised. It seemed to District Attorney Wade that the newsmen just followed everybody everywhere they went. They interviewed some of your patrolmen on the corner. They were interviewing everybody. Wade himself also made several statements to the press. He visited police headquarters twice on Friday, twice on Saturday, and twice on Sunday. On most of these occasions, he was interviewed by the press and appeared on television. After Oswald had appeared before the press on Friday night, Wade held an impromptu conference with reporters in the overflowing assembly room. Wade told the press on Saturday that he would not reveal any evidence because it might prejudice the selection of a jury. On other occasions, however, he mentioned some items of evidence and expressed his opinions regarding Oswald's guilt. He told the press on Friday night that Oswald's wife had told the police that her husband had a rifle in the garage at the house in Irving and that it was missing the morning of the assassination. On one occasion, he repeated the error that the murder rifle had been a Mauser. Another time, he stated his belief that Oswald had prepared for the assassination months in advance, including what he would tell the police. He also said that Oswald had practiced with the rifle to improve his marksmanship. The running commentary on the investigation by the police inevitably carried with it the disclosure of many details that proved to be erroneous. In their efforts to keep the public abreast of the investigation, the police reported hearsay items and unverified leads. Further investigation proved many of these to be incorrect or inaccurate. For example, the rifle found on the 6th floor of the Texas School Book Depository building was initially identified as a Mauser 765 rather than a Mannlicher Carcano 65 because a detective constable who was one of the first to see it thought it looked like a Mauser. He neither handled the rifle nor saw it at close range. Police sources were also responsible for the mistaken notion that the chicken bones found on the 6th floor were the remains of Oswald's lunch. They had in fact been left by another employee who ate his lunch there at least 15 minutes before the assassination. Curry repeated the erroneous report that a Negro had picked up Oswald near the scene of the assassination and driven him across town. It was also reported that the map found in Oswald's room contained a marked route of the presidential motorcade, when it actually contained markings of places where Oswald may have applied for jobs, including, of course, the Texas School Book Depository. Concern about the effects of the unlimited disclosures was being voiced by Saturday Morning. According to District Attorney Wade, he received calls from lawyers in Dallas and elsewhere expressing concern about providing an attorney for Oswald and about the amount of information being given to the press by the police and the district attorney. Curry continued to answer questions on television and radio during the remainder of the day and Sunday morning. FBI Director J. Edgar Hoover became concerned because, almost as soon as FBI laboratory reports would reach the Dallas Police Department, the chief of police or one of the representatives of the department would go on TV or radio and relate findings of the FBI, giving information such as the identification of the gun and other items of physical evidence. On Sunday, after Oswald was shot, Hoover dispatched a personal message to Curry requesting him not to go on the air anymore until this case is resolved. Hoover testified later that Curry agreed not to make any more statements. The shooting of Oswald shocked the Dallas police, and after the interviews that immediately followed the shooting, they were disposed to remain silent. Chief Curry made only one more television appearance after the shooting. At 1:30 p.m., he descended to the assembly room where, tersely and grimly, he announced Oswald's death. He refused to answer any of the questions shouted at him by the persistent reporters, concluding the conference in less than a minute. District Attorney Wade also held one more press conference. Before doing so on Sunday evening, he returned once more to the police station and held a meeting with all the brass except Curry. Wade told them that people are saying, you had the wrong man and you all were the one who killed him or let him out here to have him killed intentionally. Wade told the police that somebody ought to go out in television and lay out the evidence that you had on Oswald and tell them everything. He sat down and listed from memory items of evidence in the case against Oswald. According to Wade, Chief Curry refused to make any statements because he had told an FBI inspector that he would say no more. The police refused to furnish Wade with additional details of the case. Wade nevertheless proceeded to hold a lengthy, formal press conference that evening, in which he attempted to list all the evidence that had been accumulated at that point, tending to establish Oswald as the assassin of President Kennedy. Unfortunately, at that time, as he subsequently testified, he lacked a thorough grasp of the evidence and made a number of errors. He stated that Oswald had told a woman on a bus that the president had been killed, an error apparently caused by the bus driver having confused Oswald with another passenger who was on the bus after Oswald had left. Wade also repeated the error about Oswald's having a map marked with the route of the motorcade. He told reporters that Oswald's description and name went out by the police to look for him. The police never mentioned Oswald's name in their broadcast descriptions before his arrest. Wade was innocent of one error imputed to him since November 24th. The published transcript of part of the press conference furnished to newspapers by the Associated Press represented Wade as having identified the cab driver who took Oswald to North Beckley Avenue after the shooting as one named Darrell Click. The transcript as it appeared in the New York Times and the Washington Post of November 26th reads, Answer: Wade, a lady. He then the bus. He asked the bus driver to stop, got off at a stop, caught a taxi cab driver, Darrell Click, don't have his exact place, and went to his home in Oak Cliff, changed his clothes hurriedly, and left. The correct transcript of the press conference, taken from an audio tape supplied by station WBAP, Fort Worth, is as follows. Answer: Wade. A lady, he then... The bus. He asked the bus driver to stop, got off at a stop, caught a taxi cab driver. Question: Where? Answer: In Oak Cliff. I don't have the exact place. And went to his home in Oak Cliff, changed his clothes hurriedly, and left. In this manner, a section of Dallas, Oak Cliff, became a non-existent taxicab driver, Darrell Click. Wade did not mention the cab driver by name at any time. In transcribing the conference from a sound tape, a stenographer apparently made an error that might have become permanently embedded in the literature of the event but for the preservation and use of an original sound tape. Though many of the inaccuracies were subsequently corrected by the police and are negated by findings of the Commission included elsewhere in this report, the publicizing of unchecked information provided much of the basis for the myths and rumors that came into being soon after the president's death. The erroneous disclosures became the basis for distorted reconstructions and interpretations of the assassination. The necessity for the Dallas authorities to correct themselves or to be corrected by other sources gave rise not only to criticism of the police department's competence, but also to doubts regarding the veracity of the police. Skeptics sought to cast doubt on much of the correct evidence later developed and to find support for their own theories in these early police statements. The immediate disclosure of information by the police created a further risk of injuring innocent citizens by unfavorable publicity. This is the unfortunate experience of Joe R. Molina, a Dallas-born Navy veteran who had been employed by the Texas School Book Depository since 1947 and on November 22, 1963, held the position of credit manager. Apparently because of Molina's employment at the depository and his membership in a veterans organization, the American GI Forum, that the Dallas police considered possibly subversive, Dallas police searched Molina's home with his permission at about 1:30 a.m. Saturday, November 23. During the day, Molina was intermittently interrogated at police headquarters for 6 or 7 hours, chiefly about his membership in the American GI Forum and also about Oswald. He was never arrested, charged, or held in custody. While Molina was being questioned, officials of the police department made statements or answered questions that provided the basis for television reports about Molina during the day. These reports spoke of a second suspect being picked up, insinuated that the Dallas police had reason to suspect another person who worked in the Texas School Book Depository, stated that the suspect had been arrested and his home searched, and mentioned that Molina may have been identified by the U.S. Department of Justice as a possible subversive. No evidence was ever presented to link Molina with Oswald except as a fellow employee of the Texas School Book Depository. According to Molina, he had never spoken to Oswald. The FBI notified the Commission that Molina had never been the subject of an investigation by it and that it had never given any information about Molina to the Dallas police concerning any alleged subversive activities by him. The Dallas police explained in a statement to the FBI that they had never had a file on Molina, but that they did have one on the American GI Forum. Molina lost his job in December. He felt that he was being discharged because of the unfavorable publicity he had received, but officials of the depository claimed that automation was the reason. Molina testified that he had difficulty in finding another position until finally, with the help of a fellow church member, he secured a position at a lower salary than his previous one. If Oswald had been tried for his murders of November 22, the effects of the news policy pursued by the Dallas authorities would have proven harmful both to the prosecution and the defense. The misinformation reported after the shootings might have been used by the defense to cast doubt on the reliability of the state's entire case. Though each inaccuracy can be explained without great difficulty, the number and variety of misstatements issued by the police shortly after the assassination would have greatly assisted a skillful defense attorney attempting to influence the attitude of jurors. A fundamental objection to the news policy pursued by the Dallas police, however, is the extent to which it endangered Oswald's constitutional right to a trial by an impartial jury. Because of the nature of the crime, the widespread attention which it necessarily received, and the intense public feelings which it aroused, it would have been a most difficult task to select an unprejudiced jury, either in Dallas or elsewhere. But the difficulty was markedly increased by the divulgence of the specific items of evidence with which the police linked Oswald to the two killings. The disclosure of evidence encouraged the public, from which a jury would ultimately be impaneled, to prejudge the very questions that would be raised at trial. Moreover, rules of law might have prevented the prosecution from presenting portions of this evidence to the jury. For example, though expressly recognizing that Oswald's wife could not be compelled to testify against him, District Attorney Wade revealed to the nation that Marina Oswald had affirmed her husband's ownership of a rifle like that found on the 6th floor of the Texas School Book Depository. Curry stated that Oswald had refused to take a lie detector test, although such a statement would have been inadmissible in a trial. The exclusion of such evidence, however, would have been meaningless if jurors were already familiar with the same facts from previous television or newspaper reports. Wade might have influenced prospective jurors by his mistaken statement that the paraffin test showed that Oswald had fired a gun. The test merely showed that he had nitrate traces on his hands, which did not necessarily mean that he had fired either a rifle or a pistol. The disclosure of evidence was seriously aggravated by the statements of numerous responsible officials that they were certain of Oswald's guilt. Captain Fritz said that the case against Oswald was cinched. Curry reported on Saturday that, "We are sure of our case." Curry announced that he considered Oswald sane, and Wade told the public that he would ask for the death penalty. The American Bar Association declared in December 1963 that widespread publicizing of Oswald's alleged guilt, involving statements by officials and public disclosures of the details of evidence, would have made it extremely difficult to impanel an unprejudiced jury and afford the accused a fair trial. Local bar associations express similar feelings. The Commission agrees that Lee Harvey Oswald's opportunity for a trial by 12 jurors free of preconception as to his guilt or innocence would have been seriously jeopardized by the premature disclosure and weighing of the evidence against him. The problem of disclosure of information and its effect on trials is, of course, further complicated by the independent activities of the press in developing information on its own from sources other than law enforcement agencies. Had the police not released the specific items of evidence against Oswald, it is still possible that the other information presented on television and in the newspapers, chiefly of a biographical nature, would itself have had a prejudicial effect on the public. In explanation of the news policy adopted by the Dallas authorities, Chief Curry observed that it seemed like there was a great demand by the general public to know what was going on. In a prepared statement, Captain King wrote, "At that time we felt a necessity for permitting the newsmen as much latitude as possible. We realized the magnitude of the incident the newsmen were there to cover. We realized that not only the nation but the world would be greatly interested in what occurred in Dallas. We believed that we had an obligation to make as widely known as possible everything we could regarding the investigation of the assassination and the manner in which we undertook that investigation." The Commission recognizes that the people of the United States, and indeed the world, had a deep felt interest in learning of the events surrounding the death of President Kennedy, including the development of the investigation in Dallas. An informed public provided the ultimate guarantee that adequate steps would be taken to apprehend those responsible for the assassination, and that all necessary precautions would be taken to protect the national security. It was therefore proper and desirable that the public know which agencies were participating in the investigation and the rate at which their work was progressing. The public was also entitled to know that Lee Harvey Oswald had been apprehended and that the state had gathered sufficient evidence to arraign him for the murders of the President and Patrolman Tippit, that he was being held pending action of the grand jury, that the investigation was continuing, and that the law enforcement agencies had discovered no evidence which tended to show that any other person was involved in either slaying. However, neither the press nor the public had the right to be contemporaneously informed by the police or prosecuting authorities of the details of the evidence being accumulated against Oswald. Undoubtedly, the public was interested in these disclosures, but its curiosity should not have been satisfied at the expense of the accused's right to a trial by an impartial jury. The courtroom, not the newspaper or television screen, is the appropriate forum in our system for the trial of a man accused of a crime. If the evidence in the possession of the authorities had not been disclosed, it is true that the public would not have been in a position to assess the adequacy of the investigation or to apply pressures for further official undertakings. But a major consequence of the hasty and at times inaccurate divulgence of evidence after the assassination was simply to give rise to groundless rumors and public confusion. Moreover, without learning the details of the case, the public could have been informed by the responsible authority of the general scope of the investigation and the extent to which state and federal agencies were assisting in the police work. Responsibility of news media. While appreciating the heavy and unique pressures with which the Dallas Police Department was confronted by reason of the assassination of President Kennedy, primary responsibility for having failed to control the press and to check the flow of undigested evidence to the public must be borne by the police department. It was the only agency that could have established orderly and sound operating procedures to control the multitude of newsmen gathered in the police building after the assassination. The Commission believes, however, that a part of the responsibility for the unfortunate circumstances following the President's death must be borne by the news media. The crowd of newsmen generally failed to respond properly to the demands of the police. Frequently, without permission, news representatives used police offices on the third floor, tying up facilities and interfering with normal police operations. Police efforts to preserve order and to clear passageways in the corridor were usually unsuccessful. On Friday night, the reporters completely ignored Curry's injunction against asking Oswald questions in the assembly room and crowding in on him. On Sunday morning, the newsmen were instructed to direct no questions at Oswald. Nevertheless, several reporters shouted questions at him when he appeared in the basement. Moreover, by constantly pursuing public officials, the news representatives placed an insistent pressure upon them to disclose information. And this pressure was not without effect, since the police attitude toward the press was affected by the desire to maintain satisfactory relations with the news representatives and to create a favorable image of themselves. Chief Curry frankly told the Commission that, "I didn't order them out of the building, which if I had to do it over, I would. In the past, like I say, we had always maintained very good relations with our press, and they had always respected us." Curry refused Fritz's request to put Oswald behind the screen in the assembly room at the Friday night news conference, because this might have hindered the taking of pictures. Curry's subordinates had the impression that an unannounced transfer of Oswald to the county jail was unacceptable because Curry did not want to disappoint the newsmen. He had promised that they could witness the transfer. It seemed clear enough that any attempt to exclude the press from the building or to place limits on the information disclosed to them would have been resented and disputed by the newsmen, who were constantly and aggressively demanding all possible information about anything related to the assassination. Although the Commission has found no corroboration in the video and audio tapes, police officials recall that one or two representatives of the press reinforced their demands to see Oswald by suggesting that the police had been guilty of brutalizing him. They intimated that unless they were given the opportunity to see him, these suggestions would be passed on to the public. Captain King testified that he had been told that A short time after Oswald's arrest, one newsman held up a photograph and said, "This is what the man charged with the assassination of the president looks like, or at least this is what he did look like. We don't know what he looks like after an hour in the custody of the Dallas Police Department." City Manager Elgin Krull stated that when he visited Chief Curry in his office on the morning of November 23, Curry told him that he felt it was necessary to cooperate with the news media representatives in order to avoid being accused of using Gestapo tactics in connection with the handling of Oswald. Krull agreed with Curry. The Commission deems any such veiled threats to be absolutely without justification. The general disorder in the police and courts building during November 22 to the 24th reveals a regrettable lack of self-discipline by the newsmen. The Commission believes that the news media, as well as the police authorities, who fail to impose conditions more in keeping with the orderly process of justice, must share responsibility for the failure of law enforcement, which occurred in connection with the death of Oswald. On previous occasions, public bodies have voiced the need for the exercise of self-restraint by the news media in periods when the demand for information must be tempered by other fundamental requirements of our society. At its annual meeting in Washington in April 1964, the American Society of Newspaper Editors discussed the role of the press in Dallas immediately after President Kennedy's assassination. The discussion revealed the strong misgivings among the editors themselves about the role that the press had played and their desire that the press display more self-discipline and adhere to higher standards of conduct in the future. To prevent a recurrence of the unfortunate events which followed the assassination, however, more than general concern will be needed. The promulgation of a code of professional conduct governing representatives of all news media would be welcome evidence that the press had profiled by the lesson of Dallas. The burden of ensuring that appropriate action is taken to establish ethical standards of conduct for the news media must also be borne, however, by state and local governments, by the bar, and ultimately by the public. The experience in Dallas during November 22 to the 24th is a dramatic affirmation of the need for steps to bring about a proper balance between the right of the public to be kept informed and the right of the individual to a fair and impartial trial. End of section 23.
Section 24 of the Report of the President's Commission on the Assassination of President Kennedy, the Warren Commission Report. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. Report of the President's Commission on the Assassination of President Kennedy, the Warren Commission Report, by the President's Commission on the Assassination of President Kennedy. Chapter 6, Investigation of Possible Conspiracy, Part 1. This chapter sets forth the findings of the Commission as to whether Lee Harvey Oswald had any accomplices in the planning or execution of the assassination. Particularly after the slaying of Oswald by Jack Ruby under the circumstances described in the preceding chapter, rumors and suspicions developed regarding the existence of a conspiracy to assassinate President Kennedy. As discussed in Appendix 12, many of these rumors were based on a lack of information as to the nature and extent of evidence that Oswald alone fired the shots which killed President Kennedy and wounded Governor Connally. Others of the more widely publicized rumors maintained that Oswald must have received aid from one or more persons or political groups, ranging from the far left to the far right of the political spectrum, or from a foreign government, usually either the Castro regime in Cuba or the Soviet Union. This commission faced substantial difficulties in determining whether anyone conspired with or assisted the person who committed the assassination. Prior to his own death, Oswald had neither admitted his own involvement nor implicated any other persons in the assassination of the president. The problem of determining the existence or non-existence of a conspiracy was compounded because of the possibility of subversive activity by a foreign power. Witnesses and evidence located in other countries were not subject to subpoena, as they would have been if they had been located in the United States. When evidence was obtained from a foreign nation, it could not be appraised as effectively as if it had been derived from a domestic source. The Commission has given the closest scrutiny to all available evidence which related or might have related to a foreign country. All such evidence was tested whenever possible against the contingency that it had been fabricated or slanted to mislead or confuse. In order to meet its obligations fully, the Commission has investigated each rumor and allegation linking Oswald to a conspiracy which has come to its attention, regardless of the source. In addition, the Commission has explored the details of Lee Harvey Oswald's activities and life, especially in the months immediately preceding the assassination, in order to develop any investigative lead relevant to the issue of conspiracy. All of Oswald's known writings or other possessions which might have been used for code or other espionage purposes have been examined by either the Federal Bureau of Investigation or the National Security Agency, or both agencies, to determine whether they were so used. In setting forth the results of this investigation, the first section of this chapter reviews the facts related to the assassination itself, previously considered in more detail in Chapter 4. If any conspiracy did exist, it might have manifested itself at some point during Oswald's preparation for the shooting, his execution of the plan, or his escape from the scene of the assassination. The Commission has therefore studied the precise means by which the assassination occurred for any traces of evidence that Oswald received any form of assistance in effecting the killing. The second section of this chapter deals more broadly with Oswald's life since 1959. During the period following his discharge from the Marines in 1959, Oswald engaged in several activities which demand close scrutiny to determine whether, through these pursuits, he developed any associations which were connected with the planning or execution of the assassination. Oswald professed commitment to Marxist ideology. He defected to the Soviet Union in 1959. He attempted to expatriate himself and acquire Soviet citizenship, and he resided in the Soviet Union until June of 1962. After his return to the United States, he sought to maintain contacts with the Communist Party, Socialist Workers' Party, and the Fair Play for Cuba Committee. He associated with various Russian-speaking citizens in the Dallas-Fort Worth area, some of whom had resided in Russia. He traveled to Mexico City, where he visited both the Cuban and Soviet embassies 7 weeks before the assassination, and he corresponded with the Soviet embassy in Washington, D.C. In view of these activities, the Commission has instituted a thorough investigation to determine whether the assassination was in some manner directed or encouraged through contacts made abroad or through Oswald's politically oriented activities in this country. The Commission has also considered whether any connections existed between Oswald and certain right-wing activity in Dallas, which, shortly before the assassination, led to the publication of hostile criticism of President Kennedy. The final section of this chapter considers the possibility that Jack Ruby was part of a conspiracy to assassinate President Kennedy. The Commission explored Ruby's background and his activities in the months prior to the assassination, and especially his activities in the 2 days after the assassination, in an effort to determine whether there was any indication that Ruby was implicated in that event. The Commission also sought to ascertain the truth or falsity of assertions that Oswald and Ruby were known to one another prior to the assassination. In considering the question of foreign involvement, the Commission has received valuable assistance from the Department of State, the Central Intelligence Agency, the Federal Bureau of Investigation, and other federal agencies with special competence in the field of foreign investigation. Some of the information furnished by these agencies is of a highly confidential nature. Nevertheless, because the disclosure of all facts relating to the assassination of President Kennedy is of great public importance, the Commission has included in this report all information furnished by these agencies which the Commission relied upon in coming to its conclusions, or which tended to contradict those conclusions. Confidential sources of information, as contrasted with the information itself, have, in a relatively few instances, been withheld. Circumstances surrounding the assassination. Earlier chapters have set forth the evidence upon which the Commission concluded that President Kennedy was fired upon from a single window in the southeast corner of the 6th floor of the Texas School Book Depository, and that Lee Harvey Oswald was the person who fired the shots from this point. As reflected in those chapters, a certain sequence of events necessarily took place in order for the assassination to have occurred as it did. The motorcade traveled past the Texas School Book Depository. Oswald had access to the 6th floor of the building. Oswald brought the rifle into the building. The cartons were arranged at the 6th floor window, and Oswald escaped from the building before the police had sealed off the exits. Accordingly, the Commission has investigated these circumstances to determine whether Oswald received help from any other person in planning or performing the shooting. Selection of motorcade route. The factors involved in the choice of the motorcade route by the Secret Service have been discussed in Chapter 2 of this report. It was there indicated that after passing through a portion of suburban Dallas, the motorcade was to travel west on Main Street and then to the Trade Mart by way of the Stemmons Freeway, the most direct route from that point. This route would take the motorcade along the traditional parade route through downtown Dallas. It allowed the maximum number of persons to observe the president, and it enabled the motorcade to cover the distance from Love Field to the Trade Mart in the 45 minutes allocated by members of the White House staff in planning the president's schedule in Dallas. No member of the Secret Service, the Dallas Police Department, or the local host committee who was consulted felt that any other route would be preferable. To reach Stemmons Freeway from Main Street, it was determined that the motorcade would turn right from Main Street onto Houston Street for 1 block and then left onto Elm Street, proceeding through the triple underpass to the Stemmons Freeway access road. This route took the motorcade past the Texas School Book Depository building on the northwest corner of Elm and Houston Streets. Because of the sharp turn at this corner, the motorcade also reduced its speed. The motorcade would have passed approximately 90 yards further from the depository building and made no turn near the building if it had attempted to reach the Stemmons Freeway directly from Main Street. The road plan in Dealey Plaza, however, is designed to prevent such a turn. In order to keep motorists from reaching the freeway from Main Street, a concrete barrier has been erected between Main and Elm Streets, extending beyond the freeway entrance. Hence, it would have been necessary for the motorcade either to have driven over this barrier or to have made a sharp S-turn in order to have entered the freeway from Main Street. Selection of the motorcade route was thus entirely appropriate and based on such legitimate considerations as the origin and destination of the motorcade, the desired opportunity for the president to greet large numbers of people, and the normal patterns of traffic. Oswald's presence in the depository building. Oswald's presence as an employee in the Texas School Book Depository building was the result of a series of happenings unrelated to the president's trip to Dallas. He obtained the depository job after almost 2 weeks of job hunting, which began immediately upon his arrival in Dallas from Mexico on October 8, 1963. At that time, he was in poor financial circumstances, having arrived from Mexico City with approximately $133 or less, and with his unemployment compensation benefits due to expire on October 8th. Oswald and his wife were expecting the birth of their second child, who was in fact born on October 20th. In attempting to procure work, Oswald utilized normal channels, including the Texas Employment Commission. On October 4, 1963, Oswald applied for a position with Paget Printing Corporation, which was located at 1313 Industrial Boulevard, several blocks from President Kennedy's parade route. Oswald favorably impressed the plant superintendent, who checked his prior job references, one of which was Jaggers Chiles Stovall, the firm where Oswald had done photography work from October 1962 to April 1963. The following report was written by Paget's plant superintendent on the reverse side of Oswald's job application. Bob Stovall does not recommend this man. He was released because of his record as a troublemaker, has communistic tendencies. Oswald received word that Paget Printing had hired someone else. Oswald's employment with the Texas School Book Depository came about through a chance conversation on Monday, October 14th, between Ruth Payne, with whom his family was staying while Oswald was living in a rooming house in Dallas, and two of Mrs. Payne's neighbors. During a morning conversation over coffee, at which Marina Oswald was present, Oswald's search for employment was mentioned. The neighbors suggested several places where Oswald might apply for work. One of the neighbors present, Linnie Mae Randall, said that her brother had recently been hired as a school book order filler at the Texas School Book Depository, and she thought the depository might need additional help. She testified, "And of course, just being neighborly and everything, we felt sorry for Marina because her baby was due right away as we understood it, and he didn't have any work." When Marina Oswald and Mrs. Payne returned home, Mrs. Payne promptly telephoned the Texas School Book Depository and spoke to Superintendent Roy Truly, whom she did not know. Truly agreed to interview Oswald, who at the time was in Dallas seeking employment. When Oswald called that evening, Mrs. Payne told him of her conversation with Truly. The next morning, Oswald went to the Texas School Book Depository, where he was interviewed and hired for the position of order filler. On the same date, the Texas Employment Commission attempted to refer Oswald to an airline company which was looking for baggage and cargo handlers at a salary which was $100 per month higher than that offered by the depository company. The Employment Commission tried to advise Oswald of this job at 10:30 a.m. on October 16, 1963. Since the records of the Commission indicate that Oswald was then working, it seems clear that Oswald was hired by the depository company before the higher-paying job became available. It is unlikely that he ever learned of this second opportunity. Although publicity concerning the president's trip to Dallas appeared in Dallas newspapers as early as September 13, 1963, the planning of the motorcade route was not started until after November 4th, when the Secret Service was first notified of the trip. A final decision as to the route could not have been reached until November 14th, when the Trade Mart was selected as the luncheon site. Although news reports on November 15th and November 16th might have led a person to believe that the motorcade would pass the depository building, the route was not finally selected until November 18th. It was announced in the press on November 19th, only 3 days before the president's arrival. Based on the circumstances of Oswald's employment and the planning of the motorcade route, the Commission has concluded that Oswald's employment in the depository was wholly unrelated to the president's trip to Dallas. Bringing rifle into building. On the basis of the evidence developed in Chapter 4, the Commission concluded that Lee Harvey Oswald carried the rifle used in the assassination into the depository building on Friday, November 22, 1963, in the handmade brown paper bag found near the window from which the shots were fired. The arrangement by which Buell Wesley Frazier drove Oswald between Irving and Dallas was an innocent one, having commenced when Oswald first started working at the depository. As noted above, it was Frazier's sister, Linnie Mae Randall, who had suggested to Ruth Payne that Oswald might be able to find employment at the depository. When Oswald started working there, Frazier, who lived only a half a block away from the Paynes, offered to drive Oswald to and from Irving whenever he was going to stay at the Paynes' home. Although Oswald's request for a ride to Irving on Thursday, November 21st, was a departure from the normal weekend pattern, Oswald gave the explanation that he needed to obtain curtain rods for an apartment in Dallas. This served also to explain the long package which he took with him from Irving to the depository building the next morning. Further, there is no evidence that Ruth Paine or Marina Oswald had reason to believe that Oswald's return was in any way related to an attempt to shoot the President the next day. Although his visit was a surprise, since he arrived on a Thursday instead of Friday for his usual weekend visit, both women testified that they thought he had come to patch up a quarrel which he had had with his wife a few days earlier, when she had learned that he was living in Dallas under an assumed name. It has also been shown that Oswald had the opportunity to work in the Paynes' garage on Thursday evening and prepare the rifle by disassembling it, if it were not already disassembled, and packing it in the brown bag. It has been demonstrated that the paper and tape from which the bag was made came from the shipping room of the Texas School Book Depository, and that Oswald had access to this material. Neither Ruth Paine nor Marina Oswald saw the paper bag or the paper and tape out of which the bag was constructed. Oswald actually prepared the bag in the depository out of materials available to him there. He could have concealed it in the jacket or shirt which he was wearing. The Commission has found no evidence which suggests that Oswald required or in fact received any assistance in bringing the rifle into the building, other than the innocent assistance provided by Fraser in the form of a ride to work. Accomplices at the scene of the assassination. The arrangement of boxes at the window from which the shots were fired was studied to determine whether Oswald would require any assistance in moving the cartons to the window. Cartons had been stacked on the floor a few feet behind the window, thus shielding Oswald from the view of anyone on the 6th floor who did not attempt to go behind them. Most of those cartons had been moved there by other employees to clear an area for laying a new flooring on the west end of the 6th floor. Superintendent Roy Truly testified that the floor-laying crew had moved a long row of books parallel to the windows on the south side, and had quite a lot of cartons in the southeast corner of the building. He said that there was not any particular pattern that the men used in putting them there. They were just piled up there, more or less, at that time. According to Truly, several cartons which had been in the extreme southeast corner had been placed on top of the ones that had been piled in front of the southeast corner window. The arrangement of the 3 boxes in the window and the one on which the assassin may have sat has been described previously. 2 of these 4 boxes, weighing approximately 55 pounds each, had been moved by the floor-laying crew from the west side of the floor to the area near the southwest corner. The carton on which the assassin may have sat might not even have been moved by the assassin at all. A photograph of the scene depicts this carton on the floor alongside other similar cartons. Oswald's right palm print on this carton may have been placed there as he was sitting on the carton, rather than while carrying it. In any event, both of these 55-pound cartons could have been carried by one man. The remaining 2 cartons contained light block-like reading aids called rolling readers, weighing only about 8 pounds each. Although they had been moved approximately 40 feet from their normal locations at the southeast corner window, it would appear that one man could have done this in a matter of seconds. In considering the possibility of accomplices at the window, the Commission evaluated the significance of the presence of fingerprints other than Oswald's on the 4 cartons found in and near the window. 3 of Oswald's prints were developed on 2 of the cartons. In addition, a total of 25 identifiable prints were found on the 4 cartons. Moreover, prints were developed which were considered as not identifiable, that is, the quality of the print was too fragmentary to be of value for identification purposes. As has been explained in Chapter 4, the Commission determined that none of the warehouse employees who might have customarily handled these cartons left prints which could be identified. This was considered of some probative value in determining whether Oswald moved the cartons to the window. All but one of the 25 definitely identifiable prints were the prints of two persons, an FBI employee and a member of the Dallas Police Department, who had handled the cartons during the course of the investigation. One identifiable palm print was not identified. The presence on these cartons of unidentified prints, whether or not identifiable, does not appear to be unusual, since these cartons contained commercial products which had been handled by many people throughout their normal course of manufacturing, warehousing, and shipping. Unlike other items of evidence, as for example a ransom note in a kidnapping, these cartons could contain the prints of many people having nothing to do with the assassination. Moreover, the FBI does not maintain a filing system for palm prints because, according to the supervisor of the Bureau's latent fingerprint section, Sebastian F. Latona, the problems of classification would make such a system impracticable. Finally, in considering the significance of the unidentified rifled prints, the Commission gave weight to the opinion of Latona to the effect that people could handle these cartons without leaving prints which were capable of being developed. Though the fingerprints other than Oswald's on the boxes thus provide no indication of the presence of an accomplice at the window, two depository employees are known to have been present briefly on the 6th floor during the period between 11:45 a.m., when the floor-laying crew stopped for lunch, and the moment of the assassination. One of these was Charles Givens, a member of the floor-laying crew, who went down on the elevator with the others and then returned to the 6th floor to get his jacket and cigarettes. He saw Oswald walking away from the southeast corner, but saw no one else on the 6th floor at that time. He then took one of the elevators back to the 1st floor at approximately 11:55 a.m. Bonnie Ray Williams, who was also working with the floor-laying crew, returned to the 6th floor at about noon to eat his lunch and watch the motorcade. He looked out on Elm Street from a position in the area of the 3rd or 4th set of windows from the east wall. At this point he was approximately 20 to 30 feet away from the southeast corner window. He remained there for about 5, 10, maybe 12 minutes, eating his lunch, which consisted of chicken and a bottle of soda pop. Williams saw no one on the 6th floor during this period, although the stacks of books would have prevented his seeing the east side of the building. After finishing his lunch, Williams took the elevator down because no one had joined him on the 6th floor to watch the motorcade. He stopped at the 5th floor, where he joined Harold Norman and James Jarman, Jr., who watched the motorcade with him from a position on the 5th floor, directly below the point from which the shots were fired. Williams left the remains of his lunch, including chicken bones and a bottle of soda, near the window where he was eating. Several witnesses outside the building claim to have seen a person in the southeast corner window on the 6th floor. As has already been indicated, some were able to offer better descriptions than others, and one, Howard L. Brennan, made a positive identification of Oswald as being the person at the window. Although there are differences among these witnesses with regard to their ability to describe the person they saw, none of these witnesses testified to seeing more than one person in the window. One witness, however, offered testimony which, if accurate, would create the possibility of an accomplice at the window at the time of the assassination. The witness was 18-year-old Arnold Rowland, who testified in great detail concerning his activities and observations on November 22, 1963. He and his wife were awaiting the motorcade, standing on the east side of Houston Street between Main and Elm, when he looked toward the depository building and noticed a man holding a rifle standing back from the southwest corner window on the 6th floor. The man was rather slender in proportion to his size and of light complexion with dark hair. Rowland said that his wife was looking elsewhere at the time, and when they looked back to the window, the man was gone from our vision. They thought the man was most likely someone protecting the president. After the assassination, Rowland signed an affidavit in which he told of seeing this man, although Rowland was unable to identify him. When Rowland testified before the Commission on March 10, 1964, he claimed, for the first time, to have seen another person on the 6th floor. Rowland said that before he had noticed the man with the rifle on the southwest corner of the 6th floor, he had seen an elderly Negro man hanging out that window on the southeast corner of the 6th floor. Rowland described the Negro man as very thin, an elderly gentleman, bald or practically bald, very thin hair if he wasn't bald, between 50 and 60 years of age, 5 feet 8 inches to 5 feet 10 inches tall, with fairly dark complexion. Rowland claimed that he looked back 2 or 3 times and noticed that the man remained until 5 or 6 minutes prior to the time the motorcade came. Rowland did not see him thereafter. He made no mention of this Negro man in his affidavit, and while he said he told FBI agents about the man in the southeast corner window when interviewed on the Saturday and Sunday following the assassination, no such statement appears in any FBI report. Mrs. Rowland testified that her husband never told her about seeing any other man on the 6th floor, except the man with the rifle in the southwest corner that he first saw. She also was present during Rowland's interview with representatives of the FBI, and said that she did not hear him make any such statement, although she also said that she did not hear everything that was discussed. Mrs. Rowland testified that after her husband had first talked about seeing a man with the rifle, she had looked back more than once at the depository building and saw no person looking out of any window on the 6th floor. She also said that at times my husband is prone to exaggerate. Because of inconsistencies in Rowland's testimony and the importance of his testimony to the question of a possible accomplice, the Commission requested the FBI to conduct an inquiry into the truth of a broad range of statements made by Rowland to the Commission. The investigation showed that numerous statements by Rowland concerning matters about which he would not normally be expected to be mistaken, such as the subjects he had studied in school, grades he received, whether or not he had graduated from high school, and whether or not he had been admitted to college, were false. The only possible corroboration for Rowland's story is found in the testimony of Roger D. Craig, a deputy sheriff of Dallas County, whose testimony on other aspects of the case has been discussed in Chapter 4. Craig claimed that about 10 minutes after the assassination, he talked to a young couple, Mr. and Mrs. Rowland, and the boy said he saw 2 men on the 6th floor of the book depository building over there. One of them had a rifle with a telescopic sight on it, but he thought they were Secret Service agents or guards and didn't report it. This was about, he said, 15 minutes before the motorcade ever arrived. According to Craig, Rowland said that he looked back a few minutes later, and the other man was gone, and there was just one man, the man with the rifle. Craig further testified that Rowland told him that when he first saw the 2 men, they were walking back and forth in front of the window for several minutes. They were both white men, and one of them had a rifle with a scope on it. This report by Craig is contradicted by the testimony of both of the Rowlands and by every recorded interview with them conducted by law enforcement agencies after the assassination. As part of its investigation of Rowland's allegation and of the general question of accomplices at the scene of the assassination, the Commission undertook an investigation of every person employed in the Texas School Book Depository building. 2 employees might possibly fit the general description of an elderly Negro man, bald or balding. These 2 men were on the 1st floor of the building during the period before and during the assassination. Moreover, all of the employees were asked whether they saw any strangers in the building on the morning of November 22nd. Only one employee saw a stranger, whom he described as a feeble individual who had to be helped up the front steps of the building. He went to a public restroom and then left the building 5 minutes later, about 40 minutes before the assassination. Rowland's failure to report his story, despite several interviews, until his appearance before the Commission, the lack of probative corroboration, and the serious doubts about his credibility have led the Commission to reject the testimony that Rowland saw an elderly, balding Negro man in the southeast corner window of the 6th floor of the depository building several minutes before the assassination. End of Section 24. Recording by Maria Casper. Section 25 of the Report of the President's Commission on the Assassination of President Kennedy, the Warren Commission Report. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. Report of the President's Commission on the Assassination of President Kennedy, the Warren Commission Report, by the President's Commission on the Assassination of President Kennedy. Chapter 6, Investigation of Possible Conspiracy, Part 2. Oswald's Escape. The Commission has analyzed Oswald's movements between the time of the assassination and the shooting of Patrolman Tippit to determine whether there is any evidence that Oswald had assistance in his flight from the building. Oswald's activities during this period have been traced through the testimony of 7 witnesses and discussed in detail in Chapter 4. Patrolman M.L. Baker and Depository Superintendent Roy Truly saw him within 2 minutes of the assassination on the 2nd floor of the building. Mrs. R.A. Reed saw him less than 1 minute later, walking through the 2nd floor offices toward the front of the building. A bus driver, Cecil J. McWaters, and Oswald's former landlady, Mrs. Mary Bledsoe, saw him board a bus at approximately 12:40 p.m., and get off about 4 minutes later. A cab driver, William W. Whaley, drove Oswald from a cab stand located a few blocks from where Oswald left the bus to a point in Oak Cliff about 4 blocks from his rooming house. And Earlene Roberts, the housekeeper at Oswald's rooming house, saw him enter the rooming house at about 1 p.m. and leave a few minutes later. When seen by these 7 witnesses, Oswald was always alone. Particular attention has been directed to Oswald's departure from the Depository building, in order to determine whether he could have left the building within approximately 3 minutes of the assassination without assistance. As discussed more fully in Chapter 4, the building was probably first sealed off no earlier than 12:37 by Inspector Herbert Sawyer. The shortest estimate of the time taken to seal off the building comes from Police Officer W.E. Barnett, one of the officers assigned to the corner of Elm and Houston Streets for the presidential motorcade, who estimated that approximately 3 minutes elapsed between the time he heard the last of the shots and the time he started guarding the front door. According to Barnett, there were people going in and out during this period. The evidence discussed in Chapter 4 shows that 3 minutes would have been sufficient time for Oswald to have descended from the 6th floor and left the building without assistance. One witness, James R. Worrell, Jr., claims to have seen a man running from the rear of the building shortly after the assassination, but in testimony before the Commission he stated that he could not see his face. 2 other witnesses who watched the rear of the building during the first 5 minutes after the shooting saw no one leave. The claim of Deputy Sheriff Roger Craig that he saw Oswald leave the Depository building approximately 15 minutes after the assassination has been discussed in Chapter 4. Although Craig may have seen someone enter a station wagon 15 minutes after the assassination, the person he saw was not Lee Harvey Oswald, who was far removed from the building at that time. The possibility that accomplices aided Oswald in connection with his escape was suggested by the testimony of Earlene Roberts, the housekeeper at 1026 North Beckley rooming house. She testified that at about 1 p.m. on November 22nd, after Oswald had returned to the rooming house, a Dallas police car drove slowly by the front of the 1026 North Beckley premises and stopped momentarily. She said she heard its horn several times. Mrs. Roberts stated that the occupants of the car were not known to her, even though she had worked for some policemen who would occasionally come by. She said the policeman she knew drove car number 170, and that this was not the number on the police car that honked on November 22nd. She testified that she first thought the car she saw was number 106, and then said that it was number 107. In an FBI interview, she stated that she had looked out the front window and saw police car number 207. Investigation has not produced any evidence that there was a police vehicle in the area of 1026 North Beckley at about 1 p.m. on November 22nd. Squad car 207 was at the Texas School Book Depository building, as was car 106. Squad cars 170 and 107 were sold in April 1963, and their numbers were not reassigned until February 1964. Whatever may be the accuracy of Mrs. Roberts's recollection concerning the police car, it is apparent from Mrs. Roberts's further testimony that she did not see Oswald enter a car when he hurriedly left the house. She has stated that when she last saw Oswald, shortly after 1 p.m., he was standing at a bus stop in front of the house. Oswald was next seen less than 1 mile away at the point where he shot Patrolman Tippit. Oswald could easily have reached this point on foot by about 1:16 p.m. when Tippit was shot. Finally, investigation has produced no evidence that Oswald had prearranged plans for a means to leave Dallas after the assassination, or that any other person was to have provided him assistance in hiding or in departing the city. Background of Lee Harvey Oswald. Finding no evidence in the circumstances immediately surrounding the assassination that any person other than Lee Harvey Oswald was involved in the killing of the President, the Commission directed an intensive investigation into his life, for the purpose, among others, of detecting any possible traces that at some point he had become involved in a conspiracy, culminating in the deed of November 22, 1963. As a product of this investigation, the Commission has compiled a detailed chronological biography of Oswald, which is set forth as Appendix 13. Study of the period from Oswald's birth in 1939 to his military service from 1956 to 1959 has revealed no evidence that he was associated with any type of sinister or subversive organization during that period. Though his personality and political views took shape during these early years, the events of that period are significant primarily to an understanding of the personality of Lee Harvey Oswald, and are discussed in that connection in Chapter 7. Beginning with his preparation for defection to the Soviet Union in 1959, however, Oswald engaged in several activities which required closer scrutiny by the Commission. In an appraisal of Oswald's actions since 1959, for the purpose of determining whether he was part of a conspiracy, several aspects of his background and character must be borne in mind. He was young, inexperienced, and had only a limited education. As will be more fully discussed in Chapter 7, he was unable to establish relationships with others, and had a resentment for authority and any discipline flowing from it. While he demonstrated the ability to act secretively and alone, without regard to the consequences to himself, as in his defection to the Soviet Union, he does not appear to have been the kind of person whom one would normally expect to be selected as a conspirator. Residence in the Soviet Union. Lee Harvey Oswald was openly committed to Marxist ideology. He defected to the Soviet Union in 1959 and resided there until June of 1962, eventually returning to the United States with a Russian wife. In order to evaluate rumors and speculations that Oswald may have been an agent of the Soviet Union, the Commission has investigated the facts surrounding Oswald's stay in Russia. The Commission was thus fulfilling its obligation to probe all facts of possible relevance to the assassination, and does not suggest by this investigation that the rulers of the Soviet Union believed that their political interests would be advanced by the assassination of President Kennedy. On this question, the Secretary of State testified before the Commission on June 10, 1964, as follows. I have seen no evidence that would indicate to me that the Soviet Union considered that it had an interest in the removal of President Kennedy, or that it was in any way involved in the removal of President Kennedy. I have not seen or heard of any scrap of evidence indicating that the Soviet Union had any desire to eliminate President Kennedy, nor in any way participated in such an event. Now, standing back and trying to look at that question objectively, despite the ideological differences between our two great systems, I can't see how it could be in the interest of the Soviet Union to make any such effort. I do think that the Soviet Union, again objectively considered, has an interest in the correctness of state relations. This would be particularly true among the great powers with which the major interests of the Soviet Union are directly engaged. I think that there are grave differences between the communist world and the free world, between the Soviet Union and other major powers, that even from their point of view there needs to be some shape and form to international relations, that it's not in their interest to have this world structure dissolve into complete anarchy, that great states, and particularly nuclear powers, have to be in a position to deal with each other, to transact business with each other, to try to meet problems with each other, and that requires the maintenance of correct relations and access to the leadership on all sides. I think also that although there had been grave differences between Chairman Khrushchev and President Kennedy, I think that there were evidences of a certain mutual respect that had developed over some of these experiences, both good and bad, through which these two men had lived. I think that both of them were aware of the fact that any chairman of the Soviet Union and any president of the United States necessarily bear somewhat special responsibility for the general peace of the world. Indeed, without exaggeration, one could almost say the existence of the Northern Hemisphere in this nuclear age. So that it would be an act of rashness and madness for Soviet leaders to undertake such an action as an active policy, because everything would have been put in jeopardy or at stake in connection with such an act. It has not been our impression that madness has characterized the actions of Soviet leadership in recent years. The Commission accepts Secretary Rusk's estimate as reasonable and objective, but recognizes that a precise assessment of Soviet intentions or interests is most difficult. The Commission has thus examined all the known facts regarding Oswald's defection, his residence in the Soviet Union, and return to the United States. At each step, the Commission sought to determine whether there was any evidence which supported a conclusion that Soviet authorities may have directly or indirectly influenced Oswald's actions in assassinating the president. Oswald's entry into the Soviet Union. Although the evidence is inconclusive as to the factors which motivated Oswald to go to the Soviet Union, there is no indication that he was prompted to do so by agents of that country. He may have begun to study the Russian language when he was stationed in Japan, which was intermittently from August 1957 to November 1958. After he arrived in Moscow in October 1959, he told several persons that he had been planning his defection for 2 years, which suggests that the decision was made while he was in the Far East. George de Mohrenschildt, who met Oswald after his return from the Soviet Union, testified that Oswald once told him much the same thing. I met some communists in Japan, and they got me excited and interested, and that was one of my inducements in going to Soviet Russia, to see what goes on there. This evidence, however, is somewhat at variance with Oswald's statements made to 2 American newspaper reporters in Moscow shortly after his defection in 1959, and to other people in the United States after his return in 1962. Though his remarks were not inconsistent as to the time he decided to defect, to these people he insisted that before going to the Soviet Union he had never met a communist, and that the intention to defect derived entirely from his own reading and thinking. He said much the same to his brother in a letter he wrote to him from Russia explaining why he had defected. Which of Oswald's statements was the more accurate remains unknown. There is no evidence that Oswald received outside assistance in financing his trip to the Soviet Union. After he arrived in Moscow, Oswald told a newspaper correspondent, Aileen Mosby, that he had saved $1,500 out of his Marine Corps salary to finance his defection, although the news story based on Oswald's interview with Aileen Mosby unaccountably listed the sum of $1,600 instead of $1,500. After this article had appeared, Marguerite Oswald also related the $1,600 figure to an FBI agent. Either amount could have been accumulated out of Oswald's earnings in the Marine Corps during his 2 years and 10 months of service. He received $3,452.20 after all taxes, allotments, and other deductions. Moreover, Oswald could certainly have made the entire trip on less than $1,000. The ticket on the ship he took from New Orleans to Le Havre, France, cost $220.75. It cost him about $20 to reach London from Le Havre. His plane fare from London to Helsinki, where he received his visa, cost him $111.90. He probably purchased Russian tourist vouchers, normally good for room and board for 10 days, for $300. His train fare from Helsinki to Moscow was about $44. In Moscow, he paid only $1.50 to $3 a night for his room, and very little for his meals after his tourist vouchers ran out. And apparently he did not pay his hotel bill at all after November 30th, 1959. Oswald's known living habits indicate that he could be extraordinarily frugal when he had reason to be, and it seems clear that he did have a strong desire to go to the Soviet Union. While in Atsugi, Japan, Oswald studied the Russian language, perhaps with some help from an officer in his unit who was interested in Russian and used to talk about it with Oswald occasionally. He studied by himself a great deal in late 1958 and early 1959, after he was transferred from Japan to California. He took an Army aptitude test in Russian in February 1959 and rated poor. When he reached the Soviet Union in October of the same year, he could barely speak the language. During the period in Moscow, while he was awaiting a decision on his application for citizenship, his diary records that he practiced Russian 8 hours a day. After he was sent to Minsk in early January 1960, he took lessons from an interpreter assigned to him for that purpose by the Soviet government. Marina Oswald said that by the time she met him in March 1961, he spoke the language well enough so that at first she thought he was from one of the Baltic areas of her country because of his accent. She stated that his only defects were that his grammar was sometimes incorrect and that his writing was never very good. Thus, the limited evidence provides no indication that Oswald was recruited by Soviet agents in the Far East with a view toward defection and eventual return to the United States. Moreover, on its face, such a possibility is most unlikely. If Soviet agents had communicated with Oswald while he was in the Marine Corps, one of the least probable instructions they would have given him would have been to defect. If Oswald had remained a marine radar specialist, he might at some point have reached a position of value as a secret agent. However, his defection and the disloyal statements he made publicly in connection with it eliminated any possibility that he would ever gain access to confidential information or programs of the United States. The very fact that he defected, therefore, is itself persuasive evidence that he was not recruited as an agent prior to his defection. The Commission has investigated the circumstances under which Oswald obtained a visa to enter the Soviet Union for possible evidence that he received preferential treatment in being permitted to enter the country. Oswald left New Orleans, Louisiana for Europe on September 20th, 1959, having been released from active duty in the Marine Corps on September 11th, 1959. He went directly to Helsinki, Finland, by way of Le Havre, France, and London, England, arriving at Helsinki on Saturday, October 10th, 1959. Oswald probably arrived in Helsinki too late in the evening to have applied for a visa at the Soviet consulate that night. In light of the rapidity with which he made connections throughout his entire trip, he probably applied for a visa early on Monday, October 12th. On October 14th, he was issued Soviet tourist visa number 403339, good for one 6-day visit in the USSR. He left Helsinki on a train destined for Moscow on October 15th. The Department of State has advised the Commission that it has some information that in 1959 it usually took an American tourist in Helsinki 1 to 2 weeks to obtain a visa, and that it has other information that the normal waiting period during the past 5 years has been 1 week or less. According to the Department's information, the waiting period has always varied, frequently and widely, with one confirmed instance in 1963 of a visa routinely issued in less than 24 hours. The Central Intelligence Agency has indicated that visas during the 1964 tourist season were being granted in about 5 to 7 days. The information from the Department of State and the Central Intelligence Agency thus suggests that Oswald's wait for a visa may have been shorter than usual, but not beyond the range of possible variation. The prompt issuance of Oswald's visa may have been merely the result of normal procedures, due in part to the fact that the summer rush had ended. It might also mean that Oswald was unusually urgent in his demands that his visa be issued promptly. Oswald himself told officials at the American Embassy in Moscow on October 31st, when he appeared to renounce his citizenship, that he had said nothing to the Soviets about defecting until he arrived in Moscow. In any event, the Commission has found nothing in the circumstances of Oswald's entry into the Soviet Union which indicates that he was at the time an agent of the USSR. Defection and admission to residence. 2 months and 22 days elapsed from Oswald's arrival in Moscow until he left that city to take up residence in Minsk. The Commission has considered the possibility that Oswald was accepted for residence in the Soviet Union and sent to Minsk unusually soon after he arrived, either because he had been expected or because during his first weeks in Moscow he developed an undercover relationship with the Soviet government. In doing so, the Commission has attempted to reconstruct the events of those months, though it is, of course, impossible to account for Oswald's activities on every day of that period. Oswald's historic diary, which commences on October 16, 1959, the date Oswald arrived in Moscow, and other writings he later prepared, have provided the Commission with one source of information about Oswald's activities throughout his stay in the Soviet Union. Even assuming that the diary was intended to be a truthful record, it is not an accurate guide to the details of Oswald's activities. Oswald seems not to have been concerned about the accuracy of dates or names, and apparently made many of his entries subsequent to the date the events occurred. Marina Oswald testified that she believed that her husband did not begin to keep the diary until he reached Minsk, 3 months after his arrival in Russia, and scraps of paper found in Oswald's possession, containing much the same information as appears in his diary, suggest that he transcribed the entries into the diary at a later time. The substance of Oswald's writings has been carefully examined for consistency with all other related information available to the Commission. In addition, the writings have been checked for handwriting and for consistency of style, grammar, and spelling with earlier and later writings which are known to be his. No indication has been found that the entries were written or coached by other persons. However, the most reliable information concerning the period Oswald spent in Moscow in the later part of 1962 comes from the records of the American Embassy in Moscow, the testimony of embassy officials, and the notes of 2 American newspaper reporters, Eileen Mosby and Priscilla Johnson, who interviewed Oswald during this period. Oswald's correspondence with his brother and mother has also been relied upon for some relatively minor information. The findings upon which the Commission based its conclusion concerning Soviet involvements in the assassination were supported by evidence other than material provided by the Soviet Union or Oswald's writings. The Central Intelligence Agency has also contributed data on the normal practices and procedures of the Soviet authorities in handling American defectors. The historic diary indicates that on October 16, 1959, the day Oswald arrived in Moscow, he told his in-tourist guide, Rima Shirokova, that he wished to renounce his American citizenship and become a Soviet citizen. That same day, the guide reportedly helped Oswald prepare a letter to the Soviet authorities requesting citizenship. The diary indicates, however, that on October 21st he was informed that his visa had expired and that he would be required to leave Moscow within 2 hours. During the preceding days, according to the diary, he had been interviewed once and perhaps twice by Soviet officials. During this period, the KGB, the agency with primary responsibility for examining defectors arriving in Russia, undoubtedly investigated Oswald as fully as possible. In 1959, virtually all in-tourist guides were KGB informants, and there is no reason to believe that this was not true of Oswald's guide. Note at bottom of page. The Committee for State Security, best known by its Russian initials KGB, is a lineal descendant of the revolutionary Cheka and has passed through numerous changes of name since 1917 with little change of function. Presently, the KGB handles all Soviet counterintelligence operations and is the instrument for various types of subversive activities. It is responsible for the internal security of the Soviet state and the safety of its leaders. In addition, it shares responsibility for foreign espionage activities with the intelligence component of the Ministry of Defense, the GRU. The KGB would have the primary responsibility for keeping track of a defector such as Oswald. The Ministry of Internal Affairs, or MVD, was for many years the designation of the organization responsible for civil law enforcement and administration of prisons and forced labor camps in the Soviet Union. During a part of its history, it also directed vast economic combines. In January 1960, the Central or All-Union MVD was abolished, and its powers transferred to the MVDs of the several Soviet republics. A further change took place in the summer of 1962 when the Republic MVDs were renamed Ministries for the Preservation of Public Order and Safety. In the past few years, the Republic MVDs have been gradually divesting themselves of their economic functions. When Lee Harvey Oswald was in the Soviet Union, though, the MVD still carried on substantial economic activities. For example, inmates of the MVD-administered corrective labor colonies engaged in brickmaking, heavy construction work, and lumbering. In the Commission's report, the term KGB will be used, as above, to describe the principal Soviet counterintelligence and espionage service. Oswald often inaccurately referred to the secret police as the MVD, and in any quotations from him, the Commission will reproduce his actual words. Whenever the Commission refers to the MVD, it will be referring to it as defined in this footnote. End note. According to Oswald's diary, he attempted suicide when he learned his application for citizenship had been denied. If true, this would seem to provide strong evidence that, at least prior to October 21st, there was no undercover relationship between Oswald and the Soviet government. Though not necessarily conclusive, there is considerable direct evidence which indicates that Oswald did slash his wrist. Oswald's autopsy showed that he had a scar on his left wrist, and that it was of the kind which could have been caused by a suicide attempt. The medical records from the Botkinskaya Hospital in Moscow, furnished by the Soviet government, reveal that from October 21st to October 28th he was treated there for a self-inflicted wound on the left wrist. The information contained in these records is consistent with the facts disclosed by the autopsy examination relating to Oswald's wrist and to other known facts about Oswald. Although no witness recalled Oswald mentioning a suicide attempt, Marina Oswald testified that when she questioned her husband about the scar on his wrist, he became very angry and avoided giving her a reply. Oswald's character, discussed in the following chapter, does not seem inconsistent with a suicide or a feigned suicide attempt, nor with his having failed to disclose the suicide attempt. Many witnesses who testified before the Commission observed that he was not an open or trusting person, that he had a tendency toward arrogance, and was not the kind of man who would readily admit weaknesses. Oswald appeared at the American Embassy in Moscow on October 31, 1959, 3 days after his release from the Botkinskaya Hospital. He did not give the officials at the embassy any indication that he had recently received medical treatment. Oswald's appearance was the first notification to the American government that he was in Russia, since he had failed to inform the embassy upon his arrival, as most American tourists did at the time. In Appendix 15, Oswald's dealings with the embassy in 1959 until his return to the United States in 1962 are described in full, and all action taken by the American officials on his case is evaluated. His conduct at the embassy has also been considered by the Commission for any indication it may provide as to whether or not Oswald was then acting under directions of the Soviet government. End of Section 25. Recording by Maria Casper. Section 26 of the Report of the President's Commission on the Assassination of President Kennedy, the Warren Commission Report. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. Report of the President's Commission on the Assassination of President Kennedy, the Warren Commission Report, by the President's Commission on the Assassination of President Kennedy. Chapter 6, Investigation of Possible Conspiracy, Part 3. At the embassy, Oswald declared that he wished to renounce his U.S. citizenship, but the consul to whom he spoke, Richard E. Snyder, refused to accept his renunciation at that time, telling him that he would have to return to complete the necessary papers. However, Oswald did give the consul his passport and a handwritten statement requesting that his American citizenship be revoked and affirming his allegiance to the Soviet Union. The FBI has confirmed that this statement is in Oswald's handwriting, and Snyder has testified that the letter's phrases are consistent with the way Oswald talked and conducted himself. During the approximately 40-minute interview, Oswald also informed Snyder that he had been a radar operator in the Marine Corps, intimating that he might know something of special interest, and that he had informed a Soviet official that he would give the Soviets any information concerning the Marine Corps and radar operation which he possessed. Although Oswald never filed a formal renunciation, in a letter to the embassy dated November 3, 1959, he again requested that his American citizenship be revoked and protested the refusal to accept his renunciation on October 31st. While at the embassy and in a subsequent interview with an American journalist, Oswald displayed familiarity with communist ideological arguments, which led those with whom he spoke to speculate that he may have received some instruction from Soviet authorities. Oswald's familiarity with the law regarding renunciation of citizenship, observed by both embassy officials, could also be construed as a sign of coaching by Soviet authorities. However, Oswald is known to have been an avid reader, and there is evidence that he had read communist literature without guidance while in the Marine Corps and before that time. After his arrival in Moscow, Oswald most probably had discussions with his in-tourist guide and others, but none of the Americans with whom he talked in Moscow felt that his conversations necessarily revealed any type of formal training. The historic diary indicates that Oswald did not tell his guide that he intended to visit the embassy because he feared that she would disapprove. Though Oswald gave Snyder the impression of an intelligent person who spoke in a manner and on a level which seemed to befit his apparent level of intelligence, correspondent Priscilla Johnson, who spent about 5 hours talking with him, received a much less favorable impression. He liked to create the pretense, the impression that he was attracted to abstract discussion and was capable of engaging in it and was drawn to it. But it was like pricking a balloon. I had the feeling that if you really did engage him on this ground, you very quickly would discover that he didn't have the capacity for a logical, sustained argument about an abstract point on economics or on non-economic political matters or any matter philosophical. A comparison of the formal note Oswald handed Snyder and his letter of November 3rd with the provisions of Section 349A of the Immigration and Nationality Act suggests that Oswald had read the statute, but understood it imperfectly. He apparently was trying to use 3 out of the 4 ways set out in that statute to surrender his citizenship, but he succeeded in none. Moreover, persuasive evidence that Oswald's conduct was not carefully coached by Soviet agents is provided by some of his actions at the embassy. The single statement which probably caused Oswald the most future trouble was his declaration that he had already volunteered to a Soviet official that he would, if asked, tell the Soviet government all that he knew about his job in radar as a Marine. Certainly a statement of this type would prejudice any possibility of his being an effective pro-communist agent. Further, though unquestionably evincing anti-American sentiments, Oswald's behavior at the embassy, which brought him exceedingly close to expatriation, was unlikely to have increased his value in any capacity to the Soviet Union. Richard E. Snyder, the official who interviewed Oswald on October 31st, testified that he had every reason to believe that Oswald would have carried through a formal and therefore effective renunciation of his American citizenship immediately if he had let him. However, as a defector, Oswald could have had considerable propaganda value without expatriating himself, and if he had expatriated himself, his eventual return to the United States would have been much more difficult and perhaps impossible. If Snyder's assessment of Oswald's intentions is accurate, it thus tends to refute the suggestion that Oswald was being coached by the Soviets. In addition, reporters noticed Oswald's apparent ambivalence in regard to renouncing his citizenship, stormily demanding that he be permitted to renounce, while failing to follow through by completing the necessary papers, behavior which might have detracted from his propaganda value. According to Oswald's historic diary and the documents furnished to the Commission by the Soviet government, Oswald was not told that he had been accepted as a resident of the Soviet Union until about January 4, 1960. Although on November 13th and 16th, Oswald informed Aileen Mosby and Priscilla Johnson that he had been granted permission to remain in the country indefinitely, the diary indicates that at that time he had been told only that he could remain until some solution is found with what to do with me. The diary is more consistent with the letter Oswald wrote to his brother Robert on December 17th, saying that he was then, more than a month after he saw Johnson and Mosby, about to leave his hotel, and with some later correspondence with his mother. Oswald mailed a short note to his mother which she received in Texas on January 5th. That same day she mailed a money order to him in Moscow, but it apparently got there too late because she received it back unopened on February 25th. Oswald's conflicting statement to the correspondence also seems reconcilable with his very apparent desire to appear important to others. However, so long as Oswald continued to stay in a hotel in Moscow, the inference is that the Soviet authorities had not yet decided to accept him. This inference is supported by information supplied by the CIA on the handling of other defectors in the Soviet Union. Thus, the evidence is strong that Oswald waited at least until November 16th when he saw Miss Johnson, and it is probable that he was required to wait until January 4th, a little over 2.5 months from October 16th, before his application to remain in Russia was granted. In mid-November, Miss Johnson asked Oswald whether the Russians were encouraging his defection, to which Oswald responded, "The Russians are treating it like a legal formality. They don't encourage you and they don't discourage you." And when the Soviet government finally acted, Oswald did not receive Soviet citizenship as he had requested, but merely permission to reside in Russia on a year-to-year basis. Asked to comment upon the length of time, 2 months and 22 days, that probably passed before Oswald was granted the right to remain in the Soviet Union, the CIA has advised that when compared to 5 other defector cases, this procedure seems unexceptional. Similarly, the Department of State reports that its information indicated that a 2-month waiting period is not unusual. The full response of the CIA is as follows. Oswald said that he asked for Soviet citizenship on 16 October 1959. According to his diary, he received word a month later that he could stay in the USSR pending disposition of his request. but it was another month and a half before he was given his stateless passport. When compared to 5 other defector cases, this procedure seems unexceptional. 2 defectors from U.S. Army intelligence units in West Germany appear to have been given citizenship immediately, but both of these had prior KGB connections and fled as a result of Army security checks. Of the other 3 cases, one was accepted after not more than 5 weeks and given a stateless passport apparently at about the same time. The second was immediately given permission to stay for a while, and his subsequent request for citizenship was granted 3 months later. The third was allowed to stay after he made his citizenship request, but almost 2 months passed before he was told that he had been accepted. Although the Soviet Ministry of Foreign Affairs soon after told the U.S. Embassy that he was a Soviet citizen, he did not receive his document until 5 or 6 months after initial application. We know of only one case in which an American asked for Soviet citizenship but did not take up residence in the USSR. In that instance, the American changed his mind and voluntarily returned to the United States less than 3 weeks after he had requested Soviet citizenship. The Department of State has commented as follows: "The files of the Department of State reflect the fact that Oswald first applied for permission to remain in Russia permanently, or at least for a long period, when he arrived in Moscow, and that he obtained permission to remain within 1 or 2 months. A. Is the fact that he obtained permission to stay within this period of time unusual? Answer: Our information indicates that a 2-month waiting period is not unusual. In the case of name withheld, the Supreme Soviet decided within 2 months to give Soviet citizenship, and he was thereafter, of course, permitted to stay. B. Can you tell us what the normal procedures are under similar circumstances? Answer: It is impossible for us to state any normal procedures. The Soviet government never publicizes the proceedings in these cases or the reasons for its action. Furthermore, it is, of course, extremely unusual for an American citizen to defect. The information relating to Oswald's suicide attempt indicates that his application to remain in the Soviet Union was probably rejected about 6 days after his arrival in Moscow. Since the KGB is the Soviet agency responsible for the initial handling of all defectors, it seems likely that the original decision not to accept Oswald was made by the KGB. That Oswald was permitted to remain in Moscow after his release from the hospital suggests that another ministry of the Soviet government may have intervened on his behalf. This hypothesis is consistent with entries in the historic diary commenting that the officials Oswald met after his hospital treatment were different from the ones he had dealt with before. The most plausible reason for any such intervention may well have been apprehension over the publicity that would follow the rejection of a devout convert to the communist cause. Oswald's life in Minsk. According to the historic diary and documents received from the Soviet government, Oswald resided in the city of Minsk from January 1960 until June 1962. Oswald's life in Minsk is the portion of his life concerning which the least is known. The primary sources of information are Oswald's own writings and the testimony of Marina Oswald. Other evidence, however, establishes beyond doubt that Oswald was in fact located in Minsk on at least 2 occasions. The Commission has obtained 2 photographs which were taken by American tourists in Minsk in August 1961, in which Oswald appears. The tourists did not know Oswald, nor did they speak with him. They remembered only that several men gathered near their car. In addition, Oswald was noticed in Minsk by a student who was traveling with the University of Michigan Band on a tour of Russia in the spring of 1961. Oswald corresponded with the American Embassy in Moscow from Minsk and wrote letters from Minsk to his family in the United States. Oswald and his wife have many photographs taken of themselves which show Minsk backgrounds and persons who are identifiable as residents of Minsk. After he returned to the United States, Oswald conversed about the city with Russian-born American citizens who were familiar with it. Marina Oswald is also familiar with the city. The Commission has also been able to independently verify the existence in Minsk of many of the acquaintances of Oswald and his wife, whom they said they knew there. Once he was accepted as a resident alien in the Soviet Union, Oswald was given considerable benefits which ordinary Soviet citizens in his position in society did not have. The historic diary recites that after Oswald was informed that he could remain in the Soviet Union and was being sent to Minsk, he was given 5,000 rubles, $500, by the Red Cross for expenses. He used 2,200 rubles to pay his hotel bill and another 150 rubles to purchase a train ticket. With the balance of slightly over 2,500 rubles, Oswald felt, according to his diary, like a rich man. Oswald did not receive free living quarters, as the diary indicates the mayor of Minsk promised him, but about 6 weeks after his arrival he did receive an apartment, very pleasant by Soviet standards, for which he was required to pay only 60 rubles, $6 a month. Oswald considered the apartment almost rent-free. Oswald was given a job in the Belarusian radio and television factory, where his pay on a per-piece basis ranged from 700 to 900 rubles, $70 to $90 a month. According to his wife, this rate of pay was average for people in his occupation, but good by Soviet standards generally. She explained that piecework rates throughout the Soviet Union have generally grown out of line with compensation for other jobs. The CIA has confirmed that this condition exists in many areas and occupations in the Soviet Union. In addition to his salary, Oswald regularly received 700 rubles, $70 per month from the Soviet Red Cross. The well-paying job, the monthly subsidy, and the almost rent-free apartment combined to give Oswald more money than he needed. The only complaint recorded in the historic diary is that there was no place to spend the money. The Commission has found no basis for associating Oswald's preferred income with Soviet undercover activity. Marina Oswald testified that foreign nationals are commonly given special treatment in the Soviet Union, and the Central Intelligence Agency has confirmed that it is standard practice in the Soviet Union for Americans and other foreign defectors from countries with high standards of living to be subsidized. Apparently, it is Soviet practice to attempt to make life sufficiently pleasant for a foreign defector so that he will not become disillusioned and return to his native country. The Commission has also assumed that it is customary for Soviet intelligence agencies to keep defectors under surveillance during their residence in the Soviet Union through periodic interviews of neighbors and associates of the defector. Oswald once mentioned that the Soviet police questioned his neighbors occasionally. Moreover, it is from Oswald's personal writings alone that the Commission has learned that he received supplementary funds from the Soviet Red Cross. In the notes he made during the return trip to the United States, Oswald recognized that the Red Cross subsidy had nothing to do with the well-known International Red Cross. He frankly stated that the money was paid to him for having denounced the United States, and that it had come from the MVD. Oswald's papers reveal that the Red Cross subsidy was terminated as soon as he wrote to the American Embassy in Moscow in February 1961, asking that he be permitted to return. Marina Oswald's testimony confirmed this. She said that when she knew Oswald, he was no longer receiving the monthly grant, but still retained some of the savings he had accumulated in the months when he had been receiving it. Since she met Oswald in March and married him in April of 1962, her testimony is consistent with his records. The nature of Oswald's employment while in Minsk has been examined by the Commission. The factory in which he worked was a large plant manufacturing electronic parts and radio and television sets. Marina Oswald has testified that he was an apprentice machinist and ground small metal parts for radio receivers on a lathe. So far as can be determined, Oswald never straightforwardly described to anyone else in the United States exactly what his job was in the Soviet Union. Some of his acquaintances in Dallas and Fort Worth had the impression that he was disappointed at having been given a menial job and not assigned to an institution of higher learning in the Soviet Union. Marina Oswald confirmed this, and also testified that her husband was not interested in his work and was not regarded at the factory as a very good worker. The documents furnished to the Commission by the Soviet government were consistent with her testimony on this point, since they included a report from Oswald's superior at the factory, which is critical of his performance on the job. Oswald's employment and his job performance are thus consistent with his known occupational habits in this country, and otherwise afford no ground for suspicion. Oswald's membership in a hunting club while he was in the Soviet Union has been a matter of special interest to the Commission. One Russian émigré testified that this was a suspicious circumstance because no one in the Soviet Union is permitted to own a gun for pleasure. The Commission's investigation, however, has established that this is not so. The Central Intelligence Agency has advised the Commission that hunting societies, such as the one to which Oswald belonged, are very popular in the Soviet Union. They are frequently sponsored by factories for their employees, as was Oswald's. Moreover, Soviet citizens or foreigners residing in the Soviet Union are permitted to own shotguns, but not rifles, without joining a society. All that is necessary is that the gun be registered at the local militia office immediately after it has been purchased. Experts from the Central Intelligence Agency have examined Oswald's club membership certificate and gun permit and expressed the opinion that its terms and numbers are consistent with other information the CIA has about the Soviet Union. Marina Oswald testified that her husband went hunting only on one occasion during the time of their marriage. However, Oswald apparently joined the Belarusian Society of Hunters and Fishermen in the summer of 1960 and did not marry until April 30th, 1961, so he could have been more active while he was still a bachelor. Oswald made no secret of his membership in the hunting club. He mentioned it on occasion to friends after he returned to the United States, discussed it at some length in a speech at a Jesuit seminary in Mobile, Alabama, in the summer of 1962, included it in his correspondence with his brother Robert, and kept his membership certificate and gun permit until the day he was killed. In view of these facts, it is unlikely that Oswald's membership in a hunting club was contrived to conceal some sort of secret training. Moreover, the CIA has informed the Commission that it is in possession of considerable information on the location of secret Soviet training institutions, and that it knows of no such institution in or near Minsk during the time Oswald was there. Oswald's marriage to Marina Prusakova on April 30th, 1962, is itself a fact meriting consideration. A foreigner living in Russia cannot marry without the permission of the Soviet government. It seems unlikely that the Soviet authorities would have permitted Oswald to marry and to take his wife with him to the United States if they were contemplating using him alone as an agent. The fact that he had a Russian wife would be likely in their view to increase any surveillance under which he would be kept by American security agencies. It would make him even more conspicuous to his neighbors as an ex-Russian, and it would decrease his mobility. A wife's presence in the United States would also constitute a continuing risk of disclosure. On the other hand, Marina Oswald's lack of English training and her complete ignorance of the United States and its customs would scarcely recommend her to the Soviet authorities as one member of an agent team to be sent to the United States on a difficult and dangerous foreign enterprise. End of Section 26. Recording by Maria Casper.
Section 27. Report of the President's Commission on the Assassination of President Kennedy. The Warren Commission Report. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. Report of the President's Commission on the Assassination of President Kennedy, the Warren Commission Report, by the President's Commission on the Assassination of President Kennedy. Chapter 6. Investigation of Possible Conspiracy, Part 4. Oswald's departure from the Soviet Union. On February the 13th, 1961, the American Embassy in Moscow received a letter from Oswald, postmarked Minsk, February the 5th, asking that he be readmitted to the United States. This was the first time that the embassy had heard from or about Oswald since November the 16th, 1959. The end of the 15-month silence came only a few days after the Department of State in Washington had forwarded a request to the Moscow Embassy on February the 1st, 1961, informing the embassy that Oswald's mother was worried about him and asking that he get in touch with her if possible. The simultaneity of the two events was apparently coincidental. The request from Marguerite Oswald went from Washington to Moscow by sealed diplomatic pouch, and there was no evidence that the seal had been tampered with. The officer of the Department of State who carried the responsibility for such matters has testified that the message was not forwarded to the Russians after it arrived in Moscow. Oswald's letter does not seem to have been designed to ingratiate him with the embassy officials. It starts by incorrectly implying that he had written an earlier letter that was not answered, states that he will return to the United States only if he can first, quote, come to some agreement, unquote, on there being no legal charges brought against him, and ends with a reminder to the officials at the embassy that they have a responsibility to do everything they can to help him, since he is an American citizen. The embassy's response to this letter was to invite Oswald to come personally to Moscow to discuss the matter. Oswald at first protested because of the difficulty of obtaining Soviet permission. He wrote 2 more protesting letters during the following 4 months, but received no indication that the embassy would allow him to handle the matter by mail. While the Department of State was clarifying its position on this matter, Oswald unexpectedly appeared in Moscow on Saturday, July the 8th, 1961. On Sunday, Marina Oswald flew to Moscow and was interviewed by officials in the American Embassy on Tuesday. The Commission asked the Department of State and the Central Intelligence Agency to comment on whether the Oswald's travel to Moscow without permission signified special treatment by the Soviet Union. From their responses, it appears that since Marina Oswald possessed the Soviet citizen's internal passport, she did not require prior approval to make the trip. Although Soviet law did require her husband, as the holder of a stateless passport, to obtain advance permission for the trip. His failure to do so would not normally have been considered a serious violation. In this respect, the CIA has advised the Commission as follows. Oswald's travel from Minsk to Moscow and return in July 1961 would normally have required prior authorization. Bearers of a Soviet, quote, passport for foreigners, unquote, are required to obtain travel authorization from the Visa and Registration Department, OVIR, or Passport Registration Department, PRO, in smaller towns if they desire to leave the city or oblast where they are domiciled. This same requirement is believed to apply to persons such as Oswald holding Soviet, quote, stateless passports, unquote. The practicality of even unauthorized travel was demonstrated by events related by a United States citizen who defected in 1960 and subsequently was sent to Kiev to study. After repatriating, this defector told U.S. authorities he had made a total of 7 unauthorized trips from Kiev during his stay in the USSR. He was apprehended on 2 of his flights and was returned to Kiev each time, the second time under escort. On both occasions, he was merely reprimanded by the deputy chief of the institute at which he was studying. Since Marina had a Soviet citizen's internal passport, there would have been no restrictions against her making the trip to Moscow. The answers of the Department of State, together with the Commission's specific questions, are as follows. B. Could resident foreigners normally travel in this manner without first obtaining such permission? Answer. There are only a few US nationals now living in the Soviet Union. They include an American Roman Catholic priest, an American Protestant minister, a number of correspondents, some students, and technical advisors to Soviet businesses. We know that the priest, the minister, the correspondents, and the students must obtain permission from Soviet authorities before taking any trips. The technical advisors notify officials of their project before they travel, and these officials personally inform the militia. C. If travel of this type was not freely permitted, do you believe that Oswald normally would have been apprehended during the attempt or punished after the fact for traveling without permission? Answer. Based on the information we have, we believe that if Oswald went to Moscow without permission and this was known to the Soviet authorities, he would have been fined or reprimanded. Oswald was not, of course, an average foreign resident. He was a defector from a foreign country and the bearer of a Soviet internal stateless passport during the time when he was contemplating the visit to Moscow to come to the embassy. The Soviet authorities probably knew about Oswald's trip, even if he did not obtain advance permission, since in most instances the Soviet militia guards at the embassy ask for the documents of unidentified persons entering the embassy grounds. An American citizen who, with her American citizen husband, went to the Soviet Union to live permanently and is now trying to obtain permission to leave, informed the embassy that she had been fined for not getting permission to go from Odessa to Moscow on a recent trip to visit the embassy. D. Even if such travel did not have to be authorized, do you have any information or observations regarding the practicality of such travel by Soviet citizens or persons in Oswald's status? Answer. It is impossible to generalize in this area. We understand from interrogations of former residents in the Soviet Union who were considered, quote, stateless, unquote, by Soviet authorities, that they were not permitted to leave the town where they resided without permission of the police. In requesting such permission, they were required to fill out a questionnaire giving the reason for travel, length of stay, address of individuals to be visited, etc. Notwithstanding these requirements, we know that at least one stateless person often travelled without permission of the authorities, and stated that police stationed at railroad stations usually spot-checked the identification papers of every 10th traveller, but that it was an easy matter to avoid such checks. Finally, she stated that persons who were caught evading the registration requirements were returned to their hometowns by the police and sentenced to short jail terms and fined. These sentences were more severe for repeated violations. When Oswald arrived at the embassy in Moscow, he met Richard E. Snyder, the same person with whom he had dealt in October of 1959. Primarily on the basis of Oswald's interview with Snyder on Monday, July the 10th, 1961, the American embassy concluded that Oswald had not expatriated himself. On the basis of this tentative decision, Oswald was given back his American passport, which he had surrendered in 1959. The document was due to expire in September 1961, however, and Oswald was informed that its renewal would depend upon the ultimate decision by the Department of State on his expatriation. On July the 11th, Marina Oswald was interviewed at the embassy, and the steps necessary for her to obtain an American visa were begun. In May 1962, after 15 months of dealing with the embassy, Oswald's passport was ultimately renewed and permission for his wife to enter the United States was granted. The files on Oswald and his wife, compiled by the Department of State and the Immigration and Naturalization Service, contain no indication of any expert guidance by Soviet authorities in Oswald's dealings with the department or the service. For example, the letters from Minsk to the embassy in Moscow, which are in his handwriting, display the arrogant attitude which was characteristic of him both before and after he lived in Russia, and when compared with other letters that were without doubt composed and written by him, show the same low level of sophistication, fluency, and spelling. The department officer who most frequently dealt with Oswald when he began negotiations to return to the United States Richard E. Snyder, testified that he can recall nothing that indicated Oswald was being guided or assisted by a third party when he appeared at the embassy in July 1961. On the contrary, the arrogant and presumptuous attitude which Oswald displayed in his correspondence with the embassy from early 1961 until June 1962, when he finally departed from Russia, undoubtedly hindered his attempts to return to the United States. Snyder has testified that although he made a sincere effort to treat Oswald's application objectively, Oswald's attitude made this very difficult. In order to leave Russia, it was also necessary for the Oswalds to obtain permission from the Soviet government. The timing and circumstances under which the Oswalds obtained this permission have also been considered by the Commission. Marina Oswald, although her memory is not clear on the point, said that she and Oswald first made their intentions to go to the United States known to the Soviet officials in Minsk in May, even before coming to Moscow in July for the conference at the American Embassy. The Oswalds' correspondence with the embassy and the documents furnished the Commission by the Soviet government show that the Oswalds made a series of formal applications to the Soviets from July the 15th to August 21st. Presumably, the most difficult question for the Soviet authorities was whether to allow Marina Oswald to accompany her husband. She was called to the local passport office in Minsk on December the 25th, 1961. And told that authority had been received to issue exit visas to her and Oswald. Obtaining the permission of the Soviet government to leave may have been aided by a conference which Marina Oswald had, at her own request, with a local MVD official, Colonel Aksenov, sometime in late 1961. She testified that she applied for the conference at her husband's urging, after he had tried unsuccessfully to arrange such a conference for himself. She believed that it may have been granted to her because her uncle, with whom she had lived in Minsk before her marriage, was also an MVD official. The correspondence with the American Embassy at this time reflected that the Oswalds did not pick up their exit visas immediately. On January the 11th, 1962, Marina Oswald was issued her Soviet exit visa. It was marked valid until December the 1st, 1962. The Oswalds did not leave Russia until June 1962, but the additional delay was caused by problems with the US government and by the birth of a child in February. Permission of the Soviet authorities to leave, once again, was never revoked. Oswald told the FBI in July 1962, shortly after he returned to the United States, that he had been interviewed by the MVD twice, once when he first came to the Soviet Union and once just before he departed. His wife testified that the second interview did not occur in Moscow, but that she and her husband dealt with the MVD visa officials frequently in Minsk. Investigation of the circumstances, including the timing under which the Oswalds obtained permission from Soviet government to leave Russia for the United States, show that they differed in no discernible manner from the normal. The Central Intelligence Agency has informed the Commission that normally a Soviet national would not be permitted to emigrate if he might endanger Soviet national security once he went abroad. Those persons in possession of confidential information, for example, would constitute an important category of such security risks. Apparently, Oswald's pre-departure interview by the MVD was part of an attempt to ascertain whether he or his wife had access to any confidential information. Marina Oswald's reported interview with the MVD in late 1961, which was arranged at her request, may have served the same purpose. The Commission's awareness of both interviews derives entirely from Oswald and his wife's statements and letters to the American Embassy, which afford additional evidence that the conferences carried no subversive significance. It took the Soviet authorities at least 5.5 months, from about July the 15th, 1961, until late December, to grant permission for the Oswalds to leave the country. When asked to comment upon the alleged rapidity of the Oswalds' departure, the Department of State advised the Commission. In the immediate post-war period, there were about 15 marriages in which the wife had been waiting for many years for a Soviet exit permit. After the death of Stalin, the Soviet government showed a disposition to settle these cases. In the summer of 1953, permission was given for all of this group of Soviet citizen wives to accompany their American citizen husbands to the United States. Since this group was given permission to leave the Soviet Union, there have been from time to time marriages in the Soviet Union of American citizens and Soviet citizens. With one exception, it is our understanding that all of the Soviet citizens involved have been given permission to emigrate to the United States after waiting periods, which were in some cases from 3 to 6 months and in others much longer. Both the Department of State and the Central Intelligence Agency compiled data for the Commission on Soviet wives of American citizens who received exit visas to leave the Soviet Union where the relevant information was available. In both cases, the data were consistent with the above conclusion of the State Department. The Department of State had sufficient information to measure the time span in 14 cases. The department points out that it has information on the dates of application for and receipt of Soviet exit visas only on those cases that have been brought to its attention. A common reason for bringing a case to the attention of the department is that the granting of the exit visa by the Soviet Union has been delayed, so that the American spouse seeks the assistance of his own government. It therefore appears that the sampling data carrying a distinct bias towards lengthy waiting periods. Of the 14 cases tested, 6 involve women who applied for visas after 1953, when the liberalized post-Stalin policy was in effect. The approximate waiting periods for these wives were, in decreasing order, 13 months, 6 months, 8 months, 1 month, and 10 days. Of the 11 cases examined by the Central Intelligence Agency, in which the time period is known or can be inferred, the Soviet wives had to wait from 5 months to a year to obtain exit visas. In his correspondence with the American Embassy and his brother while he was in Russia, in his diary, and in his conversations with people in the United States after he returned, Oswald claimed that his wife had been subjected to pressure by the Soviet government in an effort to induce her not to emigrate to the United States. In the embassy correspondence, Oswald claimed that the pressure had been so intense that she had to be hospitalized for 5 days for, quote, nervous exhaustion, unquote. Marina Oswald testified that her husband exaggerated and that no such hospitalization or nervous exhaustion ever occurred. However, she did testify that she was questioned on the matter occasionally and given the impression that her government was not pleased with her decision. Her aunt and uncle in Minsk did not speak to her, quote, for a long time, unquote. She also stated that she was dropped from membership in the communist youth organization Komsomol when the news of her visit to the American embassy in Moscow reached that organization. A student who took Russian lessons from her in Texas testified that she once referred to the days when the pressure was applied as, quote, a very horrible time, unquote. Despite all this, Marina Oswald testified that she was surprised that their visas were granted as soon as they were, and that hers was granted at all. This evidence thus indicates that the Soviet authorities, rather than facilitating the departure of the Oswalds, first tried to dissuade Marina Oswald from going to the United States, and then, when she failed to respond to the pressure, permitted her to leave without undue delay. There are indications that the Soviet treatment of another recent defector who left the Soviet Union to return to the United States resembled that accorded to the Oswalds. On the basis of all the foregoing evidence, the Commission concluded that there was no reason to believe that the Oswalds received unusually favorable treatment in being permitted to leave the Soviet Union. Associations in the Dallas-Fort Worth community. The Russian-speaking community. Shortly after his return from Russia in June 1962, Oswald and his family settled in Fort Worth, Texas, where they met a group of Russian-born or Russian-speaking persons in the Dallas-Fort Worth area. The members of this community were attracted to each other by common background, language, and culture. Many of them were well-educated, accomplished, and industrious people, several being connected with the oil exploration, production, and processing industry that flourishes in the Dallas-Fort Worth area. As described more fully in Chapter 7, many of these persons assisted the Oswalds in various ways. Some provided the Oswalds with gifts of such things as food, clothing, and baby furniture. Some arranged appointments and transportation for medical and dental treatment, and assumed the cost in some instances. When Oswald undertook to look for employment in Dallas in early October of 1962, and again when marital difficulties arose between the Oswalds in November of the same year, Marina Oswald and their child were housed at times in the homes of various members of the group. The Commission has examined the background of many of these individuals and has thoroughly investigated Oswald's relationship with them. There is no basis to suppose that Oswald came to Fort Worth upon his return from Russia for the purpose of establishing contacts with the Russian-speaking community located in that area. Oswald had spent several of his grammar school years in Fort Worth. In 1962, his brother Robert lived in Fort Worth and his mother resided in nearby Vernon, Texas. In January of that year, Oswald indicated to American officials in Russia that he intended to stay with his mother upon his return to the United States. However, sometime after mid-February, he received an invitation to stay with Robert and his family until he became settled. And he did spend the first several weeks after his return at Robert's home. In July, Oswald's mother moved to Fort Worth, and Oswald and his wife and child moved into an apartment with her. While in that apartment, Oswald located a job in Fort Worth, and then rented and moved with his family into an apartment on Mercedes Street. Upon his arrival in 1962, Oswald did not know any members of the relatively small and loosely knit Russian-speaking community. Shortly after his arrival, Oswald obtained the name of 2 Russian-speaking persons in Fort Worth from the office of the Texas Employment Commission in that city. Attempts to arrange a prompt visit with one of them failed. The second person, Peter Paul Gregory, was a consulting petroleum engineer and part-time Russian language instructor at the Fort Worth Public Library. Oswald contacted him in order to obtain a letter certifying to his proficiency in Russian, and Marina Oswald later tutored his son in the Russian language. Gregory introduced the Oswalds to George Buhay and Anna Meller, both of whom lived in Dallas, and became interested in the welfare of Marina Oswald and her child. Through them, other members of the Russian community became acquainted with the Oswalds. The Oswalds met some 30 persons in the Russian-speaking community, of whom 25 testified before the Commission or its staff. Others were interviewed on behalf of the Commission. This range of testimony has disclosed that the relationship between Lee Harvey Oswald and the Russian-speaking community was short-lived and generally quite strained. During October and November of 1962, Marina Oswald lived at the homes of some of the members of the Russian-speaking community. She stayed first with Eleanor Hall while Oswald was looking for work in Dallas. In early November, Marina Oswald and the baby joined Oswald in Dallas, but soon thereafter she spent approximately 2 weeks with different Russian-speaking friends during another separation. Oswald openly resented the help Marina's Russian friends gave to him and his wife, and the efforts of some of them to induce Marina to leave him. George Buhay attempted to dissuade Marina from returning to her husband in November 1962, and when she rejoined him, Buhay became displeased with her as well. Relations between the Oswalds and the members of the Russian community had practically ceased by the end of 1962. Catherine Ford, one of the members of the group, summed up the situation as it existed at the end of January 1963. Quote, "So it was rather, sort of, Marina and her husband were dropped at that time. Nobody actually wanted to help." Unquote. End of section 27. Section 28 of Report of the President's Commission on the Assassination of President Kennedy, the Warren Commission Report. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. Report of the President's Commission on the Assassination of President Kennedy, the Warren Commission Report, by the President's Commission on the Assassination of President Kennedy. Chapter 6. Investigation of Possible Conspiracy, Part 5. In April of 1963, Oswald left Fort Worth for New Orleans, where he was later joined by his wife and daughter, and remained until his trip to Mexico City in late September, and his subsequent return to the Dallas-Fort Worth area in early October of 1963. With only minor exceptions, there is no evidence that any member of the Russian-speaking community had further contact with Oswald or his family after April. In New Orleans, Oswald made no attempt to make new Russian-speaking acquaintances for his wife, and there is no evidence that he developed any friendships in that city. Similarly, after the return from New Orleans, there seems to have been no communication between the Oswalds and this group until the evening of November the 22nd, 1963, when the Dallas police enlisted Ilya Mamatov to serve as an interpreter for them in their questioning of Marina Oswald. George de Mohorenschild and his wife, both of whom speak Russian as well as several other languages, however, did continue to see the Oswalds on occasion, up to about the time Oswald went to New Orleans on April the 24th, 1963. De Mohorenschild was apparently the only Russian-speaking person living in Dallas for whom Oswald had appreciable respect, and this seems to have been true, even though de Mohorenschild helped Marina Oswald leave her husband for a period in November of 1962. In connection with the relations between Oswald and de Mohorenschild, the Commission has considered testimony concerning an event which occurred shortly after Oswald's shot at General Walker. The de Mohorenschiilds came to Oswald's apartment on Neely Street for the first time on the evening of April the 13th, 1963, apparently to bring an Easter gift for the Oswald child. Mrs. de Mohorenschild testified that while Marina Oswald was showing her the apartment, she saw a rifle with a scope in a closet. Mrs. de Mohorenschild then told her husband in the presence of the Oswalds that there was a rifle in the closet. Mrs. de Mohorenschild testified that, quote, George, of course, with his sense of humor, Walker was shot a few days ago within that time, he said, "Did you take a pot shot at Walker by any chance?" Unquote. At that point, Mr. de Mohorenschild testified, Oswald, quote, sort of shriveled, you see, when I asked this question, made a peculiar face and changed the expression on his face, unquote, and remarked that he did target shooting. Marina Oswald testified that the de Mohorenschiilds came to visit a few days after the Walker incident, and that when de Mohorenschild made his reference to Oswald's possibly shooting at Walker, Oswald's, quote, face changed. He almost became speechless, unquote. According to the de Mohorenschiilds, Mr. de Mohorensschild's remark was intended as a joke, and he had no knowledge of Oswald's involvement in the attack on Walker. Nonetheless, the remark appears to have created an uncomfortable silence, and the de Mohorenschiilds left, quote, very soon afterwards, unquote. They never saw either of the Oswalds again. They left in a few days on a trip to New York City and did not return until after Oswald had gone to New Orleans. A postcard from Oswald to de Mohorenschild was apparently the only contact they had thereafter. The de Mohorenschiilds left in early June for Haiti on a business venture, and they were still residing there at the time they testified on April the 23rd, 1964. Extensive investigation has been conducted into the background of both de Mohorenschiilds. The investigation has revealed that George de Mohorenschild is a highly individualistic person of varied interests. He was born in the Russian Ukraine in 1911 and fled Russia with his parents in 1921 during the civil disorder following the revolution. He was in a Polish cavalry military academy for 11.5 years. Later, he studied in Antwerp and attended the University of Liege, from which he received a doctor's degree in international commerce in 1928. Soon thereafter, he emigrated to the United States. He became a U.S. citizen in 1949. De Mohorenschild eventually became interested in oil exploration and production. He entered the University of Texas in 1944 and received a master's degree in petroleum geology and petroleum engineering in 1945. He has since become active as a petroleum engineer throughout the world. In 1960, after the death of his son, he and his wife made an 8-month hike from the United States-Mexican border to Panama over primitive jungle trails. By happenstance, they were in Guatemala City at the time of the Bay of Pigs invasion. A lengthy film and complete written log was prepared by de Mohrenschildt, and a report of the trip was made to the U.S. government. Upon arriving in Panama, they journeyed to Haiti, where de Mohrenschildt eventually became involved in a government-orientated business venture in which he has been engaged continuously since June 1963 until the time of this report. The members of the Dallas-Fort Worth Russian community and others have variously described Mohrenschildt as eccentric, outspoken, and a strong believer in individual liberties and in the U.S. form of government, but also of the belief that some form of undemocratic government might be best for other peoples. De Mohrenschildt frankly admits his provocative personality. Jean de Mohrenschildt was born in Harbin, China, of white Russian parents. She left during the war with Japan, coming to New York in 1938, where she became a successful ladies' dress and sportswear apparel designer. She married her present husband in 1959. The Commission's investigation has developed no signs of subversive or disloyal conduct on the part of either of the de Mohrenschildts. Neither the FBI, CIA, or any witness contacted by the Commission has provided any information linking the de Mohrenschildts to subversive or extremist organizations, nor has there been any evidence linking them in any way with the assassination of President Kennedy. The Commission has also considered closely the relations between the Oswalds and Michael and Ruth Paine of Irving, Texas. The Paines were not part of the Russian community which has been discussed above. Ruth Paine speaks Russian, however, and for this reason was invited to a party in February of 1963, at which she became acquainted with the Oswalds. The host had met the Oswalds through the de Mohrenschildts. Marina Oswald and Ruth Paine subsequently became quite friendly, and Mrs. Paine provided considerable assistance to the Oswalds. Marina Oswald and her child resided with Ruth Paine for a little over 2 weeks, while Oswald sought a job in New Orleans in late April and early May 1963. In May, she transported Marina Oswald to New Orleans, paying all the traveling and other expenses. While the Oswalds were in New Orleans, the two women corresponded. Mrs. Paine came to New Orleans in late September and took Marina Oswald and her child to her home in Irving. Since Oswald left for Mexico City promptly after Mrs. Paine and his family departed New Orleans, the Commission has considered whether Ruth Paine's trip to New Orleans was undertaken to assist Oswald in this venture, but the evidence is clear that it was not. In her letters to Ruth Paine during the summer of 1963, Marina Oswald confided that she was having continuing difficulties with her husband, and Mrs. Paine urged Marina Oswald to live with her in Irving. The letters of the two women prior to Mrs. Paine's arrival in New Orleans on September the 20th, 1963, however, contain no mention that Oswald was planning a trip to Mexico City or elsewhere. In New Orleans, Mrs. Paine was told by Oswald that he planned to seek employment in Houston or perhaps Philadelphia. Though Marina Oswald knew this to be false, she testified that she joined in this deception. At no time during the entire weekend was Mexico City mentioned. Corroboration for this testimony is found in a letter Mrs. Paine wrote her mother shortly after she and Marina Oswald had returned to Irving on September the 24th. In which she stated that Marina Oswald was again living with her temporarily and that Oswald was job hunting. When Oswald arrived at the Paine home on October the 4th, he continued his deception by telling Mrs. Paine, in his wife's presence, that he had been unsuccessful in finding employment. At Oswald's request, Marina Oswald remained silent. Marina Oswald lived with Ruth Paine through the birth of her second daughter on October the 20th, 1963, and until the assassination of President Kennedy. During this period, Oswald obtained a room in Dallas and found employment in Dallas, but spent weekends with his family at the Payne home. On November the 1st and 5th, Ruth Payne was interviewed by agents of the FBI who were investigating Oswald's activities since his return from the Soviet Union, as set forth in greater detail in Chapter 8. She did not then know Oswald's address in Dallas. She was not asked for, nor did she volunteer Oswald's telephone number in Dallas, which she did know. She advised the bureau agent to whom she spoke of Oswald's periodic weekend visits, and she informed him that Oswald was employed at the Texas School Book Depository building. On November the 10th, Ruth Payne discovered a draft of Oswald's letter, written the day before to the Soviet Embassy in Washington, in which he indicated that he had journeyed to Mexico City and conferred with a, quote, Comrade Costine in the Embassy of the Soviet Union, Mexico City, Mexico, unquote. This letter is discussed later in this chapter. Mr. and Mrs. Payne testified that although they initially assumed the letter was a figment of Oswald's imagination, the letter gave Mrs. Payne considerable misgivings. She determined that if the FBI agents returned, she would deliver to them the copy of a draft of the letter, which, unknown to Oswald, she had made. However, the agents did not return before the assassination. On November the 19th, Mrs. Payne learned that Oswald was living in his Dallas rooming house under an assumed name. She did not report this to the FBI because, as she testified, she, quote, had no occasion to see them and did not think it important enough to call them after that until the 23rd of November, unquote. The Commission has thoroughly investigated the background of both Paynes. Mrs. Payne was born Ruth Hyde in New York City on September the 8th, 1932. Her parents moved to Columbus, Ohio in the late 1930s. They were divorced in 1961. Ruth Payne graduated from Antioch College in 1955. While in high school, she first became interested in Quaker activities. She and her brother became Quakers in 1951. In 1952, following completion of her sophomore year at Antioch College, she was a delegate to 2 Friends Conferences in England. At the time the Paynes met, in 1955, Mrs. Payne was active in the work of the Young Friends Committee of North America, which, with the cooperation of the Department of State, was making an effort to lessen the tensions between Soviet Russia and the United States, by means of the stimulation of contacts and exchange of cultures between citizens of the two nations, through pen pal correspondence and exchanges of young Russians and Americans. It was during this period that Mrs. Payne became interested in the Russian language. Mrs. Payne participated in a Russian-American student exchange program sponsored by the Young Friends Committee of North America, and has participated in the pen pal phase of the activities of the Young Friends Committee. She has corresponded until recently with a school teacher in Russia. Although her active interest in the Friends program for the lessening of East-West tension ceased upon her marriage in December 1957, she has continued to hold to the tenets of the Quaker faith. Michael Payne is the son of George Lyman Payne and Ruth Forbes Payne, now Ruth Forbes Young, wife of Arthur Young of Philadelphia, Pennsylvania. His parents were divorced when he was 4 years of age. His father, George Lyman Payne, is an architect and resides in California. Michael Payne testified that during his late grammar and early high school days, his father participated actively in the Trotskyite faction of the communist movement in the United States, and that he attended some of those meetings. He stated that his father, with whom he has had little contact throughout most of his life, has not influenced his political thinking. He said that he has visited his father 4 or 5 times in California since 1959, but their discussions did not include the subject of communism. Since moving to Irving, Texas in 1959, he has been a research engineer for Bell Helicopter Company in Fort Worth. Mr. Payne has security clearance for his work. He has been a long-time member of the American Civil Liberties Union. Though not in sympathy with rightist political aims, he has attended a few meetings of far-right organizations in Dallas, for the purpose, he testified, of learning something about those organizations, and because he, quote, was interested in seeing more communication between the right and the left, unquote. The Commission has conducted a thorough investigation of the Paynes' finances and is satisfied that their income has been from legitimate and traceable sources, and that their expenditures were consistent with their income and for normal purposes. Although in the course of their relationship with the Oswalds, the Paynes assumed expenses for such matters as food and transportation with a value of approximately $500, they made no direct payments to and received no monies or valuables from the Oswalds. Although prior to November the 22nd, Mrs. Payne had information relating to Oswald's use of an alias in Dallas, his telephone number, and his correspondence with the Soviet embassy, which she did not pass on to the FBI, her failure to have come forward with this information must be viewed within the context of the information available to her at that time. There is no evidence to contradict her testimony that she did not then know about Oswald's attack on General Walker, the presence of the rifle on the floor of her garage, Oswald's ownership of a pistol, or the photograph of Oswald displaying the firearms. She thus assumed that Oswald, though a difficult and disturbing personality, was not potentially violent, and that the FBI was cognizant of his past history and current activities. Moreover, it is from Mrs. Payne herself that the Commission has learnt that she possessed the information which she did have. Mrs. Payne was forthright with the agent of the FBI, with whom she spoke in early November 1963, providing him with sufficient information to have located Oswald at his job if he had deemed it necessary to do so, and her failure to have taken immediate steps to notify the Bureau of the additional information does not, under the circumstances, appear unusual. Throughout the Commission's investigation, Ruth Payne has been completely cooperative, voluntarily producing all correspondence, memoranda, and other written communications in her possession that had passed between her and Marina Oswald both before and after November the 22nd, 1963. The Commission has had the benefit of Mrs. Payne's 1963 datebook and calendar, and her address book and telephone notation book, in both of which appear many entries relating to her activities with the Oswalds. Other material of purely personal nature was also voluntarily made available. The Commission has found nothing in the Paynes' background, activities, or finances which suggests disloyalty to the United States, and it has concluded that Ruth and Michael Payne were not involved in any way with the assassination of President Kennedy. A fuller narrative of the social contacts between the Oswalds and the various persons of the Dallas-Fort Worth community is incorporated in Chapter 7, and the testimony of all members of the group who testified before the Commission is included in the printed record which accompanies the report. The evidence establishes that the Oswalds' contacts with these people were originated and maintained under normal and understandable circumstances. The files maintained by the FBI contain no information indicating that any of the persons in the Dallas-Fort Worth community with whom Oswald associated were affiliated with any communist, fascist, or other subversive organization. During the course of this investigation, the Commission has found nothing which suggests the involvement of any member of the Russian-speaking community in Oswald's preparations to assassinate President Kennedy. Political activities upon return to the United States. Upon his return from the Soviet Union, Oswald had dealings with the Communist Party USA, the Socialist Workers' Party, and the Fair Play for Cuba Committee, and he also had minor contacts with at least 2 other organizations with political interests. For the purpose of determining whether Oswald received any advice, encouragement, or assistance from these organizations in planning or executing the assassination of President Kennedy, the Commission has conducted a full investigation of the nature and extent of Oswald's relations with them. The Commission has also conducted an investigation to determine whether certain persons and organizations expressing hostility to President Kennedy prior to the assassination had any connection with Lee Harvey Oswald or with the shooting of the president. Communist Party USA, Socialist Workers' Party. In August of 1962, Oswald subscribed to The Worker, a publication of the Communist Party USA. He also wrote the Communist Party to obtain pamphlets and other literature which, the evidence indicates, were sent to him as a matter of course. Oswald also attempted to initiate other dealings with the Communist Party USA, but the organization was not especially responsive. From New Orleans, he informed the party of his activities in connection with the Fair Play for Cuba Committee, discussed below, submitting membership cards in his fictitious chapter to several party officials. In a letter from Arnold S. Johnson, director of the Information and Lecture Bureau of the party, Oswald was informed that although the Communist Party had no organizational ties with the committee, the party issued much literature which was, quote, important for anybody who is concerned about developments in Cuba, unquote. In September 1963, Oswald inquired how he might contact the party when he relocated in the Baltimore-Washington area, as he said he planned to do in October, and Johnson suggested in a letter of September the 19th that he, quote, get in touch with us here, New York, and we will find some way of getting in touch with you in that city, Baltimore, unquote. However, Oswald had also written asking whether, quote, handicapped as it were by his past record, he could still compete with anti-progressive forces above ground, or whether, in your opinion, he should always remain in the background, i.e. underground, unquote. And in the September 19 letter received the reply that, quote, often it is advisable for some people to remain in the background, not underground, unquote. In a letter postmarked November the 1st, Oswald informed the party that he had moved to Dallas and reported his attendance at a meeting at which General Walker had spoken and at a meeting of the American Civil Liberties Union. He asked Johnson for the party's general view of the latter organization and, quote, to what degree, if any, he should attempt to heighten its progressive tendencies, unquote. According to Johnson, this letter was not received by the Communist Party until after the assassination. At different times, Oswald also wrote The Worker and the Hall Davis Defense Committee, enclosing samples of his photographic work and offering to assist in preparing posters. He was told that, quote, his kind offer was most welcomed and from time to time we shall call on you, unquote. But he was never asked for assistance. The correspondence between Oswald and the Communist Party and all other organizations is printed in the record accompanying this report. When Oswald applied for a visa to enter Cuba during his trip to Mexico City, Sonora Sylvia Duran, the Cuban consular employee who dealt with Oswald, wrote on the application that Oswald said he was a member of the Communist Party and that he had, quote, displayed documents in proof of his membership, unquote. When Oswald went to Mexico, he is believed to have carried his letters from the Soviet embassy in Washington and from the Communist Party in the United States, his 1959 passport, which contained stamps showing that he had lived in Russia for 2.5 years, his Russian work permit, his Russian marriage certificate, membership cards, and newspaper clippings purporting to show his role in the Fair Play for Cuba Committee, and a prepared statement of his qualifications as a Marxist. Because of the mass of papers Oswald did present showing his affinity for communism, some in the Russian language, which was foreign to Sonora Duran, and because further investigation, discussed below, indicated that Oswald was not a member of the party, Sonora Duran's notation was probably inaccurate. Upon his arrest after the assassination, Oswald attempted to contact John J. Apt, a New York attorney, to request Apt to represent him. Apt was not in New York at the time, and he was never reached in connection with representing Oswald. Apt has testified that he at no time had any dealings with Oswald and that prior to the assassination he had never heard of Lee Harvey Oswald. After his return from the Soviet Union, Oswald also carried on a limited correspondence with the Socialist Workers' Party. In October 1962, he attempted to join the party, but his application was not accepted since there was then no chapter in the Dallas area. Oswald also wrote the Socialist Workers' Party offering his assistance in preparing posters. From this organization, too, he received the response that he might be called upon if needed. He was asked for further information about his photographic skills, which he does not appear to have ever provided. Oswald did obtain literature from the Socialist Workers' Party, however, and in December 1962 he entered a subscription to the affiliated publication, The Militant. Apparently, in March of 1963, Oswald wrote the party of his activities and submitted a clipping from his letter. In response, he was told that his name was being sent to the Young Socialist Alliance for further correspondence, but the files of the Alliance apparently contain no reference to Oswald. Neither the letter nor the clipping which Oswald sent has been located. Investigation by the Commission has produced no plausible evidence that Lee Harvey Oswald had any other significant contacts with the Communist Party USA, the Socialist Workers' Party, or with any other extreme leftist political organization. The FBI and other federal security agencies have made a study of their records and files and contacted numerous confidential informants of the agencies and have produced no such evidence. The Commission has questioned persons who, as a group, knew Oswald during virtually every phase of his adult life, and from none of these came any indication that Oswald maintained a surreptitious relationship with any organization. Arnold S. Johnson of the American Communist Party, James T. Tormey, Executive Secretary of the Hall Davis Defense Committee, and Farrell Dobbs, Secretary of the Socialist Workers' Party, voluntarily appeared before the Commission and testified under oath that Oswald was not a member of these organizations, and that a thorough search of their files had disclosed no records relating to Oswald other than those which they produced for the Commission. The material that has been disclosed is in all cases consistent with other data in the possession of the Commission. End of section 28.
Section 29 of the Report of the President's Commission on the Assassination of President Kennedy, the Warren Commission Report. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. Report of the President's Commission on the Assassination of President Kennedy, the Warren Commission Report, by the President's Commission on the Assassination of President Kennedy. Chapter 6. Investigation of Possible Conspiracy, Part 6. Socialist Labor Party. Oswald also wrote to the Socialist Labor Party in New York in November 1962 requesting literature. Horace Twyford, a national committee man at large for the party in the state of Texas, was informed by the New York headquarters in July 1963 of Oswald's request, and on September 11, 1963, he did mail literature to Oswald at his old post office box in Dallas. On his way to Mexico City in September 1963, Oswald attempted to contact Twyford at his home in Houston. Oswald spoke briefly with Twyford's wife, identifying himself as a member of the Fair Play for Cuba Committee, but since Twyford was out of town at the time, Oswald was unable to speak with him. Arnold Peterson, National Secretary and Treasurer of the Socialist Labor Party, has stated that a search of the records at the national headquarters reveals no record pertaining to Oswald. He explained that letters requesting literature are routinely destroyed. The Socialist Party Social Democratic Federation has also advised that a review of its records fails to reflect any information or correspondence pertaining to Oswald. Fair Play for Cuba Committee. During the period Oswald was in New Orleans, from the end of April to late September 1963, he was engaged in activity purportedly on behalf of the now defunct Fair Play for Cuba Committee, FPCC, an organization centered in New York which was highly critical of U.S. policy toward the Cuban government under Fidel Castro. In May 1963, after having obtained literature from the FPCC, Oswald applied for and was granted membership in the organization. When applying for membership, Oswald wrote to National Headquarters that he had been thinking about renting a small office at my own expense for the purpose of forming an FPCC branch here in New Orleans. Could you give me a charter? With his membership card, Oswald apparently received a copy of the Constitution and bylaws for FPCC chapters, and a letter dated May 29th, which read in part as follows, with spelling as in original. It would be hard to conceive of a chapter with as few members as seem to exist in the New Orleans area. I have just gone through our files and find that Louisiana seems somewhat restricted for fair play activities. However, with what is there, perhaps you could build a larger group if a few people would undertake the disciplined responsibility of concrete organizational work. We certainly are not at all adverse to a very small chapter, but certainly would expect that there would be at least twice the amount needed to conduct a legal executive board for a chapter. Should this be reasonable, we could readily issue a charter for a New Orleans chapter of FPCC. In fact, we would be very, very pleased to see this take place and would like to do everything possible to assist in bringing it about. You must realize that you will come under tremendous pressures with any attempt to do FPCC work in that area, and that you will not be able to operate in the manner which is conventional here in the Northeast. Even most of our big city chapters have been forced to abandon the idea of operating an office in public. Most chapters have discovered that it is easier to operate semi-privately out of a home and to maintain a post office box for all mailings and public notices. A P.O. box is a must for any chapter in the organization to guarantee continued contact with the national, even if an individual should move or drop out. We do have a serious and often violent opposition, and this procedure helps prevent many unnecessary incidents which frighten away prospective supporters. I definitely would not recommend an office, at least not one that will be easily identifiable to the lunatic fringe in your community. Certainly I would not recommend that you engage in one at the very beginning, but wait and see how you can operate in the community through several public experiences. Thereafter, Oswald informed National Headquarters that he had opened Post Office Box number 30061, and that against its advice he had decided to take an office from the very beginning. He also submitted copies of a membership application form and a circular headed Hands Off Cuba, which he had printed, and informed the headquarters that he intended to have membership cards for his chapter printed, which he subsequently did. He wrote 3 further letters to the New York office to inform it of his continued activities. In one he reported that he had been evicted from the office he claimed to have opened, so that he worked out of a post office box, and by using street demonstrations and some circular work, sustained a great deal of interest, but no new members. Oswald did distribute the handbills he had printed on at least 3 occasions. Once, while doing so, he was arrested and fined for being involved in a disturbance with anti-Castro Cuban refugees, one of whom he had previously met by presenting himself as hostile to Premier Castro in an apparent effort to gain information about anti-Castro organizations operating in New Orleans. When arrested, he informed the police that his chapter had 35 members. His activities received some attention in the New Orleans press, and he twice appeared on a local radio program representing himself as a spokesman for the Fair Play for Cuba Committee. After his return to Dallas, he listed the FPCC as an organization authorized to receive mail at his post office box. Despite these activities, the FPCC chapter which Oswald purportedly formed in New Orleans was entirely fictitious. Vincent T. Lee, formerly National Director of the Fair Play for Cuba Committee, has testified that the New York office did not authorize the creation of a New Orleans chapter, nor did it provide Oswald with funds to support his activities there. The national office did not write to Oswald again after its letter of May 29th. As discussed more fully in Chapter 7, Oswald's later letters to the national office, purporting to inform it of his progress in New Orleans, contained numerous exaggerations about the scope of his activities and the public reaction to them. There is no evidence that Oswald ever opened an office, as he claimed to have done, although a pamphlet taken from him at the time of his arrest in New Orleans contains the rubber stamp imprint FPCC 544 Camp Street, New Orleans, Louisiana. Investigation has indicated that neither the Fair Play for Cuba Committee nor Lee Harvey Oswald ever maintained an office at that address. The handbills and other materials bearing the name of the Fair Play for Cuba Committee were printed commercially by Oswald without the approval of the national headquarters. Oswald's membership card in the New Orleans chapter of the committee carried the signature of A.J. Hidell, purportedly the president of the chapter, but there is no evidence that an A.J. Hidell existed, and, as pointed out in Chapter 4, there is conclusive evidence that this name was an alias which Oswald used on various occasions. Marina Oswald herself wrote the name Hidell on the membership card at her husband's insistence. No other member of the so-called New Orleans chapter of the committee has ever been found. The only occasion on which anyone other than Oswald was observed taking part in these activities was on August 9, 1963, when Oswald and two young men passed out leaflets urging hands off Cuba on the streets of New Orleans. One of the two men, who was 16 years old at the time, has testified that Oswald approached him at the Louisiana State Employment Commission and offered him $2 for about an hour's work. He accepted the offer, but later, when he noticed that television cameras were being focused on him, he obtained his money and left. He testified that he had never seen Oswald before and never saw him again. The second individual has never been located, but according to the testimony of the youth who was found, he too seemed to be someone not previously connected with Oswald. Finally, the FBI has advised the Commission that its information on undercover Cuban activities in the New Orleans area reveals no knowledge of Oswald before the assassination. Right-wing groups hostile to President Kennedy. The Commission also considered the possibility that there may have been a link between Oswald and certain groups which had bitterly denounced President Kennedy and his policies prior to the time of the President's trip to Dallas. As discussed in Chapter 2, two provocative incidents took place concurrently with President Kennedy's visit, and a third but a month prior thereto. These incidents were 1. The demonstration against the Honorable Adlai E. Stevenson, U.S. Ambassador to the United Nations, in late October 1963, when he came to Dallas on United Nations Day. 2. The publication in the Dallas Morning News on November 22nd of the full-page, black-bordered paid advertisement entitled "Welcome, Mr. Kennedy." And 3. The distribution of a throwaway handbill entitled "Wanted for Treason" throughout Dallas on November 20th and 21st. Oswald was aware of the Stevenson incident. There is no evidence that he became aware of either the "Welcome, Mr. Kennedy" advertisement or the "Wanted for Treason" handbill, though neither possibility can be precluded. The only evidence of interest on Oswald's part in rightist groups in Dallas was his alleged attendance at a rally at the Dallas Auditorium the evening preceding Ambassador Stevenson's address on United Nations Day, October 24, 1963. On the evening of October 25, 1963, at the invitation of Michael Payne, Oswald attended a monthly meeting of the Dallas chapter of the American Civil Liberties Union, in which he was later to seek membership. During the course of the discussion at this meeting, a speaker mentioned Major General Edwin A. Walker, resigned U.S. Army. Oswald arose in the midst of the meeting to remark that a night or 2 nights before he had attended a meeting at which General Walker had spoken in terms that led Oswald to assert that General Walker was both anti-Catholic and anti-Semitic. General Walker testified that he had been the speaker at a rally the night before Ambassador Stevenson's appearance, but that he did not know and had never heard of Oswald prior to the announcement of his name on radio and television on the afternoon of November 22nd. Oswald confirmed his attendance at the UN Day rally in an undated letter he wrote to Arnold Johnson, director of the Information and Lecture Bureau of the Communist Party, mailed November 1, 1963, in which he reported, "On October 23rd, I had attended an ultra-right meeting headed by General Edwin A. Walker, who lives in Dallas. This meeting preceded by 1 day the attack on A.E. Stevenson at the United Nations Day meeting at which he spoke. As you can see, political friction between left and right is very great here." In light of Oswald's attack upon General Walker on the evening of April 10, 1963, discussed in Chapter 4, as well as Oswald's known political views, his asserted attendance at the political rally at which General Walker spoke may have been induced by many possible motives. However, there is no evidence that Oswald attended any other rightist meetings or was associated with any politically conservative organizations. While the black-bordered "Welcome, Mr. Kennedy" advertisement in the November 22nd Dallas Morning News, which addressed a series of critical questions to the President, probably did not come to Oswald's attention, it was of interest to the Commission because of its appearance on the day of the assassination, and because of an allegation made before the Commission concerning the person whose name appeared as the chairman of the committee sponsoring the advertisement. The black-bordered advertisement was purported to be sponsored by the American Fact-Finding Committee, which was described as an unaffiliated and nonpartisan group of citizens who wish truth. Bernard Weissman was listed as chairman, and Post Office Box in Dallas was the only address. The Commission has conducted a full investigation into the genesis of this advertisement and the background of those responsible for it. 3 of the 4 men chiefly responsible, Bernard W. Weissman, William B. Burley III., and Larry H. Schmidt, had served together in the U.S. Army in Munich, Germany, in 1962. During that time, they had, with others, devised plans to develop 2 conservative organizations, one political and the other business. The political entity was to be named Conservatism USA, or CUSA, CUSA, and the business entity was to be named American Business, or AMBUS, AMBUS. While in Munich, according to Weissman, they attempted to develop in their own minds ways to build up various businesses that would support us and at the same time support our political activities. According to a subsequent letter from Schmidt to Weissman, CUSA was founded for patriotic reasons rather than for personal gain, even though, as a side effect, AMBUS was to have brought great return, as any business endeavor should. To establish their organizations, Weissman testified that they had planned while in Munich that in order to accomplish our goals, to try to do it from scratch would be almost impossible, because it would be years before we could even get the funds to develop a powerful organization. So we had planned to infiltrate various right-wing organizations and by our own efforts to become involved in the hierarchy of these various organizations and eventually get ourselves elected or appointed to various higher offices in these organizations, and by doing this, bring in some of our own people and eventually take over the leadership of these organizations. And at that time, having our people in these various organizations, we would then, you might say, call a conference and have them unite. And while no one knew of the existence of CUSA aside from us, we would then bring them all together, unite them, and arrange to have it called CUSA. Schmidt was the first to leave the service. Settling in Dallas in October 1962, he became a life insurance salesman and quickly engaged in numerous political activities in pursuit of the objectives devised in Munich. He became affiliated with several organizations and prepared various political writings. Upon their release from the military, Weissman and Burley did not immediately move to Dallas, although repeatedly urged to do so by Schmidt. On October 1, 1963, Schmidt wrote Weissman, "Adlai Stevenson is scheduled to be here on the 24th on UN Day. Kennedy is scheduled in Dallas on November 24th. There are to be protests. All the big things are happening now. If we don't get in right now, we may as well forget it." The day of the Stevenson demonstration, Schmidt telephoned Weissman, again urging him to move to Dallas. Recalling that conversation with Schmidt, Weissman testified, "And he said, if we're going to take advantage of the situation, you'd better hurry down here and take advantage of the publicity and at least become known among these various right-wingers, because this is the chance we've been looking for to infiltrate some of these organizations and become known. In other words, go along with the philosophy we had developed in Munich." 5 days later, he wrote to Weissman and Burley to report that as the only organizer of the demonstration to have publicly identified himself, he had become overnight a fearless spokesman and a leader of the right wing in Dallas. "What I worked so hard for in 1 year and nearly failed finally came through one incident in one night." He ended, "Politically, Coosa is set. It is now up to you to get Ambus going." Weissman and Burley accepted Schmidt's prompting and traveled to Dallas, arriving on November 4, 1963. Both obtained employment as carpet salesmen. At Schmidt's solicitation, they took steps to join the John Birch Society, and through Schmidt they met the fourth person involved in placing the November 22 advertisement, Joseph P. Grinnen, Dallas independent oil operator and a John Birch Society coordinator in the Dallas area. Within a week to 10 days after Weissman and Burley had arrived in Dallas, the four men began to consider plans regarding President Kennedy's planned visit to Dallas. Weissman explained the reason for which it was decided that the ad should be placed. After the Stevenson incident, it was felt that a demonstration would be entirely out of order, because we didn't want anything to happen in the way of physical violence to President Kennedy when he came to Dallas. But we thought that the conservatives in Dallas, I was told, were a pretty downtrodden lot after that, because they were being oppressed by the local liberals because of the Stevenson incident. We felt we had to do something to build up the morale of the conservative element in Dallas, so we hit upon the idea of the ad. Weissman, Schmidt, and Grinnen worked on the text for the advertisement. A pamphlet containing 50 questions critical of American policy was employed for this purpose, and was the source of the militant questions contained in the ad attacking President Kennedy's administration. Grinnen undertook to raise the $1,465 needed to pay for the ad. He employed a typed draft of the advertisement to support his fund solicitation. Grinnen raised the needed money from 3 wealthy Dallas businessmen, Edgar R. Crissy, Nelson Bunker Hunt, and H. R. Bright, some of whom in turn collected contributions from others. At least one of the contributors would not make a contribution unless a question he suggested was inserted. Weissman, believing that Schmidt, Grinnen, and the contributors were active members of the John Birch Society, and that Grinnen eventually took charge of the project, expressed the opinion that the advertisement was the creation of the John Birch Society, though Schmidt and Grinnen have maintained that they were acting solely as individuals. A fictitious sponsoring organization was invented out of whole cloth. The name chosen for the supposed organization was the American Fact-Finding Committee. This was solely a name, Weissman testified. As a matter of fact, when I went to place the ad, I could not remember the name. I had to refer to a piece of paper for the name. Weissman's own name was used on the ad, in part to counter any charges of anti-Semitism which had been leveled against conservative groups in Dallas. Weissman conceived the idea of using a black border and testified that he intended it to serve the function of stimulating reader attention. Before accepting the advertisement, the Dallas Morning News apparently submitted it to its attorneys for their opinion as to whether its publication might subject them to liability. Weisman testified that the advertisement drew 50 or 60 mailed responses. He took them from the post office box early on Sunday morning, November 24th. He said that those postmarked before the attack on President Kennedy were favorable in tone. Those with later postmarks were violently unfavorable, nasty, and threatening, and according to a report from Schmidt, those postmarked some weeks later were again of favorable tone. The 4 promoters of the ad deny that they had any knowledge of or familiarity with Lee Harvey Oswald prior to November 22nd, or Jack Ruby prior to November 24th. Each has provided a statement of his role in connection with the placement of the November 22nd advertisement and other matters, and investigation has revealed no deception. The Commission has found no evidence that any of these persons was connected with Oswald or Ruby or was linked to a conspiracy to assassinate President Kennedy. The advertisement, however, did give rise to one allegation concerning Bernard Weisman, which required additional investigation. On March 4, 1964, Mark Lane, a New York attorney, testified before the Commission that an undisclosed informant had told him that Weisman had met with Jack Ruby and Patrolman J.D. Tippit at Ruby's Carousel Club on November 14, 1963. Lane declined to state the name of his informant, but said that he would attempt to obtain his informant's permission to reveal his name. On July 2, 1964, after repeated requests by the Commission that he disclose the name of his informant, Lane testified a second time concerning this matter, but declined to reveal the information, stating as his reason that he had promised the individual that his name would not be revealed without his permission. Lane also made this allegation during a radio appearance, whereupon Weisman twice demanded that Lane reveal the name of his informant. As of the date of this report, Lane has failed to reveal the name of his informant and has offered no other evidence to support his allegation. The Commission has investigated the allegation of a Weisman-Ruby-Tippit meeting and has found no evidence that such a meeting took place anywhere at any time. The investigation into this matter is discussed in a later section of this chapter, dealing with possible conspiracies involving Jack Ruby. A comparable incident was the appearance of the Wanted for Treason handbill on the streets of Dallas 1 to 2 days before President Kennedy's arrival. These handbills bore a reproduction of a front and profile photograph of the president and set forth a series of inflammatory charges against him. Efforts to locate the author and the lithography printer of this handbill at first met with evasive responses and refusals to furnish information. Robert A. Surrey was eventually identified as the author of the handbill. Surrey, a 38-year-old printing salesman employed by Johnson Printing Company of Dallas, Texas, has been closely associated with General Walker for several years in his political and business activities. He is president of the American Eagle Publishing Company of Dallas, in which he is a partner with General Walker. Its office and address is the post office box of Johnson Printing Company. Its assets consist of cash and various printed materials, composed chiefly of General Walker's political and promotional literature, all of which is stored at General Walker's headquarters. Surrey prepared the text for the handbill and apparently used Johnson Printing Company facilities to set the type and to print a proof. Surrey induced Klaus, a salesman employed by Lettercraft Printing Company of Dallas, whom Surrey had met when both were employed at Johnson Printing Company, to print the handbill on the side. According to Klaus, Surrey contacted him initially approximately 2 or 2.5 weeks prior to November 22nd. About a week prior to November 22nd, Surrey delivered to Klaus 2 slick paper magazine prints of photographs of a front view and profile of President Kennedy, together with the textual page proof. Klaus was unable to make the photographic negative of the prints needed to prepare the photographic printing plate, so that he had this feature of the job done at a local shop. Klaus then arranged the half-tone front and profile representations of President Kennedy at the top of the textual material he had received from Surrey, so as to simulate a "Man Wanted" police placard. He then made a photographic printing plate of the picture. During the night, he and his wife surreptitiously printed approximately 5,000 copies on Lettercraft Printing Company offset printing equipment without the knowledge of his employers. The next day he arranged with Surrey a meeting place and delivered the handbills. Klaus's charge for the printing of the handbills was, including expenses, $60. At the outset of the investigation, Klaus stated to federal agents that he did not know the name of his customer, whom he incorrectly described. He did say, however, that the customer did not resemble either Oswald or Ruby. Shortly before he appeared before the commission, Klaus disclosed Surrey's identity. He explained that no record of the transaction had been made because he saw a chance to make a few dollars on the side. Klaus's testimony received some corroboration from Bernard Weissman's testimony that he saw a copy of one of the wanted for treason handbills on the floor of General Walker's station wagon shortly after November 22nd. Other details of the manner in which the handbills were printed have also been verified. Moreover, Weissman testified that neither he nor any of his associates had anything to do with the handbill, or were acquainted with Surrey, Klaus, Lettercraft Printing Company, or Johnson Printing Company. Klaus and Surrey, as well as General Walker, testified that they were unacquainted with Lee Harvey Oswald and had not heard of him prior to the afternoon of November 22nd. The Commission has found no evidence of any connection between those responsible for the handbill and Lee Harvey Oswald or the assassination. End of Section 29. Recording by Maria Casper. Section 30 of the Report of the President's Commission on the Assassination of President Kennedy, the Warren Commission Report. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. Report of the President's Commission on the Assassination of President Kennedy, the Warren Commission Report, by the President's Commission on the Assassination of President Kennedy. Chapter 6, Investigation of Possible Conspiracy, Part 7. Contacts with the Cuban and Soviet embassies in Mexico City and the Soviet Embassy in Washington, D.C. 8 weeks before the assassination, Oswald traveled to Mexico City, where he visited both the Cuban and Soviet embassies. Note: the Soviet Embassy in Mexico City includes consular as well as diplomatic personnel in a single building. The Cuban Embassy and Cuban Consulate in Mexico City, though in separate buildings, are in the same compound. Both the Soviet and the Cuban establishments will be referred to throughout this report simply as embassies. End note. Oswald's wife knew of this trip before he went, but she denied such knowledge until she testified before the Commission. The Commission undertook an intensive investigation to determine Oswald's purpose and activities on this journey, with specific reference to reports that Oswald was an agent of the Cuban or Soviet governments. As a result of its investigation, the Commission believes that it has been able to reconstruct and explain most of Oswald's actions during this time. A detailed chronological account of this trip appears in Appendix 13. Trip to Mexico. Oswald was in Mexico from September 26, 1963, until October 3, 1963. Marina Oswald testified that Oswald had told her that the purpose of the trip was to evade the American prohibition on travel to Cuba and to reach that country. He cautioned her that the trip and its purpose were to be kept strictly secret. She testified that he had earlier laid plans to reach Cuba by hijacking an airliner flying out of New Orleans, but she refused to cooperate and urged him to give it up, which he finally did. Witnesses who spoke with Oswald while he was on a bus going to Mexico City also testified that Oswald told them he intended to reach Cuba by way of Mexico, and that he hoped to meet Fidel Castro after he arrived. When Oswald spoke to the Cuban and Soviet consular officials in Mexico City, he represented that he intended to travel to the Soviet Union and requested an in-transit Cuban visa to permit him to enter Cuba on September 30th on his way to the Soviet Union. Marina Oswald has testified that these statements were deceptions designed to get him to Cuba. Thus, although it is possible that Oswald intended to continue on to Russia from Cuba, the evidence makes it more likely that he intended to remain in Cuba. Oswald departed from New Orleans probably about noon on September 25th and arrived in Mexico City at about 10 a.m. on September 27th. In Mexico City, he embarked on a series of visits to the Soviet and Cuban embassies, which occupied most of his time during the first 2 days of his visit. At the Cuban embassy, he requested an in-transit visa to permit him to visit Cuba on his way to the Soviet Union. Oswald was informed that he could not obtain a visa for entry into Cuba unless he first obtained the visa to enter the USSR, and the Soviet embassy told him that he could not expect an answer on his application for a visa for the Soviet Union for about 4 months. Oswald carried with him newspaper clippings, letters, and various documents, some of them forged or containing false information, purporting to show that he was a friend of Cuba. With these papers and his record of previous residence in the Soviet Union and marriage to a Soviet national, he tried to curry favor with both embassies. Indeed, his wife testified that, in her opinion, Oswald's primary purpose for having engaged in Fair Play for Cuba committee activities was to create a public record that he was a friend of Cuba. He made himself especially unpopular at the Cuban embassy by persisting in his demands that as a sympathizer in Cuban objectives he ought to be given a visa. This resulted in a sharp argument with the consul, Eusebio Azque. By Saturday, September 27, 1963, Oswald had failed to obtain visas at both embassies. From Sunday, September 29th, through Wednesday morning, October 2nd, when he left Mexico City on a bus bound for the United States, Oswald spent considerable time making his travel arrangements, sightseeing, and checking again with the Soviet embassy to learn whether anything had happened on his visa application. Marina Oswald testified that when she first saw him after his return to the United States, he was disappointed and discouraged at his failure to reach Cuba. The general outlines of Oswald's activities in Mexico, particularly the nature and extent of his contacts at the Cuban embassy, were learned very early in the investigation. An important source of information relating to his business at the Cuban embassy was Señora Silvia Tirado de Duran, a Mexican national employed in the visa section of the Cuban embassy, who was questioned intensively by Mexican authorities soon after the assassination. An excerpt from the report of the Mexican government summarized the crucial portion of Señora Duran's recollection of Oswald. In translation, it reads as follows. She remembered that Lee Harvey Oswald was the name of an American who had come to the Cuban consulate to obtain a visa to travel to Cuba in transit to Russia, the latter part of September or the early part of October of this year, and in support of his application had shown his passport, in which it was noted that he had lived in that country for a period of 3 years, his labor card from the same country, written in the Russian language, and letters in the same language. He had presented evidence that he was married to a Russian woman, and also that he was apparently the leader of an organization in the city of New Orleans called Fair Play for Cuba, claiming that he should be accepted as a friend of the Cuban Revolution. Accordingly, the declarant, complying with her duties, took down all of the information and completed the appropriate application form, and the declarant, admittedly exceeding her responsibilities, informally telephoned the Russian consulate with the intention of doing what she could to facilitate the issuance of the Russian visa to Lee Harvey Oswald. However, they told her that there would be a delay of about 4 months in processing the case, which annoyed the applicant, since, according to his statement, he was in a great hurry to obtain visas that would enable him to travel to Russia, insisting on his right to do so in view of his background and his loyalty and his activities in behalf of the Cuban movement. The declarant was unable to recall accurately whether or not the applicant told her he was a member of the Communist Party, but he did say that his wife was then in New York City and would follow him. Senora Duran stated that when Oswald understood that it was not possible to give him a Cuban visa without his first having obtained the Russian visa, he became very excited or angry, and accordingly the affiant called Consul Esque, who came out and began a heated discussion in English with Oswald that concluded with Esque telling him that if it were up to him he would not give him the visa, and a person of his type was harming the Cuban Revolution rather than helping it, it being understood that in their conversation they were talking about the Russian Socialist Revolution and not the Cuban. Oswald maintained that he had 2 reasons for requesting that his visa be issued promptly, and they were, 1, that his tourist permit in Mexico was about to expire, and the other, that he had to get to Russia as quickly as possible. Despite her annoyance, the declarant gave Oswald a paper in which she put down her name, Sylvia Duran, and the number of the telephone at the consulate, which is 112847, and the visa application was processed anyway. It was sent to the Ministry of Foreign Relations of Cuba, from which a routine reply was received some 15 to 30 days later, approving the visa, but on the condition that the Russian visa be obtained first, although she does not recall whether or not Oswald later telephoned her at that consulate number that she gave him. With the dates of Oswald's entry into and departure from Mexico, which had been obtained from the records of the Mexican Immigration Service very shortly after the assassination, the government of Mexico initiated a thorough investigation to uncover as much information as possible about Oswald's trip. Representatives of U.S. agencies worked in close liaison with the Mexican law enforcement authorities. The result of this investigative effort was to corroborate the statements of Senora Duran and to verify the essentials of Oswald's activities in Mexico as outlined above. Senora Duran is a well-educated native of Mexico who was 26 years old at the time of her interrogation. She is married to Senor Horacio Duran Navarro, a 40-year-old industrial designer, and has a young child. Although Senora Duran denies being a member of the Communist Party or otherwise connected with it, both Durans have been active in the far-left political affairs of Mexico, believe in Marxist ideology, and sympathize with the government of Fidel Castro, and Senor Duran has written articles for El Dia, a pro-communist newspaper in Mexico City. The Commission has reliable evidence from a confidential source that Senora Duran, as well as other personnel at the Cuban embassy, were genuinely upset upon receiving the news of President Kennedy's death. Senora Duran's statements were made to Mexican officials soon after the assassination, and no significant inaccuracies in them have been detected. Documents fitting the description given by Senora Duran of the documents Oswald had shown her, plus a notation which she said she had given him, were found among his possessions after his arrest. The Cuban government was asked to document and confirm the essentials of Senora Duran's testimony. Its response, which has been included in its entirety in this report, included a summary statement of Oswald's activities at the Cuban embassy, a photograph of the application for a visa which he completed there, and a photograph of the communication from Havana rejecting the application unless he could first present a Soviet visa. The information on these documents concerning Oswald's date of birth, American passport number, and activities and statements at the embassy is consistent with other information available to the Commission. CIA experts have given their opinion that the handwriting on the visa application, which purports to be Oswald's, is in fact his. and that although the handwritten notations on the bottom of the document are too brief and faint to permit a conclusive determination, they are probably Signora Durand's. The clothes which Oswald was wearing in the photograph which appears on the application appear to be the same as some of those found among his effects after the assassination, and the photograph itself appears to be from the same negative as a photograph found among his effects. Nothing on any of the documents raises a suspicion that they might not be authentic. By far the most important confirmation of Signora Durand's testimony, however, has been supplied by confidential sources of extremely high reliability available to the United States in Mexico. The information from these sources establishes that her testimony was truthful and accurate in all material respects. The identities of these sources cannot be disclosed without destroying their future usefulness to the United States. The investigation of the Commission has produced considerable testimonial and documentary evidence establishing the precise time of Oswald's journey, his means of transportation, the hotel at which he stayed in Mexico City, and a restaurant at which he often ate. All known persons whom Oswald may have met while in Mexico, including passengers on the buses he rode, and the employees and guests at the hotel where he stayed, were interviewed. No credible witness has been located who saw Oswald with any unidentified person while in Mexico City. To the contrary, he was observed traveling alone to and from Mexico City, at his hotel, and at the nearby restaurant where he frequently ate. A hotel guest stated that on one occasion he sat down at a table with Oswald at the restaurant because no empty table was available, but that neither spoke to the other because of the language barrier. 2 Australian girls who saw Oswald on the bus to Mexico City relate that he occupied a seat next to a man who has been identified as Albert Osborne, an elderly itinerant preacher. Osborne denies that Oswald was beside him on the bus. To the other passengers on the bus, it appeared that Osborne and Oswald had not previously met, and extensive investigation of Osborne has revealed no further contact between him and Oswald. Osborne's responses to federal investigators on matters unrelated to Oswald have proved inconsistent and unreliable, and therefore, based on the contrary evidence and Osborne's lack of reliability, the Commission has attached no credence to his denial that Oswald was beside him on the bus. Investigation of his background and activities, however, disclose no basis for suspecting him of any involvement in the assassination. Investigation of the hotel at which Oswald stayed has failed to uncover any evidence that the hotel is unusual in any way that could relate to Oswald's visit. It is not especially popular among Cubans, and there is no indication that it is used as a meeting place for extremist or revolutionary organizations. Investigation of other guests at the hotel who were there when Oswald was has failed to uncover anything creating suspicion. Oswald's notebook, which he carried with him to Mexico City, contained the telephone number of the Cuban Airlines office in Mexico City. However, a Cuban visa is required by Mexican authorities before an individual may enplane for Cuba, and a confidential check of the Cuban Airlines office uncovered no evidence that Oswald visited their office while in the city. Allegations of conspiracy. Literally dozens of allegations of a conspiratorial contact between Oswald and agents of the Cuban government have been investigated by this commission. Among the claims made were allegations that Oswald had made a previous trip to Mexico City in early September to receive money and orders for the assassination, that he had been flown to a secret airfield somewhere in or near the Yucatan Peninsula, that he might have made contacts in Mexico City with a communist from the United States shortly before the assassination, and that Oswald assassinated the president at the direction of a particular Cuban agent who met with him in the United States and paid him $7,000. A letter was received from someone in Cuba alleging the writer had attended a meeting where the assassination had been discussed as part of a plan which would soon include the death of other non-communist leaders in the Americas. The charge was made in a Cuban expatriate publication that in a speech he delivered 5 days after the assassination, while he was under the influence of liquor, Fidel Castro made a slip of the tongue and said, "The first time Oswald was in Cuba," thereby giving away the fact that Oswald had made one or more surreptitious trips to that country. Some stories linked the assassination to anti-Castro groups, who allegedly were engaged in obtaining illicit firearms in the United States, one such claim being that these groups killed the president as part of a bargain with some illicit organizations who would then supply them with firearms as payment. Other rumors placed Oswald in Miami, Florida at various times, allegedly in pro-Cuban activities there. The assassination was claimed to have been carried out by Chinese communists operating jointly with the Cubans. Oswald was also alleged to have met with the Cuban ambassador in a Mexico City restaurant and to have driven off in the ambassador's car for a private talk. Castro himself, it was alleged, 2 days after the assassination, called for files relating to Oswald's dealings with 2 members of the Cuban diplomatic mission in the Soviet Union. The inference drawn was that the dealings had occurred and had established a secret subversive relationship which continued throughout Oswald's life. Without exception, these rumors and allegations of conspiratorial contact were shown to be without any factual basis, in some cases the product of mistaken identification. Illustrative of the attention given to the most serious allegations is the case of D., a young Latin American secret agent who approached U.S. authorities in Mexico shortly after the assassination and declared that he saw Lee Harvey Oswald receiving $6,500 to kill the president. Among other details, D. said that at about noon on September 18th, waiting to conduct some business at the Cuban consulate, he saw a group of 3 persons conversing in a patio a few feet away. One was a tall, thin Negro with reddish hair, obviously dyed, who spoke rapidly in both Spanish and English, and another was a man he said was Lee Harvey Oswald. A tall Cuban joined the group momentarily and passed some currency to the Negro. The Negro then allegedly said to Oswald in English, "I want to kill the man." Oswald replied, "You're not man enough, I can do it." The Negro then said in Spanish, "I can't go with you, I have a lot to do." Oswald replied, "The people are waiting for me back there." The Negro then gave Oswald $6,500 in large denomination American bills, saying, "This isn't much." After hearing this conversation, D. said that he telephoned the American Embassy in Mexico City several times prior to the assassination in an attempt to report his belief that someone important in the United States was to be killed, but was finally told by someone at the embassy to stop wasting his time. D. and his allegations were immediately subjected to an intensive investigation. His former employment as an agent for a Latin American country was confirmed, although his superiors had no knowledge of his presence in Mexico or the assignment described by D. 4 days after D. first appeared, the U.S. government was informed by the Mexican authorities that D. had admitted in writing that his whole narrative about Oswald was false. He said that he had never seen Oswald anyplace, and that he had not seen anybody paid money at the Cuban embassy. He also admitted that he never tried to telephone the American embassy in September, and that his first call to the embassy was after the assassination. D. said that his motive in fabricating the story was to help get himself admitted into the United States so that he could there participate in action against Fidel Castro. He said that he hated Castro and hoped that the story he made up would be believed and would cause the United States to take action against him. Still later, when questioned by American authorities, D. claimed that he had been pressured into retracting his statement by the Mexican police, and that the retraction rather than the first statement was false. A portion of the American questioning was carried on with the use of a polygraph machine with the consent of D. When told that the machine indicated he was probably lying, D. said words to the effect that he must be mistaken. Investigation in the meantime had disclosed that the embassy extension number that D. said he had called would not have given him the person he said he spoke to, and that no one at the embassy, clerks, secretaries, or officers, had any recollection of his calls. In addition, Oswald spoke little, if any, Spanish, that he could have carried on the alleged conversation with the red-headed Negro in the Cuban embassy, part of which was supposed to have been in Spanish, was therefore doubtful. D. now said that he was uncertain as to the date when he saw someone who looked like Oswald at the Cuban embassy, and upon reconsideration he now thought it was on Tuesday, September 17th, rather than September 18th. On September 17th, however, Oswald visited the Louisiana State Unemployment Commission in New Orleans and also cashed a check from the Texas Employment Commission at the Winn-Dixie store number 1425 in New Orleans. On the basis of the retractions made by D. when he heard the results of the polygraph examination, and on the basis of the discrepancies which appeared in his story, it was concluded that D. was lying. The investigation of the Commission has thus produced no evidence that Oswald's trip to Mexico was in any way connected with the assassination of President Kennedy, nor has it uncovered evidence that the Cuban government had any involvement in the assassination. To the contrary, the Commission has been advised by the CIA and FBI that secret and reliable sources corroborate the statements of Senora Duran in all material respects, and that the Cuban government had no relationship with Lee Harvey Oswald other than that described by Senora Duran. Secretary of State Rusk also testified that after the assassination there was very considerable concern in Cuba as to whether they would be held responsible and what the effect of that might be on their own position and their own safety. Contacts with the Soviet Embassy in the United States. Soon after the Oswalds reached the United States in June 1962, they wrote to the Soviet Embassy in Washington, D.C. Oswald requested information about subscriptions to Russian newspapers and magazines, and ultimately did subscribe to several Russian journals. Soviet law required Marina Oswald, as a Soviet citizen living abroad, to remain in contact with her nation's embassy and to file various papers occasionally. In 1963, after Oswald had experienced repeated employment difficulties, there were further letters when the Oswalds sought permission to return to the Soviet Union. The first such request was a letter written by Marina Oswald on February 17, 1963. She wrote that she wished to return to Russia, but that her husband would stay in the United States because he is an American by nationality. She was informed on March 8, 1963, that it would take from 5 to 6 months to process the application. The Soviet Union made available to the Commission what purports to be the entire correspondence between the Oswalds and the Russian Embassy in the United States. This material has been checked for codes and none has been detected. With the possible exception of a letter which Oswald wrote to the Soviet Embassy after his return from Mexico City, discussed below, there is no material which gives any reason for suspicion. The implications of all this correspondence for an understanding of Lee Harvey Oswald's personality and motivation is discussed in the following chapter. Oswald's last letter to the Soviet Embassy in Washington, D.C., dated November 9, 1963, began by stating that it was written to inform you of recent events since my meetings with Comrade Kostin in the Embassy of the Soviet Union, Mexico City, Mexico. The envelope bears a postmark which appears to be November 12, 1963. Ruth Payne has testified that Oswald spent the weekend at her home working on that letter, and that she observed one preliminary draft. A piece of paper which was identified as one of these drafts was found among Oswald's effects after the assassination. According to Marina Oswald, her husband retyped the envelope 10 times. Information produced for the Commission by the CIA is to the effect that the person referred to in the letter as Comrade Kostin was probably Valery Vladimirovich Kostikov, a member of the consular staff of the Soviet Union in Mexico City. He is also one of the KGB officers stationed at the embassy. It is standard Soviet procedure for KGB officers stationed in embassies and in consulates to carry on the normal duties of such a position in addition to their undercover activities. The Commission has identified the Cuban consul referred to in Oswald's letter as Senor Eusebio Azque, also Azque, the man with whom Oswald argued at the Cuban embassy, who was in fact replaced. The CIA advised the Commission, "We surmise that the references in Oswald's 9th November letter to a man who had since been replaced must refer to Cuban consul Eusebio Azque, who left Mexico for Cuba on permanent transfer on 18th November 1963, 4 days before the assassination. Azque had been in Mexico for 18 years, and it was known as early as September 1963 that Azque was to be replaced. His replacement did arrive in September. Azque was scheduled to leave in October, but he did not leave until 18th November. We do not know who might have told Oswald that Azque or any other Cuban had been or was to be replaced, but we speculate that Sylvia Duran or some Soviet official might have mentioned it if Oswald complained about Azque's altercation with him. When asked to explain the letter, Marina Oswald was unable to add anything to an understanding of its contents. Some light on its possible meaning can be shed by comparing it with the early draft. When the differences between that draft and the final document are studied, and especially when crossed-out words are taken into account, it becomes apparent that Oswald was intentionally beclouding the true state of affairs in order to make his trip to Mexico sound as mysterious and important as possible. For instance, the first sentence in the second paragraph of the letter reads, "I was unable to remain in Mexico indefinitely because of my Mexican visa restrictions, which was for 15 days only." The same sentence in the draft begins, before the words are crossed out, "I was unable to remain in Mexico City because I considered useless." As already mentioned, the Commission has good evidence that Oswald's trip to Mexico was indeed useless and that he returned to Texas with that conviction. The first draft, therefore, spoke the truth, but Oswald rewrote that sentence to imply that he had to leave because his visa was about to expire. This is false. Oswald's tourist card still had a full week to run when he departed from Mexico on October 3rd. The next sentence in the letter reads, "I could not take a chance on requesting a new visa unless I used my real name, so I returned to the United States." The fact is that he did use his real name for his tourist card and in all dealings with the Cuban embassy, the Russian embassy, and elsewhere. Oswald did use the name of Lee on the trip, but as indicated below, he did so only sporadically and probably as the result of a clerical error. In the opinion of the Commission, based upon its knowledge of Oswald, the letter constitutes no more than a clumsy effort to ingratiate himself with the Soviet embassy. End of Section 30. Recording by Maria Casper. Section 31 of the Report of the President's Commission on the Assassination of President Kennedy, the Warren Commission Report. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. Report of the President's Commission on the Assassination of President Kennedy by the President's Commission on the Assassination of President Kennedy. Chapter 6, Investigation of Possible Conspiracy, Part 8. Investigation of other activities. Oswald's use of post office boxes and false names. After his return from the Soviet Union, Lee Harvey Oswald is known to have received his mail at post office boxes and to have used different aliases on numerous occasions. Since either practice is susceptible of use for clandestine purposes, the Commission has directed attention to both for signs that Oswald at some point made undercover contact with other persons who might have been connected with the assassination. Oswald is known to have opened 3 post office boxes during 1962 and 1963. On October 9, 1962, the same day that he arrived in Dallas from Fort Worth, and before establishing a residence there, he opened box number 2915 at the Dallas General Post Office. This box was closed on May 14, 1963, shortly after Oswald had moved to New Orleans. That portion of the post office box application, listing the names of those persons other than the applicant entitled to receive mail at that box, was discarded in accordance with postal regulations after the box was closed. Hence it is not known what names other than Oswald's were listed on that form. However, as discussed in Chapter 4, Oswald is known to have received the assassination rifle under the name of A. Hiddell and his Smith & Wesson revolver under the name of A.J. Hiddell at that box. On June 3, 1963, Oswald opened box number 30061 at the Lafayette Square substation in New Orleans. Marina Oswald and A.J. Hiddell were listed as additional persons entitled to receive mail at this box. Immediately before leaving for Mexico City in late September, Oswald submitted a request to forward his mail to the Paynes address in Irving, and the box was closed on September 26th. On November 1, 1963, he opened box number 6225 at the Dallas Post Office Terminal Annex. The Fair Play for Cuba Committee and the American Civil Liberties Union were listed as also being entitled to receive mail at this box. Oswald's use of post office boxes is consistent with other information known about him. His frequent changes of address and his receipt of communist and other political literature would appear to have provided Oswald with reason to have rented postal boxes. These were the explanations for his use of the boxes which he provided to Postal Inspector H.D. Holmes on November 24th. Moreover, on October 14, 1963, he had moved into a room on Beckley Avenue under the name of O.H. Lee, and it would have been extremely difficult for Oswald to have received his mail at that address without disclosing his true name. The boxes cost Oswald only $1.50 or less per month. Although the possibilities of investigation in this area are limited, there is no evidence that any of the 3 boxes was ever used for the surreptitious receipt of messages, or was used by persons other than Oswald or his family. No unexplainable notes were found among Oswald's possessions after his arrest. Oswald's box on the day of the assassination, number 6225, was kept under constant personal surveillance by postal inspectors from about 5 p.m. November 22nd until midnight November 24th. A modified surveillance was maintained thereafter. No one called for mail out of this box. Indeed, the only mail in the box was a Russian magazine addressed to Oswald. The single outstanding key was recovered from Oswald immediately after he was taken in custody. In appraising the import of Oswald's rental of post office boxes, it is significant that he was not secretive about their use. All 3 boxes were rented by Oswald using his true name. His application for box number 2915 showed his home address as that of Alexandra de Mohrenschildt Taylor, whose husband had agreed to allow Oswald to use his address. His application for the New Orleans box listed his address as 657 French Street. His aunt, Lillian Murrett, lived at 757 French Street. On the application for box number 6225, Oswald gave an incorrect street number, though he did show Beckley Avenue where he was then living. He furnished the box numbers to his brother, to an employer, to Texas and New Orleans unemployment commissions, and to others. Based on all the facts disclosed by its investigation, the Commission has attached no conspiratorial significance to Oswald's rental of post office boxes. Oswald's use of aliases is also well established. In Chapter 4, the evidence relating to his repeated use of the name A.J. Hidell and close variants thereof is set forth. Because Oswald's use of this pseudonym became known quickly after the assassination, investigations were conducted with regard to persons using the name Hidell or names similar to it. Subversive files, public carrier records, telegraph company records, banking and other commercial records, and other matters investigated and persons interviewed have been examined with regard to Oswald's true name and his known alias. No evidence has been produced that Oswald ever used the name Hidell as a means of making undercover contact with any person. Indeed, although Oswald did prepare a counterfeit Selective Service card and other identification using this name, he commonly used Hidell to represent persons other than himself, such as the president of his non-existent Fair Play for Cuba Committee chapter, the doctor whose name appeared on his counterfeit international certificate of vaccination, and as references on his job applications. Alwyn Cole, questioned document expert for the Treasury Department, testified that the false identification found on Oswald upon his arrest could have been produced by employing elementary techniques used in a photographic printing plant. Though to perform the necessary procedures would have been difficult without the use of expensive photographic equipment, such equipment and the needed film and photographic paper were available to Oswald when he was employed from October 1962 through early April 1963 at Jaggers Childs Stovall, a commercial advertising photography firm in Dallas. While so employed, Oswald is known to have become familiar with the mechanics of photographic enlargements, contraction, and image distortion that would have been necessary to produce his false identification, and to have used the facilities of his employer for some personal work. Cole testified that the cards in Oswald's wallet did not exhibit a great deal of skill, pointing out various errors that had been committed. Oswald's supervisor at Jaggers Childs Stovall has stated that Oswald seemed unable to perform photographic work with precision, which was one of the main reasons for which he was ultimately discharged. The retouched negatives used to make Oswald's counterfeit certificate of service identification were found among Oswald's personal effects after his arrest, as was a rubber stamping kit apparently employed to produce his spurious international certificate of vaccination. There is strong evidence, therefore, that Oswald himself made the various pieces of counterfeit identification which he carried, and there is no reason to believe that he received assistance from any person in establishing his alias. Oswald also used incorrect names other than Hidell, but these too appear unconnected with any form of conspiracy. Oswald's last name appears as Lee in 3 places in connection with his trip to Mexico City discussed above. His tourist card was typed by the Mexican consulate in New Orleans, Lee, Harvey Oswald. However, the comma appears to have been a clerical error, since Oswald signed both the application and the card itself, Lee H. Oswald. Moreover, Oswald seems originally to have also printed his name evenly spaced as Lee H. Oswald, but noting that the form instructed him to print full name, no initials, he printed the remainder of his middle name after the H. The clerk who typed the card thus saw a space after Lee, followed by Harvey Oswald crowded together, and probably assumed that Lee was the applicant's last name. The clerk who prepared Oswald's bus reservation for his return trip wrote H.O. Lee. He stated that he did not remember the occasion, although he was sure from the handwriting and from other facts that he had dealt with Oswald. He surmised that he probably made out the reservation directly from the tourist card, since Oswald spoke no Spanish, and, seeing the comma, wrote the name H.O. Lee. Oswald himself signed the register at the hotel in Mexico City as Lee, Harvey Oswald, but since the error is identical to that on the tourist card, and since he revealed the remainder of his name, Harvey Oswald, it is possible that Oswald inserted the comma so as to conform to the tourist card, or that the earlier mistake suggested a new pseudonym to Oswald which he decided to continue. In any event, Oswald used his correct name in making the reservations for the trip to Mexico City, in introducing himself to the passengers on the bus, and in all his dealings with the Cuban and Soviet embassies. When registering at the Beckley Avenue house in mid-October, Oswald perpetuated the pseudonym by giving his name as O. H. Lee, although he had given his correct name to the owner of the previous rooming house where he had first rented a room after his return from Mexico City. Investigations of the Commission have been conducted with regard to persons using the name Lee, and no evidence has been found that Oswald used this alias for the purpose of making any type of secret contacts. Oswald is also known to have used the surname Osborne in ordering Fair Play for Cuba committee handbills in May 1963. He also used the false name D. F. Drittel as a certifying witness on the mail order coupon with which he purchased his Smith & Wesson revolver. He used the name Lieutenant J. Evans as a reference on an employment application in New Orleans. Oswald's repeated use of false names is probably not to be disassociated from his antisocial and criminal inclinations. No doubt he purchased his weapons under the name of Hidell in an attempt to prevent their ownership from being traced. Oswald's creation of false names and fictitious personalities is treated in the discussion of possible motives set forth in Chapter 7. Whatever its significance in that respect may be, the Commission has found no indication that Oswald's use of aliases was linked with any conspiracy with others. Ownership of a second rifle. The Commission has investigated a report that during the first 2 weeks of November 1963, Oswald had a telescopic sight mounted and sighted on a rifle at a sporting goods store in Irving, Texas. The main evidence that Oswald had such work performed for him is an undated repair tag bearing the name Oswald from the Irving Sports Shop in Irving, Texas. On November 25, 1963, Dial D. Ryder, an employee of the Irving Sports Shop, presented this tag to agents of the FBI, claiming that the tag was in his handwriting. The undated tag indicated that 3 holes had been drilled in an unspecified type of rifle, and a telescopic sight had been mounted on the rifle and bore-sighted. As discussed in Chapter 4, the telescopic sight on the C2766 Mannlicher Carcano rifle was already mounted when shipped to Oswald, and both Ryder and his employer Charles W. Greener feel certain that they never did any work on this rifle. If the repair tag actually represented a transaction involving Lee Harvey Oswald, therefore, it would mean that Oswald owned another rifle. Although this would not alter the evidence which establishes Oswald's ownership of the rifle used to assassinate President Kennedy, the possession of a second rifle warranted investigation because it would indicate that a possibly important part of Oswald's life had not been uncovered. Since all of Oswald's known transactions in connection with firearms after his return to the United States were undertaken under an assumed name, it seems unlikely that if he did have repairs made at the sports shop, he would have used his real name. Investigation has revealed that the authenticity of the repair tag bearing Oswald's name is indeed subject to grave doubts. Ryder testified that he found the repair tag while cleaning his workbench on November 23, 1963. However, Ryder spoke with Greener repeatedly during the period between November 22nd and 28th, and sometime prior to November 25th, he discussed with him the possibility that Oswald had been in the store. Neither he nor Greener could remember that he had been, but despite these conversations with Greener, it is significant that Ryder never called the repair tag to his employer's attention. Greener did not learn about the tag until November 28th, when he was called by TV reporters after the story had appeared in the Dallas Times-Herald. The peculiarity of Ryder's silence is compounded by the fact that when speaking to the FBI on November 25th, Ryder fixed the period during which the tag had been issued as November 1st through 14th, 1963. Yet from his later testimony, it appears that he did so on the basis that it must have occurred when Greener was on vacation, since Greener did not remember the transaction. Moreover, the FBI had been directed to the Irving Sports Shop by anonymous telephone calls received by its Dallas office and by a local television station. The anonymous male who telephoned the Bureau attributed his information to an unidentified sack boy at a specified supermarket in Irving, but investigation has failed to verify this source. Neither Ryder nor Greener claimed that Lee Harvey Oswald had ever been a customer in the Irving Sports Shop. Neither has any recollection of either Oswald or his Mannlicher Carcano rifle, nor does either recall this transaction allegedly represented by the repair tag or the person for whom this repair was supposedly made. Although Ryder stated to the FBI that he was quite sure that he had seen Oswald and that Oswald may have been in the store at one time, when shown a photograph of Oswald during his deposition, Ryder testified that he knew the picture to be of Oswald as the pictures in the paper, but as far as seeing the guy personally, I don't think I ever have. Subsequent events also reflect on Ryder's credibility. In his deposition, Ryder emphatically denied that he talked to any reporters about this matter prior to the time a story about it appeared in the November 28, 1963 edition of the Dallas Times-Herald. Earlier, however, he told an agent of the U.S. Secret Service that the newspaper had misquoted him. Moreover, a reporter for the Dallas Times-Herald has testified that on November 28, 1963, he called Ryder at his home and obtained from him all the details of the alleged transaction, and his story is supported by the testimony of a second reporter who overheard one end of this telephone conversation. No other person by the name of Oswald in the Dallas-Fort Worth area has been found who had a rifle repaired at the Irving Sports Shop. Possible corroboration for Ryder's story is provided by two women, Mrs. Edith Whitworth, who operates the Furniture Mart, a furniture store located about 1.5 blocks from the Irving Sports Shop, and Mrs. Gertrude Hunter, a friend of Mrs. Whitworth. They testified that in early November of 1963, a man who they later came to believe was Oswald drove up to the Furniture Mart in a two-tone blue and white 1957 Ford automobile, entered the store, and asked about a part for a gun, presumably because of a sign that appeared in the building advertising a gunsmith shop that had formerly occupied part of the premises. When he found that he could not obtain the part, the man allegedly returned to his car and then came back into the store with a woman and 2 young children to look at furniture, remaining in the store for about 30 to 40 minutes. Upon confronting Marina Oswald, both women identified her as the woman whom they had seen in the store on the occasion in question. Although Mrs. Hunter could not identify a picture of Lee Harvey Oswald, and Mrs. Whitworth identified some pictures of Oswald but not others. Mrs. Hunter purported to identify Marina Oswald by her eyes, and did not observe the fact that Marina Oswald had a front tooth missing at the time she supposedly saw her. After a thorough inspection of the Furniture Mart, Marina Oswald testified that she had never been on the premises before. The circumstances surrounding the testimony of these two women are helpful in evaluating the weight to be given to their testimony and the extent to which they lend support to Ryder's evidence. The women previously told newspaper reporters that the part for which this man was looking was a plunger, which the Commission has been advised is a colloquial term used to describe a firing pin. This work was completely different from the work covered by Ryder's repair tag, and the firing pin of the assassination weapon does not appear to have been recently replaced. At the time of their depositions, neither woman was able to recall the type of work which the man wanted done. Mrs. Whitworth related to the FBI that the man told her that the younger child with him was born on October 20, 1963, which was in fact Rachel Oswald's birthday. In her testimony before the commission, however, Mrs. Whitworth could not state that the man had told her the child's birth date was October 20th, 1963, and in fact expressed uncertainty about the birthday of her own grandchild, which she had previously used as a guide to remembering the birth date of the younger child in the shop. Mrs. Hunter thought that the man she and Mrs. Whitworth believed was Oswald drove the car to and from the store. However, Lee Harvey Oswald apparently was not able to drive an automobile by himself and does not appear to have had access to a car. The two women claimed that Oswald was in the Furniture Mart on a weekday and in mid-afternoon. However, Oswald had reported to work at the Texas School Book Depository on the dates referred to by the women, and there is no evidence that he left his job during business hours. In addition, Ruth Payne has stated that she always accompanied Marina Oswald whenever Marina left the house with her children, and that they never went to the Furniture Mart, either with or without Lee Harvey Oswald, at any time during October or November of 1963. There is nothing to indicate that in November the Oswalds were interested in buying furniture. Finally, investigation has produced reason to question the credibility of Mrs. Hunter as a witness. Mrs. Hunter stated that one of the reasons she remembers the description of the car in which Oswald supposedly drove to the furniture store was that she was awaiting the arrival of a friend from Houston who drove a similar automobile. However, the friend in Houston has advised that in November 1963 she never visited or planned to visit Dallas, and that she told no one that she intended to make such a trip. Moreover, the friend added, according to the FBI interview report, that Mrs. Hunter has a strange obsession for attempting to inject herself into any big event which comes to her attention, and that she is likely to claim some personal knowledge of any major crime which receives much publicity. She concluded that the entire family is aware of these tall tales Mrs. Hunter tells, and they normally pay no attention to her. Another allegation relating to the possible ownership of a second rifle by Oswald comes from Robert Adrian Taylor, a mechanic at a service station in Irving. Some 3 weeks after the assassination, Taylor reported to the FBI that he thought that in March or April of 1963, a man he believed to be Oswald had been a passenger in an automobile that stopped at his station for repairs. Since neither the driver nor the passenger had sufficient funds for the repair work, the person believed to be Oswald sold a U.S. Army rifle to Mr. Taylor, using the proceeds to pay for the repairs. However, a second employee at the service station, who recalled this incident, believed that despite a slight resemblance, the passenger was not Oswald. Upon reflection, Taylor himself stated that he is very doubtful that the man was Oswald. Rifle practice. Several witnesses believed that in the weeks preceding the assassination they observed a man resembling Oswald practicing with a rifle in the fields and wooded areas surrounding Dallas and at rifle ranges in the area. Some witnesses claimed Oswald was alone, while others said he was accompanied by one or more other persons. In most instances, investigation has disclosed that there is no substantial basis for believing that the person reported by these various witnesses was Oswald. One group of witnesses, however, believed that they observed Lee Harvey Oswald at the Sportsdrome Rifle Range in Dallas at various times from September through November of 1963. In light of the number of witnesses, the similarity of the descriptions of the man they saw, and the type of weapon they thought the individual was shooting, there is reason to believe that these witnesses did see the same person at the firing range, although the testimony of none of these witnesses is fully consistent with the reported observations of the other witnesses. The witnesses who claim to have seen Oswald at the firing range had more than a passing notice of the person they observed. Malcolm H. Price, Jr. adjusted the scope on the individual's rifle on one occasion. Garland G. Slack had an altercation with the individual on another occasion because he was shooting at Slack's target. And Sterling C. Wood, who on a third date was present at the range with his father, Dr. Homer Wood, spoke with his father and very briefly with the man himself about the individual's rifle. All three of these persons, as well as Dr. Wood, expressed confidence that the man they saw was Oswald. Two other persons believed they saw a person resembling Oswald firing a similar rifle at another range near Irving 2 days before the assassination. Although the testimony of these witnesses was partially corroborated by other witnesses, there was other evidence which prevented the Commission from reaching the conclusion that Lee Harvey Oswald was the person these witnesses saw. Others who were at the firing range remembered the same individual, but although noting some similarity to Oswald, did not believe the man was Oswald. Others either were unable to state whether the man was Oswald or did not recall seeing anybody who they feel may have been Oswald. Moreover, when interviewed on December 2, 1963, Slack recalled that the individual whom he saw had blonde hair, and on December 3, 1963, Price stated that on several occasions when he saw the individual, he was wearing a bulldog or Texas-style hat and had bubble gum or chewing tobacco in his cheek. None of these characteristics match those known about Lee Harvey Oswald. Moreover, the date on which Price adjusted the scope for this unknown person was September 28, 1963, but Oswald is known to have been in Mexico City at that time. Since a comparison of the events testified to by Price and Slack strongly suggests that they were describing the same man, there is reason to believe that Slack was also describing a man other than Oswald. In addition, Slack believed he saw the same person at the rifle range on November 10th, and there is persuasive evidence that on November 10th, Oswald was at the Paynes home in Irving and did not leave to go to the rifle range. Finally, the man whom Price assisted on September 28th drove an old car, possibly a 1940 or 41 Ford. However, there is evidence that Oswald could not drive at that time, and there is no indication that Oswald ever had access to such a car. Neither Oswald's name nor any of his known aliases were found in the sign-in register maintained at the Sportsdrome Rifle Range, though many customers did not sign this register. The allegations pertaining to the companions who reportedly accompanied the man, believed to be Oswald, are also inconsistent among themselves and conform to no credible information ascertained by the Commission. Several witnesses noticed a bearded man at the club when the person believed to be Oswald was there, although only one witness thought the two men were together. The bearded gentleman was located, and he was not found to have any connection with Oswald. It seems likely that the identification of Price, Slack, and the Woods was reinforced in their own minds by the belief that the man whom they saw was firing a rifle perhaps identical to Oswald's Mannlicher Carcano. The witnesses agreed that the man they observed was firing a Mauser-type bolt-action rifle with the ammunition clip immediately in front of the trigger action, and that a scope was mounted on the rifle. These features are consistent with the rifle Oswald used for the assassination. The witnesses agreed that the man had accurate aim with the rifle. However, the evidence demonstrated that the weapon fired by the man they observed was different from the assassination rifle. The witnesses agreed that the barrel of the gun which the individual was firing had been shortened in the process of sporterizing the weapon. In addition, Price and Slack recalled that certain pieces were missing from the top of the weapon, and Dr. Wood and his son and others remembered that the weapon spouted flames when fired. None of these characteristics correspond with Oswald's Mannlicher Carcano. Price and Slack believed that the gun did not have a sling, but the assassination weapon did have one. Sterling Wood, on the other hand, recalled that the rifle which he saw had a sling. Price also recalled that he examined the rifle briefly for some indication as to where it had been manufactured, but saw nothing, whereas the words "Made Italy" are marked on the top of Oswald's Mannlicher Carcano. The scope on the rifle observed at the firing range does not appear to be the same as the one on the assassination weapon. Price remembered that the individual told him his scope was Japanese, that he had paid $18 for it, and that he had it mounted in a gun shop in Cedar Hills, though apparently no such shop exists in that area. The scope on the Mannlicher Carcano was of Japanese origin, but it was worth a little more than $7 and was already mounted when he received the rifle from a mail-order firm in Chicago. Sterling Wood and Slack agreed that the scope had a somewhat different appearance from the scope on the Assassination rifle. Though the person believed to be Oswald retained his shell casings, presumably for reuse, all casings recovered from areas where it is believed that Oswald may have practiced have been examined by the FBI laboratory, and none has been found which was fired from Oswald's rifle. Finally, evidence discussed in Chapter 4 tends to prove that Oswald brought his rifle to Dallas from the home of the Paynes in Irving on November 22nd, and there is no evidence which indicates that he took the rifle, or a package which might have contained the rifle, out of the Paynes' garage where it was stored prior to that date. End of Section 31. Recording by Maria Casper. Section 32 of the Report of the President's Commission on the Assassination of President Kennedy, the Warren Commission Report. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. Report of the President's Commission on the Assassination of President Kennedy, the Warren Commission Report, by the President's Commission on the Assassination of President Kennedy. Chapter 6, Investigation of Possible Conspiracy, Part 9. Automobile Demonstration. The testimony of Albert Guy Bogard has been carefully evaluated because it suggests the possibility that Oswald might have been a proficient automobile driver and during November 1963 might have been expecting funds with which to purchase a car. Bogard, formerly an automobile salesman with a Lincoln Mercury firm in Dallas, testified that in the early afternoon of November 9, 1963, he attended a prospective customer who he believes was Lee Harvey Oswald. According to Bogard, the customer, after test driving an automobile over the Stemmons Freeway at 60 to 70 miles per hour, told Bogard that in several weeks he would have the money to make a purchase. Bogard asserted that the customer gave his name as Lee Oswald, which Bogard wrote on a business card. After Oswald's name was mentioned on the radio on November 22nd, Bogard assertedly threw the card in a trash can, making the comment to co-employees that he supposed Oswald would no longer wish to buy a car. Bogard's testimony has received corroboration. The assistant sales manager at the time, Frank Pizzo, and a second salesman, Eugene M. Wilson, stated that they recall an instance when the customer described by Bogard was in the showroom. Another salesman, Oran Brown, recalled that Bogard asked him to assist the customer if he appeared during certain evenings when Bogard was away from the showroom. Brown stated that he too wrote down the customer's name, and both he and his wife remember the name Oswald as being on a paper in his possession before the assassination. However, doubts exist about the accuracy of Bogard's testimony. He, Pizzo, and Wilson differed on important details of what is supposed to have occurred when this customer was in the showroom. Whereas Bogard stated that the customer said he did not wish credit and wanted to purchase a car for cash, Pizzo and Wilson both indicated that the man did attempt to purchase on credit. According to Wilson, when the customer was told that he would be unable to purchase a car without a credit rating, substantial cash, or a lengthy employment record, he stated sarcastically, "Maybe I'm going to have to go back to Russia to buy a car." While it is possible that Oswald would have made such a remark, the statement is not consistent with Bogard's story. Indeed, Bogard has made no mention that the customer ever spoke with Wilson while he was in the showroom. More important, on November 23rd, a search through the showroom's refuse was made, but no paper bearing Oswald's name was found. The paper on which Brown reportedly wrote Oswald's name also has never been located. The assistant sales manager, Mr. Pizzo, who saw Bogaard's prospect on November 9th, and shortly after the assassination felt that Oswald may have been this man, later examined pictures of Oswald and expressed serious doubts that the person with Bogaard was in fact Oswald. While noting a resemblance, he did not believe that Oswald's hairline matched that of the person who had been in the showroom on November 9th. Wilson has stated that Bogaard's customer was only about 5 feet tall. Several persons who knew Oswald have testified that he was unable to drive, although Mrs. Payne, who was giving Oswald driving lessons, stated that Oswald was showing some improvement by November. Moreover, Oswald's whereabouts on November 9th, as testified to by Marina Oswald and Ruth Payne, would have made it impossible for him to have visited the automobile showroom as Mr. Bogaard claims. Alleged association with various Mexican or Cuban individuals. The Commission has examined Oswald's known or alleged contacts and activities in an effort to ascertain whether or not he was involved in any conspiracy. This may be seen in the investigation it conducted as a result of the testimony given by Mrs. Sylvia Odio. The Commission investigated her statements in connection with its consideration of the testimony of several witnesses, suggesting that Oswald may have been seen in the company of unidentified persons of Cuban or Mexican background. Mrs. Odio was born in Havana in 1937 and remained in Cuba until 1960. It appears that both of her parents are political prisoners of the Castro regime. Mrs. Odio is a member of the Cuban Revolutionary Junta, JURE, an anti-Castro organization. She testified that late in September 1963, 3 men came to her apartment in Dallas and asked her to help them prepare a letter soliciting funds for JURE activities. She claimed that the men, who exhibited personal familiarity with her imprisoned father, asked her if she were working in the underground, and she replied that she was not. She testified that 2 of the men appeared to be Cubans, although they also had some characteristics that she associated with Mexicans. Those 2 men did not state their full names, but identified themselves only by their fictitious underground war names. Mrs. Odio remembered the name of one of the Cubans as Leopoldo. The 3rd man, an American, allegedly was introduced to Mrs. Odio as Leon Oswald, and she was told that he was very much interested in the Cuban cause. Mrs. Odio said the men told her that they had just come from New Orleans and that they were then about to leave on a trip. Mrs. Odio testified that the next day Leopoldo called her on the telephone and told her that it was his idea to introduce the American into the underground because he's great, he's kind of nuts. Leopoldo also said that the American had been in the Marine Corps and was an excellent shot, and that the American said the Cubans don't have any guts because President Kennedy should have been assassinated after the Bay of Pigs, and some Cubans should have done that because he was the one that was holding the freedom of Cuba, actually. Although Mrs. Odio suggested doubts that the men were in fact members of JURE, she was certain that the American who was introduced to her as Leon Oswald was Lee Harvey Oswald. Her sister, who was in the apartment at the time of the visit by the 3 men, and who stated that she saw them briefly in the hallway when answering the door, also believed that the American was Lee Harvey Oswald. By referring to the date on which she moved from her former apartment, October 1st, 1963, Mrs. Odio fixed the date of the alleged visit on the Thursday or Friday immediately preceding that date, that is, September 26th or 27th. She was positive that the visit occurred prior to October 1st. During the course of its investigation, however, the Commission concluded that Oswald could not have been in Dallas on the evening of either September 26th or 27th, 1963. It also developed considerable evidence that he was not in Dallas at any time between the beginning of September and October 3rd, 1963. On April 24th, Oswald left Dallas for New Orleans, where he lived until his trip to Mexico City in late September and his subsequent return to Dallas. Oswald is known to have been in New Orleans as late as September 23, 1963, the date on which Mrs. Payne and Marina Oswald left New Orleans for Dallas. Sometime between 4 p.m. on September 24th and 1 p.m. on September 25th, Oswald cashed an unemployment compensation check at a store in New Orleans. Under normal procedures, this check would not have reached Oswald's postal box in New Orleans until at least 5 on September 25th. The store at which he cashed the check did not open until 8 a.m. Therefore, it appears that Oswald's presence in New Orleans until sometime between 8 a.m. and 1 p.m. on September 25th was quite firmly established. Although there is no firm evidence of the means by which Oswald traveled from New Orleans to Houston on the first leg of his Mexico City trip, the Commission noted that a Continental Trailways bus leaving New Orleans at 12:30 p.m. on September 25th would have brought Oswald to Houston at 10:50 p.m. that evening. His presence on this bus would be consistent with other evidence before the Commission. There is strong evidence that on September 26, 1963, Oswald traveled on Continental Trailways bus number 5133, which left Houston at 2:35 a.m. for Laredo, Texas. Bus company records disclose that one ticket from Houston to Laredo was sold during the night shift on September 25th, 26th, and that such ticket was the only one of its kind sold in the period of September 24th through September 26th. The agent who sold this ticket has stated that Oswald could have been the purchaser. 2 English passengers, Dr. and Mrs. John B. McFarland, testified that they saw Oswald riding alone on this bus shortly after they awoke at 6 a.m. The bus was scheduled to arrive in Laredo at 1:20 p.m. on September 26th, and Mexican immigration records show that Oswald in fact crossed the border at Laredo to Nuevo Laredo, Mexico, between 6 a.m. and 2 p.m. on that day. Evidence set out in Appendix 13 establishes that Oswald did not leave Mexico until October 3rd, and that he arrived in Dallas the same day. The Commission noted that the only time not strictly accounted for during the period that Mrs. Odio thought Oswald might have visited her is the span between the morning of September 25th and 2:35 a.m. on September 26th. The only public means of transportation by which Oswald could have traveled from New Orleans to Dallas in time to catch his bus from Houston to Laredo would have been the airlines. Investigation disclosed no indication that he flew between these points. Moreover, it did not seem probable that Oswald would speed from New Orleans, spend a short time talking to Sylvia Odio, and then travel from Dallas to Mexico City and back on the bus. Automobile travel in the time available, though perhaps possible, would have been difficult. The Commission noted, however, that if Oswald had reached Dallas on the evening of September 25th, he could have traveled by bus to Alice, Texas, and there caught the bus which had left Houston for Laredo at 2:35 a.m. on September 26, 1963. Further investigation in that regard indicated, however, that no tickets were sold during the period September 23rd through 26, 1963, for travel from Dallas to Laredo or points beyond by the Dallas office of Continental Trailways, the only bus line on which Oswald could have made connections with the bus on which he was later seen. Furthermore, if Oswald had traveled from Dallas to Alice, he would not have reached the Houston to Laredo bus until after he was first reportedly observed on it by the McFarlands. Oswald also told passengers on the bus to Laredo that he had traveled from New Orleans by bus, and made no mention of an intervening trip to Dallas. In addition, the Commission noted evidence that on the evening of September 25, 1963, Oswald made a telephone call to a party in Houston, proposing to visit a resident of Houston that evening, and the fact that such a call would be inconsistent with Oswald's having been in Dallas at that time. It thus appeared that the evidence was persuasive that Oswald was not in Dallas on September 25th, and therefore that he was not in that city at the time Mrs. Odio said she saw him. In spite of the fact that it appeared almost certain that Oswald could not have been in Dallas at the time Mrs. Odio thought he was, the Commission requested the FBI to conduct further investigation to determine the validity of Mrs. Odio's testimony. The Commission considered the problems raised by that testimony as important in view of the possibility it raised that Oswald may have had companions on his trip to Mexico. The Commission specifically requested the FBI to attempt to locate and identify the two men who Mrs. Odio stated were with the man she thought was Oswald. In an effort to do that, the FBI located and interviewed Manuel Rey, a leader of JURE, who confirmed that Mrs. Odio's parents were political prisoners in Cuba, but stated that he did not know anything about the alleged Oswald visit. The same was true of Rogelio Cisneros, a former anti-Castro leader from Miami, who had visited Mrs. Odio in June of 1962 in connection with certain anti-Castro activities. Additional investigation was conducted in Dallas and in other cities in search of the visitors to Mrs. Odio's apartment. Mrs. Odio herself was re-interviewed. On September 16, 1964, the FBI located Loran Eugene Hall in Johnsondale, California. Hall has been identified as a participant in numerous anti-Castro activities. He told the FBI that in September of 1963 he was in Dallas, soliciting aid in connection with anti-Castro activities. He said he had visited Mrs. Odio. He was accompanied by Lawrence Howard, a Mexican-American from East Los Angeles, and one William Seymour from Arizona. He stated that Seymour is similar in appearance to Lee Harvey Oswald. He speaks only a few words of Spanish, as Mrs. Odio had testified one of the men who visited her did. While the FBI had not yet completed its investigation into this matter at the time the report went to press, the Commission has concluded that Lee Harvey Oswald was not at Mrs. Odio's apartment in September of 1963. The Commission has also noted the testimony of Evaristo Rodriguez, a bartender in the Habana Bar in New Orleans, to the effect that he saw Oswald in that bar in August of 1963 in the company of a Latin-appearing man. Rodriguez's description of the man accompanying the person he thought to be Oswald was similar in respects to the description given by Sylvia Odio, since both testified that the man may have been of either Cuban or Mexican extraction and had a slight bald spot on the forepart of his hairline. Rodriguez's identification of Oswald was uncorroborated, except for the testimony of the owner of the bar, Orest Peña. According to Rodriguez, Peña was not in a position to observe the man he thought later to have been Oswald. Although Peña has testified that he did observe the same person as did Rodriguez, and that this person was Oswald, an FBI interview report indicated that a month earlier Peña had stated that he could not at this time or at any time say whether or not the person was identical with Lee Harvey Oswald. Though when testifying Peña identified photographs of Oswald, the FBI report also recorded that Peña stated the only reason he was able to recognize Oswald was because he had seen Oswald's picture in the news media so often after the assassination of President John F. Kennedy. When present at Peña's bar, Oswald was supposed to have been intoxicated to the extent that he became ill, which is inconsistent with other evidence that Oswald did not drink alcoholic beverages to excess. The Commission has also noted the testimony of Dean Andrews, an attorney in New Orleans. Andrews stated that Oswald came to his office several times in the summer of 1963 to seek advice on a less than honorable discharge from the armed forces, the citizenship status of his wife, and his own citizenship status. Andrews, who believed that he was contacted on November 23rd to represent Oswald, testified that Oswald was always accompanied by a Mexican and was at times accompanied by apparent homosexuals. Andrews was able to locate no records of any of Oswald's alleged visits, and investigation has failed to locate the person who supposedly called Andrews on November 23rd, at a time when Andrews was under heavy sedation. While one of Andrews' employees felt that Oswald might have been at his office, his secretary has no recollection of Oswald being there. Oswald was not an agent for the U.S. government. From the time of his release from the Marine Corps until the assassination, Lee Harvey Oswald dealt in various transactions with several agencies of the U.S. government. Before departing the United States for the Soviet Union in 1959, he obtained an American passport, which he returned to the embassy in Moscow in October 1959 when he attempted to renounce his U.S. citizenship. Thereafter, while in the Soviet Union, Oswald had numerous contacts with the American embassy, both in person and through correspondence. 2 years later, he applied for the return and renewal of his passport, which was granted him. His application concerning the admittance of his wife to this country was passed upon by the Immigration and Naturalization Service of the Department of Justice, in addition to the State Department, and before returning to this country, he secured a loan from the State Department to help cover his transportation costs from Moscow to New York. These dealings with the Department of State and the Immigration and Naturalization Service have been reviewed earlier in this chapter and are considered in detail in Appendix 15. After his return, Oswald was interviewed on 3 occasions by agents of the FBI, and Mrs. Payne was also questioned by the FBI about Oswald's activities. Oswald obtained a second passport in June of 1963, and both the FBI and the CIA took note of his Fair Play for Cuba Committee activities in New Orleans and his appearance at the Soviet consulate in Mexico City. For reasons which will be discussed fully in Chapter 8, Oswald's name was never given to the U.S. Secret Service. These dealings have given rise to numerous rumors and allegations that Oswald may have been a paid informant or some type of undercover agent for a federal agency, usually the FBI or the CIA. The Commission has fully explored whether Oswald had any official or unofficial relationship with any federal agency beyond that already described. Oswald's mother, Mrs. Marguerite Oswald, testified before the Commission that she believes her son went to Russia and returned as an undercover agent for the U.S. government. Mrs. Oswald mentioned the belief that her son was an agent to a State Department representative whom she visited in January 1961 when she was trying to locate her son. She had been interviewed earlier by FBI agent John W. Fain within some 6 months of Oswald's departure for Russia, and did not at that time suggest such an explanation for Oswald's departure. Though provided the opportunity to present any material she considered pertinent, Mrs. Oswald was not able to give the Commission any reasonable basis for her speculation. As discussed later in this chapter, the Commission has investigated Marguerite Oswald's claim that an FBI agent showed her a picture of Jack Ruby after the assassination, but before Lee Harvey Oswald had been killed. This allegation is inaccurate since the picture was not of Ruby. After the assassination, it was reported that in 1962, Oswald had told Pauline Bates, a public stenographer in Fort Worth, Texas, that he had become a secret agent of the U.S. government and that he was soon going back to Russia or Washington. Mrs. Bates, in her sworn testimony, denied that Oswald ever told her anything to that effect. She testified that she had stated that when he first said that he went to Russia and had gotten a visa, that I thought, it was just a thought, that maybe he was going over under the auspices of the State Department as a student or something. In order to evaluate the nature of Oswald's dealings with the Department of State and the Immigration and Naturalization Service, the Commission has obtained the complete files of both the Department and the Service pertaining to Lee Harvey Oswald. Officials who were directly involved in dealing with the Oswald case on these matters have testified before the Commission. A critical evaluation of the manner in which they were handled by these organizations is set forth in Appendix 15. The record establishes that Oswald received no preferential treatment, and that his case involved no impropriety on the part of any government official. Director John A. McCone and Deputy Director Richard Helms of the Central Intelligence Agency testified before the Commission that no one connected with the CIA had ever interviewed Oswald or communicated with him in any way. In his supplementing affidavit, Director McCone stated unequivocally that Oswald was not an agent, employee, or informant of the CIA, that the agency never communicated with him in any manner or furnished him any compensation, and that Oswald was never directly or indirectly associated with the CIA. The Commission has had access to the full CIA file on Oswald, which is entirely consistent with Director McCone's statements. The Director of the FBI, J. Edgar Hoover, Assistant to the Director Alan H. Belmont, FBI agents John W. Fain and John L. Quigley, who interviewed Oswald, and FBI agent James P. Hosty, Jr., who was in charge of his case at the time of the assassination, have also testified before the Commission. All declared in substance that Oswald was not an informant or agent of the FBI, that he did not act in any other capacity for the FBI, and that no attempt was made to recruit him in any capacity. Director Hoover and each bureau agent, who according to the FBI would have been responsible for or aware of any attempt to recruit Oswald as an informant, have also provided the Commission with sworn affidavits to this effect. Director Hoover has sworn that he caused a search to be made of the records of the Bureau, and that the search discloses that Oswald was never an informant of the FBI and never assigned a symbol number in that capacity, and was never paid any amount of money by the FBI in any regard. This testimony is corroborated by the Commission's independent review of the Bureau files dealing with the Oswald investigation. The Commission also investigated the circumstances which led to the presence in Oswald's address book of the name of Agent Hosty, together with his office address, telephone number, and license number. Hosty and Mrs. Payne testified that on November 1, 1963, Hosty left his name and phone number with Mrs. Payne so that she could advise Hosty when she learned where Oswald was living in Dallas. Mrs. Payne and Marina Oswald have testified that Mrs. Payne handed Oswald the slip of paper on which Hosty had written this information. In accordance with prior instructions from Oswald, Marina Oswald noted Hosty's license number, which she gave to her husband. The address of the Dallas office of the FBI could have been obtained from many public sources. Thus, close scrutiny of the records of the federal agencies involved and the testimony of the responsible officials of the U.S. government established that there was absolutely no type of informant or undercover relationship between an agency of the U.S. government and Lee Harvey Oswald at any time. End of Section 32. Recording by Maria Casper. Section 33 of the Report of the President's Commission on the Assassination of President Kennedy, the Warren Commission Report. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. Report of the President's Commission on the Assassination of President Kennedy, the Warren Commission Report, by the President's Commission on the Assassination of President Kennedy. Chapter 6, Investigation of Possible Conspiracy, Part 10. Oswald's Finances. In search of activities or payments demonstrating the receipt of unexplained funds, the Commission undertook a detailed study of Oswald's receipts and expenditures, starting with the date of his return from the Soviet Union on June 13, 1962, and continuing to the date of his arrest on November 22, 1963. In Appendix 14, there appears a table listing Oswald's estimated receipts and expenditures on a monthly basis during this period. The Commission was assisted in this phase of the investigation by able investigators of the Internal Revenue Service of the Department of the Treasury and by agents of the FBI. The investigation extended far beyond interrogation of witnesses who appeared before the Commission. At banks in New Orleans, Louisiana, Fort Worth, Dallas, Houston, and Laredo, Texas, inquiries were made for any record of a checking, savings, or loan account or a safe deposit box rented in the names of Lee Harvey Oswald, his known aliases, or members of his immediate family. In many cases, a photograph of Oswald was exhibited to bank officials who were in a position to see a person in the safe deposit box area of their banks. No bank account or safe deposit boxes were located which could be identified with Oswald during this period of his life, although evidence was developed of a bank account which he had used prior to his trip to the Soviet Union in 1959. Telegraph companies were checked for the possibility of money orders that may have been sent to Oswald. All known locations where Oswald cashed checks which he received were queried as to the possibility of his having cashed other checks there. Further inquiries were made at Oswald's places of employment, his residences, and with local credit associations, hospitals, utility companies, state and local government offices, post offices, periodicals, newspapers, and employment agencies. Marina Oswald testified that she knew of no sources of income for Oswald other than his wages and his unemployment compensation. No evidence of other cash income has been discovered. The Commission has found that the funds known to have been available to Oswald during the period June 13, 1962, through November 22, 1963, were sufficient to cover all of his known expenditures during this period. Including cash on hand of $63 when he arrived from the Soviet Union, the Oswalds received a total of $3,665.89 in cash from wages, unemployment compensation benefits, loans, and gifts from acquaintances. His cash disbursements during this period were estimated at $3,501.79, leaving a balance of $164.10. See Appendix 14. This estimated balance is within $19 of the $183.87 in cash which was actually in Oswald's possession at the time of his arrest, consisting of $13.87 on his person and $170 in his wallet left at the Payne House. In computing Oswald's expenditures, estimates were made for food, clothing, and incidental expenses. The incidental expenses included telephone calls, the cost of local newspapers, money order and check cashing fees, postage, local transportation costs, personal care goods and services, and other such small items. All of these expenses, including food and clothing, were estimated at a slightly higher figure than would be normal for a family with the income of the Oswalds, and probably higher than the Oswalds actually spent on such items. This was done in order to be certain that even if some of Oswald's minor expenditures were not known, he had adequate funds to cover his known expenditures. During the 17-month period preceding his death, Oswald's pattern of living was consistent with his limited income. He lived with his family in furnished apartments, whose cost, including utilities, ranged from about $60 to $75 per month. Witnesses testified to his wife's disappointment and complaints, and to their own shock and misgivings about several of the apartments in which the Oswalds lived during this period. Moreover, the Oswalds, particularly Marina, frequently lived with relatives and acquaintances at no cost. Oswald and his family lived with his brother Robert, and then with Marguerite Oswald, from June until sometime in August 1962. As discussed previously, Marina Oswald lived with Elena Hall and spent a few nights at the Taylor's house during October of 1962. In November of that same year, Marina Oswald lived with 2 families. When living away from his family, Oswald rented rooms for $7 and $8 per week, or stayed at the YMCA in Dallas, where he paid $2.25 per day. During late April and early May 1963, Oswald lived with relatives in New Orleans, while his wife lived with Ruth Payne in Irving, Texas. From September 24, 1963, until November, Marina Oswald stayed with Ruth Payne, while Oswald lived in rooming houses in Dallas. During the period Marina Oswald resided with others, neither she nor her husband made any contribution to her support. The Oswalds owned no major household appliances, had no automobile, and resorted to dental and hospital clinics for medical care. Acquaintances purchased baby furniture for them and paid dental bills in one instance. After his return to the United States, Oswald did not smoke or drink, and he discouraged his wife from doing so. Oswald spent much of his time reading books which he obtained from the public library and periodicals to which he subscribed. He resided near his place of employment and used buses to travel to and from work. When he visited his wife and the children on weekends in October and November 1963, he rode in a neighbor's car, making no contribution for gasoline or other expenses. Oswald's personal wardrobe was also very modest. He customarily wore T-shirts, cheap slacks, well-worn sweaters, and well-used zipper jackets. Oswald owned 1 suit, of Russian make and purchase, poor fitting and of a heavy fabric, which, despite its unsuitability to the climates of Texas and Louisiana and his obvious discomfort, he wore on the few occasions that required dress. Food for his family was extremely meager. Paul Gregory testified that during the 6 weeks that Marina Oswald tutored him, he took the Oswalds shopping for food and groceries on a number of occasions, and that he was amazed at how little they bought. Their friends in the Dallas-Fort Worth area frequently bought them food and groceries. Marina testified that her husband ate very little. He never had breakfast, he just drank coffee, and that is all. Not because he was trying to economize, simply he never liked to eat. She estimated that when he was living by himself in a rooming house, he would spend about $1, $1.30 for dinner, and have a sandwich and soft drink for lunch. The thrift which Oswald exercised in meeting his living expenses allowed him to accumulate sufficient funds to meet other expenses which he incurred after his return from the Soviet Union. From his return until January of 1963, Oswald repaid the $435.71 he had borrowed from the State Department for the travel expenses from Moscow, and the $200 loan he had obtained from his brother Robert to fly from New York to Dallas upon his return to this country. He completed the retirement of the debt to his brother in October 1962. His cash receipts from all sources from the day of his arrival in Fort Worth through October 1962 aggregated $719.94. It is estimated that he could have made the repayments to Robert and met his other known expenses and still have been left with a savings of $122.06 at the end of that month. After making initial $10 monthly payments to the State Department, Oswald paid the government $190 in December and $206 in January, thus liquidating that debt. From his net earning of $805.96 from November through January, plus his prior savings, Oswald could have made these payments to the State Department, met his other known expenses, and still have had a balance of $8.59 at the end of January 1963. In discussing the repayment of these debts, Marina Oswald testified, "Of course we did not live in luxury. We did not buy anything that was not absolutely needed, because Lee had to pay his debt to Robert and to the government, but it was not particularly difficult." Included in the total figure for Oswald's disbursements were $21.45 for the rifle used in the assassination and $31.22 for the revolver with which Oswald shot Officer Tippit. The major portion of the purchase price for these weapons was paid in March 1963, when Oswald had finished paying his debts, and the purchases were compatible with the total funds then available to him. During May, June, and July of 1963, Oswald spent approximately $23 for circulars, application blanks, and membership cards for his one-man New Orleans chapter of the Fair Play for Cuba Committee. In August, he paid $2 to one and possibly two young men to assist in passing out circulars, and then paid a $10 court fine after pleading guilty to a charge of disturbing the peace. Although some of these expenditures were incurred after Oswald lost his job on July 19, 1963, his wages during June and July and his unemployment compensation thereafter provided sufficient funds to enable him to finance these activities out of his own resources. Although Oswald paid his own bus fare to New Orleans on April 24, 1963, his wife and the baby were taken there at no cost to Oswald by Ruth Payne. Similarly, Ruth Payne drove to New Orleans in September and brought Marina Oswald and the baby back to Irving, Texas. Oswald's uncle, Charles Mirette, also paid for the short trip taken by Oswald and his family from New Orleans to Mobile, Alabama, on July 27, 1963. It is estimated that when Oswald left for Mexico City in September 1963, he had accumulated slightly over $200. Marina Oswald testified that when he left for Mexico City, he had a little over $100, though she may not have taken into account the $33 unemployment compensation check which Oswald collected after her departure from New Orleans. In any event, expenses in Mexico have been estimated as approximately $85, based on transportation costs of $50 and a hotel expense of about $1.28 per day. Oswald ate inexpensively, and allowing $15 for entertainment and miscellaneous items, it would appear that he had the funds available to finance the trip. The Commission has considered the testimony of Leonard E. Hutchison, proprietor of Hutch's Market in Irving, in connection with Oswald's finances. Hutchinson has testified that on a Friday during the first week in November, a man he believes to have been Lee Harvey Oswald attempted to cash a two-party or personal check for $189, but that he refused to cash the check since his policy is to cash personal checks for no more than $25. Oswald is not known to have received a check for this amount from any source. On Friday, November 1st, Oswald did cash a Texas Unemployment Commission check for $33 at another supermarket in Irving, so that a possible explanation of Hutchison's testimony is that he refused to cash this $33 check for Oswald and is simply in error as to the amount of the instrument. However, since the check cashed at the supermarket was issued by the State Comptroller of Texas, it is not likely that Hutchison could have confused it with a personal check. Examination of Hutchison's testimony indicates that a more likely explanation is that Oswald was not in his store at all. Hutchison testified that the man who attempted to cash this check was a customer in his store on previous occasions. In particular, Hutchison recalled that the man, accompanied by a woman he believes was Marina Oswald and an elderly woman, were shopping in his store in October or November of 1963 on a night he feels certain was a Wednesday evening. Oswald, however, is not known to have been in Irving on any Wednesday evening during this period. Neither of the two checkers at the market recall such a visit by a person matching the description provided by Hutchison, and both Marina Oswald and Marguerite Oswald deny that they were ever in Hutchison's store. Hutchison further stated that the man made irregular calls at his grocery between 7:20 a.m. and 7:45 a.m. on weekday mornings and always purchased cinnamon rolls and a full gallon of milk. However, the evidence indicates that, except for rare occasions, Oswald was in Irving only on weekends. Moreover, Buell Wesley Frazier, who drove Oswald to and from Irving on these occasions, testified that on Monday mornings he picked Oswald up at a point which is many blocks from Hutchison's store, and ordinarily by 7:20 a.m. Hutchison also testified that Ruth Payne was an occasional customer in his store. However, Mrs. Payne indicated that she was not in the store as often as Hutchison testified, and her appearance is dissimilar to the description of the woman Hutchison stated was Mrs. Payne. In light of the strong reasons for doubting the correctness of Hutchison's testimony, and the absence of any other sign that Oswald ever possessed a personal check for $189, the Commission was unable to conclude that he ever received such a check. The Commission has also examined a report that not long before the assassination, Oswald may have received unaccounted funds through money orders sent to him in Dallas. 5 days after the assassination, C.A. Hamden, early night manager for the Western Union Telegraph Company in Dallas, told his superior that about 2 weeks earlier he remembered Oswald sending a telegram from the office to Washington, D.C., possibly to the Secretary of the Navy, and that the application was completed in an unusual form of hand printing. The next day, Hamden told a magazine correspondent who was in the Western Union office on other business that he remembered seeing Oswald in the office on prior occasions collecting money orders for small amounts of money. Soon thereafter, Hamden signed a statement relating to both the telegram and the money orders, and specifying 2 instances in which he had seen the person he believed to be Oswald in the office. In each instance, the man had behaved disagreeably, and one other Western Union employee had become involved in assisting him. During his testimony, Hamden did not recall with clarity the statements he had previously made, and was unable to state whether the person he reportedly had seen in the Western Union office was or was not Lee Harvey Oswald. Investigation has disclosed that a second employee does recall one of the occurrences described by Hamden, and believes that the money order in question was delivered to someone at the YMCA. However, he is unable to state whether or not the man involved was Oswald. The employee referred to by Hamden in connection with the second incident feels certain that the unusual episode described by Hamden did not occur, and that she at no time observed Oswald in the Western Union office. At the request of federal investigators, officers of Western Union conducted a complete search of their records in Dallas and in other cities for the period from June through November 1963 for money orders payable to Lee Harvey Oswald or to his known aliases, and for telegrams sent by Oswald or his known aliases. In addition, all money orders addressed to persons at the YMCA in Dallas during October and November 1963 were inspected, and all telegrams handled from November 1st through November 29th by the employee who Hamden assertedly saw service Oswald were examined, as were all telegrams sent from Dallas to Washington during November. No indication of any such money order or telegram was found in any of these records. Hamden himself participated in this search and was unable to pin down any of these telegrams or money orders that would indicate it was Oswald. Hamblin's superiors have concluded that this whole thing was a figment of Mr. Hamblin's imagination, and the Commission accepts this assessment. End of Section 33. Recording by Maria Casper.
Section 34 of Report of the President's Commission on the Assassination of President Kennedy. The Warren Commission Report. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. Recording by Warren Cotty, Gurnee, Illinois. Report of the President's Commission on the Assassination of President Kennedy. The Warren Commission Report. By the President's Commission on the Assassination of President Kennedy. Chapter 6. Investigation of Possible Conspiracy, Part 11. Possible Conspiracy Involving Jack Ruby. Jack Ruby shot Lee Harvey Oswald at 11:21 a.m. on Sunday, November 24, 1963, shortly after Ruby entered the basement of the Dallas Police Department. Almost immediately, speculation arose that Ruby had acted on behalf of members of a conspiracy who had planned the killing of President Kennedy and wanted to silence Oswald. This section of Chapter 6 sets forth the Commission's investigation into the possibility that Ruby, together with Oswald or with others, conspired to kill the president, or that Ruby, though not part of any such conspiracy, had accomplices in the slaying of Oswald. Presented first are the results of the Commission's detailed inquiry into Ruby's actions from November 21 to November 24. In addition, this section analyzes the numerous rumors and suspicions that Ruby and Oswald were acquainted and examines Ruby's background and associations for evidence of any conspiratorial relationship or motive. A detailed life of Ruby is given in Appendix 16, which provides supplemental information about Ruby and his associations. Ruby's activities from November 21 to November 24, 1963. The Commission has attempted to reconstruct as precisely as possible the movements of Jack Ruby during the period November 21 through November 24, 1963. It has done so on the premise that, if Jack Ruby were involved in a conspiracy, his activities and associations during this period would, in some way, have reflected the conspiratorial relationship. The Commission has not attempted to determine the time at which Ruby first decided to make his attack on Lee Harvey Oswald, nor does it purport to evaluate the psychiatric and related legal questions which have arisen from the assault upon Oswald. Ruby's activities during this 3-day period have been scrutinized, however, for the insight they provide into whether the shooting of Oswald was grounded in any form of conspiracy. The eve of the President's visit. On Thursday, November 21, Jack Ruby was attending to his usual duties as the proprietor of 2 Dallas night spots, the Carousel Club, a downtown nightclub featuring striptease dancers, and the Vegas Club, a rock and roll establishment in the Oak Lawn section of Dallas. Both clubs opened for business each day in the early evening and continued 7 days a week until after midnight. Ruby arrived at the Carousel Club at about 3 p.m. Thursday afternoon, as was his custom, and remained long enough to chat with a friend and receive messages from Larry Crawford, a handyman and helper who lived at the Carousel. Earlier in the day, Ruby had visited with a young lady who was job hunting in Dallas, paid his rent for the Carousel premises, conferred about a peace bond he had been obliged to post as a result of a fight with one of his striptease dancers, consulted with an attorney about problems he was having with federal tax authorities, distributed membership cards for the Carousel Club, talked with Dallas County Assistant District Attorney William F. Alexander about insufficient fund checks which a friend had passed, and submitted advertising copy for his nightclubs to the Dallas Morning News. Ruby's evening activities on Thursday, November 21 were a combination of business and pleasure. At approximately 7:30 p.m., he drove Larry Crawford to the Vegas Club, which Crawford was overseeing because Ruby's sister, Eva Grant, who normally managed the club, was convalescing from a recent illness. Thereafter, Ruby returned to the Carousel Club and conversed for about an hour with Lawrence Myers, a Chicago businessman. Between 9:45 and 10:45 p.m., Ruby had dinner with Ralph Paul, his close friend and financial backer. While dining, Ruby spoke briefly with a Dallas Morning News employee, Don Campbell, who suggested that they go to the Castaway Club, but Ruby declined. Thereafter, Ruby returned to the Carousel Club, where he acted as master of ceremonies for his show and peacefully ejected an unruly patron. At about midnight, Ruby rejoined Myers in the bon vivant room of the Dallas Cabana, where they met Myers' brother and sister-in-law. Neither Ralph Paul nor Lawrence Myers recalled that Ruby mentioned the president's trip to Dallas. Leaving Myers at the Cabana after a brief visit, Ruby returned to close the Carousel Club and obtain the night's receipts. He then went to the Vegas Club, which he helped Larry Crawford close for the night, and as late as 2:30 a.m., Ruby was seen eating at a restaurant near the Vegas Club. Friday morning at the Dallas Morning News. Jack Ruby learned of the shooting of President Kennedy while in the second-floor advertising offices of the Dallas Morning News, 5 blocks from the Texas School Book Depository, where he had come Friday morning to place regular weekend advertisements for his 2 nightclubs. On arriving at the newspaper building at about 11 or 11:30 a.m., he talked briefly with 2 newspaper employees concerning some diet pills he had recommended to them. Ruby then went to the office of Morning News columnist Tony Zoppi, where he states he obtained a brochure on his new master of ceremonies that he wanted to use in preparing copy for his advertisements. Proceeding to the advertising department, he spoke with advertising employee Don Campbell from about noon until 12:25 p.m. when Campbell left the office. In addition to the business at hand, much of the conversation concerned Ruby's unhappiness over the financial conditions of his clubs and his professed ability to handle the physical fights which arose in connection with the clubs. According to Campbell, Ruby did not mention the presidential motorcade, nor did he display any unusual behavior. About 10 minutes after the president had been shot, but before word had spread to the second floor, John Newnham, an advertising department employee, observed Ruby sitting at the same spot where Campbell had left him. At that time, Ruby had completed the advertisement, which he had apparently begun to compose when Campbell departed, and was reading a newspaper. To Newnham, Ruby voiced criticism of the black-bordered advertisement entitled, "Welcome, Mr. Kennedy," appearing in the morning paper and bearing the name of Bernard Weissman as the chairman of the committee sponsoring the advertisement. See Commission Exhibit Number 1031, page 294. According to Eva Grant, Ruby's sister, he had telephoned her earlier in the morning to call her attention to the ad. At about 12:45 p.m., an employee entered the office and announced that shots had been fired at the president. Newnham remembered that Ruby responded with a look of stunned disbelief. Shortly afterward, according to Newnham, confusion reigned in the office as advertisers telephoned to cancel advertising they had placed for the weekend. Ruby appears to have believed that some of these cancellations were motivated by the Weissman advertisement. After Newnham accepted a few telephone calls, he and Ruby walked toward a room where other persons were watching television. One of the newspaper employees recalled that Ruby then appeared, obviously shaken in an ashen color, just very pale, showed little disposition to converse, and sat for a while with a dazed expression in his eyes. After a few minutes, Ruby placed telephone calls to Andrew Armstrong, his assistant at the Carousel Club, and to his sister, Mrs. Grant. He told Armstrong, "If anything happens, we are going to close the club," and said he would see him in about 30 minutes. During the call to his sister, Ruby again referred to the Weissman advertisement. At one point, he put the telephone to Newnham's ear, and Newnham heard Mrs. Grant exclaim, "My God, what do they want?" It was Newman's recollection that Ruby tried to calm her. Ruby testified that after calling his sister, he said, "John, I will have to leave Dallas." Ruby explained to the commission, "I don't know why I said that, but it is a funny reaction that you feel. The city is terribly let down by the tragedy that happened. And I said, 'John, I am not opening up tonight.' And I don't know what else transpired. I know people were just heartbroken. I left the building and I went down and got in my car, and I couldn't stop crying." Newnham estimated that Ruby departed from the Morning News at about 1:30 p.m., but other testimony indicated that Ruby may have left earlier. Ruby's alleged visit to Parkland Hospital. The Commission has investigated claims that Jack Ruby was at Parkland Hospital at about 1:30 p.m. when a presidential press secretary, Malcolm Kilduff, announced that President Kennedy was dead. Seth Cantor, a newspaperman who had previously met Ruby in Dallas, reported and later testified that Jack Ruby stopped him momentarily inside the main entrance to Parkland Hospital sometime between 1:30 and 2 p.m. Friday, November 22, 1963. The only person besides Cantor who recalled seeing Ruby at the hospital did not make known her observation until April 1964, had never seen Ruby before, allegedly saw him only briefly then, had an obstructed view, and was uncertain of the time. Ruby has firmly denied going to Parkland and has stated that he went to the Carousel Club upon leaving the morning news. Videotapes of the scene at Parkland do not show Ruby there, although Cantor can be seen. Investigation has limited the period during which Cantor could have met Ruby at Parkland Hospital on Friday to a few minutes before and after 1:30 p.m. Telephone company records and the testimony of Andrew Armstrong established that Ruby arrived at the Carousel Club no later than 1:45 p.m. and probably a few minutes earlier. Cantor was engaged in a long-distance telephone call to his Washington office from 1:02 p.m. until 1:27 p.m. Cantor testified that, after completing that call, he immediately left the building from which he had been telephoning, traveled perhaps 100 yards, and entered the main entrance of the hospital. It was there, as he walked through a small doorway, that he believed he saw Jack Ruby, who, Cantor said, tugged at his coattails and asked, "Should I close my places for the next 3 nights, do you think?" Cantor recalled that he turned briefly to Ruby and proceeded to the press conference at which the president's death was announced. Cantor was certain he encountered Ruby at Parkland, but had doubts about the exact time and place. Cantor probably did not see Ruby at Parkland Hospital in the few minutes before or after 1:30 p.m., the only time it would have been possible for Cantor to have done so. If Ruby immediately returned to the Carousel Club after Cantor saw him, it would have been necessary for him to have covered the distance from Parkland in approximately 10 or 15 minutes in order to have arrived at the club before 1:45 p.m., when a telephone call was placed at Ruby's request to his entertainer, Karen Bennett Carlin. At a normal driving speed under normal conditions, the trip can be made in 9 or 10 minutes. However, it is likely that congested traffic conditions on November 22 would have extended the driving time. Even if Ruby had been able to drive from Parkland to the Carousel in 15 minutes, his presence at the Dallas Morning News until after 1 p.m. and at the Carousel prior to 1:45 p.m. would have made his visit at Parkland exceedingly brief. Since Ruby was observed at the Dallas Police Department during a 2-hour period after 11 p.m. on Friday, when Cantor was also present, and since Cantor did not remember seeing Ruby there, Cantor may have been mistaken about both the time and the place that he saw Ruby. When seeing Ruby, Cantor was preoccupied with the important event that a press conference represented. Both Ruby and Cantor were present at another important event, a press conference held about midnight November 22, in the assembly room of the Dallas Police Department. It is conceivable that Cantor's encounter with Ruby occurred at that time, perhaps near the small doorway there. Ruby's decision to close his clubs. Upon arriving at the Carousel Club shortly before 1:45 p.m., Ruby instructed Andrew Armstrong, the Carousel's bartender, to notify employees that the club would be closed that night. During much of the next hour, Ruby talked by telephone to several persons who were or had been especially close to him, and the remainder of the time he watched television and spoke with Armstrong and Larry Crawford about the assassination. At 1:51 p.m., Ruby telephoned Ralph Paul in Arlington, Texas, to say that he was going to close his clubs. He urged Paul to do likewise with his drive-in restaurant. Unable to reach Alice Nichols, a former girlfriend who was at lunch, Ruby telephoned his sister, Eileen Kaminsky, in Chicago. Mrs. Kaminsky described her brother as completely unnerved and crying about President Kennedy's death. to Mrs. Nichols, whose return call caused Ruby to cut short his conversation with Mrs. Kaminsky. Ruby expressed shock over the assassination. Although Mrs. Nichols had dated Ruby for nearly 11 years, she was surprised to hear from him on November 22, since they had not seen one another socially for some time. Thereafter, Ruby telephoned at 2:37 p.m. to Alex Gruber, a boyhood friend from Chicago who was living in Los Angeles. Gruber recalled that in their 3-minute conversation, Ruby talked about a dog he had promised to send Gruber, a car wash business Gruber had considered starting, and the assassination. Ruby apparently lost his self-control during the conversation and terminated it. However, 2 minutes after that call ended, Ruby telephoned again to Ralph Paul. Upon leaving the Carousel Club at about 3:15 p.m., Ruby drove to Eva Grant's home but left soon after he arrived to obtain some weekend food for his sister and himself. He first returned to the Carousel Club and directed Larry Crawford to prepare a sign indicating that this club would be closed. However, Ruby instructed Crawford not to post the sign until later in the evening, to avoid informing his competitors that he would be closed. See Commission Exhibit 2427, page 339. Before leaving the club, Ruby telephoned Mrs. Grant, who reminded him to purchase food. As a result, he went to the Ritz Delicatessen about 2 blocks from the Carousel Club and bought a great quantity of cold cuts. Ruby probably arrived a second time at his sister's home close to 5:30 p.m. and remained for about 2 hours. He continued his rapid rate of telephone calls, ate sparingly, became ill, and attempted to get some rest. While at the apartment, Ruby decided to close his clubs for 3 days. He testified that after talking to Don Safran, a columnist for the Dallas Times-Herald, "I put the receiver down and talked to my sister. I said, 'Eva, what shall we do?' And she said, 'Jack, let's close for the 3 days.' She said, 'We don't have anything anyway, but we owe it to,' chokes up. So I called Don Safran back immediately, and I said, 'Don, we decided to close for Friday, Saturday, and Sunday.' And he said, 'Okay.'" Ruby then telephoned the Dallas Morning News to cancel his advertisement, and, when unable to do so, he changed his ad to read that his clubs would be closed for the weekend. Ruby also telephoned Cecil Hamlin, a friend of many years. Sounding very broken up, he told Hamlin that he had closed the clubs since he thought most people would not be in the mood to visit them, and that he felt concerned for President Kennedy's kids. Thereafter, he made 2 calls to ascertain when services at Temple Shearith, Israel, would be held. He placed a second call to Alice Nichols to tell her of his intention to attend those services, and phoned Larry Crawford at the Carousel to ask whether he had received any messages. Eva Grant testified. "When he was leaving, he looked pretty bad. This I remember. I can't explain it to you. He looked too broken, a broken man already. He did make the remark. He said, 'I never felt so bad in my life, even when Ma or Pa died.' So I said, well, Pa was an old man. He was almost 89 years. Friday evening. Ruby is uncertain whether he went directly from his sister's home to his apartment or possibly first to his club. At least 5 witnesses recall seeing a man they believe was Ruby on the 3rd floor of police headquarters at times they have estimated between 6 and 9 p.m. However, it is not clear that Ruby was present at the Police and Courts building before 11 p.m. With respect to 3 of the witnesses, it is doubtful that the man observed was Ruby. 2 of those persons had not known Ruby previously and described wearing apparel which differed both from Ruby's known dress that night and from his known wardrobe. The third, who viewed from the rear the person he believed was Ruby, said the man unsuccessfully attempted to enter the homicide office. Of the police officers on duty near homicide at the time of the alleged event, only one remembered the episode, and he said the man in question definitely was not Ruby. The remaining witnesses knew or talked with Ruby, and their testimony leaves little doubt that they did see him on the 3rd floor at some point on Friday night. However, the possibility remains that they observed Ruby later in the evening, when his presence is conclusively established. Ruby has denied being at the police department Friday night before approximately 11:15 p.m. In any event, Ruby eventually returned to his own apartment before 9 p.m. There he telephoned Ralph Paul, but was unable to persuade Paul to join him at synagogue services. Shortly after 9 p.m., Ruby called the Chicago home of his oldest brother, Hyman Rubenstein, and two of his sisters, Marion Carroll and Ann Volpert. Hyman Rubenstein testified that, during the call, his brother was so disturbed about the situation in Dallas that he mentioned selling his business and returning to Chicago. From his apartment, Ruby drove to Temple Shearith, Israel, arriving near the end of a 2-hour service which had begun at 8 p.m. Rabbi Hillel Silverman, who greeted him among the crowd leaving the services, was surprised that Ruby, who appeared depressed, mentioned only his sister's recent illness and said nothing about the assassination. Ruby related that, after joining in the post-service refreshments, he drove by some nightclubs, noticing whether or not they had been closed, as his were. He testified that, as he drove toward town, a radio announcement that the Dallas police were working overtime prompted the thought that he might bring those at police headquarters something to eat. At about 10:30 p.m., he stopped at a delicatessen near the Vegas Club and purchased 8 kosher sandwiches and 10 soft drinks. From the delicatessen, he called the police department, but was told that the officers had already eaten. He said he then tried to offer the food to the employees at radio station KLIF, but failed in several attempts to obtain the private nightline number to the station. On 3 occasions between phone calls, Ruby spoke with a group of students whom he did not know, lamenting the president's death, teasing one of the young men about being too young for his clubs, borrowing their copy of the Dallas Times-Herald to see how his advertisements had been run, and stating that his clubs were the only ones that had closed because of the assassination. He also expressed the opinion, as he had earlier in the day, that the assassination would be harmful to the convention business in Dallas. Upon leaving the delicatessen with his purchases, Ruby gave the counterman, as a tip, a card granting free admission to his clubs. He drove downtown to the police station, where he has said he hoped to find an employee from KLIF who could give him the hotline phone number for the radio station. The third floor of police headquarters. Ruby is known to have made his way, by about 11:30 p.m., to the third floor of the Dallas Police Department, where reporters were congregated near the Homicide Bureau. Newsman John Rutledge, one of those who may well have been mistaken as to time, gave the following description of his first encounter with Ruby at the police station. I saw Jack and 2 out-of-state reporters, whom I did not know, leave the elevator door and proceed toward those television cameras, to go around the corner where Captain Fritz's office was. Jack walked between them. These 2 out-of-state reporters had big press cards pinned on their coats, great big red ones. I think they said, "President Kennedy's visit to Dallas, press," or something like that. And Jack didn't have one, but the man on either side of him did. And they walked pretty rapidly from the elevator area past the policeman, and Jack was bent over like this, writing on a piece of paper and talking to one of the reporters, and pointing to something on the piece of paper. He was kind of hunched over. Detective Augustus M. Eberhardt, who also recalled that he first saw Ruby earlier in the evening, said Ruby carried a notepad and professed to be a translator for the Israeli press. He remembered Ruby's remarking how unfortunate the assassination was for the city of Dallas, and that it was hard to realize that a complete nothing, a zero like that, could kill a man like President Kennedy. Videotapes confirm Ruby's statement that he was present on the third floor when Chief Jesse E. Curry and District Attorney Henry M. Wade announced that Oswald would be shown to the newsmen at a press conference in the basement. Though he has said his original purpose was only to locate a KLIF employee, Ruby has stated that while at the police station he was carried away with the excitement of history. He accompanied the newsmen to the basement to observe Oswald. His presence at the midnight news conference is established by television tapes and by at least 12 witnesses. When Oswald arrived, Ruby, together with a number of newsmen, was standing atop a table on one side of the room. See Commission Exhibit number 2424, page 341. Oswald was taken from the room after a brief appearance, and Ruby remained to hear reporters question District Attorney Wade. During the press conference, Wade stated that Oswald would probably be moved to the county jail at the beginning of the next week. In answer to one question, Wade said that Oswald belonged to the Free Cuba Committee. A few reporters spoke up, correcting Wade, and among the voices was that of Jack Ruby. Ruby later followed the district attorney out of the press conference, walked up to him, and, according to Wade, said, "Hi, Henry. Don't you know me? I am Jack Ruby. I run the Vegas Club." Ruby also introduced himself to Justice of the Peace David L. Johnston, shook his hand, gave Johnston a business card to the Carousel Club, and, upon learning Johnston's official position, shook Johnston's hand again. After talking with Johnston, he gave another card to Icarus M. Pappas, a reporter for New York radio station WNEW. From a representative of radio station KBOX in Dallas, Ruby obtained the hotline telephone number to KLIF. He then called the station and told one of the employees that he would like to come up to distribute the sandwiches and cold drinks he had purchased. Observing Pappas holding a telephone line open and attempting to get the attention of District Attorney Wade, Ruby directed Wade to Pappas, who proceeded to interview the district attorney. Ruby then called KLIF a second time and offered to secure an interview with Wade. He next summoned Wade to his phone, whereupon KLIF recorded a telephone interview with the district attorney. A few minutes later, Ruby encountered Russ Knight, a reporter from KLIF who had left the station for the police department at the beginning of Ruby's second telephone call. Ruby directed Knight to Wade and waited a short distance away while the reporter conducted another interview with the district attorney. End of section 34. Recorded by Warren Cuddy, Gurnee, Illinois.
Section 35 of Report of the President's Commission on the Assassination of President Kennedy, the Warren Commission Report. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. Recording by Christine Lehman, Reseda, California. Report of the President's Commission on the Assassination of President Kennedy, the Warren Commission Report, by the President's Commission on the Assassination of President Kennedy. Chapter 6, Investigation of Possible Conspiracy, Part 12. At radio station KLIF. When Ruby left police headquarters, he drove to radio station KLIF, arriving at approximately 1:45 a.m. and remaining for about 45 minutes. After first distributing his sandwiches and soft drinks, Ruby settled in the newsroom for the 2 a.m. newscast, in which he was credited with suggesting that Russ Knight ask District Attorney Wade whether or not Oswald was sane. After the newscast, Ruby gave a carousel card to one KLIF employee, although another did not recall that Ruby was promoting his club as he normally did. When speaking with KLIF's Danny Patrick McCurdy, Ruby mentioned that he was going to close his clubs for the weekend and that he would rather lose $1,200 or $1,500 than remain open at that time in the nation's history. McCurdy remembered that Ruby, quote, looked rather pale to me as he was talking to me, and he kept looking at the floor, unquote. To announcer Glenn Duncan, Ruby expressed satisfaction that the evidence was mounting against Oswald. Duncan said that Ruby did not appear to be grieving, but instead seemed pleased about the personal contact he had had with the investigation earlier in the evening. Ruby left the radio station accompanied by Russ Knight. Engaging Knight in a short conversation, Ruby handed him a radio script entitled Heroism, from a conservative radio program called Lifeline. It was apparently one of the scripts that had come into Ruby's hands a few weeks before at the Texas Products Show, when Hunt Foods were including such scripts with samples of their products. The script extolled the virtues of those who embark upon risky business ventures and stand firmly for causes they believe to be correct. Ruby asked Knight's views on the script, and suggested that there was a group of, quote, radicals, unquote, in Dallas which hated President Kennedy, and that the owner of the radio station should editorialize against this group. Knight could not clearly determine whether Ruby had reference to persons who sponsored programs like Lifeline or to those who held left-wing views. Knight gained the impression that Ruby believed such persons, whoever they might be, were partially responsible for the assassination. Early morning of November 23rd. At about 2:30 a.m., Ruby entered his automobile and departed for the Dallas Times-Herald building. En route, he stopped for about an hour to speak with K. Helen Coleman, one of his dancers, and Harry Olson, a member of the Dallas Police Department, who had hailed him from a parking garage at the corner of Jackson and Field Streets. The couple were crying and extremely upset over the assassination. At one point, according to Ruby, the police officer remarked that, quote, they should cut this guy, Oswald, inch by inch into ribbons, unquote. And the dancer said that, quote, in England they would drag him through the streets and would have hung him, unquote. Although Ruby failed to mention this episode during his first 2 FBI interviews, he later explained that his reason for failing to do so was that he did not, quote, want to involve them in anything because it was supposed to be a secret that he, the police officer, was going with this young lady, unquote. About 6 weeks after the assassination, Olson left the Dallas Police Department and married Miss Coleman. Both Olson and his wife testified that they were greatly upset during their lengthy conversation with Ruby early Saturday morning, but Mrs. Olson denied, and Olson did not recall, the remarks ascribed to them. The Olsons claimed instead that Ruby had cursed Oswald. Mrs. Olson also mentioned that Ruby expressed sympathy for Mrs. Kennedy and her children. From Jackson and Field Streets, Ruby drove to the Dallas Times-Herald, where he talked for about 15 minutes with composing room employee Roy Pryor, who had just finished a shift at 4 a.m. Ruby mentioned that he had seen Oswald earlier in the night, that he had corrected Henry Wade in connection with the Fair Play for Cuba Committee, and that he had set up a telephone interview with Wade. Pryor testified that Ruby explicitly stated to him that he believed he was in good favor with the district attorney. Recalling that Ruby described Oswald as a, quote, little weasel of a guy, unquote, and was emotionally concerned about the president's wife and children, Pryor also was impressed by Ruby's sorrowful mood, and remembered that, as he talked, Ruby shook a newspaper to emphasize his concern over the assassination. When Pryor left the composing room, Ruby remained and continued speaking with other employees, including Arthur Weatherwax and the foreman, Clyde Gadash. Ruby, who often visited the Times-Herald at that early morning hour in connection with his ads, sought Weatherwax's views on his decision to close his clubs, and indicated he was going to attempt to persuade other club owners to do likewise. Weatherwax described Ruby as, quote, pretty shaken up, unquote, about the assassination, and at the same time, quote, excited, unquote, that he had attended Oswald's Friday night press conference. While at the Times-Herald, Ruby displayed to the composing room employees a, quote, twist board, unquote, he had previously promised to Gadash. The twist board was an exercising device consisting of two pieces of hardened materials joined together by a Lazy Susan bearing, so that one piece could remain stationary on the floor while a person stood atop it and swiveled to and fro. Ruby had been trying to promote sales of the board in the weeks before President Kennedy was killed. Considerable merriment developed when one of the women employees at the Times Herald demonstrated the board, and Ruby himself put on a demonstration for those assembled. He later testified, quote, "Not that I wanted to get in with the hilarity of frolicking, but he, Gadash, asked me to show him, and the other men gathered around." Unquote. Gadash agreed that Ruby's general mood was one of sorrow. At about 4:30 a.m. Ruby drove from the Dallas Times Herald to his apartment, where he awakened his roommate, George Senator. During his visit in the composing room, Ruby had expressed the view that the Weisman advertisement was an effort to discredit the Jews. Senator testified that when Ruby returned to the apartment, he began to discuss the Weisman advertisement and also a signboard he had seen in Dallas urging that Chief Justice Earl Warren be impeached. Shortly thereafter, Ruby telephoned Larry Crayford at the Carousel Club. He told Crayford to meet him and Senator at the Nichols garage adjacent to the Carousel Club, and to bring a Polaroid camera kept in the club. After Crayford joined Ruby and Senator, the three men drove to the quote, "Impeach Earl Warren" unquote, sign near Hall Avenue and Central Expressway in Dallas. There Ruby instructed Crayford to take 3 photographs of the billboard. Believing that the sign and the Weisman newspaper ad might somehow be connected, Ruby noted on the back of an envelope a name and post office box number that appeared on the sign. According to George Senator, quote, "When he was looking at the sign and taking pictures of it, and the newspaper ad, this is where he really wanted to know the whys, or why these things had to be out. He is trying to combine these two together, which I did hear him say, quote, 'This is the work of the John Birch Society or the Communist Party, or maybe a combination of both,' unquote, unquote." Pursuing a possible connection between the billboard and the newspaper advertisement, Ruby drove to the post office and asked a postal employee for the name of the man who had rented the box indicated on the billboard, but the employee said that he could not provide such information. Ruby inspected the box, however, and was upset to find it stuffed with mail. The 3 men then drove to a coffee shop, where Ruby continued to discuss the 2 advertisements. After about 30 minutes they left the coffee shop. Crayford was taken to the Carousel Club. Ruby and Senator returned to their apartment, and Ruby retired at about 6 a.m. The morning and afternoon of November 23rd. At 8 or 8:30 a.m., Crayford, who had been asked to feed Ruby's dogs, telephoned Ruby at his apartment to inquire about food for the animals. Ruby forgot that he had told Crayford he did not plan to go to bed, and reprimanded Crayford for waking him. A few hours thereafter Crayford assembled his few belongings, took from the Carousel cash register $5 of money due him from Ruby, left a receipt and thank-you note, and began hitchhiking to Michigan. Later that day, Andrew Armstrong found the note and telephoned Ruby. Ruby apparently did not return to bed following Crayford's call. During the morning hours, he watched a rabbi deliver on television a moving eulogy of President Kennedy. According to Ruby, the rabbi, quote, "went ahead and eulogized that here is a man that fought in every battle, went to every country, and had to come back to his own country to be shot in the back," starts crying. "That created a tremendous emotional feeling for me, the way he said that. Prior to all the other times I was carried away," unquote. An employee from the Carousel Club who telephoned Ruby during the morning remembered that his, quote, "voice was shaking," unquote, when he spoke of the assassination. Ruby has stated that upon leaving his apartment sometime between noon and 1:30 p.m., he drove to Dealey Plaza, where a police officer, who noted Ruby's solemnity, pointed out to him the window from which the rifle shots had been fired the day before. Ruby related that he inspected the wreaths that had been placed in memory of the president and became filled with emotion while speaking with the police officer. Ruby introduced himself to a reporter for radio station KRLD, who was working inside a mobile news unit at the plaza. The newsman mentioned to Ruby that he had heard of Ruby's help to KLIF in obtaining an interview with Henry Wade, and Ruby pointed out to the reporter that Captain J. Will Fritz and Chief Curry were then in the vicinity. Thereafter, the newsman interviewed and photographed the officers. Ruby said that he next drove home and returned downtown to Saul's Turf Bar on Commerce Street. The evidence indicated, however, that sometime after leaving Dealey Plaza, Ruby went to the Nichols parking garage adjacent to the Carousel Club, where he was seen by Garnet C. Hallmark, general manager of the garage, and Tom Brown, an attendant. Brown believed that at about 1:30 p.m. he heard Ruby mention Chief Curry's name in a telephone conversation from the garage. Brown also recalled that, before finally departing, Ruby asked him to inform acquaintances whom he expected to stop by the garage that the carousel would be closed. Hallmark testified that Ruby drove into the garage at about 3 p.m., walked to the telephone, inquired whether or not a competing burlesque club would be closed that night, and told Hallmark that he, Ruby, was, quote, acting like a reporter, unquote. Hallmark then heard Ruby address someone at the other end of the telephone as, quote, Ken, unquote, and caught portions of a conversation concerning the transfer of Oswald. Hallmark said Ruby never called Oswald by name, but used the pronoun he, and remarked to the recipient of the call, quote, you know I'll be there, unquote. Ken Dow, a KLIF announcer, to whom Ruby made at least 2 telephone calls within a short span of time Saturday afternoon, confirmed that he was probably the person to whom Hallmark and Brown overheard Ruby speaking. In one call to Dow, Ruby asked whether the station knew when Oswald would be moved, and in another he stated he was going to attempt to locate Henry Wade. After Ruby finished his calls, he walked onto Commerce Street, past the Carousel Club, and returned a few minutes later to get his car. Ruby's comment that he was, quote, acting like a reporter, unquote, and that he would be at the Oswald transfer suggests that Ruby may have spent part of Saturday afternoon shuttling back and forth from the police and courts building to Dealey Plaza. Such activity would explain the fact that Tom Brown at the Nichols garage believed he saw Ruby at 1:30 p.m., while Garnet Hallmark placed Ruby at the garage at 3 p.m. It would also explain Ken Dow's receiving 2 phone calls from Ruby. The testimony of 5 news reporters supports the possibility that Ruby was at the police and courts building Saturday afternoon. One stated that Ruby provided sandwiches for newsmen on duty there Saturday afternoon, although no news representative has mentioned personally receiving such sandwiches. Another testified that he received a card to the Carousel Club from Ruby about 4 p.m. that day at the police station. A third believed he saw Ruby enter an office in which Henry Wade was working, but no one else reported a similar event. The remaining 2 witnesses mentioned no specific activities. None of the persons who believed they saw Ruby at the police department on Saturday had known him previously, and no police officer has reported Ruby's presence on that day. Ruby has not mentioned such a visit. The commission, therefore, reached no firm conclusion as to whether or not Ruby visited the Dallas Police Department on Saturday. Shortly after 3 p.m., Ruby went to Saul's Turf Bar on Commerce Street, where he remained for about 45 minutes. Ruby, a non-drinker, stated that he visited Saul's for the purpose of talking with his accountant, who customarily prepared the bar's payroll on Saturday afternoon. The accountant testified, however, that he saw Ruby only briefly and mentioned no business conversation with Ruby. Ruby was first noticed at the Turf Bar by jeweler Frank Bellocchio, who, after seeing Ruby, began to berate the people of Dallas for the assassination. Ruby disagreed, and, when Bellocchio said he might close his jewelry business and leave Dallas, Ruby attempted to calm him, saying that there were many good citizens in Dallas. In response, Bellocchio pointed to a copy of the Bernard Weissman advertisement. To Bellocchio's bewilderment, Ruby then said he believed that the advertisement was the work of a group attempting to create anti-Semitic feelings in Dallas, and that he had learned from the Dallas Morning News that the ad had been paid for partly in cash. Ruby thereupon produced one of the photographs he had taken Saturday morning of the "Impeach Earl Warren" sign, and excitedly began to rail against the sign as if he agreed with Bellocchio's original criticism of Dallas. He, quote, "seemed to be taking two sides. He wasn't coherent," unquote, Bellocchio testified. When Bellocchio saw Ruby's photographs, which Bellocchio thought supported his argument against Dallas, he walked to the front of the bar and showed them to Tom Apple, with whom he had been previously arguing. In Apple's presence, Bellocchio asked Ruby for one of the pictures, but Ruby refused, mentioning that he regarded the pictures as a scoop. Bellocchio testified, quote, "I spoke to Tom and said a few more words to Tom, and Ruby was gone, never said goodbye or I'll be seeing you," unquote. Ruby may have left in order to telephone Stanley Kaufman, a friend and attorney who had represented him in civil matters. Kaufman testified that at approximately 4 p.m. Ruby called him about the Bernard Weissman advertisement. According to Kaufman, quote, "Jack was particularly impressed with the black border as being a tip-off of some sort, that this man knew the president was going to be assassinated," unquote. Ruby told Kaufman that he had tried to locate Weissman by going to the post office, and said that he was attempting to be helpful to law enforcement authorities. Considerable confusion exists as to the place from which Ruby placed the call to Kaufman and as to his activities after leaving Saul's Turf Bar. Eva Grant stated that the call was made from her apartment about 4 p.m. Ruby, however, believed it was made from the Turf Bar. He stated that from the Turf Bar he went to the Carousel and then home, and has not provided additional details on his activities during the hours from about 4 to 9:30 p.m. Robert Larkin saw him downtown at about 6 p.m., and Andrew Armstrong testified that Ruby visited the Carousel Club between 6 and 7 p.m. and remained about an hour. At Eva Grant's apartment Saturday evening. Eva Grant believed that for most of the period from 4 until 8 p.m. Ruby was at her apartment. Mrs. Grant testified that her brother was still disturbed about the Weissman advertisement when he arrived, showed her the photograph of the Warren sign, and recounted his argument with Bellocchio about the city of Dallas. Still curious as to whether or not Weissman was Jewish, Mrs. Grant asked her brother whether he had been able to find the name Bernard Weissman in the Dallas City Directory, and Ruby said he had not. Their doubts about Weissman's existence having been confirmed, both began to speculate that the Weissman ad and the Warren sign were the work of either, quote, "commies or the Birchers," unquote, and were designed to discredit the Jews. Apparently, in the midst of that conversation, Ruby telephoned Russ Knight at KLIF and, according to Knight, asked who Earl Warren was. Mrs. Grant has testified that Ruby eventually retired to her bedroom, where he made telephone calls and slept. About 8:30 p.m., Ruby telephoned to Thomas J. O'Grady, a friend and former Dallas police officer who had once worked for Ruby as a bouncer. To O'Grady, Ruby mentioned closing the Carousel Club, criticized his competitors for remaining open, and complained about the "Impeach Earl Warren" sign. Saturday evening at Ruby's apartment. By 9:30 p.m. Ruby had apparently returned to his apartment, where he received a telephone call from one of his striptease dancers, Karen Bennett Carlin, who, together with her husband, had been driven from Fort Worth to Dallas that evening by another dancer, Nancy Powell. All three had stopped at the Colony Club, a burlesque nightclub which competed with the Carousel. Mrs. Carlin testified that, in need of money, she telephoned Ruby, asked whether the Carousel would be open that night, and requested part of her salary. According to Mrs. Carlin, Ruby became angry at the suggestion that the Carousel Club might be open for business, but told her he would come to the Carousel in about an hour. Thereafter, in a depressed mood, Ruby telephoned his sister, Eva Grant, who suggested he visit a friend. Possibly in response to that suggestion, Ruby called Lawrence Myers, a friend from Chicago with whom he had visited 2 nights previously. Myers testified that, during their telephone conversation, Ruby asked him what he thought of this, quote, "terrible thing," unquote. Ruby then began to criticize his competitors, Abe and Barney Weinstein, for failing to close their clubs on Saturday night. In the course of his conversation about the Weinsteins and the assassination, Ruby said, quote, "I've got to do something about this," unquote. Myers initially understood that remark to refer to the Weinsteins. Upon reflection, after Oswald was shot, Myers was uncertain whether Ruby was referring to his competitors or to the assassination of President Kennedy, for Ruby had also spoken at length about Mrs. Kennedy, and had repeated, quote, "those poor people, those poor people," unquote. At the conclusion of their conversation, Myers declined Ruby's invitation to join him for a cup of coffee, but invited Ruby to join him at the motel. When Ruby also declined, the two agreed to meet for dinner the following evening. Meanwhile, Karen Carlin and her husband grew anxious over Ruby's failure to appear with the money they had requested. After a substantial wait, they returned together to the Nichols garage, where Mr. Carlin telephoned to Ruby. Carlin testified that he told Ruby they needed money in order to return to Fort Worth, although Nancy Powell testified that she drove the Carlins home that evening. Agreeing to advance a small sum, Ruby asked to speak to Mrs. Carlin, who claimed that Ruby told her that if she needed more money she should call him on Sunday. Thereafter, at Ruby's request, garage attendant Huey Reeves gave Mrs. Carlin $5, and she signed with her stage name, quote, "Little Lynn," unquote, a receipt which Reeves time-stamped 10:30 p.m., November 23rd. Parentheses, see Commission Exhibit Number 1476, page 351, close parentheses. Inconsistent testimony was developed regarding Ruby's activities during the next 45 minutes. Eva Grant testified that she did not see her brother on Saturday night after 8 p.m., and has denied calling Ralph Paul herself that night. Nonetheless, telephone company records revealed that at 10:44 p.m. a call was made to Ralph Paul's Bullpen Drive-In in Arlington, Texas, from Mrs. Grant's apartment. It was the only call to Paul from her apartment on Friday or Saturday. She recalled her brother making such a call that weekend, and Ralph Paul has testified that Ruby telephoned him Saturday night from Eva Grant's apartment and said he and his sister were there crying. 19-year-old Wanda Helmick, a former waitress at the Bullpen Drive-In, first reported in June 1964 that sometime during the evening she saw the cashier answer the Bullpen's pay telephone and heard her call out to Paul, quote, "It is for you, it is Jack," unquote. Mrs. Helmick claimed she overheard Paul, speaking on the telephone, mention something about a gun, which, she understood from Paul's conversation, the caller had in his possession. She said she also heard Paul exclaim, quote, "Are you crazy?" unquote. She provided no other details of the conversation. Mrs. Helmick claimed that on Sunday, November 24th, after Oswald had been shot, she heard Paul repeat the substance of the call to other employees as she had related it, and that Paul said Ruby was the caller. Ralph Paul denied the allegations of Mrs. Helmick. Both Paul and Mrs. Helmick agreed that Paul went home soon after the call, apparently about 11 p.m. Shortly after 11 p.m., Ruby arrived at the Nichols garage, where he repaid Hughie Reeves and obtained the receipt Mrs. Carlin had signed. Outside the carousel, Ruby exchanged greetings with Police Officer Harry Olson and Kay Coleman, whom he had seen late the previous night. Going upstairs to the club, Ruby made a series of 5 brief long-distance phone calls, the first being to the Bullpen Drive-In at 11:18 p.m. and lasting only 1 minute. Apparently unable to reach Paul there, Ruby telephoned Paul's home in Arlington, Texas, for 3 minutes. A third call was placed at 11:36 p.m. for 2 minutes, again to Paul's home. At 11:44 p.m. Ruby telephoned Breck Wall, a friend and entertainer who had gone to Galveston, Texas, when his show in Dallas suspended its performance out of respect to President Kennedy. The call lasted 2 minutes. Thereafter, Ruby immediately placed a 1-minute phone call to Paul's home. Although Ruby has mentioned those calls, he has not provided details to the Commission. However, he has denied ever indicating to Paul or Wall that he was going to shoot Oswald, and has said he did not consider such action until Sunday morning. Ralph Paul did not mention the late evening calls in his interview with FBI agents on November 24, 1963. Later, Paul testified that Ruby called him from downtown to say that nobody was doing any business. Breck Wall testified that Ruby called him to determine whether or not the American Guild of Variety Artists, AGVA, which represented striptease dancers in Dallas, had met concerning a dispute Ruby was having with the union. Ruby's major difference with AGVA during the preceding 2 weeks had involved what Ruby considered to be AGVA's failure to enforce against his 2 competitors, Abe and Barney Weinstein, AGVA's ban on, quote, striptease contests, unquote, and performances by, quote, amateurs, unquote. As recently as Wednesday, November 20th, Ruby had telephoned an AGVA representative in Chicago about that complaint, and earlier in November he had unsuccessfully sought to obtain assistance from a San Francisco gambler and a Chicagoan reputed for his heavy-handed union activities. Wall testified that Ruby, quote, was very upset the president was assassinated, and he called Abe Weinstein or Bernie Weinstein, some names for staying open, unquote. Wall added, quote, he was very upset that they did not have the decency to close on such a day, and he thought out of respect they should close, unquote. End of section 35. Recording by Christine Lehman, Reseda, California.
Section 36 of Report of the President's Commission on the Assassination of President Kennedy, the Warren Commission Report. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. Report of the President's Commission on the Assassination of President Kennedy, the Warren Commission Report, by the President's Commission on the Assassination of President Kennedy. Chapter 6, Investigation of Possible Conspiracy, Part 13. Ruby's activities after midnight. After completing the series of calls to Paul and Wall at 11:48 p.m., Ruby went to the Pago Club, about a 10-minute drive from the Carousel Club. He took a table near the middle of the club, and after ordering a Coke, asked the waitress in a disapproving tone, "Why are you open?" When Robert Norton, the club's manager, joined Ruby a few minutes later, he expressed to Ruby his concern as to whether or not it was proper to operate the Pago Club that evening. Ruby indicated that the Carousel was closed, but did not criticize Norton for remaining open. Norton raised the topic of President Kennedy's death and said, "We couldn't do enough to the person that did this sort of thing." Norton added, however, that nobody has the right to take the life of another one. Ruby expressed no strong opinion and closed the conversation by saying he was going home because he was tired. Later, Ruby told the Commission, "He knew something was wrong with me in the certain mood I was in." Ruby testified that he went home after speaking with Norton and went to bed about 1:30 a.m. By that time, George Senator claimed he had retired for the night and did not remember Ruby's return. Eva Grant testified that her brother telephoned her at about 12:45 a.m. to learn how she was feeling. Sunday morning. Ruby's activities on Sunday morning are the subject of conflicting testimony. George Senator believed that Ruby did not rise until 9 or 9:30 a.m. Both Ruby and Senator maintained that Ruby did not leave their apartment until shortly before 11 a.m., and two other witnesses have provided testimony which supports that account of Ruby's whereabouts. On the other hand, 3 WBAP-TV television technicians, Warren Ritchie, John Smith, and Ira Walker, believed they saw Ruby near the Police and Courts building at various times between 8 a.m. and 11 a.m. But there are substantial reasons to doubt the accuracy of their identifications. None of them had ever seen Ruby on a prior occasion. None looked for an extended period at the man they believed to be Ruby, and all were occupied with their duties and had no reason to remember the man's appearance until they saw Ruby's picture on television. Smith, for one, was not entirely positive about his identification of Ruby as the man he saw, and Ritchie was looking down from atop a TV mobile unit when he observed on the sidewalk the man he believed was Ruby. In addition, Ritchie and Smith provided descriptions of Ruby which differ substantially from information about Ruby gathered from other sources. Smith described the man he saw as being an unkempt person that possibly could have slept with his clothes on. Ruby was characteristically clean and well-groomed. In fact, Senator testified that Ruby shaved and dressed before leaving their apartment that morning, and at the time Ruby shot Oswald, he was dressed in a hat and business suit. Ritchie described Ruby as wearing a grayish overcoat, while investigation indicated that Ruby did not own an overcoat and was not wearing one at the time of the shooting. Although Walker's identification of Ruby is the most positive, his certainty must be contrasted with the indefinite identification made by Smith, who had seen the man on one additional occasion. Both Smith and Walker saw a man resembling Ruby when the man on 2 occasions looked through the window of their mobile news unit and once asked whether Oswald had been transferred. Both saw only the man's head, and Smith was the closer to the window, yet Smith would not state positively that the man was Ruby. Finally, videotapes of scenes on Sunday morning near the NBC van show a man close to the Commerce Street entrance who might have been mistaken for Ruby. George Senator said that when he arose before 9 a.m., he began to do his laundry in the basement of the apartment building while Ruby slept. During Senator's absence, Ruby received a telephone call from his cleaning lady, Mrs. Elnora Pitts, who testified that she called sometime between 8:30 and 9 a.m. to learn whether Ruby wanted her to clean his apartment that day. Mrs. Pitts remembered that Ruby sounded terrible strange to me. She said that there was something wrong with him, the way he was talking to me. Mrs. Pitts explained that although she had regularly been cleaning Ruby's apartment on Sundays, Ruby seemed not to comprehend who she was or the reason for her call, and required her to repeat herself several times. As Senator returned to the apartment after the call, he was apparently mistaken for Ruby by a neighbor, Sidney Evans, Jr. Evans had never seen Ruby before, but recalled observing a man resembling Ruby, clad in trousers and a T-shirt, walk upstairs from the washateria in the basement of their building and enter Ruby's suite with a load of laundry. Later in the morning, Malcolm Slaughter, who shared an apartment with Evans, saw an individual similarly clad on the same floor as Ruby's apartment. Senator stated that it was not Ruby's custom to do his own washing and that Ruby did not do so that morning. While Senator was in the apartment, Ruby watched television, made himself coffee and scrambled eggs, and received at 10:19 a.m. a telephone call from his entertainer, Karen Carlin. Mrs. Carlin testified that in her telephone conversation she asked Ruby for $25, inasmuch as her rent was delinquent and she needed groceries. She said that Ruby, who seemed upset, mentioned that he was going downtown anyway and that he would send the money from the Western Union office. According to George Senator, Ruby then probably took a half hour or more to bathe and dress. Supporting the accounts given by Mrs. Carlin and Mrs. Pitts of Ruby's emotional state, Senator testified that during the morning Ruby was even mumbling, which I didn't understand, and right after breakfast he got dressed. Then, after he got dressed, he was pacing the floor from the living room to the bedroom, from the bedroom to the living room, and his lips were going. What he was jabbering, I don't know, but he was really pacing. Ruby has described to the Commission his own emotions of Sunday morning as follows. Sunday morning, I saw a letter to Caroline, 2 columns, about a 16-inch area. Someone had written a letter to Caroline. The most heartbreaking letter. I don't remember the contents. Alongside that letter, on the same sheet of paper, was a small comment in the newspaper that, I don't know how it was stated, that Mrs. Kennedy may have to come back for the trial of Lee Harvey Oswald. I don't know what bug got a hold of me. I don't know what it is, but I am going to tell the truth word for word. I am taking a pill called Preludin. It is a harmless pill, and it is very easy to get in the drugstore. It isn't a highly prescribed pill. I use it for dieting. I don't partake of that much food. I think that was a stimulus to give me an emotional feeling that I suddenly felt, which was so stupid, that I wanted to show my love for our faith, being of the Jewish faith, and I never used the term, and I don't want to go into that. Suddenly the emotional feeling came within me that someone owed this debt to our beloved president to save her the ordeal of coming back. I don't know why that came through my mind. Sunday morning trip to police department. Leaving his apartment a few minutes before 11 a.m., Ruby went to his automobile, taking with him his Dachshund Sheba and a portable radio. He placed in his pocket a revolver, which he routinely carried in a bank money bag in the trunk of his car. Listening to the radio, he drove downtown, according to his own testimony, by a route that took him past Dealey Plaza, where he observed the scattered wreaths. Ruby related that he noted the crowd that had gathered outside the county jail and assumed that Oswald had already been transferred. However, when he passed the Main Street side of the Police and Courts building, which is situated on the same block as the Western Union office, he also noted the crowd that was gathered outside that building. Normal driving time for the trip from his apartment would have been about 15 minutes. But Ruby's possible haste and the slow movement of traffic through Dealey Plaza make a reliable estimate difficult. Ruby parked his car in a lot directly across the street from the Western Union office. He apparently placed his keys and billfold in the trunk of the car, then locked the trunk, which contained approximately $1,000 in cash, and placed the trunk key in the glove compartment of the car. He did not lock the car doors. With his revolver, more than $2,000 in cash, and no personal identification, Ruby walked from the parking lot across the street to the Western Union office, where he filled out forms for sending $25 by telegraph to Karen Carlin. After waiting in line while one other Western Union customer completed her business, Ruby paid for the telegram and retained as a receipt one of the 3 time-stamped documents which show that the transaction was completed at almost exactly 11:17 a.m. Central Standard Time. The Western Union clerk who accepted Ruby's order recalls that Ruby promptly turned, walked out of the door onto Main Street, and proceeded in the direction of the police department 1 block away. The evidence set forth in Chapter 5 indicates that Ruby entered the police basement through the auto ramp from Main Street and stood behind the front rank of newsmen and police officers who were crowded together at the base of the ramp awaiting the transfer of Oswald to the county jail. As Oswald emerged from a basement office at approximately 11:21 a.m., Ruby moved quickly forward and, without speaking, fired 1 fatal shot into Oswald's abdomen before being subdued by a rush of police officers. Evaluation of activities. Examination of Ruby's activities immediately preceding and following the death of President Kennedy revealed no sign of any conduct which suggests that he was involved in the assassination. Prior to the tragedy, Ruby's activities were routine, though persons who saw him between November 22nd and 24th disagree as to whether or not he appeared more upset than others around him. His response to the assassination appears to have been one of genuine shock and grief. His indications of concern over the possible effects of the assassination upon his businesses seem consistent with other evidence of his character. During the course of the weekend, Ruby seems to have become obsessed with the possibility that the Impeach Earl Warren sign and the Bernard Weissman ad were somehow connected and related to the assassination. However, Ruby's interest in these public notices was openly expressed, and as discussed below, the evidence reveals no connection between him and any political organization. Examination of Larry Crayford's sudden departure from Dallas shortly before noon on November 23rd does not suggest that Ruby was involved in a conspiracy. To be sure, Crayford started hitchhiking to Michigan, where members of his family lived, with only $7 in his pocket. He made no attempt to communicate with law enforcement officials after Oswald's death, and a relative in Michigan recalled that Crayford spoke very little of his association with Ruby. When finally located by the FBI 6 days later, he stated that he left Ruby's employ because he did not wish to be subjected to further verbal abuse by Ruby, and that he went north to see his sister, from whom he had not heard in some time. An investigation of Crayford's unusual behavior confirms that his departure from Dallas was innocent. After Oswald was shot, FBI agents obtained from the Carousel Club an unmailed letter drafted by Crayford to a relative in Michigan at least a week before the assassination. The letter revealed that he was considering leaving Dallas at that time. On November 17th, Crayford, who had been receiving only room, board, and incidental expenses, told Ruby he wanted to stop working for him. However, Crayford agreed to remain when Ruby promised him a salary. Then on the morning of November 23rd, Ruby and Crayford had a minor altercation over the telephone. Although Crayford did not voluntarily make known to the authorities his associations with Ruby, he spoke freely and with verifiable accuracy when he was questioned. The automobile driver who provided Crayford his first ride from Dallas has been located. His statement generally conforms with Crayford's story, and he did not recall any unusual or troubled behavior by Crayford during that ride. Although Crayford's peremptory decision to leave Dallas might be unusual for most persons, such behavior does not appear to have been uncommon for him. His family residence had shifted frequently among California, Michigan, and Oregon. During his 22 years he had earned his livelihood picking crops, working in carnivals, and taking other odd jobs throughout the country. According to his testimony, he had previously hitchhiked across the country with his then wife and 2 infant children. Against such a background, it is most probable that the factors motivating Crayford's departure from Dallas on November 23rd were dissatisfaction with his existence in Ruby's employ, which he had never considered more than temporary, Ruby's decision to close his clubs for 3 days, the argument on Saturday morning, and his own desire to see his relatives in Michigan. There is no evidence to suggest any connection between Crayford's departure and the assassination of the President or the shooting of Oswald. The allegations of Wanda Helmick raised speculation that Ruby's Saturday night phone calls to Ralph Paul and Breck Wall might have concerned the shooting of Oswald, but investigation has found nothing to indicate that the calls had conspiratorial implications. Paul was a close friend, business associate, and advisor to Jack Ruby. Ruby normally kept in close telephone contact with Paul, who had a substantial sum of money committed to the Carousel Club. Paul explained that Ruby called him Saturday evening once to point out his ads, another time to say that nobody seemed to be doing any business in downtown Dallas, and a third time to relate that both he and his sister were crying over the assassination. Between 2 of those phone calls to Paul, Ruby telephoned to Galveston, Texas, to speak with Wall, a friend and former business associate who was an official of the American Guild of Variety Artists. Wall related that during that call Ruby criticized the Weinsteins for failing to close their clubs. Having earlier made the same complaint to Lawrence Myers, to whom he mentioned a need to do something about this, it would have been characteristic for Ruby to want to direct Breck Wall's attention, as an AGVA official, to what he regarded as the Weinsteins' improper conduct. The view that the calls to Wall and Paul could have had conspiratorial implications also is belied in large measure by the conduct of both men before and after the events of November 22nd through 24th. A check of long-distance telephone records reveals no suspicious activity by either man. Paul, in fact, is not known to have visited Dallas during the weekend of the assassination, except to appear openly in an effort to arrange counsel for Ruby within a few hours of the attack on Oswald. Neither the FBI nor the CIA has been able to provide any information that Ralph Paul or Breck Wall ever engaged in any form of subversive activity. Moreover, Mrs. Helmick's reliability is undermined by her failure to report her information to any investigative official until June 9, 1964. Although a sister-in-law confirms that Mrs. Helmick wrote her something about a gun shortly after the shooting, the only mention of any statement by Paul, which was included in a letter written by Mrs. Helmick after the Ruby trial, was that Paul believed Ruby was not in his right mind. No corroborating witness named by Mrs. Helmick has been found who remembers the conversations she mentioned. Both Ruby and Paul have denied that anything was said, as Mrs. Helmick suggests, about a gun or an intent to shoot Oswald, and Wall has stated that Ruby did not discuss such matters with him. Even if Mrs. Helmick is accurate, the statements ascribed to Paul indicate only that he may have heard of a possible reference by Ruby to shooting Oswald. According to her, Paul's response was to exclaim, "Are you crazy?" But under no circumstances does the report of Mrs. Helmick or any other fact support a belief that Paul or Wall was involved in the shooting of Oswald. The Commission has conducted an investigation of the telephone call Ruby received from Karen Carlin at 10:19 Sunday morning to determine whether that call was prearranged for the purpose of conveying information about the transfer of Oswald or to provide Ruby an excuse for being near the police department. The Commission has examined the records of long-distance telephone calls on Sunday morning for Jack Ruby, the Carlins, the Dallas police, and several other persons, and has found no sign of any indirect communication to Ruby through Mr. or Mrs. Carlin. No other evidence showing any link between the Carlins and the shooting of Oswald has been developed. End of section 36. Recording by Maria Casper. Section 37 of the Report of the President's Commission on the Assassination of President Kennedy, the Warren Commission Report. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. Report of the President's Commission on the Assassination of President Kennedy, the Warren Commission Report, by the President's Commission on the Assassination of President Kennedy. Chapter 6, Investigation of Possible Conspiracy, Part 14. Ruby and Oswald were not acquainted. The possibility of a prior acquaintanceship between Ruby and Oswald has been suggested by some persons who viewed the shooting on television and believed that a look of recognition appeared on Oswald's face as Ruby moved toward him in the jail basement. The Commission has examined the television tapes and movie films which were made as Oswald moved through the basement, and has observed no facial expressions which can be interpreted as signifying recognition of Ruby by Oswald. It is doubtful even that Oswald could have seen Ruby sufficiently clearly to discern his identity, since Oswald was walking from a dark corridor into the flash from many cameras and the lights of TV cameramen, which were blinding. In addition to such generalized suspicion, there have been numerous specific allegations that Oswald was seen in the company of Ruby prior to November 22nd, often at Ruby's Carousel Club. All such allegations have been investigated, but the Commission has found none which merits credence. In all but a few instances where the Commission was able to trace the claim to its source, the person responsible for the report either denied making it or admitted that he had no basis for the original allegations. Frequently, those responsible for the allegations have proved to be persons of erratic memory or dubious mental stability. In a few instances, the source of the story has remained unidentified, and no person has come forward to substantiate the rumor. The testimony of a few witnesses who claim to have seen Ruby with a person who they feel may have been Oswald warrants further comment. One such witness, Robert K. Patterson, a Dallas electronics salesman, has stated that on a date established from sales records as November 1, 1963, Ruby, accompanied by a man who resembled Oswald, purchased some equipment at his business establishment. However, Patterson did not claim positively that the man he saw was Oswald, and two of his associates, who were also present at the time, could not state that the man was Oswald. Other evidence indicates that Ruby's companion was Larry Crayford. Crayford, who lived at the Carousel Club while working for Ruby from mid-October until November 23, 1963, stated that sometime in late October or early November he accompanied Ruby to an electronics store in connection with the purchase of electronics equipment. Ruth Payne testified that Crayford's photograph bears a strong resemblance to Oswald, and the employment records of the Texas School Book Depository show that Oswald worked a full day on November 1, 1963. William D. Crow, Jr., a young nightclub master of ceremonies who had worked for Ruby on 3 occasions and had begun a 4 or 5 week engagement at the Carousel Club on November 11, 1963, was the first person who reported a possible association between Ruby and Oswald. While attempting to enter the Carousel Club on November 24th, shortly after Oswald was shot, Crow encountered 2 news media representatives who were gathering information on Jack Ruby. At that time, Crow, who included a memory act in his repertoire, mentioned the possibility that he had seen Oswald at the Carousel Club. As a result, he was asked to appear on television. In Crow's own words, the story started snowballing. He testified, "They built up the memory thing, and they built up the bit of having seen Oswald there, and I never stated definitively, positively, and they said that I did, and all in all, what they had in the paper was hardly even close to what I told them." Crow added that his memory act involved a limited system, which did not in fact improve his memory, and that his memory might not even be as good as that of the average person. When asked how certain he was that the man he saw was Oswald, Crow testified, "The face seemed familiar, as some faces do, and I had associated him with a patron that I had seen in the club a week before. That was about it." A possible explanation for Crow's belief that Oswald's face seemed familiar was supplied by a freelance photographer, Eddie Rocco, who had taken pictures at the Carousel Club for Ruby at about the time Crow was employed there. Rocco produced one of those photographs which depicted a man who might have been mistaken for Oswald by persons having no reason to remember the man at the time they saw him. When shown the Rocco photograph, Crow said that there was as strong a possibility that the man he recalled seeing was the man in the photograph as there was that he was Oswald. Crow's uncertainty was further underscored by his failure initially to provide his information about Oswald to David Hoy, a news media friend whom Crow telephoned in Evansville, Indiana, less than 20 minutes after Oswald was shot. By then, the possible recognition had occurred to Crow, and Hoy said he was quite surprised that Crow had given the information first to other news representatives instead of telling him in that early conversation. After Crow's identification had been publicized, 4 other persons also reported seeing Oswald at the Carousel Club. One man said he saw Ruby and Oswald seated at a table together, and recalled that the man resembling Oswald was addressed by a blonde-haired waitress as Bettit or Pettit. The witness was unable to give any description of Pettit, except that he was the man who had been shot by Ruby. He could not describe the inside of the carousel, and was unable to give a precise location for the club. Another witness, a resident of Tennessee, related seeing a man resembling Oswald at the Carousel Club on November 10th. Ruth Payne has testified, however, that Oswald spent the entire holiday weekend of November 9th, 10th, and 11th at her home in Irving, Texas. 2 of Ruby's former employees, Karen Carlin and Billy Joe Willis, also believed they had seen a person who resembled Oswald. Willis believed he saw the man at the Carousel Club, but did not think the man was Oswald. Mrs. Carlin likewise was not certain that the man was Oswald, nor was she sure where she had seen him. Neither reported any connection between the man and Ruby. No other employees recalled seeing Oswald or a person resembling him at the Carousel Club. Wilbraham Walden Robert Litchfield II also claimed to have seen at the Carousel Club a man resembling Oswald. Litchfield stated that during a visit to the Carousel Club in late October or early November 1963, he saw such a man enter Ruby's office, apparently to confer with Ruby. Although there is substantial evidence that Litchfield did see Ruby at the Carousel Club about that time, there is strong reason to believe that Litchfield did not see Lee Harvey Oswald. Litchfield described the man he saw as having pockmarks on the right side of his chin. Oswald did not have such identifying marks. Moreover, the Commission has substantial doubts concerning Litchfield's credibility. Although present at an FBI interview of another witness on November 29th, Litchfield made no mention of his observation to public officials until December 2, 1963. Litchfield, who had twice been convicted for offenses involving forged checks, testified that he first recalled that Oswald resembled the visitor he saw at the Carousel Club while watching a television showing on Sunday morning, November 24th, of the shooting by Ruby. At that time, Litchfield was playing poker with 3 friends, and he testified that he promptly informed them of the resemblance he observed. However, none of the 3 poker companions remembered Litchfield's making such a remark, and 2 of them added that Litchfield's statements were often untrustworthy. With regard to all of the persons who claim to have seen Ruby and Oswald together, it is significant that none had any particular reason to pay close attention to either man, that substantial periods of time elapsed before the events they assertedly witnessed became meaningful, and that, unlike the eyewitnesses who claim to have seen Oswald on November 22nd, none reported their observations soon after Oswald was arrested. In the course of its investigation, the Commission has encountered numerous clear mistakes of identification. For example, at least 4 persons, other than Crayford, are known to have been mistaken for Oswald. Other persons have been misidentified as Jack Ruby. Under all the available evidence, there is no substantial likelihood that the person the various witnesses claim to have seen with Ruby was in fact Oswald. In addition to probing the reported evidence that Ruby and Oswald had been seen together, the Commission has examined other circumstances for signs that the two men were acquainted. From the time Oswald returned from Mexico, both he and Jack Ruby lived in the Oak Cliff section of Dallas, slightly more than a mile apart. Numerous neighbors of both Oswald and Ruby were interviewed, and none knew of any association between the two. Oswald's work began at 8 each weekday morning and terminated at 4:45 each afternoon. Jack Ruby usually remained in his apartment until past 9 a.m. each day. Although both men worked in downtown Dallas, they normally traveled to their places of employment by different routes. Ruby owned an automobile, and the shortest route downtown from his home was via a freeway adjacent to his apartment. Oswald did not own a car, and had at best a rudimentary ability to drive. From his rooming houses on North Beckley Avenue and on Marsalis Street, he normally took public transportation, which did not bring him within 6 blocks of either Ruby's apartment or his downtown nightclub. Nor did Oswald's route from the bus stop to home or work bring him near Ruby's home or business. Persons at Oswald's rooming house testified that he regularly came home promptly after work and remained in his room. While in Dallas, he is not known to have visited any nightclub. Ruby was generally at the Carousel Club from 9 o'clock each evening until after 1 a.m. In a few instances, Ruby and Oswald patronized the same stores, but no indication has been found that they ever met at such stores. Ruby at one time frequented a restaurant where Oswald occasionally ate breakfast, but the times of their patronage were widely separated, and restaurant employees knew of no acquaintance between Ruby and Oswald. Likewise, Ruby has held various memberships in the Dallas YMCA, and Oswald lived there for brief periods. However, there is no indication that they were there at the same time. Both Ruby and Oswald maintained post office boxes at the terminal annex of the U.S. Post Office in Dallas, but there is no indication that those facts were more than coincidental. On November 1, 1963, Oswald rented box number 6225, his third since October 1962. Oswald's possible purpose has been discussed previously in this chapter. On November 7, 1963, Jack Ruby rented Post Office Box number 5475 because he hoped to receive mail responses to advertisements for the twist-board exercise device which he was then promoting. Although it is conceivable that Oswald and Ruby coincidentally encountered one another while checking their boxes, the different daily schedules of the two men render even this possibility unlikely. Moreover, Oswald's withdrawn personality makes it improbable that the two would have spoken if their paths had crossed. The Commission has also examined the known friends and acquaintances of Ruby and Oswald for evidence that the two were acquainted, but it has found very few possible links. One conceivable association was through John Carter, a boarder at 1026 North Beckley Avenue while Oswald lived there. Carter was friendly with Wanda Joyce Killam, who had known Jack Ruby since shortly after he moved to Dallas in 1947, and worked for him from July 1963 to early November 1963. Mrs. Killam, who volunteered the information about Carter's residence during an interview with an agent of the FBI, has stated that she did not believe Carter ever visited the Carousel Club, and that she did not think Carter knew Ruby. Carter stated that he had not heard of Ruby until Oswald was shot, had talked briefly with Oswald only once or twice, and had never heard Oswald mention Ruby or the Carousel Club. The Commission has no reason to disbelieve either Mrs. Killam or Mr. Carter. A second possible link between Oswald and Ruby was through Earlene Roberts, the housekeeper at 1026 North Beckley Avenue. Bertha Cheek, the sister of Mrs. Roberts, is known to have visited Jack Ruby at the Carousel Club during the afternoon of November 18, 1963. Mrs. Cheek testified that she had met with Ruby and a person whom Ruby represented to be an interior decorator for the purpose of discussing the possibility of financially backing Ruby in a new nightclub which he planned to open. Mrs. Cheek said she had met Ruby only once, a few years before, and that she had not heard of Oswald until he shot President Kennedy. Mr. Frank Border, the decorator who was present at the November 18th meeting, confirmed the substance of the discussion reported by Mrs. Cheek, and other witnesses established that Ruby was in fact seeking an associate for a new nightclub venture. There is no evidence that Jack Ruby ever associated with Earlene Roberts, nor is there any indication that Mrs. Cheek knew of Lee Harvey Oswald prior to November 22nd. Oswald's trips to the home of Mrs. Ruth Payne at 2115 West 5th Street in Irving, Texas, presented another possible link to Ruby. While Oswald's family resided with Mrs. Payne, William F. Simmons, piano player in the musical combo which worked at the Carousel Club from September 17, 1963 until November 21, 1963, lived at 2539 West 5th Street in Irving. Simmons has stated that his only relationship to Ruby was as an employee, that Ruby never visited him, that he did not know Oswald, and that he had never seen Oswald at the Carousel Club. Other persons in the neighborhood knew of no connection between Ruby and Oswald. The Commission has investigated rumors that Jack Ruby and Lee Harvey Oswald were both homosexuals, and thus might have known each other in that respect. However, no evidence has been uncovered to support these rumors. The closest acquaintances of both men emphatically deny them, and Ruby's nightclubs were not known to have been frequented by homosexuals. A final suggestion of a connection between Jack Ruby and Lee Harvey Oswald arises from the testimony of Oswald's mother, Marguerite Oswald. When appearing before the Commission, Mrs. Oswald related that on November 23, 1963, before Ruby shot Oswald, FBI agent Bardwell D. Odom showed her a picture of a man she believed was Jack Ruby and asked whether the man shown was familiar to her. Odom had first attempted to see Marina Oswald, but Marguerite refused to allow Marina to be disturbed at that time. In the course of Marguerite's testimony, the Commission asked the FBI for a copy of the photograph displayed by Odom to her. When Marguerite viewed the photograph provided to the Commission, she stated that the picture was different from the one she saw in November, in part because the top two corners were cut differently, and because the man depicted was not Jack Ruby. The Commission has investigated this matter and determined that Special Agent Odom did show a picture to Marguerite Oswald for possible identification, but that the picture was not of Jack Ruby. On November 22nd, the CIA had provided the FBI with a photograph of a man who, it was thought at the time, might have been associated with Oswald. To prevent the viewer from determining precisely where the picture had been taken, FBI agent Odom had trimmed the background from the photograph by making a series of straight cuts which reduced the picture to an irregular hexagonal shape. The picture which was displayed by the Commission to Marguerite Oswald was a copy of the same picture shown her by Agent Odom. However, in supplying a duplicate photograph for commission use, the FBI had cropped the background by cutting along the contours of the body of the man shown, resulting in a photograph without any background, unlike the first photograph Marguerite viewed on November 23rd. Affidavits obtained from the CIA and from the 2 FBI agents who trimmed the photographs established that the one shown to Mrs. Oswald before the commission, although trimmed differently from the one shown her on November 23rd, was a copy of the same picture. Neither picture was of Jack Ruby. The original photograph had been taken by the CIA outside of the United States, sometime between July 1, 1963 and November 22, 1963, during all of which time Ruby was within the country. End of section 37. Recording by Maria Casper. Section 38 of the Report of the President's Commission on the Assassination of President Kennedy, the Warren Commission Report. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. Report of the President's Commission on the Assassination of President Kennedy, the Warren Commission Report, by the President's Commission on the Assassination of President Kennedy. Chapter 6, Investigation of Possible Conspiracy, Part 15. Ruby's Background and Associations. In addition to examining in detail Jack Ruby's activities from November 21st to November 24th, and his possible acquaintanceship with Lee Harvey Oswald, the Commission has considered whether or not Ruby had ties with individuals or groups that might have obviated the need for any direct contact near the time of the assassination. Study of Jack Ruby's background, which is set out more fully in Appendix 16, leads to the firm conclusion that he had no such ties. Business activities. Ruby's entire life is characteristic of a rigorously independent person. He moved from his family home soon after leaving high school at age 16, although a family residence has been maintained in Chicago throughout the years. Later, in 1947, he moved from Chicago to Dallas and maintained only sporadic contact with most of his family. For most of his working years, and continuously since 1947, Jack Ruby was self-employed. Although he had partners from time to time, the partnerships were not lasting, and Ruby seems to have preferred to operate independently. Ruby's main sources of income were his 2 nightclubs, the Carousel Club and the Vegas Club, although he also frequently pursued a number of independent, short-lived business promotions. Ruby's business dealings are described in greater detail in Appendix 16. At the time of the assassination, the United States claimed approximately $44,000 in delinquent taxes, and he was in substantial debt to his brother Earl and to his friend Ralph Paul. However, there are no indications that Earl Ruby or Ralph Paul was exerting any pressure for payment, or that Ruby's tax liabilities were not susceptible to an acceptable settlement. Ruby operated his clubs on a cash basis, usually carrying large amounts of cash on his person. Thus, there is no particular significance to the fact that approximately $3,000 in cash was found on his person and in his automobile when arrested. Nor do his meager financial records reflect any suspicious activities. He used his bank accounts only infrequently, with no unexplained large transactions, and no entries were made to Ruby's safe deposit boxes in over a year prior to the shooting of Oswald. There is no evidence that Ruby received any sums after his arrest except royalties from a syndicated newspaper article on his life and small contributions for his defense from friends, sympathizers, and family members. Ruby's political activities. Jack Ruby considered himself a Democrat, perhaps in part because his brother Hyman had been active in Democratic ward politics in Chicago. When Ruby was arrested, police officers found in his apartment 10 political cards urging the election of the conservative Democratic slate, but the Commission has found no evidence that Ruby had distributed that literature, and he is not known ever to have campaigned for any political candidates. None of his friends or associates expressed any knowledge that he belonged to any groups interested in political issues, nor did they remember that he had discussed political problems except on rare occasions. As a young man, Ruby had participated in attacks upon meetings of the German-American Bund in Chicago, but the assaults were the efforts of pool hall associates from his predominantly Jewish neighborhood rather than the work of any political group. His only other known activities which had any political flavor possessed stronger overtones of financial self-interest. In early 1942, he registered a copyright for a placard which displayed an American flag and bore the inscription "Remember Pearl Harbor." The placard was never successfully promoted. At other times, he is reported to have attempted to sell busts of President Franklin D. Roosevelt. The rabbi of Ruby's synagogue expressed the belief that Ruby was too unsophisticated to grasp or have a significant interest in any political creed. Although various views have been given concerning Ruby's attitude toward President Kennedy prior to the assassination, the overwhelming number of witnesses reported that Ruby had considerable respect for the president, and there has been no report of any hostility toward him. There is also no reliable indication that Ruby was ever associated with any communist or radical causes. Jack Ruby's parents were born in Poland in the 1870s, and his father served in the Tsarist Russian army from 1893 to 98. Though neither parent became a citizen after emigrating to the United States in the early 1900s, the evidence indicates that neither Ruby nor his family maintained any ties with relatives in Europe. Jack Ruby has denied ever being connected with any communist activities. The FBI has reported that prior to the shooting of Oswald, its nationwide files contained no information of any subversive activities by Ruby. In addition, a commission staff member has personally examined all subversive activities reports from the Dallas-Fort Worth office of the FBI for the year 1963, and has found no reports pertaining to Jack Ruby or any of his known acquaintances. The commission has directed considerable attention to an allegation that Jack Ruby was connected with Communist Party activities in Muncie, Indiana. On the day after Oswald's death, a former resident of Muncie claimed that between 1943 and 1947, a Chicagoan resembling Ruby and known to him as Jack Rubenstein was in Muncie on 3 occasions and associated with persons who the witness suspected were communists. The witness stated that the man resembling Ruby visited Muncie during these years as a guest of the son-in-law of a now-deceased jeweler for whom the witness worked. A second son-in-law of the jewelry store owner suggested that he may have known Ruby while the two resided in Chicago, but the son-in-law whom Ruby allegedly visited disclaimed any acquaintanceship with Ruby. Both the sons-in-law denied any communist activities, and the commission has found no contrary evidence other than the testimony of this witness. On the first 2 occasions on which Ruby is alleged to have been in Muncie, military records show him to have been on active military duty in the South. The witness also said that the man he knew as Rubenstein owned or managed a nightclub when he met him, but the commission has no reliable evidence that Jack Ruby ever owned or worked in any nightclubs when he lived in Chicago. The witness further stated that on one occasion he found the name of Jack Rubenstein, or perhaps a similar name, together with the names of others he believed were communists, on a list which had been left in a room above the jewelry store after a meeting was held there. The witness said he gave the list to his wife's cousin, now deceased, who was then the chief of detectives in Muncie. However, neither the list nor a person identifiable as Jack Ruby has been located after a thorough search by the FBI of its own files and those of the Muncie Police Department, the Indiana State Police, and other agencies. The witness did not recall seeing Rubenstein in Muncie during the period of that meeting, and he had never heard Rubenstein say anything which would indicate he was a communist. The FBI has interviewed all living persons who the witness stated were involved with Ruby in communist activities in Muncie. One person named by the witness was known previously to have been involved in Communist Party activities, but subversive activities files have revealed no such activities for any of the others. The admitted former communist denied knowing Ruby and stated that the jewelry store owner was not known to him as a communist and that communist meetings were never held above the store. All other Muncie residents named by the witness as possible associates of Ruby denied knowing Ruby. Similarly, fellow employees of the witness, whom he did not claim were communists, knew of no communist activities connected with the jewelry store owner or any visits of Jack Ruby, and FBI informants familiar with communist activities in Indiana and Chicago did not know of any participation by Ruby. Finally, the witness testified that even though he believed as early as 1947 that all of the persons named by him were communists, he never brought his information to the attention of any authority investigating such activities, except for providing the alleged list to his cousin. The Commission finds no basis for accepting the witness's testimony. The Commission has also investigated the possibility that Ruby was associated with ultra-conservative political endeavors in Dallas. Upon his arrest, there were found in Ruby's possession 2 radio scripts of a right-wing program promoted by H.L. Hunt, whose political views are highly conservative. Ruby had acquired the scripts a few weeks earlier at the Texas Products Show, where they were enclosed in bags of Hunt food products. Ruby is reported to have become enraged when he discovered the scripts and threatened to send one to Kennedy. He is not known to have done anything with them prior to giving one to a radio announcer on November 23rd, and on that day he seemed to confuse organizations of the extreme right with those of the far left. On November 21st, Ruby drove Connie Trammell, a young college graduate whom he had met some months previously, to the office of Lamar Hunt, the son of H.L. Hunt, for a job interview. Although Ruby stated that he would like to meet Hunt, seemingly to establish a business connection, he did not enter Hunt's office with her. An allegation that Ruby was a visitor at the home of Major General Edwin A. Walker, resigned U.S. Army, appears totally unfounded. The allegation was made in late May 1964 to an agent of the U.S. Secret Service by William McEwen Duff. Duff, who was discharged from military service in June 1964 because of a fraudulent enlistment, disclaimed any knowledge of Ruby or Oswald when questioned by FBI agents in January 1964. Another allegation connecting Jack Ruby with right-wing activities was Mark Lane's assertion, mentioned previously, that an unnamed informant told him of a meeting lasting more than 2 hours in the Carousel Club on November 14, 1963, between Jack Ruby, Patrolman J.D. Tippit, and Bernard Weissman. Although the name of Lane's informant has never been revealed to the Commission, an investigation has been conducted in an effort to find corroboration for the claimed Tippit, Weissman, and Ruby meeting. No employee of the Carousel Club has any knowledge of the meeting described by Lane. Ruby and Weissman both deny that such a meeting occurred, and Officer Tippit's widow has no knowledge that her late husband ever went to the Carousel Club. Some confusion has arisen, however, because early Friday afternoon, November 22nd, Ruby remarked that he knew the Tippit who had been shot by Oswald. Later, Ruby stated that he did not know J.D. Tippit, but that his reference was to G.M. Tippit, a member of the Special Services Bureau of the Dallas Police Department, who had visited Ruby establishments occasionally in the course of his official duties. Larry Crayford was unable to recognize photographs of J.D. Tippit and had no recollection of a Tippit, Wiseman, and Ruby meeting at any time. However, uncertainty was introduced when Crayford identified a photograph of Bernard Weissman as resembling a man who had visited the Carousel Club and had been referred to by Ruby as Weissman. In a subsequent interview, Crayford stated that he believed Weissman was a detective on the Dallas Police Department, that his first name may have been Johnny, and that he was in his late 30s or early 40s. As set forth previously, Bernard Weissman was a 26-year-old New York carpet salesman. Crayford added, "I could have my recollection of a Mr. Weissman mixed up with someone else." Ruby's conduct on November 22 and 23, 1963, corroborates his denial that he knew Bernard Weissman. Ruby expressed hostility to the November 22 full-page advertisement to many persons. To none did he give any indication that he was familiar with the person listed as responsible for the advertisement. His attempt on November 23 to trace the holder of the post office box shown on the Impeach Earl Warren sign and to locate Weissman's name in a Dallas City directory also tends to indicate that, in fact, he was not familiar with Weissman. Had he been involved in some type of unlawful activity with Weissman, it is highly unlikely that Ruby would have called attention to Weissman as he did. Investigation has disclosed no evidence that Officer J.D. Tippit was acquainted with either Ruby or Oswald. Neither Tippit's wife nor his close friends knew of such an acquaintanceship. Tippit was not known to frequent nightclubs, and he had no reason during the course of his police duties to enter Ruby's clubs. Although at the time of the assassination, Tippit was working weekends in a Dallas restaurant owned by a member of the John Birch Society, the restaurant owner stated that he never discussed politics with Tippit. Persons close to Tippit related that Tippit rarely discussed political matters with any person, and that he was a member of no political organization. Telephone records for the period following September 26, 1963, revealed no suspicious long-distance calls from the Tippit household. Tippit's encounter with Oswald following the shooting of the president is indicative of no prior association between the two men. Police radio logs show that, as part of general directions issued to all officers immediately after the assassination, Tippit was specifically directed to patrol the Oak Cliff area where he came upon Oswald. His movement from the area which he had been patrolling into the central Oak Cliff area was also in conformity with the normal procedure of the Dallas Police Department for patrol cars to cover nearby districts when the patrol cars in that district became otherwise engaged, as occurred after the assassination. Oswald fit the general description, which 15 minutes after the assassination was broadcast to all police cars, of a suspect described by a bystander who had seen Oswald in the 6th-floor window of the Texas Schoolbook Depository. There is thus no basis for any inference that in approaching Oswald, Tippit was acting other than in the line of police duty. Allegations of Cuban activity. No substantiation has been found for rumors linking Ruby with pro- or anti-Castro Cuban activities, except for one incident in January 1959, when Ruby made preliminary inquiries as a middleman concerning the possible sale to Cuba of some surplus Jeeps located in Shreveport, Louisiana, and asked about the possible release of prisoners from a Cuban prison. No evidence has been developed that this project ever became more than a possibility. Ruby explained that in early 1959, United States sentiment toward Cuba was still favorable, and that he was merely pursuing a money-making opportunity. During the period of the Jeep sale, R.D. Matthews, a gambler and a passing acquaintance of Ruby, returned to Dallas from Havana, where he had been living. In mid-1959, he returned to Cuba until mid-1960. On October 3, 1963, a telephone call was made from the Carousel Club to Matthews's former wife in Shreveport. No evidence has been uncovered that Matthews was associated with the sale of jeeps or the release of prisoners, or that he knew of Oswald prior to the assassination. Matthews's ex-wife did not recall the phone call in October of 1963, and she asserted that she did not know Jack Ruby or anybody working for him. In September 1959, Ruby traveled to Havana as a guest of a close friend and known gambler, Louis J. McWillie. Both Ruby and McWillie state that the trip was purely social. In January 1961, McWillie left Cuba with strong feelings of hostility to the Castro regime. In early 1963, Ruby purchased a pistol which he shipped to McWillie in Nevada, but McWillie did not accept the package. The Commission has found no evidence that McWillie has engaged in any activities since leaving Cuba that are related to pro- or anti-Castro political movements, or that he was involved in Ruby's abortive Jeep transaction. The Commission has also received evidence that in April 1962, a telegram sent to Havana, Cuba, was charged to the business telephone of Earl Ruby, brother of Jack Ruby. Earl Ruby stated that he was unable to recall that telegram, but testified that he had never traveled to Cuba nor had any dealings with persons in Cuba. Jack Ruby is not known to have visited his brother at that time, and during that period Earl and Jack did not maintain a close relationship. Earl Ruby is not known to have been involved in any subversive activities. Finally, examination of FBI information relative to Cuban groups in the Dallas-Fort Worth area for the year 1963 fails to disclose any person who might provide a link between Ruby and such groups. The Central Intelligence Agency has no information suggesting that Jack Ruby or any of his closest associates have been involved in any type of revolutionary or subversive Cuban activity. Possible underworld connections. The Commission has investigated Ruby's possible criminal activities, looking with particular concern for evidence that he engaged in illegal activities with members of the organized underworld, or that on his own he was a promoter of illegal endeavors. The results of that investigation are more fully detailed in Appendix 16. Ruby was reared in a Chicago neighborhood where he became acquainted with local criminals and with persons who later became criminals. Throughout his life, Ruby's friendships with persons of that character were limited largely to professional gamblers, although his nightclub businesses brought him in contact with persons who had been convicted of other offenses. There is no credible evidence that Ruby himself gambled on other than a social basis, or that he had any unpaid gambling debts. He had never been charged with a felony prior to his attack on Oswald. His only encounters in Chicago stemmed from ticket scalping and the unauthorized sale of copyrighted music. And in Dallas, his law violations, excluding traffic charges, resulted from the operation of his clubs or outbursts of temper. Ruby has disclaimed that he was associated with organized criminal activities, and law enforcement agencies have confirmed that denial. Investigation of George Senator. In addition to examining Ruby's own activities and background, the Commission has paid careful attention to the activities and background of George Senator, Ruby's roommate and one of his closest friends in Dallas. Senator was interrogated by staff members over a 2-day period. He provided a detailed account of his own life and cooperated fully in all aspects of the Commission's inquiry into the activities of Jack Ruby. Senator was 50 years old at the time Ruby shot Oswald. He had been born September 4, 1913, in Gloversville, New York, and had received an 8th-grade education. Upon leaving school, he worked in Gloversville and New York City until about age 25. For the next few years, he worked in various restaurants and cafeterias in New York and Florida, until enlisting in the Army in August 1941. After his honorable discharge in September 1945, Senator was employed for most of the next 13 years selling inexpensive dresses throughout the South and Southwest. In the course of that employment, he moved to Dallas, where he met Jack Ruby while visiting Ruby's Vegas Club in about 1955 or 1956. Ruby was one of many who helped Senator when he encountered financial difficulties during the years 1958 to 1962. For a while in 1962, Ruby provided room and board in exchange for Senator's help in his clubs and apartment. In August 1963, Senator was unable to maintain his own apartment alone following his roommate's marriage. Ruby again offered to help, and on November 1, 1963, Senator moved into Ruby's apartment. The Commission has found no evidence that Senator ever engaged in any political activities. Against this background, the Commission has evaluated Senator's account of his own activities on November 22nd, 23rd, and 24th. When questioned by Dallas and federal authorities hours after the shooting of Oswald, Senator omitted mention of having accompanied Ruby to photograph the Impeach Earl Warren sign on Saturday morning. Senator stated to Commission staff members that in the interviews of November 24th he omitted that incident because of oversight. However, he spoke freely about it in his sworn testimony, and no inaccuracies have been noted in that portion of his testimony. Senator also failed to mention to the Commission and to previous interrogators that shortly after Ruby left their apartment Sunday morning, he called friends, Mr. and Mrs. William Downey, and offered to visit their apartment and make breakfast for them. Downey stated in June 1964 that Senator said he was alone, and that after Downey declined the offer, Senator remarked that he would then go downtown for breakfast. When told of Downey's account, Senator denied it and explained that the two were not friendly by the time Senator left Dallas, about 6 weeks after the assassination. The Commission also experienced difficulty in ascertaining the activities of Senator on November 22nd and 23rd. He was unable to account specifically for large segments of time when he was not with Ruby. And as to places and people Senator says he visited on those days prior to the time Oswald was shot, the Commission has been unsuccessful in obtaining verification. Senator admitted that he had spent much of that time drinking, but denied that he was intoxicated. It is difficult to know with complete certainty whether Senator had any foreknowledge of the shooting of Oswald. Ruby testified that at about 10:15 a.m. on Sunday morning, November 24th, he said in Senator's presence, "If something happened to this person, then Mrs. Kennedy wouldn't have to come back for the trial." According to Ruby, this is the most explicit statement he made concerning Oswald that morning. Senator denies any knowledge of Ruby's intentions. Senator's general response to the shooting was not like that of a person seeking to conceal his guilt. Shortly before it was known that Ruby was the slayer of Oswald, Senator visited the Eat Well restaurant in downtown Dallas. Upon being informed that Ruby was the attacker, Senator exclaimed, "My God," in what appeared to be a genuinely surprised tone. He then ran to a telephone, returned to gulp down his coffee, and quickly departed. He drove promptly to the home of James Martin, an attorney and friend. Martin recalled that Senator's concern was for his friend Ruby and not for himself. Martin and Senator drove to the Dallas Police Department, where Senator voluntarily submitted himself to police questioning and gave interviews to newspaper and television reporters. The Commission has concluded, on the basis of its investigation into Senator's background, activities, and reaction to the shooting, that Senator did not aid or conspire with Jack Ruby in the killing of Oswald. Ruby's activities preceding President's trip. In addition to the broad investigation into Ruby's background and associations, The Commission delved particularly into Ruby's pattern of activities during the 2 months preceding President Kennedy's visit to Dallas, in order to determine whether there was unusual conduct which might be linked to the President's forthcoming trip. The Commission has been able to account specifically for Jack Ruby's presence in Dallas on every day after September 25, 1963, except 5, September 29th, 30th, and October 11th, 14th, and 24th, and there is no evidence that he was out of the Dallas-Fort Worth area on those days. The report of one person who saw Ruby on September 28th indicates that Ruby probably remained in Dallas on September 29th and 30th, when Oswald was in Mexico City. The Commission has looked for but has found no evidence that Ruby traveled to Mexico at that time. Both Ruby and Ralph Paul have stated that Ruby did not leave the Dallas-Fort Worth area during September, October, or November 1963. During October and November of 1963, Jack Ruby maintained his usual vigorous pace of business activities. In particular, he directed considerable attention to his 2 nightclubs and to other business promotions. During the final month before the Kennedy trip, his time was increasingly occupied with personnel problems at both his clubs. There is no indication that he devoted less than full attention to these matters, or that he appeared preoccupied with other affairs. His acquaintances did feel that Ruby seemed depressed and concerned that his friends were deserting him. However, there were no signs of secretive conduct. Scrutiny of Ruby's activities during the several days preceding the President's arrival in Dallas has revealed no indication of any unusual activity. Ruby is remembered to have discussed the President's impending trip with only 2 persons and only briefly. 2 newspapers containing a description of the expected motorcade routes through Dallas and Fort Worth were found in Ruby's car at the time of his arrest. However, such papers circulated widely in Dallas, and Ruby's car, like his apartment, was so cluttered with other newspapers, notebooks, brochures, cards, clothing, and personal items that there is no reason to attach any significance to the papers. Aside from the results of the Commission's investigation reported above, there are other reasons to doubt that Jack Ruby would have shot Oswald as he did if he had been involved in a conspiracy to carry out the assassination, or that he would have been delegated to perform the shooting of Oswald on behalf of others who were involved in the slaying of the President. By striking in the city jail, Ruby was certain to be apprehended. An attempt to silence Oswald by having Ruby kill him would have presented exceptionally grave dangers to any other persons involved in the scheme. If the attempt had failed, Oswald might have been moved to disclose his confederates to the authorities. If it succeeded, as it did, the additional killing might itself have produced a trail to them. Moreover, Ruby was regarded by most persons who knew him as moody and unstable, hardly one to have encouraged the confidence of persons involved in a sensitive conspiracy. Since his apprehension, Jack Ruby has provided the federal authorities with several detailed accounts of his activities, both preceding and following the assassination of President Kennedy. Ruby has shown no reluctance to answer any questions addressed to him. The accounts provided by Ruby are consistent with evidence available to the Commission from other sources. These additional considerations are thus fully consistent with the results of the Commission's investigation. Rumors of a connection between Ruby and Oswald have proved groundless, while examination of Ruby's background and associations, his behavior prior to the assassination, and his activities during the November 22nd to 24th weekend have yielded no evidence that Ruby conspired with anyone in planning or executing the killing of Lee Harvey Oswald. Whatever the legal culpability of Jack Ruby for his act of November 24th, the evidence is persuasive that he acted independently in shooting Oswald. Conclusion. Based upon the evidence reviewed in this chapter, the Commission concluded that there is no credible evidence that Lee Harvey Oswald was part of a conspiracy to assassinate President Kennedy. Examination of the facts of the assassination itself revealed no indication that Oswald was aided in the planning or execution of his scheme. Review of Oswald's life and activities since 1959, although productive in illuminating the character of Lee Harvey Oswald, which is discussed in the next chapter, did not produce any meaningful evidence of a conspiracy. The Commission discovered no evidence that the Soviet Union or Cuba were involved in the assassination of President Kennedy, nor did the Commission's investigation of Jack Ruby produce any grounds for believing that Ruby's killing of Oswald was part of a conspiracy. The conclusion that there is no evidence of a conspiracy was also reached independently by Dean Rusk, the Secretary of State, Robert S. McNamara, the Secretary of Defense, C. Douglas Dillon, the Secretary of the Treasury, Robert F. Kennedy, the Attorney General, J. Edgar Hoover, the Director of the FBI, John A. McCone, the Director of the CIA, and James J. Rowley, the Chief of the Secret Service, on the basis of the information available to each of them. End of section 38. Recording by Maria Casper.
Section 39 of Report of the President's Commission on the Assassination of President Kennedy, the Warren Commission Report. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. Report of the President's Commission on the Assassination of President Kennedy, the Warren Commission Report, by the President's Commission on the Assassination of President Kennedy. Chapter 7, Lee Harvey Oswald, Background and Possible Motives, Part 1. The evidence reviewed above identifies Lee Harvey Oswald as the assassin of President Kennedy and indicates that he acted alone in that event. There is no evidence that he had accomplices or that he was involved in any conspiracy directed to the assassination of the president. There remains the question of what impelled Oswald to conceive and to carry out the assassination of the President of the United States. The Commission has considered many possible motives for the assassination, including those which might flow from Oswald's commitment to Marxism or communism, the existence of some personal grievance, a desire to effect changes in the structure of society, or simply to go down in history as a well-publicized assassin. None of these possibilities satisfactorily explains Oswald's act if it is judged by the standards of reasonable men. The motives of any man, however, must be analyzed in terms of the character and state of mind of the particular individual involved. For a motive that appears incomprehensible to other men may be the moving force of a man whose view of the world has been twisted, possibly by factors of which those around him were only dimly aware. Oswald's complete state of mind and character are now outside of the power of man to know. He cannot, of course, be questioned or observed by those charged with the responsibility for this report, or by experts on their behalf. There is, however, a large amount of material available in his writings and in the history of his life, which does give some insight into his character and possibly into the motives for his act. Since Oswald is dead, the Commission is not able to reach any definite conclusions as to whether or not he was, quote, sane, unquote, under prevailing legal standards. Under our system of justice, no forum could properly make that determination unless Oswald were before it. It certainly could not be made by this commission, which, as has been pointed out above, ascertained the facts surrounding the assassination, but did not draw conclusions concerning Oswald's legal guilt. Indications of Oswald's motivation may be obtained from a study of the events, relationships, and influences which appear to have been significant in shaping his character and in guiding him. Perhaps the most outstanding conclusion of such a study is that Oswald was profoundly alienated from the world in which he lived. His life was characterized by isolation, frustration, and failure. He had very few, if any, close relationships with other people, and he appeared to have great difficulty in finding a meaningful place in the world. He was never satisfied with anything. When he was in the United States, he resented the capitalist system, which he thought was exploiting him and others like him. He seemed to prefer the Soviet Union, and he spoke highly of Cuba. When he was in the Soviet Union, he apparently resented the Communist Party members, who were accorded special privileges and who he thought were betraying communism, and he spoke well of the United States. He accused his wife of preferring others to himself, and told her to return to the Soviet Union without him, but without a divorce. At the same time he professed his love for her, and said that he could not get along without her. Marina Oswald thought that he would not be happy anywhere, quote, "only on the moon, perhaps." End quote. While Oswald appeared to most of those who knew him as a meek and harmless person, he sometimes imagined himself as, quote, "the commander," end quote, and apparently seriously as a political prophet, a man who said that after 20 years he would be prime minister. His wife testified that he compared himself with great readers of history. Such ideas of grandeur were apparently accompanied by notions of oppression. He had a great hostility toward his environment, whatever it happened to be, which he expressed in striking and sometimes violent acts long before the assassination. There was some quality about him that led him to act with an apparent disregard for possible consequences. He defected to the Soviet Union, shot at General Walker, tried to go to Cuba, and even contemplated hijacking an airplane to get there. He assassinated the president, shot Officer Tippit, resisted arrest, and tried to kill another policeman in the process. Oswald apparently started reading about communism when he was about 15. In the Marines, he evidenced a strong conviction as to the correctness of Marxist doctrine, which one associate described as, quote, "irrevocable," end quote, but also as, quote, "theoretical," end quote. That associate did not think that Oswald was a communist. Oswald did not always distinguish between Marxism and communism. He stated several times that he was a communist, but apparently never joined any communist party. His attachment to Marxist and communist doctrine was probably in some measure an expression of his hostility to his environment. While there is doubt about how fully Oswald understood the doctrine which he so often espoused, it seems clear that his commitment to Marxism was an important factor influencing his conduct during his adult years. It was an obvious element in his decision to go to Russia and later to Cuba, and it probably influenced his decision to shoot at General Walker. It was a factor which contributed to his character, and thereby might have influenced his decision to assassinate President Kennedy. The discussion below will describe the events known to the Commission, which most clearly reveals the formation and nature of Oswald's character. It will attempt to summarize the events of his early life, his experience in New York City and in the Marine Corps, and his interest in Marxism. It will examine his defection to the Soviet Union in 1959, his subsequent return to the United States, and his life here after June of 1962. The review of the latter period will evaluate his personal and employment relations, his attempt to kill General Walker, his political activities, and his unsuccessful attempt to go to Cuba in late September of 1963. Various possible motives will be treated in the appropriate context of the discussion outlined above. The early years. Significant in shaping the character of Lee Harvey Oswald was the death of his father, a collector of insurance premiums. This occurred 2 months before Lee was born in New Orleans on October 18, 1939. That death strained the financial fortunes of the remainder of the Oswald family. It had its effect on Lee's mother, Marguerite, his brother Robert, who had been born in 1934, and his half-brother John Pick, who had been born in 1932 during Marguerite's previous marriage. It forced Marguerite Oswald to go to work to provide for her family. Reminding her sons that they were orphans and that the family's financial condition was poor, she placed John Pick and Robert Oswald in an orphan's home. From the time Marguerite Oswald returned to work until December 26, 1942, when Lee, too, was sent to the orphan's home, he was cared for principally by his mother's sister, by babysitters, and by his mother when she had time for him. Marguerite Oswald withdrew Lee from the orphan's home and took him with her to Dallas when he was a little over 4 years old. About 6 months later, she also withdrew John Pick and Robert Oswald. Apparently, that action was taken in anticipation of her marriage to Edwin A. Ekdahl, which took place in May of 1945. In the fall of that year, John Pick and Robert Oswald went to a military academy where they stayed, except for vacations, until the spring of 1948. Lee Oswald remained with his mother and Ekdahl, to whom he became quite attached. John Pick testified that he thought Lee found in Ekdahl the father that he never had. That situation, however, was short-lived, for the relations between Marguerite Oswald and Ekdahl were stormy, and they were finally divorced, after several separations and reunions, in the summer of 1948. After the divorce, Mrs. Oswald complained considerably about how unfairly she was treated, dwelling on the fact that she was a widow with 3 children. John Pick, however, did not think her position was worse than that of many other people. In the fall of 1948, she told John Pick and Robert Oswald that she could not afford to send them back to the military school, and she asked Pick to quit school entirely to help support the family, which he did for 4 months in the fall of 1948. In order to supplement their income further, she falsely swore that Pick was 17 years old, so that he could join the Marine Corps Reserves. Pick did turn over part of his income to his mother, but he returned to high school in January of 1949, where he stayed until 3 days before he was scheduled to graduate, when he left school in order to get into the Coast Guard. Since his mother did not approve of his decision to continue school, he accepted the responsibility for that decision himself and signed his mother's name to all his own excuses and report cards. Pick thought that his mother overstated her financial problems and was unduly concerned about money. Referring to the period after the divorce from Ekdahl, which was apparently caused in part by Marguerite's desire to get more money from him, Pick said, quote, "Lee was brought up in this atmosphere of constant money problems, and I'm sure it had quite an effect on him, and also Robert." End quote. Marguerite Oswald worked in miscellaneous jobs after her divorce from Ekdahl. When she worked for a time as an insurance saleslady, she would sometimes take Lee with her, apparently leaving him alone in the car while she transacted her business. When she worked during the school year, Lee had to leave an empty house in the morning, return to it for lunch, and then again at night, his mother having trained him to do that rather than to play with other children. An indication of the nature of Lee's character at this time was provided in the spring of 1950, when he was sent to New Orleans to visit the family of his mother's sister, Mrs. Lillian Murrett, for 2 or 3 weeks. Despite their urgings, he refused to play with the other children his own age. It also appears that Lee tried to tag along with his older brothers, but apparently was not able to spend as much time with them as he would have liked because of the age gaps of 5 and 7 years, which became more significant as the children grew older. New York City. Whatever problems may have been created by Lee's home life in Louisiana and Texas, he apparently adjusted well enough there to have had an average, although gradually deteriorating, school record, with no behavior or truancy problems. That was not the case, however, after he and his mother moved to New York in August of 1952, shortly before Lee's 13th birthday. They moved shortly after Robert joined the Marines. They lived for a time with John Pick, who was stationed there with the Coast Guard. Relations soon became strained, however, so in late September, Lee and his mother moved to their own apartment in the Bronx. Pick and his wife would have been happy to have kept Lee, however, who was becoming quite a disciplinary problem for his mother, having struck her on at least one occasion. The short-lived stay with the Picks was terminated after an incident in which Lee allegedly pulled out a pocket knife during an argument and threatened to use it on Mrs. Pick. When Pick returned home, Mrs. Oswald tried to play down the event, but Mrs. Pick took a different view and asked the Oswalds to leave. Lee refused to discuss the matter with Pick, whom he had previously idolized, and their relations were strained thereafter. On September 30, 1952, Lee enrolled in PS 117, a junior high school in the Bronx, where the other children apparently teased him because of his, quote, Western clothes and Texas accent. He began to stay away from school, preferring to read magazines and watch television at home by himself. This continued despite the efforts of the school authorities and, to a lesser extent, of his mother to have him return to school. Truancy charges were brought against him, alleging that he was, quote, beyond the control of his mother insofar as school attendance is concerned, end quote. Oswald was remanded for psychiatric observation to Youth House, an institution in which children are kept for psychiatric observation or for detention pending court appearance or commitment to a child-caring or custodial institution such as a training school. He was in Youth House from April 16 to May 7, 1953, during which time he was examined by its chief psychiatrist, Dr. Renatus Hartogs, and interviewed and observed by other members of the Youth House staff. Marguerite Oswald visited her son at Youth House, where she recalled that she waited in line, quote, with Puerto Ricans and Negroes and everything, end quote. She said that her pocketbook was searched, quote, because the children in this home were such criminals, dope fiends, and had been in criminal offenses that anybody entering this home had to be searched in case the parents were bringing cigarettes or narcotics or anything, end quote. She recalled that Lee cried and said, quote, Mother, I want to get out of here. There are children in here who have killed people and smoke. I want to get out, end quote. Marguerite Oswald said that she had not realized until then in what kind of place her son had been confined. On the other hand, Lee told his probation officer, John Carow, that, quote, while he liked Youth House, he missed the freedom of doing what he wanted. He indicated that he did not miss his mother, end quote. Mrs. Evelyn D. Siegel, a social worker who interviewed both Lee and his mother while Lee was confined in Youth House, reported that Lee, quote, confided that the worst thing about Youth House was the fact that he had to be with other boys all the time, was disturbed about disrobing in front of them, taking showers with them, etc., end quote. Contrary to reports that appeared after the assassination, the psychiatric examination did not indicate that Lee Oswald was a potential assassin, potentially dangerous, that, quote, his outlook on life had strongly paranoid overtones, end quote, or that he should be institutionalized. Dr. Hartogs did find Oswald to be a tense, withdrawn, and evasive boy who intensely disliked talking about himself and his feelings. He noted that Lee liked to give the impression that he did not care for other people, but preferred to keep to himself, so that he was not bothered and did not have to make the effort of communicating. Oswald's withdrawn tendencies and solitary habits were thought to be the result of, quote, intense anxiety, shyness, feelings of awkwardness, and insecurity, end quote. He was reported to have said, quote, I don't want a friend and I don't like to talk to people, end quote, and, quote, I dislike everybody, end quote. He was also described as having a, quote, vivid fantasy life, turning around the topics of omnipotence and power, through which he tries to compensate for his present shortcomings and frustrations, end quote. Dr. Hartogs summarized his report by stating, quote, this 13-year-old, well-built boy has superior mental resources and functions only slightly below his capacity level in spite of chronic truancy from school, which brought him into youth house. No finding of neurological impairment or psychotic mental changes could be made. Lee has to be diagnosed as, quote, personality pattern disturbance with schizoid features and passive-aggressive tendencies, end quote. Lee has to be seen as an emotionally quite disturbed youngster who suffers under the impact of really existing emotional isolation and deprivation, lack of affection, absence of family life, and rejection by a self-involved and conflicted mother, end quote. Dr. Hartogs recommended that Oswald be placed on probation on condition that he seek help and guidance through a child guidance clinic. There, he suggested Lee should be treated by a male psychiatrist who could substitute for the lack of a father figure. He also recommended that Mrs. Oswald seek, quote, psychotherapeutic guidance through contact with a family agency, end quote. The possibility of commitment was to be considered only if the probation plan was not successful. Lee's withdrawal was also noted by Mrs. Siegel, who described him as a, quote, seriously detached, withdrawn youngster, end quote. She also noted that there was, quote, a rather pleasant, appealing quality about this emotionally starved, affectionless youngster, which grows as one speaks to him, end quote. She thought that he had detached himself from the world around him because, quote, no one in it ever met any of his needs for love, end quote. She observed that since Lee's mother worked all day, he made his own meals and spent all his time alone because he didn't make friends with the boys in the neighborhood. She thought that he, quote, withdrew into a completely solitary and detached existence where he did as he wanted and he didn't have to live by any rules or come into contact with people, end quote. Mrs. Siegel concluded that Lee, quote, just felt that his mother never gave a damn for him. He always felt like a burden that she simply just had to tolerate, end quote. Lee confirmed some of those observations by saying that he felt almost as if there were a veil between him and other people through which they could not reach him, but that he preferred the veil to remain intact. He admitted to fantasies about being powerful and sometimes hurting and killing people, but refused to elaborate on them. He took the position that such matters were his own business. A psychological human figure drawing test corroborated the interviewer's findings that Lee was insecure and had limited social contacts. Irving Sokolow, a youth house psychologist, reported that, quote, the human figure drawings are empty, poor characterizations of persons approximately the same age as the subject. They reflect a considerable amount of impoverishment in the social and emotional areas. He appears to be a somewhat insecure youngster, exhibiting much inclination for warm and satisfying relationships to others. There is some indication that he may relate to men more easily than to women in view of the more mature conceptualization. He appears slightly withdrawn, and in view of the lack of detail within the drawings, this may assume a more significant characteristic. He exhibits some difficulty in relationship to the maternal figure, suggesting more anxiety in this area than in any other." End quote. Lee scored an IQ of 118 on the Wechsler Intelligence Scale for Children. According to Sokolow, this indicated a, quote, "present intellectual functioning in the upper range of bright normal intelligence," end quote. Sokolow said that although Lee was, quote, "presumably disinterested in school subjects, he operates on a much higher than average level," end quote. On the Monroe silent reading test, Lee's score indicated no retardation in reading speed and comprehension. He had better than average ability in arithmetical reasoning for his age group. Lee told Caro, his probation officer, that he liked to be by himself because he had too much difficulty in making friends. The reports of Caro and Mrs. Siegel also indicate an ambivalent attitude toward authority on Oswald's part. Caro reported that Lee was disruptive in class after he returned to school on a regular basis in the fall of 1953. He had refused to salute the flag and was doing very little, if any, work. It appears that he did not want to do any of the things which the authorities suggested in their efforts to bring him out of the shell into which he appeared to be retreating. He told Mrs. Siegel that he would run away if sent to a boarding school. On the other hand, he also told her that he wished his mother had been more firm with him in her attempts to get him to return to school. The reports of the New York authorities indicate that Lee's mother gave him very little affection and did not serve as any sort of substitute for a father. Furthermore, she did not appear to understand her own relationship to Lee's psychological problems. After her interview with Mrs. Oswald, Mrs. Siegel described her as a smartly dressed, gray-haired woman, very self-possessed and alert, and superficially affable, but essentially a, quote, "defensive, rigid, self-involved person who had real difficulty in accepting and relating to people," end quote, and who had, quote, "little understanding," end quote, of Lee's behavior and of the, quote, "protective shell he has drawn around himself," end quote. Dr. Hartogs reported that Mrs. Oswald did not understand that Lee's withdrawal was a form of, quote, "violent but silent protest against his neglect by her, and represents his reaction to a complete absence of any real family life," end quote. Caro reported that when questioned about his mother, Lee said, quote, "Well, I've got to live with her. I guess I love her," end quote. It may also be significant that, as reported by John Pick, quote, "Lee slept with my mother until I joined the service in 1950. This would make him approximately 10, well, almost 11 years old," end quote. The factors in Lee Oswald's personality which were noted by those who had contact with him in New York indicate that he had great difficulty in adapting himself to conditions in that city. His usual reaction to the problems which he encountered there was simply withdrawal. Those factors indicated a severe inability to enter into relationships with other people. In view of his experiences when he visited his relatives in New Orleans in the spring of 1950, and his other solitary habits, Lee had apparently been experiencing similar problems before going to New York, and, as will be shown below, this failure to adapt to his environment was a dominant trait in his later life. It would be incorrect, however, to believe that those aspects of Lee's personality which were observed in New York could have led anyone to predict the outburst of violence which finally occurred. Caro was the only one of Oswald's 3 principal observers who recommended that he be placed in a boys' home or similar institution. But Caro was quite specific that his recommendation was based primarily on the adverse factors in Lee's environment: his lack of friends, the apparent unavailability of any agency assistance, and the ineffectualness of his mother, and not on any particular mental disturbance in the boy himself. Caro testified that, quote, "There was nothing that would lead me to believe when I saw him at the age of 12 that there would be seeds of destruction for somebody. I couldn't, in all honesty, sincerely say such a thing." Mrs. Siegel concluded her report with the statement that, quote, "Despite his withdrawal, he gives the impression that he is not so difficult to reach as he appears, and patient, prolonged effort in a sustained relationship with one therapist might bring results. There are indications that he has suffered serious personality damage, but if he can receive help quickly, this might be repaired to some extent." End quote. Lee Oswald never received that help. Few social agencies, even in New York, were equipped to provide the kind of intensive treatment that he needed, and when one of the city's clinics did find room to handle him, for some reason the record does not show, advantage was never taken of the chance afforded to Oswald. When Lee became a disciplinary problem upon his return to school in the fall of 1953, and when his mother failed to cooperate in any way with school authorities were finally forced to consider placement in a home for boys. Such a placement was postponed, however, perhaps in part at least because Lee's behavior suddenly improved. Before the court took any action, the Oswalds left New York in January of 1954 and returned to New Orleans, where Lee finished the 9th grade before he left school to work for a year. Then, in October of 1956, he joined the Marines. End of section 39. Recording by Linda Johnson. Section 40 of Report of the President's Commission on the Assassination of President Kennedy, the Warren Commission Report. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. Report of the President's Commission on the Assassination of President Kennedy, the Warren Commission Report by the President's Commission on the Assassination of President Kennedy. Chapter 7, Lee Harvey Oswald, Background and Possible Motives, Part 2. Return to New Orleans and joining the Marine Corps. After his return to New Orleans, Oswald was teased at school because of the Northern accent which he had acquired. He concluded that school had nothing to offer him. His mother exercised little control over him and thought he could decide for himself whether to go on in school. Neighbors and others who knew him at that time recall an introverted boy who read a great deal. He took walks and visited museums, and sometimes rode a rented bicycle in the park on Saturday mornings. Mrs. Murrett believes that he talked at length with a girl on the telephone, but no one remembers that he had any dates. A friend, Edward Vobel, testified that, quote, "he was more bashful about girls than anything else," end quote. Several witnesses testified that Lee Oswald was not aggressive. He was, however, involved in some fights. Once a group of white boys beat him up for sitting in the Negro section of a bus, which he apparently did simply out of ignorance. Another time he fought with two brothers who claimed that he had picked on the younger of them, 3 years Oswald's junior. 2 days later, quote, "some big guy, probably from a high school, he looked like a tremendous football player," end quote, accosted Oswald on the way home from school and punched him in the mouth, making his lip bleed and loosening a tooth. Vobel took Oswald back to the school to attend to his wounds, and their, quote, "mild friendship," end quote, stemmed from that incident. Vobel also recalled that Oswald once outlined a plan to cut the glass in the window of a store on Rampart Street and steal a pistol, but he was not sure then that Oswald meant to carry out the plan, and in fact they never did. Vogel said that Oswald, quote, "wouldn't start any fights, but if you wanted to start one with him, he was going to make sure that he ended it, or you were going to really have one, because he wasn't going to take anything from anybody," end quote. In a space for the names of, quote, "close friends," end quote, on the 9th grade personal history record, Oswald first wrote, quote, "Edward Vogel," end quote, an obvious misspelling of Vogel's name, and, quote, "Arthur Hebert," end quote, most likely Arthur Hebert, a classmate who has said that he did not know Oswald well. Oswald erased those names, however, and indicated that he had no close friends. It has been suggested that this misspelling of names, apparently on a phonetic basis, was caused by a reading spelling disability from which Oswald appeared to suffer. Other evidence of the existence of such a disability is provided by the many other misspellings that appear in Oswald's writings, portions of which are quoted below. Sometime during this period, and under circumstances to be discussed more fully below, Oswald started to read communist literature, which he obtained from the public library. One of his fellow employees, Palmer McBride, stated that Oswald said he would like to kill President Eisenhower because he was exploiting the working class. Oswald praised Khrushchev and suggested that he and McBride join the Communist Party, quote, "to take advantage of their social functions," end quote. Oswald also became interested in the New Orleans Amateur Astronomy Association, an organization of high school students. The association's then president, William E. Wolfe, testified that he remembered an occasion when Oswald, quote, "started expounding the communist doctrine and saying that he was highly interested in communism, that communism was the only way of life for the worker, etc., and then came out with a statement that he was looking for a communist cell in town to join, but he couldn't find any. He was a little dismayed at this, and he said that he couldn't find any that would show any interest in him as a communist, and subsequently after this conversation my father came in and we were kind of arguing back and forth about the situation, and my father came in the room, heard what we were arguing on communism, and that this boy was loudmouthed, boisterous, and my father asked him to leave the house and politely put him out of the house, and that is the last I have seen or spoken with Oswald." End quote. Despite this apparent interest in communism, Oswald tried to join the Marines when he was 16 years old. This was 1 year before his actual enlistment, and just a little over 2.5 years after he left New York. He wrote a note in his mother's name to school authorities in New Orleans, saying that he was leaving school because he and his mother were moving to San Diego. In fact, he had quit school in an attempt to obtain his mother's assistance to join the Marines. While he apparently was able to induce his mother to make a false statement about his age, he was nevertheless unable to convince the proper authorities that he was really 17 years old. There is evidence that Oswald was greatly influenced in his decision to join the Marines by the fact that his brother Robert had done so approximately 3 years before. Robert Oswald had given his Marine Corps manual to his brother Lee, who studied it during the year following his unsuccessful attempt to enlist until, quote, "he knew it by heart," end quote. According to Marguerite Oswald, quote, "Lee lived for the time that he would become 17 years old to join the Marines, that whole year," end quote. In John Pick's view, Oswald was motivated to join the Marines in large part by a desire, quote, "to get from out and under the yoke of oppression from my mother," end quote. Oswald's inability or lack of desire to enter into meaningful relationships with other people continued during this period in New Orleans, 1954 to 1956. It probably contributed greatly to the general dissatisfaction which he exhibited with his environment, a dissatisfaction which seemed to find expression at this particular point in his intense desire to join the Marines and get away from his surroundings and his mother. His study of communist literature, which might appear to be inconsistent with his desire to join the Marines, could have been another manifestation of Oswald's rejection of his environment. His difficulty in relating to other people and his general dissatisfaction with the world around him continued while he was in the Marine Corps. Carey Thornley, a Marine associate, who, shortly after Oswald's defection, wrote an as yet unpublished novel based in considerable part on Oswald's life, testified that, quote, "definitely the Marine Corps was not what he had expected it to be when he joined," end quote. He said that Oswald, quote, "seemed to guard against developing real close friendships," end quote. Daniel Powers, another Marine who was stationed with Oswald for part of his Marine career, testified that Oswald seemed, quote, "always to be striving for a relationship, but whenever he did, his general personality would alienate the group against him," end quote. Other Marines also testified that Oswald had few friends and kept very much to himself. While there is nothing in Oswald's military records to indicate that he was mentally unstable or otherwise psychologically unfit for duty in the Marine Corps, he did not adjust well to conditions which he found in that service. He did not rise above the rank of private first class, even though he had passed a qualifying examination for the rank of corporal. His Marine career was not helped by his attitude that he was a man of great ability and intelligence, and that many of his superiors in the Marine Corps were not sufficiently competent to give him orders. While Oswald did not seem to object to authority in the abstract, he did think that he should be the one to exercise it. John E. Donovan, one of his former officers, testified that Oswald thought, quote, "that authority, particularly the Marine Corps, ought to be able to recognize talent such as his own, without a given magic college degree, and put them in positions of prominence." End quote. Oswald manifested this feeling about authority by baiting his officers. He led them into discussions of foreign affairs about which they often knew less than he did, since he had apparently devoted considerable time to a study of such matters. When the officers were unable to discuss foreign affairs satisfactorily with him, Oswald regarded them as unfit to exercise command over him. Nelson Delgado, one of Oswald's fellow Marines, testified that Oswald tried to, quote, "cut up anybody that was high-ranking," end quote, in those arguments, quote, "and make himself come out top dog," end quote. Oswald probably engaged his superiors in arguments on a subject that he had studied, in an attempt to attract attention to himself and to support his exaggerated idea of his own abilities. Thornley also testified that he thought that Oswald's extreme personal sloppiness in the Marine Corps, quote, "fitted into a general personality pattern of his to do whatever was not wanted of him, a recalcitrant trend in his personality," end quote. Oswald, quote, "seemed to be a person who would go out of his way to get into trouble," end quote, and then used the, quote, "special treatment," end quote, he received as an example of the way in which he was being picked on, and, quote, "as a means of getting or attempting to get sympathy," end quote. In Thornley's view, Oswald labored under a persecution complex which he strove to maintain, and, quote, "felt the Marine Corps kept a pretty close watch on him because of his subversive activities," end quote. Thornley added, quote, "I think it was kind of necessary to him to believe that he was being picked on. It wasn't anything extreme. I wouldn't go as far as to call him a paranoid, but a definite tendency there was in that direction, I think." End quote. Powers considered Oswald to be meek and easily led, an, quote, "individual that you would brainwash, and quite easy, but I think once he believed in something, he stood in his beliefs." End quote. Powers also testified that Oswald was reserved, and seemed to be, quote, "somewhat the frail little puppy in the litter." End quote. He had the nickname, quote, "Ozzy Rabbit." End quote. Oswald read a good deal, said Powers, but, quote, He would never be reading any of the shoot-'em-up westerns or anything like that. Normally it would be a good type of literature, and the one that I recall was Leaves of Grass by Walt Whitman." End quote. According to Powers, Oswald said, quote, "All the Marine Corps did was to teach you to kill, and after you got out of the Marines you might be good gangsters." End quote. Powers believed that when Oswald arrived in Japan he acquired a girlfriend, quote, "finally attaining a male status or image in his own eyes." End quote. That apparently caused Oswald to become more self-confident, aggressive, and even somewhat pugnacious, although Powers, quote, "wouldn't say that this guy is a troublemaker." End quote. Powers said, quote, "Now he was Oswald the man rather than Oswald the rabbit." End quote. Oswald once told Powers that he didn't care if he returned to the United States at all. While in Japan, Oswald's new-found apparent self-confidence and pugnaciousness led to an incident in which he spilled a drink on one of his sergeants and abusively challenged him to fight. At the court-martial hearing which followed, Oswald admitted that he had been rather drunk when the incident occurred. He testified that he had felt the sergeant had a grudge against him, and that he had unsuccessfully sought a transfer from the sergeant's unit. He said that he had simply wanted to discuss the question with the sergeant, and the drink had been spilled accidentally. The hearing officer agreed with the latter claim, but found Oswald guilty of wrongfully using provoking words and sentenced him to 28 days, cancelling the suspension of a 20-day sentence that Oswald had received in an earlier court-martial for possessing an unauthorized pistol with which he had accidentally shot himself. At his own request, Oswald was transferred from active duty to the Marine Corps Reserve under honorable conditions in September of 1959, 3 months prior to his regularly scheduled separation date, ostensibly to care for his mother, who had been injured in an accident at her work. He was undesirably discharged from the Marine Corps Reserve, to which he had been assigned on inactive status following his transfer from active duty, after it was learned that he had defected to the Soviet Union. In an attempt to have this discharge reversed, Oswald wrote to then Secretary of the Navy Connally on January 30, 1962, stating that he would, quote, "employ all means to right this gross mistake or injustice." End quote. Governor Connally had just resigned to run for governor of Texas, so he advised Oswald that he had forwarded the letter to his successor. It is thus clear that Oswald knew that Governor Connally was never directly concerned with his discharge, and he must have known that President Kennedy had had nothing to do with it. In that connection, it does not appear that Oswald ever expressed any dissatisfaction of any kind with either the President or Governor Connally. Marina Oswald testified that she, quote, "had never heard anything bad about Kennedy from Lee, and he never had anything against him." End quote. Mrs. Oswald said that her husband did not say anything about Governor Connally after his return to the United States. She testified, quote, "But while we were in Russia he spoke well of him. Lee said that when he would return to the United States he would vote for him for governor." End quote. Oswald must have already learned that the governor could not help him with his discharge, because he was no longer Secretary of the Navy at the time he made that remark. Even though Oswald apparently did not express any hostility against the President or Governor Connally, he continued to be concerned about his undesirable discharge. It is clear that he thought he had been unjustly treated. Probably his complaint was due to the fact that his discharge was not related to anything he had done while on active duty, and also because he had not received any notice of the original discharge proceedings, since his whereabouts were not known. He continued his efforts to reverse the discharge by petitioning the Navy Discharge Review Board, which finally declined to modify the discharge, and so advised him in a letter dated July 1963. Governor Connally's connection with the discharge, although indirect, caused the commission to consider whether he might have been Oswald's real target. In that connection, it should be noted that Marina Oswald testified on September 6, 1964, that she thought her husband, quote, was shooting at Connally rather than President Kennedy, end quote. In support of her conclusion, Mrs. Oswald noted her husband's undesirable discharge and that she could not think of any reason why Oswald would want to kill President Kennedy. It should be noted, however, that at the time Oswald fired the shots at the presidential limousine, the governor occupied the seat in front of the president, and it would have been almost impossible for Oswald to have hit the governor without hitting the president first. Oswald could have shot the governor as the car approached the depository, or as it was making the turn onto Elm Street. Once it had started down Elm Street toward the triple underpass, however, the president almost completely blocked Oswald's view of the governor prior to the time the first shot struck the president. Furthermore, Oswald would have had other and more favorable opportunities to strike at the governor than on this occasion when, as a member of the president's party, he had more protection than usual. It would appear, therefore, that to the extent Oswald's undesirable discharge affected his motivation, it was more in terms of a general hostility against the government and its representatives rather than a grudge against any particular person. Interest in Marxism. As indicated above, Oswald started to read communist literature after he and his mother left New York and moved to New Orleans. He told Aline Mosby, a reporter who interviewed him after he arrived in Moscow, quote, "I'm a Marxist. I became interested about the age of 15. From an ideological viewpoint, an old lady handed me a pamphlet about saving the Rosenbergs. I looked at that paper and I still remember it for some reason. I don't know why." End quote. Oswald studied Marxism after he joined the Marines, and his sympathies in that direction and for the Soviet Union appear to have been widely known, at least in the unit to which he was assigned after his return from the Far East. His interest in Russia led some of his associates to call him Comrade or Oswald Skovich. He always wanted to play the red pieces in chess because, as he said in an apparently humorous context, he preferred the, quote, Red Army, end quote. He studied the Russian language, read a Russian language newspaper, and seemed interested in what was going on in the Soviet Union. Thornley, who thought Oswald had an irrevocable conviction that his Marxist beliefs were correct, testified, quote, "I think you could sit down and argue with him for a number of years, and I don't think you could have changed his mind on that unless you knew why he believed it in the first place. I certainly don't. I don't think with any kind of formal argument you could have shaken that conviction, and that is why I say irrevocable. It was just never getting back to looking at things from any other way once he had become a Marxist, whenever that was." End quote. Thornley also testified about an incident which grew out of a combination of Oswald's known Marxist sympathies and George Orwell's book 1984, one of Oswald's favorite books, which Thornley read at Oswald's suggestion. Shortly after Thornley finished reading that book, the Marine unit to which both men were assigned was required to take part in a Saturday morning parade in honor of some retiring non-commissioned officers, an event which they both approached with little enthusiasm. While waiting for the parade to start, they talked briefly about 1984, even though Oswald seemed to be lost in his own thoughts. After a brief period of silence, Oswald remarked on the stupidity of the parade and on how angry it made him, to which Thornley replied, quote, "Well, comes the revolution, you will change all that." End quote. Thornley testified, quote, "At which time he looked at me like a betrayed Caesar and screamed definitely, 'Not you too, Thornley!' And I remember his voice cracked as he said this. He was definitely disturbed at what I had said, and I didn't really think I had said that much. I never said anything to him again, and he never said anything to me again." End quote. Thornley said that he had made his remark only in the context of 1984, and had not intended any criticism of Oswald's political views, which is the way in which Thornley thought Oswald took his remarks. Lieutenant Donovan testified that Oswald thought that, quote, "there were many grave injustices concerning the affairs in the international situation," end quote. He recalled that Oswald had a specific interest in Latin America, particularly Cuba, and expressed opposition to the Batista regime and sympathy for Castro, an attitude which Donovan said was, quote, "not unpopular," end quote, at that time. Donovan testified that he never heard Oswald express a desire personally to take part in the elimination of injustices anywhere in the world, and that he, quote, "never heard him in any way, shape, or form confess that he was a communist, or that he ever thought about being a communist," end quote. Delgado testified that Oswald was, quote, "a complete believer that our way of government was not quite right," end quote, and believed that our government did not have, quote, "too much to offer," end quote, but was not in favor of, quote, "the communist way of life," end quote. Delgado and Oswald talked more about Cuba than Russia, and sometimes imagined themselves as leaders in the Cuban army or a government, who might, quote, "lead an expedition to some of these other islands and free them too," end quote. Thornley also believed that Oswald's Marxist beliefs led to an extraordinary view of history under which, quote, "he looked upon the eyes of future people as some kind of tribunal, and he wanted to be on the winning side, so that 10,000 years from now people would look in the history books and say, 'Well, this man was ahead of his time.' The eyes of the future became the eyes of God. He was concerned with his image in history, and I do think that is why he chose the particular method of defecting he chose, and did it in the way he did. It got him in the newspapers. It did broadcast his name out." End quote. Thornley thought that Oswald not only wanted a place in history, but also wanted to live comfortably in the present. He testified that if Oswald could not have that, quote, "degree of physical comfort that he expected or sought, I think he would then throw himself entirely on the other thing he also wanted, which was the image in history. I think he wanted both if he could have them. If he didn't, he wanted to die with the knowledge that, or with the idea that he was somebody." End quote. Oswald's interest in Marxism led some people to avoid him, even though, as his wife suggested, that interest may have been motivated by a desire to gain attention. He used his Marxist and associated activities as excuses for his difficulties in getting along in the world, which were usually caused by entirely different factors. His use of those excuses to present himself to the world as a person who was being unfairly treated is shown most clearly by his employment relations after his return from the Soviet Union. Of course, he made his real problems worse to the extent that his use of those excuses prevented him from discovering the real reasons for and attempting to overcome his difficulties. Of greater importance, Oswald's commitment to Marxism contributed to the decisions which led him to defect to the Soviet Union in 1959, and later to engage in activities on behalf of the Fair Play for Cuba Committee in the summer of 1963, and to attempt to go to Cuba late in September of that year. End of section 40. Recording by Linda Johnson. Section 41 of Report of the President's Commission on the Assassination of President Kennedy, the Warren Commission Report. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. Report of the President's Commission on the Assassination of President Kennedy, the Warren Commission Report, by the President's Commission on the Assassination of President Kennedy. Chapter 7, Lee Harvey Oswald, Background and Possible Motives, Part 3. Defection to the Soviet Union. After Oswald left the Marine Corps in September of 1959, ostensibly to care for his mother, he almost immediately left for the Soviet Union, where he attempted to renounce his citizenship. At the age of 19, Oswald thus committed an act which was the most striking indication he had yet given of his willingness to act on his beliefs in quite extraordinary ways. While his defection resulted in part from Oswald's commitment to Marxism, it appears that personal and psychological factors were also involved. On August 17, 1963, Oswald told Mr. William Stuckey, who had arranged a radio debate on Oswald's activities on behalf of the Fair Play for Cuba Committee, that while he had begun to read Marx and Engels at the age of 15, the conclusive thing that made him decide that Marxism was the answer was his service in Japan. He said living conditions over there convinced him something was wrong with the system, and that possibly Marxism was the answer. He said it was in Japan that he made up his mind to go to Russia and see for himself how a revolutionary society operates, a Marxist society. On the other hand, at least one person who knew Oswald after his return thought that his defection had a more personal and psychological basis. The validity of the latter observation is borne out by some of the things Oswald wrote in connection with his defection, indicating that his motivation was at least in part a personal one. On November 26, 1959, shortly after he arrived in the Soviet Union, and probably before Soviet authorities had given him permission to stay indefinitely, he wrote to his brother Robert that the Soviet Union was a country which, quote, "I have always considered to be my own," end quote, and that he went there, quote, "only to find freedom. I could never have been personally happy in the U.S.," end quote. He wrote in another letter that he would, quote, "never return to the United States, which is a country I hate," end quote. His idea that he was to find, quote, "freedom," end quote, in the Soviet Union was to be rudely shattered. Whatever Oswald's reasons for going to the Soviet Union might have been, however, there can be little doubt that his desire to go was quite strong. In addition to studying the Russian language while he was in the Marines, Oswald had managed to save enough money to cover the expenses of his forthcoming trip. While there is no proof that he saved $1,500, as he claimed, it would have taken considerable discipline to save whatever amount was required to finance his defection out of the salary of a low-ranking enlisted man. The extent of Oswald's desire to go to the Soviet Union, and of his initial commitment to that country, can best be understood, however, in the context of his concomitant hatred of the United States, which was most clearly expressed in his November 26, 1959, letter to his brother Robert. Addressing himself to the question of why, quote, "I and my fellow workers and communists would like to see the present capitalist government of the U.S. overthrown," end quote, Oswald stated that that government supported an economic system, quote, "which exploits all its workers," end quote, and under which, quote, "art, culture, and the spirit of man are subjected to commercial enterprising, and religion and education are used as a tool to suppress what would otherwise be a population questioning their government's unfair economic system and plans for war," end quote. He complained in his letter about segregation, unemployment, automation, and the use of military forces to suppress other populations. Asking his brother why he supported the American government and what ideals he put forward, Oswald wrote, quote, "Ask me, and I will tell you I fight for communism. I will not say your grandchildren will live under communism. Look for yourself at history. Look at a world map. America is a dicing country. I do not wish to be a part of it, nor do I ever again wish to be used as a tool in its military aggressions. This should answer your question, and also give you a glimpse of my way of thinking. So you speak of advantages. Do you think that is why I am here? For personal material advantages? Happiness is not based on oneself. It does not consist of a small home, of taking and getting. Happiness is taking part in the struggle, where there is no borderline between one's own personal world and the world in general. I never believed I would find more material advantages at this stage of development in the Soviet Union than I might have had in the U.S. I have been a pro-communist for years, and yet I have never met a communist. Instead, I kept silent and observed, and what I observed, plus my Marxist learning, brought me here to the Soviet Union. I have always considered this country to be my own." End quote. Responding to Robert's statement that he had not renounced him, Oswald told his brother, quote, "on what terms I want this arrangement." End quote. He advised Robert that 1. In the event of war, I would kill any American who put a uniform on in defense of the American government, any American. 2. That in my own mind I have no attachments of any kind in the U.S. 3. That I want to, and I shall, live a normal, happy, and peaceful life here in the Soviet Union for the rest of my life. 4. That my mother and you are, in spite of what the newspapers said, not objects of affection, but only examples of workers in the U.S. Despite this commitment to the Soviet Union, Oswald met disappointments there just as he had in the past. At the outset, the Soviets told him that he could not remain. It seems that Oswald immediately attempted suicide, a striking indication of how much he desired to remain in the Soviet Union. It shows how willing he was to act dramatically and decisively when he faced an emotional crisis with few readily available alternatives at hand. He was shocked to find that the Soviet Union did not accept him with open arms. The entry in his self-styled, quote, "historic diary," end quote, for October 21, 1959, reports, quote, "I am shocked. My dreams. I have waited for 2 years to be accepted. My fondest dreams are shattered because of a petty official. I decide to end it. Soak fist in cold water to numb the pain, then slash my left wrist. Then plunge wrist into bathtub of hot water. Somewhere a violin plays as I watch my life whirl away. I think to myself, how easy to die, and a sweet death to violins." End quote. Oswald was discovered in time to thwart his attempt at suicide. He was taken to a hospital in Moscow, where he was kept until October 28, 1959. Still intent, however, on staying in the Soviet Union, Oswald went on October 31 to the American Embassy to renounce his U.S. citizenship. Mr. Richard E. Snyder, then Second Secretary and senior consular official at the embassy, testified that Oswald was extremely sure of himself and seemed, quote, "to know what his mission was. He took charge, in a sense, of the conversation right from the beginning." End quote. He presented the following signed note. Quote, "I, Lee Harvey Oswald, do hereby request that my present citizenship in the United States of America be revoked. I have entered the Soviet Union for the express purpose of applying for citizenship in the Soviet Union through the means of naturalization. My request for citizenship is now pending before the Supreme Soviet of the USSR. I take these steps for political reasons. My request for the revoking of my American citizenship is made only after the longest and most serious considerations. I affirm that my allegiance is to the Union of Soviet Socialist Republics." End quote. As his, quote, "principal reason," end quote, for renouncing his citizenship, Oswald stated, quote, "I am a Marxist." End quote. He also alluded to hardships endured by his mother as a worker, referring to them as experiences that he did not intend to have himself, even though he stated that he had never held a civilian job. He said that his Marine service in Okinawa and elsewhere had given him, quote, "a chance to observe American imperialism," end quote, but he also displayed some sensitivity at not having reached a higher rank in the Marine Corps. He stated that he had volunteered to give Soviet officials any information that he had concerning Marine Corps operations, and intimated that he might know something of special interest. Oswald's historic diary describes the event in part as follows, quote, "I leave embassy, elated at this showdown. Returning to my hotel, I feel now my energies are not spent in vain. I'm sure Russians will accept me after this sign of my faith in them." End quote. The Soviet authorities finally permitted Oswald to remain in their country. No evidence has been found that they used him for any particular propaganda or other political or informational purposes. They sent him to Minsk to work in a radio and television factory as a metal worker. The Soviet authorities denied Oswald permission to attend a university in Moscow, but they gave him a monthly allowance of 700 rubles a month, old exchange rate, in addition to his factory salary of approximately equal amount, and considerably better living quarters than those accorded to Soviet citizens of equal age and station. The subsidy, apparently similar to those sometimes given to foreigners allowed to remain in the Soviet Union, together with his salary, gave Oswald an income which he said approximated that of the director of the factory in which he worked. Even though he received more money and better living quarters than other Russians doing similar work, he envied his wife's uncle, a colonel in the MVD, because of the larger apartment in which he lived. Reminiscent of his attitude toward his superiors in the Marine Corps, Oswald apparently resented the exercise of authority over him and the better treatment afforded to Communist Party officials. After he returned to the United States, he took the position that the Communist Party officials in the Soviet Union were opportunists who were betraying their positions for personal gain. He is reported to have expressed the conclusion that they had, quote, "fat, stinking politicians over there just like we have over here," end quote. Oswald apparently continued to have personal difficulties while he was in Minsk. Although Marina Oswald told the commission that her husband had good personal relationships in the Soviet Union, Catherine Ford, one of the members of the Russian community in Dallas, with which the Oswalds became acquainted upon their arrival in the United States, stated that Mrs. Oswald told her everybody in Russia, quote, "hated him," end quote. Jean de Mohrenschildt, another member of that group, said that Oswald told her that he had returned because, quote, "I didn't find what I was looking for," end quote. George de Mohrenschildt thought that Oswald must have become disgusted with life in the Soviet Union as the novelty of the presence of an American wore off, and he began to be less the center of attention. The best description of Oswald's state of mind, however, is set forth in his own historic diary. Under the entry for May 1, 1960, he noted that one of his acquaintances, quote, "relates many things I do not know about the USSR. I begin to feel uneasy inside, it's true," end quote. Under the entry for August to September of that year, he wrote, quote, "As my Russian improves, I become increasingly conscious of just what sort of a society I live in. Mass gymnastics, compulsory after-work meeting, usually political information meeting, compulsory attendance at lectures and the sending of the entire shop collective except me to pick potatoes on a Sunday at a state collective farm, a patriotic duty to bring in the harvest. The opinions of the workers, unvoiced, are that it's a great pain in the neck. They don't seem to be especially enthusiastic about any of the collective duties, a natural feeling. I am increasingly aware of the presence in all thing of Le Bison, shop party secretary, fat, 40-ish, and jovial on the outside. He is a no-nonsense party regular." End quote. Finally, the entry of January 4 to 31 of 1961, "I am starting to reconsider my desire about staying. The work is drab, the money I get has nowhere to be spent. No nightclubs or bowling alleys, no places of recreation, except the trade union dances. I have had enough." End quote. Shortly thereafter, less than 18 months after his defection, about 6 weeks before he met Marina Prusakova, Oswald opened negotiations with the U.S. Embassy in Moscow, looking toward his return to the United States. Return to the United States. In view of the intensity of his earlier commitment to the Soviet Union, a great change must have occurred in Oswald's thinking to induce him to return to the United States. The psychological effects of that change must have been highly unsettling. It should be remembered that he was not yet 20 years old when he went to the Soviet Union with such high hopes, and not quite 23 when he returned bitterly disappointed. His attempt to renounce his citizenship had been an open expression of hostility against the United States and a profound rejection of his early life. The dramatic break with society in America now had to be undone. His return to the United States publicly testified to the utter failure of what had been the most important act of his life. Marina Oswald confirmed the fact that her husband was experiencing psychological difficulties at the time of his return. She said that, "Immediately after coming to the United States, Lee changed. I did not know him as such a man in Russia." End quote. She added that while he helped her as he had done before, he became more of a recluse, that "he was very irritable, sometimes for a trifle," end quote, and that "Lee was very unrestrained and very explosive," end quote, during the period from November 19, 1962 to March of 1963. After the assassination, she wrote that, "In general, our family life began to deteriorate after we arrived in America. Lee was always hot-tempered, and now this trait of character more and more prevented us from living together in harmony. Lee became very irritable, and sometimes some completely trivial thing would drive him into a rage. I myself do not have a particularly quiet disposition, but I had to change my character a great deal in order to maintain a more or less peaceful family life." End quote. Marina Oswald's judgment of her husband's state of mind may be substantiated by comparing material which he wrote in the Soviet Union with what he wrote while on the way back to the United States and after his return. While in the Soviet Union, he wrote his longest and clearest piece of work, The Collective. This was a fairly coherent description of life in that country, basically centered around the radio and television factory in which he worked. While it was apparently intended for publication in the United States, and is in many respects critical of certain aspects of life in the Soviet Union, it appears to be the work of a fairly well-organized person. Oswald prefaced his manuscript with a short autobiographical sketch, which reads in part as follows, "Lee Harvey Oswald was born in October 1939 in New Orleans, Louisiana, the son of an insurance salesman whose early death left a far, mean streak of independence brought on by neglect. Entering the U.S. Marine Corps at 17, this streak of independence was strengthened by exotic journeys to Japan, the Philippines, and the scores of odd islands in the Pacific. Immediately after serving out his 3 years in the U.S. Marine Corps, he abandoned his American life to seek a new life in the U.S.S.R. Full of optimism and hope, he stood in Red Square in the fall of 1959, vowing to see his chosen course through, after, however, 2 years and a lot of growing up, I decided to return to the USA." End quote. The collective contrasts sharply with material which Oswald seems to have written after he left the Soviet Union, which appears to be more an expression of his own psychological condition than of a reasoned analysis. The latter material expresses great hostility to both communism and capitalism. He wrote that to a person knowing both of those systems, "there can be no mediation between those systems as they exist today, and that person he must be opposed to their basic foundations and representatives." And yet it is immature to take the sort of attitude which says, "a curse on both your houses." There are two great representatives of power in the world, simply expressed, the left and right, and their offspring factions and concerns. Any practical attempt at one alternative must have as its nucleus the traditional ideological best of both systems, and yet be utterly opposed to both systems." Such an alternative was to be opposed both to capitalism and communism because, "no man having lived under the Russian communist and American capitalist system could possibly make a choice between them. There is no choice. One offers oppression, the other poverty. Both offer imperialistic injustice tinted with two brands of slavery." Oswald actually did attempt to formulate such an alternative, which he planned to "put forward" himself. He thought the new alternative would have its best chance to be accepted after "conflict between the two world systems leaves the world country without defense or foundation of government," after which the survivors would "seek an alternative opposed to those systems which have brought them misery." Oswald realized that "their thinking and education will be steeped in the traditions of those systems, and they would never accept a new order complete beyond their understanding." As a result, he thought it would be "necessary to oppose the old systems, but at the same time support their cherished traditions." Expanding on his ideas on how his alternative to communism and capitalism might be introduced, he wrote of a "readily foreseeable economic, political, or military crisis, internal or external, which will bring about the final destruction of the capitalist system," and indicated that preparation in a special party could safeguard an independent course of action after the debacle, which would achieve the goal, which was "the emplacement of a separate, democratic, pure communist society, but one with union communes, democratic socializing of production, and without regard to the twisting apart of Marxism, Marxist communism by other powers." While "resourcefulness and patient working towards the aforesaid goals are preferred rather than loud and useless manifestations of protest," Oswald went on to note, "but these preferred tactics now may prove to be too limited in the near future. They should not be confused with slowness, indecision, or fear. Only the intellectually fearless could even be remotely attracted to our doctrine, and yet this doctrine requires the utmost restraint, a state of being in itself majestic in power." Oswald's decided rejection of both capitalism and communism seemed to place him in a situation in which he could not live with satisfaction either in the United States or in the Soviet Union. The discussion above has already set forth examples of his expression of hatred for the United States. He also expressed hatred of the Soviet Union and of the Communist Party, USA, even though he later referred to the latter as "trusted long-time fighters for progress." He wrote, "The Communist Party of the United States has betrayed itself. It has turned itself into the traditional lever of a foreign power to overthrow the government of the United States, not in the name of freedom or high ideals, but in servile conformity to the wishes of the Soviet Union and in anticipation of Soviet Russia's complete domination of the American continent. There can be no sympathy for those who have turned the idea of communism into a vile curse to Western man. The Soviets have committed crimes unsurpassed even by their early day capitalist counterparts, the imprisonment of their own peoples, with the mass extermination so typical of Stalin, and the individual suppression and regimentation under Khrushchev. The deportations, the purposeful curtailment of diet in the consumer-slighted population of Russia, the murder of history, the prostitution of art and culture." End quote. A suggestion that Oswald hated more than just capitalism and communism is provided by the following, which was apparently written either on the ship coming back or after his return from the Soviet Union. Quote, "I have often wondered why it is that the communist, anarchist, capitalist, and even the fascist and anarchist elements in American always profess patriotism toward the land and the people, if not the government, although their ideals movements must surely lead to the bitter destruction of all and everything. I am quite sure these people must hate not only the government, but the people, culture, traditions, heritage, and very people itself, and yet they stand up and piously pronounce themselves patriots, displaying their war medals that they gained in conflicts long past between themselves. I wonder what would happen if somebody was to stand up and say he was utterly opposed not only to the governments but to the people, to the entire land and complete foundations of his society." End quote. Oswald demonstrated his thinking in connection with his return to the United States by preparing two sets of identical questions of the type which he might have thought he would be asked at a press conference when he returned. With either great ambivalence or cold calculation, he prepared completely different answers to the same questions. Judged by his other statements and writings, however, he appears to have indicated his true feelings in the set of answers first presented, and to have stated in the second what he thought would be least harmful to him as he resumed life in the United States. For example, in response to his questions about his decision to go to the Soviet Union, his first draft answered, quote, "As a mark of disgust and protest against American political policies in foreign countries, my personal sign of discontent and horror at the misguided line of reasoning of the United States government." End quote. His second answer was that he, quote, "went as a citizen of the U.S. as a tourist, residing in a foreign country, which I have a perfect right to do. I went there to see the land, the people, and how their system works." End quote. To the question of, quote, "Are you a communist?" End quote, he first answered, "Yes. Basically, although I hate the USSR and socialist system, I still think Marxism can work under different circumstances." End quote. His second answer to this question was, quote, "No, of course not. I have never even known a communist outside of the ones in the USSR, but you can't help that." End quote. His first set of questions and answers indicated his belief that there were no outstanding differences between the Soviet Union and the United States, quote, "except in the U.S. the living standard is a little higher. Freedoms are about the same. Medical aid and the educational system in the USSR is better than in the USA." End quote. In the second simulated transcript, which ended with the statement, quote, "Newspapers, thank you, sir, you are a real patriot." End quote. He apparently concluded that the United States offered, quote, "freedom of speech, travel, outspoken opposition to unpopular policies, freedom to believe in God," end quote, while the Soviet Union did not. Despite the hatred that Oswald expressed toward the Soviet Union after his residence there, he continued to be interested in that country after he returned to the United States. Soon after his arrival, he wrote to the Soviet embassy in Washington, requesting information on how to subscribe to Russian newspapers and magazines, and asked for, quote, "any periodicals or bulletins which you may put out for the benefit of your citizens living for a time in the USA." End quote. Oswald subsequently did subscribe to several Soviet journals. While Marina Oswald tried to obtain permission to return to the Soviet Union, she testified that she did so at her husband's insistence. In July of 1963, Oswald also requested the Soviet Union to provide a visa for his return to that country. In August of 1963, he gave the New Orleans police as a reason for refusing to permit his family to learn English that, quote, "he hated America and he did not want them to become Americanized, and that his plans were to go back to Russia." End quote. Even though his primary purpose probably was to get to Cuba, he sought an immediate grant of visa on his trip to Mexico City in late September of 1963. He also inquired about visas for himself and his wife in a letter which he wrote to the Soviet Embassy in Washington on November 9, 1963. End of section 41. Recording by Linda Johnson. Section 42 of Report of the President's Commission on the Assassination of President Kennedy, the Warren Commission Report. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. Report of the President's Commission on the Assassination of President Kennedy, the Warren Commission Report, by the President's Commission on the Assassination of President Kennedy. Chapter 7, Lee Harvey Oswald, Background and Possible Motives, Part 4. Personal relations. Apart from his relatives, Oswald had no friends or close associates in Texas when he returned there in June of 1962, and he did not establish any close friendships or associations, although it appears that he came to respect George de Mohrenschildt. Somewhat of a nonconformist, de Mohrenschildt was a peripheral member of the so-called Russian community, with which Oswald made contact through Mr. Peter Gregory, a Russian-speaking petroleum engineer, whom Oswald met as a result of his contact with the Texas Employment Commission office in Fort Worth. Some of the members of that group saw a good deal of the Oswalds through the fall of 1963, and attempted to help Mrs. Oswald particularly in various ways. In general, Oswald did not like the members of the Russian community. In fact, his relations with some of them, particularly George Boo, became quite hostile. Part of the problem resulted from the fact that, as Jean de Mohrenschildt testified, Oswald was, quote, "very, very disagreeable and disappointed." End quote. He also expressed considerable resentment at the help given to his wife by her Russian-American friends. Jean de Mohrenschildt said, quote, "Marina had 100 dresses given to her, and he objected to that lavish help because Marina was throwing it into his face. He was offensive with the people, and I can understand why, because that hurt him. He could never give her what the people were showering on her, no matter how hard he worked, and he worked very hard." End quote. The relations between Oswald and his wife became such that Boo wanted to liberate her from Oswald. While the exact sequence of events is not clear because of conflicting testimony, it appears that de Mohrenschildt and his wife actually went to Oswald's apartment early in November of 1962 and helped to move the personal effects of Marina Oswald and the baby. Even though it appears that they may have left Oswald a few days before, it seems that he resisted the move as best he could. He even threatened to tear up his wife's dresses and break all the baby things. According to de Mohrenschildt, Oswald submitted to the inevitable, presumably because he was, quote, "small, you know, and he was rather a puny individual." End quote. De Mohrenschildt said that the whole affair made him nervous, since he was, quote, "interfering in other people's affairs after all." End quote. Oswald attempted to get his wife to come back, and over Boo's protest, de Mohrenschildt finally told him where she was. De Mohrenschildt admitted that, quote, "if somebody did that to me, a lousy trick like that, to take my wife away and all the furniture, I would be mad as hell too. I am surprised that he didn't do something worse." End quote. After about a 2-week separation, Marina Oswald returned to her husband. Boo thoroughly disapproved of this, and as a result, almost all communication between the Oswalds and members of the Russian community ceased. Contacts with de Mohrenschildt and his wife did continue, and they saw the Oswalds occasionally until the spring of 1963. Shortly after his return from the Soviet Union, Oswald severed all relations with his mother. He did not see his brother Robert from Thanksgiving of 1962 until November 23, 1963. At the time of his defection, Oswald had said that neither his brother Robert nor his mother were objects of his affection, quote, "but only examples of workers in the U.S." End quote. He also indicated to officials at the American embassy in Moscow that his defection was motivated, at least in part, by so-called exploitation of his mother by the capitalist system. Consistent with this attitude, he first told his wife that he did not have a mother, but later admitted that he did, but that, quote, "he didn't love her very much." End quote. When they arrived from the Soviet Union, Oswald and his family lived at first with his brother Robert. The latter testified that they, quote, "were just together again," end quote, as if his brother, quote, "had not been to Russia." End quote. He also said that he and his family got along well with Marina Oswald and enjoyed showing her American things. After about a month with his brother, Oswald and his family lived for a brief period with his mother at her urging, but Oswald soon decided to move out. Marguerite Oswald visited her son and his family at the first apartment which he rented after his return, and tried to help them get settled there. After she had bought some clothes for Marina Oswald and a high chair for the baby, Oswald emphatically told her to stop. As Marguerite Oswald testified, quote, "he strongly put me in my place about buying things for his wife that he himself could not buy." End quote. Oswald objected to his mother visiting the apartment, and became quite incensed with his wife when she would open the door for her in spite of his instructions to the contrary. Oswald moved to Dallas on about October 8, 1962, without telling his mother where he was going. He never saw or communicated with her in any way again until she came to see him after the assassination. Even though Oswald cut off relations with his mother, he attempted for the first time to learn something about his family background when he went to New Orleans in April of 1963. He visited some of his father's elderly relatives and the cemetery where his father was buried in an effort to develop the facts of his genealogy. While it does not appear that he established any new relationships as a result of his investigation, he did obtain a large picture of his father from one of the elderly relatives with whom he spoke. Oswald's interest in such things presents a sharp contrast with his attitude at the time of his defection, when he evidenced no interest in his father and hardly mentioned him even when questioned. Employment. Oswald's defection, his interest in the Soviet Union, and his activities on behalf of the Fair Play for Cuba Committee not only caused him difficulties in his employment relations, but they also provided him with excuses for employment failures, which were largely of his own making. Oswald experienced some difficulty finding employment. Perhaps this was partially because of his lack of any specific skill or training. Some of his acquaintances, feeling that Oswald tried to impress people with the fact that he had lived and worked in Russia, were led to the belief that his employment difficulties were caused by his telling prospective employers that he had last been employed in Minsk. While he might have expected difficulty from such an approach, in fact, the evidence indicates that Oswald usually told his prospective employers and employment counselors that he had recently been discharged from the Marine Corps. Oswald obtained a job in July of 1962 as a sheet metal worker with a company in Fort Worth. His performance for that company was satisfactory. Even though he told his wife that he had been fired, he voluntarily left on October 8, 1962, and moved to Dallas. On October 9, 1962, he went to the Dallas office of the Texas Employment Commission, where he expressed a reluctance to work in the industrial field. He indicated an interest in writing. An employment counselor testified on the basis of a general aptitude test Oswald had taken that he had some aptitude in that area, quote, because the verbal score is high and the clerical score is high, end quote. While that counselor found that he was qualified to handle many different types of jobs, because of his need for immediate employment, she attempted to obtain for him any job that was available at the time. Oswald made qualifying marks in 19 of 23 categories included on the general aptitude examination and scored 127 on the verbal test, as compared with 50% of the people taking it who score less than 100. The counselor testified that there was some indication that Oswald was capable of doing college work, and noted that Oswald's verbal and clerical potential was, quote, outstanding, end quote. Employment Commission records concerning Oswald stated, quote, well-groomed and spoken, business suit, alert replies, expresses self extremely well, end quote. Oswald said that he hoped eventually to develop qualifications for employment as a junior executive through a work-study program at a local college. He indicated, however, that he would have to delay that program because of his immediate financial needs and responsibilities. On October 11, 1962, the Employment Commission referred Oswald to a commercial advertising photography firm in Dallas, where he was employed as a trainee starting October 12, 1962. Even though Oswald indicated that he liked photographic work, his employer found that he was not an efficient worker. He was not able to produce photographic work which adhered with sufficient precision to the job specifications, and as a result, too much of his work had to be redone. He also had difficulty in working with the other employees. This was at least in part because of the close physical confines in which some of the work had to be done. He did not seem to be able to make the accommodations necessary when people work under such conditions, and as a result became involved in conflicts, some of which were fairly heated, with his fellow employees. In February or March of 1963, it began to appear that Oswald was having considerable difficulty doing accurate work and in getting along with the other employees. It appears that his discharge was hastened by the fact that he brought a Russian-language newspaper to work. It is not possible to tell whether Oswald did this to provide an excuse for his eventual discharge, or whether he brought the Russian-language newspaper with him one day after his other difficulties became clear. It is possible that his immediate supervisor noticed the newspaper at that time because his attention had otherwise been drawn more directly to Oswald. In any event, Oswald was discharged on April 6, 1963, ostensibly because of his inefficiency and difficult personality. His supervisor admitted, however, that while he did not fire Oswald because of the newspaper incident, or even weigh it heavily in his decision, quote, It didn't do his case any good." End quote. Upon moving to New Orleans on April 24, 1963, Oswald's employment problems became more difficult. He left his wife and child at the home of a friend, Mrs. Ruth Payne of Irving, Texas. In New Orleans he obtained work as a greaser and oiler of coffee processing machines for the William B. Riley Company, beginning May 10, 1963. After securing this job and an apartment, Oswald asked his wife to join him. Mrs. Payne brought Oswald's family to New Orleans. Refusing to admit that he could only get work as a greaser, Oswald told his wife and Mrs. Payne that he was working as a commercial photographer. He lost his job on July 19, 1963, because his work was not satisfactory, and because he spent too much time loitering in the garage next door, where he read rifle and hunting magazines. Oswald apparently concluded that his Fair Play for Cuba Committee activities were not related to his discharge. The correctness of that conclusion is supported by the fact that he does not seem to have been publicly identified with that organization until August 9, 1963, almost a month after he lost his job. His Fair Play for Cuba Committee activities, however, made it more difficult for him to obtain other employment. A placement interviewer of the Louisiana Department of Labor, who had previously interviewed Oswald, saw him on television and heard a radio debate in which he engaged on August 21, 1963. He consulted with his supervisor and, quote, "It was determined that we should not undertake to furnish employment references for him." End quote. Ironically, he failed to get a job in another photographic firm after his return to Dallas in October of 1963, because the president of the photographic firm for which he had previously worked told the prospective employer that Oswald was, quote, "kind of peculiar sometimes, and that he had some knowledge of the Russian language," end quote, and that he, quote, "may be a damn communist. I can't tell you. If I was you, I wouldn't hire him." End quote. The plant superintendent of the new firm testified that one of the employees of the old firm, quote, "implied that Oswald's fellow employees did not like him because he was propagandizing and had been seen reading a foreign newspaper." End quote. As a result, Oswald was not hired. He subsequently found a job with the Texas School Book Depository, for which he performed his duties satisfactorily. Attack on General Walker. The Commission has concluded that on April 10, 1963, Oswald shot at Major General Edwin A. Walker, resigned U.S. Army, demonstrating once again his propensity to act dramatically and, in this instance, violently, in furtherance of his beliefs. The shooting occurred 2 weeks before Oswald moved to New Orleans, and a few days after he had been discharged by the photographic firm. As indicated in Chapter 4, Oswald had been planning his attack on General Walker for at least 1 and perhaps as much as 2 months. He outlined his plans in a notebook and studied them at considerable length before his attack. He also studied Dallas bus schedules to prepare for his later use of buses to travel to and from General Walker's house. Sometime after March 27, but according to Marina Oswald prior to April 10, 1963, Oswald posed for 2 pictures with his recently acquired rifle and pistol, a copy of the March 24, 1963 issue of The Worker and the March 11, 1963 issue of The Militant. He told his wife that he wanted to send the pictures to The Militant, and he also asked her to keep one of the pictures for his daughter June. Following his unsuccessful attack on Walker, Oswald returned home. He had left a note for his wife telling her what to do in case he were apprehended, as well as his notebook and the pictures of himself holding the rifle. She testified that she was agitated because she had found the note in Oswald's room, where she had gone, contrary to his instructions, after she became worried about his absence. She indicated that she had no advance knowledge of Oswald's plans, that she became quite angry when Oswald told her what he had done, and that she made him promise never to repeat such a performance. She said that she kept the note to use against him, "if something like that should be repeated again." When asked if Oswald requested the note back, she testified that "he forgot about it, but apparently, after he thought that what he had written in his book might be proof against him, and he destroyed it, the book." She later gave the following testimony. Question. After he brought the rifle home, then he showed you the book? Answer. Yes. Question. And you said it was not a good idea to keep this book? Answer. Yes. Question. And then he burned the book? Answer. Yes. Question. Did you ask him why he had not destroyed the book before he actually went to shoot General Walker? Answer. It never came to me, myself, to ask him that question. Marina Oswald's testimony indicates that her husband was not particularly concerned about his continued possession of the most incriminating sort of evidence. If he had been successful and had been apprehended even for routine questioning, his apartment would undoubtedly have been searched, and his role would have been made clear by the evidence which he had left behind. Leaving the note and picture as he did would seem to indicate that he had considered the possibility of capture. Possibly he might have wanted to be caught, and wanted his involvement made clear if he was in fact apprehended. Even after his wife told him to destroy the notebook, he removed at least some of the pictures which had been pasted in it and saved them among his effects, where they were found after the assassination. His behavior was entirely consistent with his wife's testimony that, "I asked him what for he was making all these entries in the book, and he answered that he wanted to leave a complete record so that all the details would be in it. I am guessing that perhaps he did it to appear to be a brave man in case he were arrested, but that is my supposition." The attempt on General Walker's life deserves close attention in any consideration of Oswald's possible motive for the assassination and the trail of evidence he left behind him on that occasion. While there are differences between the two events as far as Oswald's actions and planning are concerned, there are also similarities that should be considered. The items which Oswald left at home when he made his attack on Walker suggest a strong concern for his place in history. If the attack had succeeded and Oswald had been caught, the pictures showing him with his rifle and his Communist and Socialist Workers' Party newspapers would probably have appeared on the front pages of newspapers or magazines all over the country, as in fact one of them did appear after the assassination. The circumstances of the attack on Walker, coupled with other indications that Oswald was concerned about his place in history, and with the circumstances surrounding the assassination, have led the Commission to believe that such concern is an important factor to consider in assessing possible motivation for the assassination. In any event, the Walker incident indicates that in spite of the belief among those who knew him that he was apparently not dangerous, Oswald did not lack the determination and other traits required to carry out a carefully planned killing of another human being, and was willing to consummate such a purpose if he thought there was sufficient reason to do so. Some idea of what he thought was sufficient reason for such an act may be found in the nature of the motive that he stated for his attack on General Walker. Marina Oswald indicated that her husband had compared General Walker to Adolf Hitler. She testified that Oswald said that General Walker, "was a very bad man, that he was a fascist, that he was the leader of a fascist organization, and when I said that even though all of that might be true, just the same he had no right to take his life, he said if someone had killed Hitler in time, it would have saved many lives." End quote. End of section 42. Recording by Linda Johnson. Section 43 of Report of the President's Commission on the Assassination of President Kennedy, the Warren Commission Report. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. Report of the President's Commission on the Assassination of President Kennedy, the Warren Commission Report, by the President's Commission on the Assassination of President Kennedy. Chapter 7. Lee Harvey Oswald, Background and Possible Motives, Part 5. Political Activities. Oswald's political activities after his return to the United States center around his interest in Cuba and in the Fair Play for Cuba Committee. Although, as indicated above, the Commission has been unable to find any credible evidence that he was involved in any conspiracy, his political activities do provide insight into certain aspects of Oswald's character and into his possible motivation for the assassination. While it appears that he may have distributed Fair Play for Cuba Committee materials on one uneventful occasion in Dallas sometime during the period April 6 to 24, 1963, Oswald's first public identification with that cause was in New Orleans. There, in late May and early June of 1963, under the name Lee Osborne, he had printed a handbill headed in large letters, quote, "Hands off Cuba," end quote, an application form for and a membership card in the New Orleans branch of the Fair Play for Cuba Committee. He first distributed his handbills and other material uneventfully in the vicinity of the USS Wasp, which was berthed at the Dumaine Street Wharf in New Orleans on June 16, 1963. He distributed literature in downtown New Orleans on August 9, 1963, and was arrested because of a dispute with 3 anti-Castro Cuban exiles, and again on August 16, 1963. Following his arrest, he was interviewed by the police, and at his own request by an agent of the FBI. On August 17, 1963, he appeared briefly on a radio program, and on August 21, 1963, he debated over radio station WDSU New Orleans with Carlos Bringuier, one of the Cuban exiles who had been arrested with him on August 9. Bringuier claimed that on August 5, 1963, Oswald had attempted to infiltrate an anti-Castro organization with which he was associated. While Oswald publicly engaged in the activities described above, his, quote, "organization," end quote, was a product of his imagination. The imaginary president of the non-existent chapter was named A.J. Hidell, the name that Oswald used when he purchased the assassination weapon. Marina Oswald said she signed that name, apparently chosen because it rhymed with Fidel, to her husband's membership card in the New Orleans chapter. She testified that he threatened to beat her if she did not do so. The chapter had never been chartered by the National FPCC organization. It appears to have been a solitary operation on Oswald's part, in spite of his misstatements to the New Orleans police that it had 35 members, 5 of which were usually present at meetings which were held once a month. Oswald's Fair Play for Cuba activities may be viewed as a very shrewd political operation in which one man single-handedly created publicity for his cause or for himself. It is also evidence of Oswald's reluctance to describe events accurately, and of his need to present himself to others as well as to himself in a light more favorable than was justified by reality. This is suggested by his misleading and sometimes untruthful statements in his letters to Mr. V. T. Lee, then National Director of FPCC. In one of those letters, dated August 1, 1963, Oswald wrote that an office which he had previously claimed to have rented for FPCC activities had been, quote, promptly closed 3 days later for some obscure reasons by the renters. They said something about remodeling, etc. I'm sure you understand, end quote. He wrote that, quote, thousands of circulars were distributed, end quote, and that he continued to receive inquiries through his post office box, which he endeavored, quote, to keep answering to the best of my ability, end quote. In his letter to V. T. Lee, he stated that he was then alone in his efforts on behalf of FPCC, but he attributed his lack of support to an attack by Cuban exiles in a street demonstration and being, quote, officially cautioned, end quote, by the police, events which, quote, robbed me of what support I had, leaving me alone, end quote. In spite of those claims, the Commission has not been able to uncover any evidence that anyone ever attacked any street demonstration in which Oswald was involved, except for the Bringweir incident mentioned above, which occurred 8 days after Oswald wrote the above letter to V. T. Lee. Bringweir, who seemed to be familiar with many anti-Castro activities in New Orleans, was not aware of any such incident. Police reports also failed to reflect any activity on Oswald's part prior to August 9, 1963, except for the uneventful distribution of literature at the Dumaine Street Wharf in June. Furthermore, the general tenor of Oswald's next letter to V. T. Lee, in which he supported his report on the Bringweir incident with a copy of the charges made against him and a newspaper clipping reporting the event, suggests that his previous story of an attack by Cuban exiles was at least greatly exaggerated. While the legend, quote, FPCC, 544 Camp Street, New Orleans, Louisiana, end quote, was stamped on some literature that Oswald had in his possession at the time of his arrest in New Orleans, extensive investigation was not able to connect Oswald with that address, although it did develop the fact that an anti-Castro organization had maintained offices there for a period ending early in 1962. The Commission has not been able to find any other indication that Oswald had rented an office in New Orleans. In view of the limited amount of public activity on Oswald's part before August 9, 1963, there also seems to be no basis for his claim that he had distributed, quote, thousands, end quote, of circulars, especially since he had claimed to have printed only 2,000 and actually had only 1,000 printed. In addition, there is no evidence that he received any substantial amount of materials from the national headquarters. In another letter to V. T. Lee, dated August 17, 1963, Oswald wrote that he had appeared on Mr. William Stuckey's 15-minute television program over WDSU-TV called, quote, Latin American Focus, end quote, as a result of which he was, quote, flooded with callers and invitations to debates, etc., as well as people interested in joining the FPCC New Orleans branch, end quote. WDSU has no program of any kind called, quote, Latin American Focus, end quote. Stuckey had a radio program called, quote, Latin Listening Post, end quote, on which Oswald was heard for less than 5 minutes on August 17, 1963. It appears that Oswald had only one caller in response to all of his FPCC activities, an agent of Bringweir's attempting to learn more about the true nature of the alleged FPCC, quote, organization, end quote, in New Orleans. Oswald's statements suggest that he hoped to be flooded with callers and invitations to debate. This would have made him a real center of attention, as he must have been when he first arrived in the Soviet Union, and as he was to some extent when he returned to the United States. The limited notoriety that Oswald received as a result of the street fracas and in the subsequent radio debate was apparently not enough to satisfy him. He exaggerated in his letters to V.T. Lee in an apparent attempt to make himself and his activities appear far more important than they really were. His attempt to express himself through his Fair Play for Cuba activities, however, was greatly impeded by the fact that the radio debate over WDSU on August 21, 1963, brought out the history of his defection to the Soviet Union. The basic facts of the event were uncovered independently by William Stuckey, who arranged the debate, and Edward Putler, executive director of the Information Council of the Americas, who also appeared on the program. Oswald was confronted with those facts at the beginning of the debate and was so thrown on the defensive by this that he was forced to state that Fair Play for Cuba was, quote, "not at all communist controlled, regardless of the fact that I had the experience of living in Russia," end quote. Stuckey testified that uncovering Oswald's defection was very important. Quote, "I think that we finished him on that program because we had publicly linked the Fair Play for Cuba committee with a fellow who had lived in Russia for 3 years and who was an admitted Marxist. The interesting thing, or rather the danger involved, was the fact that Oswald seemed like such a nice, bright boy, and was extremely believable before this. We thought the fellow could probably get quite a few members if he was really indeed serious about getting members. We figured after this broadcast of August 21, why, that was no longer possible." End quote. In spite of the fact that Oswald had been surprised and was on the defensive throughout the debate, according to Stuckey, quote, "Mr. Oswald handled himself very well, as usual," end quote. Stuckey thought Oswald, quote, "appeared to be a very logical, intelligent fellow," end quote, and, quote, "was arrested by his clean-cutness," end quote. He did not think Oswald looked like the, quote, "type," end quote, that he would have expected to find associating with a group such as the Fair Play for Cuba Committee. Stuckey thought that Oswald acted very much as would a young attorney. Following the disclosure of his defection, Oswald sought advice from the Communist Party USA concerning his Fair Play for Cuba activity. He had previously sent, apparently unsolicited, to the party newspaper The Worker, samples of his photographic work, offering to contribute that sort of service without charge. The Worker replied, quote, "Your kind offer is most welcomed, and from time to time we shall call on you," end quote. He later wrote to another official of The Worker, seeking employment and mentioning the praise he had received for submitting his photographic work. He presented Arnold Johnson, Gus Hall, and Benjamin J. Davis honorary membership cards in his non-existent New Orleans chapter of the Fair Play for Cuba Committee, and advised them of some of his activities on behalf of the organization. Arnold Johnson, director of the Information and Lecture Bureau of the Communist Party USA, replied, stating, quote, "It is good to know that movements in support of Fair Play for Cuba has developed in New Orleans as well as in other cities. We do not have any organizational ties with the committee, and yet there is much material that we issue from time to time that is important for anybody who is concerned about developments in Cuba." End quote. Marina Oswald said that such correspondence from people he considered important meant much to Oswald. After he had begun his Cuban activity in New Orleans, quote, "he received a letter from somebody in New York, some communist, probably from New York, I am not sure from where, from some communist leader, and he was very happy. He felt that this was a great man that he had received the letter from." End quote. Since he seemed to feel that no one else understood his political views, the letter was of great value to him, for it, quote, "was proof that there were people who understood his activity." End quote. He anticipated that the full disclosure of his defection would hinder him in "the struggle for progress and freedom in the United States," into which Oswald, in his own words, had "thrown himself." He sought advice from the Central Committee of the Communist Party, USA, in a letter dated August 28, 1963, about whether he could "continue to fight, handicapped as it were by my past record, and compete with anti-progressive forces above ground, or whether, in your opinion, I should always remain in the background, i.e. underground," stating that he had used his position with what he claimed to be the local branch of the Fair Play for Cuba Committee to "foster communist ideals." Oswald wrote that he felt that he might have compromised the FPCC, and expressed concern lest "our opponents could use my background of residence in the USSR against any cause which I join. By association, they could say the organization of which I am a member is Russian-controlled, etc." In reply, Arnold Johnson advised Oswald that while as an American citizen he had a right to participate in such organizations as he wished, "there are a number of organizations, including possibly Fair Play, which are of a very broad character, and often it is advisable for some people to remain in the background, not underground." By August of 1963, after a short 3 months in New Orleans, the city in which he had been born and had lived most of his early life, Oswald had fallen on difficult times. He had not liked his job as a greaser of coffee processing machinery, and he held it for only a little over 2 months. He had not found another job. His wife was expecting their second child in October, and there was concern about the cost which would be involved. His brief foray on behalf of the Fair Play for Cuba Committee had failed to win any support. While he had drawn some attention to himself, and had actually appeared on 2 radio programs, he had been attacked by Cuban exiles and arrested, an event which his wife thought upset him, and as a result of which "he became less active, he cooled off a little." More seriously, the facts of his defection had become known, leaving him open to almost unanswerable attack by those who opposed his views. It would not have been possible to have followed Arnold Johnson's advice to remain in the background, since there was no background to the New Orleans FPCC "organization," which consisted solely of Oswald. Furthermore, he had apparently not received any letters from the national headquarters of FPCC since May 29, 1963, even though he had written 4 detailed letters since that time to Mr. V.T. Lee, and had also kept the national headquarters informed of each of his changes of mailing address. Those events no doubt had their effects on Oswald. Interest in Cuba. By August of 1963, Oswald had for some time been considering the possibility of leaving the United States again. On June 24, 1963, he applied for a new passport, and in late June or early July he told his wife that he wanted to return to the Soviet Union with her. She said that he was extremely upset, very unhappy, and that he actually wept when he told her that. He said that nothing kept him in the United States, that he would not lose anything if he returned to the Soviet Union, that he wanted to be with her, and that it would be better to have less and not to have to be concerned about tomorrow. As a result of that conversation, Marina Oswald wrote the Soviet embassy in Washington concerning a request she had first made on February 17, 1963, for permission for herself and June to return to the Soviet Union. While that first request, made according to Marina Oswald at her husband's insistence, specifically stated that Oswald was to remain in the United States, she wrote in her letter of July 1963 that things are improving due to the fact that my husband expresses a sincere wish to return together with me to the USSR. Unknown to his wife, however, Oswald apparently enclosed a note with her letter of July in which He requested the embassy to rush his wife's entrance visa because of the impending birth of the second child, but stated that, quote, "As for my return entrance visa, please consider it separately." End quote. Thus, while Oswald's real intentions, assuming that they were known to himself, are not clear, he may not have intended to go to the Soviet Union directly, if at all. It appears that he really wanted to go to Cuba. In his wife's words, quote, "I only know that his basic desire was to get to Cuba by any means, and that all the rest of it was window dressing for that purpose." End quote. Maureen Oswald testified that her husband engaged in Fair Play for Cuba Committee activities, quote, "primarily for purposes of self-advertising. He wanted to be arrested. I think he wanted to get into the newspapers so that he would be known." End quote. According to Maureen Oswald, he thought that would help him when he got to Cuba. He asked his wife to help him to hijack an airplane to get there, but gave up that scheme when she refused. During this period, Oswald may have practiced opening and closing the bolt on his rifle in a screened porch in his apartment. In September, he began to review Spanish. He approved arrangements for his family to return to Irving, Texas, to live with Mrs. Ruth Paine. On September 20, 1963, Mrs. Paine and her 2 children arrived in New Orleans from a trip to the East Coast, and left for Irving with Maureen Oswald and June and most of the Oswald's effects 3 days later. While Maureen Oswald knew of her husband's plan to go to Mexico and thence to Cuba if possible, Mrs. Paine was told that Oswald was going to Houston and possibly to Philadelphia to look for work. Oswald left for Mexico City on September 25, 1963, and arrived on September 27, 1963. He went almost directly to the Cuban embassy and applied for a visa to Cuba in transit to Russia. Representing himself as the head of the New Orleans branch of the, quote, "organization called Fair Play for Cuba," end quote, he stated his desire that he should be accepted as a friend of the Cuban Revolution. He apparently based his claim for a visa in transit to Russia on his previous residence, his work permit for that country, and several unidentified letters in the Russian language. The Cubans would not, however, give him a visa until he had received one from the Soviets, which involved a delay of several months. When faced with that situation, Oswald became greatly agitated, and although he later unsuccessfully attempted to obtain a Soviet visa at the Soviet embassy in Mexico City, he insisted that he was entitled to the Cuban visa because of his background, partisanship, and personal activities on behalf of the Cuban government. He engaged in an angry argument with the consul, who finally told him that, quote, "as far as he was concerned, he would not give him a visa," end quote, and that, quote, "a person like him, Oswald, in place of aiding the Cuban Revolution, was doing it harm," end quote. Oswald must have been thoroughly disillusioned when he left Mexico City on October 2, 1963. In spite of his former residence in the Soviet Union and his Fair Play for Cuba committee activities, he had been rebuffed by the officials of both Cuba and the Soviet Union in Mexico City. Now there appeared to be no chance to get to Cuba, where he had thought he might find his communist ideal. The U.S. government would not permit travel there, and as far as the performance of the Cubans themselves was concerned, he was, quote, "disappointed at not being able to get to Cuba, and he didn't have any great desire to do so anymore because he had run into, as he himself said, into bureaucracy and red tape," end quote. Oswald's attempt to go to Cuba was another act which expressed his hostility toward the United States and its institutions, as well as a concomitant attachment to a country in which he must have thought were embodied the political principles to which he had been committed for so long. It should be noted that his interest in Cuba seems to have increased along with the sense of frustration which must have developed as he experienced successive failures in his jobs, in his political activity, and in his personal relationships. In retrospect, his attempt to go to Cuba or return to the Soviet Union may well have been Oswald's last escape hatch, his last gambit to extricate himself from the mediocrity and defeat which plagued him throughout most of his life. Oswald's activities with regard to Cuba raise serious questions as to how much he might have been motivated in the assassination by a desire to aid the Castro regime, which President Kennedy so outspokenly criticized. For example, the Dallas Times-Herald of November 19, 1963, prominently reported President Kennedy as having, quote, all but invited the Cuban people today to overthrow Fidel Castro's communist regime and promised prompt U.S. aid if they do, end quote. The Castro regime severely attacked President Kennedy in connection with the Bay of Pigs affair, the Cuban Missile Crisis, the ban on travel to Cuba, the economic embargo against that country, and the general policy of the United States with regard to Cuba. An examination of the militant to which Oswald subscribed for the 3-month period prior to the assassination reflects an extremely critical attitude toward President Kennedy and his administration concerning Cuban policy in general, as well as on the issues of automation and civil rights, issues which appeared to concern Oswald a great deal. The militant also reflected a critical attitude toward President Kennedy's attempts to reduce tensions between the United States and the Soviet Union. It also dealt with the fear of the Castro regime that such a policy might result in its abandonment by the Soviet Union. The October 7, 1963 issue of the Militant reported Castro as saying Cuba could not accept a situation where, at the same time, the United States was trying to ease world tensions, it also was increasing its efforts to tighten the noose around Cuba. Castro's opposition to President Kennedy's attempt to reduce world tensions was also reported in the October 1, 1963 issue of The Worker, to which Oswald also subscribed. In this connection, it should be noted that in speaking of The Worker, Oswald told Michael Paine, apparently in all seriousness, that, quote, you could tell what they wanted you to do by reading between the lines, reading the thing and doing a little reading between the lines, end quote. The general conflict of views between the United States and Cuba was, of course, reflected in other media to such an extent that there can be no doubt that Oswald was aware generally of the critical attitude that Castro expressed about President Kennedy. Oswald was asked during the New Orleans radio debate in which he engaged on August 21, 1963, whether or not he agreed with Castro that President Kennedy was a, quote, ruffian and a thief, end quote. He replied that he, quote, would not agree with that particular wording, end quote. It should also be noted, however, that one witness testified that shortly before the assassination, Oswald had expressed approval of President Kennedy's active role in the area of civil rights. Although Oswald could possibly have been motivated in part by his sympathy for the Castro government, it should be remembered that his wife testified that he was disappointed with his failure to get to Cuba and had lost his desire to do so because of the bureaucracy and red tape which he had encountered. His unhappy experience with the Cuban consul seems thus to have reduced his enthusiasm for the Castro regime and his desire to go to Cuba. While some of Castro's more severe criticisms of President Kennedy might have led Oswald to believe that he would be well received in Cuba after he had assassinated the American president, it does not appear that he had any plans to go there. Oswald was carrying only $13.87 at the time of his arrest, although he had left, apparently by design, $170 in a wallet in his wife's room in Irving. If there was no conspiracy which would help him escape, the possibility of which has been considered in Chapter 6, it is unlikely that a reasoning person would plan to attempt to travel from Dallas, Texas, to Cuba with $13.87, when considerably greater resources were available to him. The fact that Oswald left behind the funds which might have enabled him to reach Cuba suggests the absence of any plan to try to flee there, and raises serious questions as to whether or not he ever expected to escape. End of section 43. Recording by Linda Johnson. Section 44 of Report of the President's Commission on the Assassination of President Kennedy, the Warren Commission Report. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. Report of the President's Commission on the Assassination of President Kennedy, the Warren Commission Report, by the President's Commission on the Assassination of President Kennedy. Chapter 7, Lee Harvey Oswald, Background and Possible Motives, Part 6. Possible influence of anti-Kennedy sentiment in Dallas. It has been suggested that one of the motivating influences operating on Lee Oswald was the atmosphere in the city of Dallas, especially an atmosphere of extreme opposition to President Kennedy that was present in some parts of the Dallas community and which received publicity there prior to the assassination. Some of that feeling was expressed in the incident involving then vice presidential candidate Johnson during the 1960 campaign, in the treatment of Ambassador Adlai Stevenson late in October of 1963, and in the extreme anti-Kennedy newspaper advertisement and handbills that appeared in Dallas at the time of the president's visit there. The Commission has found no evidence that the extreme views expressed toward President Kennedy by some right-wing groups centered in Dallas, or any other general atmosphere of hate or right-wing extremism which may have existed in the city of Dallas, had any connection with Oswald's actions on November 22, 1963. There is, of course, no way to judge what the effect of the general political ferment present in that city might have been, even though Oswald was aware of it. His awareness is shown by a letter that he wrote to Arnold Johnson of the Communist Party USA, which Johnson said he did not receive until after the assassination. The letter said in part, quote, "On October 23rd, I had attended a ultra-right meeting headed by General Edwin A. Walker, who lives in Dallas. This meeting preceded by one day the attack on A.E. Stevenson at the United Nations Day meeting at which he spoke. As you can see, political friction between left and right is very great here. Could you advise me as to the general view we have on the American Civil Liberties Union?" End quote. In any event, the Commission has been unable to find any credible evidence that Oswald had direct contact or association with any of the personalities or groups epitomizing or representing the so-called right wing, even though he did, as he told Johnson, attend a meeting at which General Walker spoke to approximately 1,300 persons. Oswald's writings and his reading habits indicate that he had an extreme dislike of the right wing, an attitude most clearly reflected by his attempt to shoot General Walker. Relationship with wife. The relations between Lee and Marina Oswald are of great importance in any attempt to understand Oswald's possible motivation. During the period from Oswald's return from Mexico to the assassination, he and his wife spent every weekend but one together at the Irving, Texas home of Mrs. Ruth Payne, who was then separated from her husband. The sole exception was the weekend of November 16 to 17, 1963, the weekend before the assassination, when his wife asked Oswald not to come to Irving. During the week, Oswald lived in a rooming house in Dallas, but he usually called his wife on the telephone twice a day. She testified that after his return from Mexico, Oswald, quote, "changed for the better, He began to treat me better. He helped me more, although he always did help, but he was more attentive." End quote. Marina Oswald attributed that to their living apart and to the imminent birth of their second child. She testified that Oswald, quote, "was very happy," end quote, about the birth of the child. While those considerations no doubt had an effect on Oswald's attitude toward his family, it would seem that the need for support and sympathy after his recent rebuffs in Mexico City might also have been important to him. It would not have been the first time that Oswald sought closer ties with his family in time of adversity. His past relationships with his wife had been stormy, however, and it did not seem that she respected him very much. They had been married after a courtship of only about 6 weeks, a part of which Oswald spent in the hospital. Oswald's diary reports that he married his wife shortly after his proposal of marriage to another girl had been rejected. He stated that the other girl rejected him partly because he was an American, a fact that he said she had exploited. He stated that, quote, "In spite of fact, I married Marina to hurt Ella," the girl that had rejected him. "I found myself in love with Marina." End quote. Many of the people with whom the Oswalds became acquainted after their arrival in the United States thought that Marina Oswald had married her husband primarily in the hope that she would be able to leave the Soviet Union. Marina Oswald has denied this. Marina Oswald expressed one aspect of her husband's attitude toward her when she testified that, quote, "Lee wanted me to go to Russia, and I told him that if he wanted me to go, then that meant that he didn't love me, and that in that case what was the idea of coming to the United States in the first place? Lee would say that it would be better for me if I went to Russia. I did not know why. I did not know what he had in mind. He said he loved me, but that it would be better for me if I went to Russia, and what he had in mind I don't know." End quote. On the other hand, Oswald objected to the invitation that his wife had received to live with Mrs. Ruth Paine, which Mrs. Paine had made in part to give her an alternative to returning to the Soviet Union. Marina Oswald wrote to Mrs. Paine that, quote, "Many times Oswald has recalled this matter to me and said that I am just waiting for an opportunity to hurt him. It has been the cause of many of our arguments." End quote. Oswald claimed that his wife preferred others to him. He said this about members of the Russian-speaking group in the Dallas-Fort Worth area, whom she said he tried to forbid her from seeing, and also about Mrs. Paine. He specifically made that claim when his wife refused to come to live with him in Dallas, as he asked her to do, on the evening of November 21, 1963. The instability of their relations was probably a function of the personalities of both people. Oswald was overbearing in relations with his wife. He apparently attempted to be the commander by dictating many of the details of their married life. While Marina Oswald said that her husband wanted her to learn English, he made no attempt to help her, and there are other indications that he did not want her to learn that language. Oswald apparently wished to continue practicing his own Russian with her. Lieutenant Martello of the New Orleans police testified that Oswald stated that he did not speak English in his family because he did not want them to become Americanized. Marina Oswald's inability to speak English also made it more difficult for her to have an independent existence in this country. Oswald struck his wife on occasion, did not want her to drink, smoke, or wear cosmetics, and generally treated her with lack of respect in the presence of others. The difficulties which Oswald's problems would have caused him in any relationship were probably not reduced by his wife's conduct. Catherine Ford, with whom Marina Oswald stayed during her separation from her husband in November of 1962, thought that Marina Oswald was immature in her thinking and partly responsible for the difficulties that the Oswalds were having at that time. Mrs. Ford said that Marina Oswald admitted that she provoked Oswald on occasion. There can be little doubt that some provocation existed. Oswald once struck his wife because of a letter which she wrote to a former boyfriend in Russia. In the letter, Marina Oswald stated that her husband had changed a great deal and that she was very lonely in the United States. She was, quote, "sorry that I had not married him," the Russian boyfriend, "instead, that it would have been much easier for me," end quote. The letter fell into Oswald's hands when it was returned to his post office box because of insufficient postage, which apparently resulted from an increase in postal rates of which his wife had been unaware. Oswald read the letter, but refused to believe that it was sincere, even though his wife insisted to him that it was. As a result, Oswald struck her, as to which she testified, quote, "Generally, I think that was right. For such things that is the right thing to do. There was some grounds for it." End quote. Although she denied it in some of her testimony before the commission, it appears that Marina Oswald also complained that her husband was not able to provide more material things for her. On that issue, George de Mohrenschildt, who was probably as close to the Oswalds as anyone else during their first stay in Dallas, said that, quote, "she was annoying him all the time. Why don't you make some money? Poor guy was going out of his mind. We told her she should not annoy him. Poor guy, he's doing his best. Don't annoy him so much." End quote. The de Mohrenschildts also testified that, quote, "right in front," end quote, of Oswald, Marina Oswald complained about Oswald's inadequacy as a husband. Mrs. Oswald told another of her friends that Oswald was very cold to her, that they very seldom had sexual relations, and that Oswald, quote, "was not a man," end quote. She also told Mrs. Payne that she was not satisfied with her sexual relations with Oswald. Marina Oswald also ridiculed her husband's political views, thereby tearing down his view of his own importance. He was very much interested in autobiographical works of outstanding statesmen of the United States, to whom his wife thought he compared himself. She said he was different from other people in, quote, "at least his imagination, his fantasy, which was quite unfounded, as to the fact that he was an outstanding man," end quote. She said that she, quote, "always tried to point out to him that he was a man like any others who were around us, but he simply could not understand that," end quote. Jean de Mohrenschildt, however, thought that Marina Oswald, quote, "said things that will hurt men's pride," end quote. She said that if she ever spoke to her husband the way Marina Oswald spoke to her husband, quote, "we would not last long," end quote. Mrs. de Mohrenschildt thought that Oswald, whom she compared to, quote, "a puppy dog that everybody kicked," end quote, had a lot of good qualities, in spite of the fact that, quote, "nobody said anything good about him," end quote. She had, quote, "the impression that he was just pushed, and she, Marina Oswald, was probably nagging, end quote. She thought that he might not have become involved in the assassination if people had been kinder to him. In spite of these difficulties, however, and in the face of the economic problems that were always with them, things apparently went quite smoothly from the time Oswald returned from Mexico until the weekend of November 16 to 17, 1963. Mrs. Payne was planning a birthday party for one of her children on that weekend, and her husband Michael was to be at the house. Marina Oswald said that she knew her husband did not like Michael Payne, and so she asked him not to come out that weekend, even though he wanted to do so. She testified that she told him, quote, "that he shouldn't come every week, that perhaps it's not convenient for Ruth that the whole family be there, live there," end quote. She testified that he responded, quote, "as you wish. If you don't want me to come, I won't," end quote. Ruth Payne testified that she heard Marina Oswald tell Oswald about the birthday party. On Sunday, November 17, 1963, Ruth Payne and Marina Oswald decided to call Oswald at the place where he was living, unbeknownst to them, under the name of O.H. Lee. They asked for Lee Oswald, who was not called to the telephone because he was known by the other name. When Oswald called the next day, his wife became very angry about his use of the alias. He said that he used it because, quote, he did not want his landlady to know his real name, because she might read in the paper of the fact that he had been in Russia and that he had been questioned, end quote. Oswald also said that he did not want the FBI to know where he lived, quote, because their visits were not very pleasant for him, and he thought that he loses jobs because the FBI visits the place of his employment, end quote. While the facts of his defection had become known in New Orleans as a result of his radio debate with Bringuier, it would appear to be unlikely that his landlady in Dallas would see anything in the newspaper about his defection unless he engaged in activities similar to those which had led to the disclosure of his defection in New Orleans. Furthermore, even though it appears that at times Oswald was really upset by visits of the FBI, it does not appear that he ever lost his job because of its activities, although he may well not have been aware of that fact. While Oswald's concern about the FBI had some basis in fact, in that FBI agents had interviewed him in the past and had renewed their interest to some extent after his Fair Play for Cuba Committee activities had become known, he exaggerated their concern for him. Marina Oswald thought he did so in order to emphasize his importance. For example, in his letter of November 9, 1963, to the Soviet Embassy in Washington, he asked about the entrance visas for which he and his wife had previously applied. He absolved the Soviet Embassy in Mexico City of any blame for his difficulties there. He advised the Washington Embassy that the FBI was, quote, not now, end quote, interested in his Fair Play for Cuba Committee activities, but noted that the FBI, quote, has visited us here in Dallas, Texas on November 1. Agent James P. Hasty warned me that if I engaged in FPCC activities in Texas, the FBI will again take an interest in me, end quote. Neither Hasty nor any other agent of the FBI spoke to Oswald on any subject from August 10, 1963, to the time of the assassination. The claimed warning was one more of Oswald's fabrications. Hasty had come to the Payne residence on November 1 and 5, 1963, but did not issue any such warning or suggest that Marina Oswald defect from the Soviet Union and remain in the United States under FBI protection, as Oswald went on to say. In Oswald's imagination, quote, I and my wife strongly protested these tactics by the notorious FBI, end quote. In fact, his wife testified that she only said that she would prefer not to receive any more visits from the Bureau because of the, quote, very exciting and disturbing effect, end quote, they had upon her husband, who was not even present at that time. The arguments he used to justify his use of the alias suggest that Oswald may have come to think that the whole world was becoming involved in an increasingly complex conspiracy against him. He may have felt he could never tell when the FBI was going to appear on the scene, or who else was going to find out about his defection and use it against him as had been done in New Orleans. On the other hand, the concern he expressed about the FBI may have been just another story to support the objective he sought in his letter. Those arguments, however, were not persuasive to Marina Oswald, to whom, quote, it was nothing terrible if people were to find out that he had been in Russia, end quote. She asked Oswald, quote, after all, when will all your foolishness come to an end? All of these comedies, first one thing and then another, and now this fictitious name, end quote. She said, quote, on Monday, November 18, 1963, he called several times, but after I hung up on him and didn't want to talk to him, he did not call again. He then arrived on Thursday, November 21, 1963, end quote. The events of that evening can best be appreciated through Marina Oswald's testimony. Quote, question. Did your husband give any reason for coming home on Thursday? Answer. He said that he was lonely because he hadn't come the preceding weekend, and he wanted to make his peace with me. Question. Did you say anything to him then? Answer: He tried to talk to me, but I would not answer him, and he was very upset. Question: Were you upset with him? Answer: I was angry, of course. He was not angry, he was upset. I was angry. He tried very hard to please me. He spent quite a bit of time putting away diapers and played with the children on the street. Question: How did you indicate to him that you were angry with him? Answer: By not talking to him. Question: And how did he show that he was upset? Answer: He was upset over the fact that I would not answer him. He tried to start a conversation with me several times, but I would not answer. And he said that he didn't want me to be angry at him because this upsets him. On that day, he suggested that we rent an apartment in Dallas. He said that he was tired of living alone, and perhaps the reason for my being so angry was the fact that we were not living together. That if I want to, he would rent an apartment in Dallas tomorrow, that he didn't want me to remain with Ruth any longer, but wanted me to live with him in Dallas. He repeated this not once, but several times, but I refused. And he said that once again I was preferring my friends to him, and that I didn't need him. Question: What did you say to that? Answer: I said it would be better if I remained with Ruth until the holidays. He would come and we would all meet together. That this was better because while he was living alone and I stayed with Ruth, we were spending less money, and I told him to buy me a washing machine because 2 children, it became too difficult to wash by hand. Question: What did he say to that? Answer: He said he would buy me a washing machine. Question: What did you say to that? Answer: Thank you, that it would be better if he bought something for himself, that I would manage. End quote. That night Oswald went to bed before his wife retired. She did not speak to him when she joined him there, although she thought that he was still awake. The next morning he left for work before anyone else arose. For the first time he left his wedding ring in a cup on the dresser in his room. He also left $170 in a wallet in one of the dresser drawers. He took with him $13.87 and the long brown package that Fraser and Mrs. Randall saw him carry and which he was to take to the schoolbook depository. The unanswered questions. No one will ever know what passed through Oswald's mind during the week before November 22, 1963. Instead of returning to Irving on November 15 for his customary weekend visit, he remained in Dallas at his wife's suggestion because of the birthday party. He had argued with her over the use of an alias, and had not called her after that argument, although he usually telephoned once or twice a day. Then, on Thursday morning, November 21, he asked Fraser for a ride to Irving that night, stating falsely that he wanted to pick up some curtain rods to put in an apartment. He must have planned his attack at the very latest prior to Thursday morning, when he spoke to Fraser. There is, of course, no way to determine the degree to which he was committed to his plan at that time. While there is no way to tell when he first began to think specifically of assassinating the president, it should be noted that mention of the Trade Mart as the expected site of the presidential luncheon appeared in the Dallas Times-Herald on November 15, 1963. The next day, that paper announced the final approval of the Trade Mart as the luncheon site and stated that the motorcade, quote, apparently will loop through the downtown area, probably on Main Street, en route from Dallas Love Field, end quote, on its way to the Trade Mart on Stemmons Freeway. Anyone who is familiar with that area of Dallas would have known that the motorcade would probably pass the Texas Schoolbook Depository to get from Main Street onto the Stemmons Freeway. That fact was made precisely clear in subsequent news stories on November 19, 20, and 22. On November 15, 1963, the same day that his wife told him not to come to Irving, Oswald could have assumed that the presidential motorcade would pass in front of his place of work. Whether he thought about assassinating the president over the weekend can never be known, but it is reasonably certain that over the weekend he he did think about his wife's request that he not come to Irving, which was prompted by the birthday party being held at the Payne home. Oswald had a highly exaggerated sense of his own importance, but he had failed at almost everything he had ever tried to do. He had great difficulty in establishing meaningful relations with other people. Except for his family, he was completely alone, even though he had searched in the Marine Corps, in his ideal of communism, in the Soviet Union, and in his attempt to get to Cuba. He had never found anything to which he felt he could really belong. After he returned from his trip to Mexico, where his application to go to Cuba had been sharply rejected, it must have appeared to him that he was unable to command even the attention of his family. He could not keep them with him in Dallas, where at least he could see his children, whom several witnesses testified he seemed to love. His family lived with Mrs. Payne, ostensibly because Oswald could not afford to keep an apartment in Dallas, but it was also, at least in part, because his wife did not want to live there with him. Now it appeared that he was not welcome at the Payne home, where he had spent every previous weekend since his return from Mexico, and his wife was once again calling into question his judgment, this time concerning his use of an alias. The conversation on Monday, November 18, 1963, ended when Marina Oswald hung up and refused to talk to him, although he may long before have decided on the course he was to follow, and may have told his wife the things he did on the evening of November 21, 1963, merely to disarm her and to provide a justification of sorts. Both she and Mrs. Payne thought he had come home to make up after the fight on Monday. Thoughts of his personal difficulties must have been at least partly on his mind when he went to Irving on Thursday night and told his wife that he was lonely, that he wanted to make peace with her and bring his family to Dallas, where they could live with him again. The commission does not believe that the relations between Oswald and his wife caused him to assassinate the president. It is unlikely that the motivation was that simple. The feelings of hostility and aggression, which seem to have played such an important part in Oswald's life, were part of his character long before he met his wife, and such a favorable opportunity to strike at a figure as great as the president would probably never have come to him again. Oswald's behavior after the assassination throws little light on his motives. The fact that he took so little money with him when he left Irving in the morning indicates that he did not expect to get very far from Dallas on his own, and suggests the possibility, as did his note to his wife just prior to the attempt on General Walker, that he did not expect to escape at all. On the other hand, he could have traveled some distance with the money he did have, and he did return to his room where he obtained his revolver. He then killed Patrolman Tippit when that police officer apparently tried to question him after he had left his rooming house, and he vigorously resisted arrest when he was finally apprehended in the Texas Theater. Although it is not fully corroborated by others who were present, 2 officers have testified that at the time of his arrest Oswald said something to the effect that, quote, "It's all over now," end quote. Oswald was overbearing and arrogant throughout much of the time between his arrest and his own death. He consistently refused to admit involvement in the assassination or in the killing of Patrolman Tippit. While he did become enraged at least one point in his interrogation, the testimony of the officers present indicates that he handled himself with considerable composure during his questioning. He admitted nothing that would damage him, but discussed other matters quite freely. His denials under questioning, which have no probative value in view of the many readily demonstrable lies he told at that time, and in the face of the overwhelming evidence against him which has been set forth above, only served to prolong the period during which he was the center of the attention of the entire world. Conclusion. Many factors were undoubtedly involved in Oswald's motivation for the assassination, and the Commission does not believe that it can ascribe to him any one motive or group of motives. It is apparent, however, that Oswald was moved by an overriding hostility to his environment. He does not appear to have been able to establish meaningful relationships with other people. He was perpetually discontented with the world around him. Long before the assassination, he expressed his hatred for American society and acted in protest against it. Oswald's search for what he conceived to be the perfect society was doomed from the start. He sought for himself a place in history, a role as the great man who would be recognized as having been in advance of his times. His commitment to Marxism and communism appears to have been another important factor in his motivation. He also had demonstrated a capacity to act decisively and without regard to the consequences when such action would further his aims of the moment. Out of these and the many other factors which may have molded the character of Lee Harvey Oswald, there emerged a man capable of assassinating President Kennedy. End of section 44. Recording by Linda Johnson. Section 45 of Report of the President's Commission on the Assassination of President Kennedy, the Warren Commission Report. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. Report of the President's Commission on the Assassination of President Kennedy, the Warren Commission Report, by the President's Commission on the Assassination of President Kennedy. Chapter 8. The Protection of the President, Part 1. In the 100 years since 1865, 4 presidents of the United States have been assassinated: Abraham Lincoln, James A. Garfield, William McKinley, and John F. Kennedy. During this same period, there were 3 other attacks on the life of a president-elect, and a candidate for the presidency, which narrowly failed: on Theodore Roosevelt while campaigning in October of 1912, on President-elect Franklin Delano Roosevelt when visiting Miami on February 15, 1933, and on President Harry S. Truman on November 1, 1950, when his temporary residence, Blair House, was attacked by Puerto Rican nationalists. 1 out of every 5 presidents since 1865 has been assassinated. There have been attempts on the lives of 1 out of every 3. Prompted by these dismaying statistics, the Commission has inquired into the problems and methods of presidential protection in effect at the time of President Kennedy's assassination. This study has led the Commission to conclude that the public interest might be served by any contribution it can make to the improvement of protective arrangements. The Commission has not undertaken a comprehensive examination of all facets of this subject. Rather, it has devoted its time and resources to those broader aspects of presidential protection to which the events of last November called attention. In this part of its inquiry, the Commission has had full access to a major study of all phases of protective activities prepared by the Secret Service for the Secretary of the Treasury following the assassination. As a result of this study, the Secretary of the Treasury has prepared a planning document dated August 27, 1964, which recommends additional personnel and facilities to enable the Secret Service to expand its protection capabilities. The Secretary of the Treasury submitted this planning document on August 31, 1964, to the Bureau of the Budget for review and approval. This planning document has been made a part of the Commission's published record. The underlying staff and consultants' reports reviewed by the Commission have not, since a disclosure of such detailed information relating to protective measures might undermine present methods of protecting the President. However, all information considered by the Commission which pertains to the protective function as it was carried out in Dallas has been published as part of this report. The protection of the President of the United States is an immensely difficult and complex task. It is unlikely that measures can be devised to eliminate entirely the multitude of diverse dangers that may arise, particularly when the President is traveling in this country or abroad. The protective task is further complicated by the reluctance of presidents to take security precautions which might interfere with the performance of their duties, or their desire to have frequent and easy access to the people. The adequacy of existing procedures can fairly be assessed only after full consideration of the difficulty of the protective assignment, with particular attention to the diverse roles which the President is expected to fill. After reviewing this aspect of the matter, this chapter will set forth the Commission's conclusions regarding certain protective measures in force at the time of the Dallas trip and propose recommendations for improvements. The nature of the protective assignment. The President is head of state, chief executive, commander-in-chief, and leader of a political party. As the ceremonial head of the government, the President must discharge a wide range of public duties, not only in Washington but throughout the land. In this role, he appears to the American people, in the words of William Howard Taft, as, quote, "the personal embodiment and representative of their dignity and majesty." End quote. As chief executive, the President controls the exercise of the vast, almost incalculable powers of the executive branch of the federal government. As commander-in-chief of the armed forces, he must maintain ultimate authority over the development and disposition of our military power. Finally, in accordance with George Washington's maxim that Americans have a government, quote, "of accommodation as well as a government of laws," end quote, it is the President's right and duty to be the active leader of his party as when he seeks to be re-elected or to maintain his party in power. In all of these roles, the President must go to the people. Exposure of the President to public view through travel among the people of this country is a great and historic tradition of American life. Desired by both the President and the public, it is an indispensable means of communication between the two. More often than not, presidential journeys have served more than one purpose at the same time: ceremonial, administrative, political. From George Washington to John F. Kennedy, such journeys have been a normal part of the President's activities. To promote nationwide acceptance of his administration, Washington made grand tours that served also to excite interest in the presidency. In recent years, presidential journeys have been frequent and extensive, partly because of the greater speed and comfort of travel, and partly because of the greater demands made on the President. It is now possible for presidents to travel the length and breadth of a land far larger than the United States in 1789 in less time than it took George Washington to travel from New York to Mount Vernon, or Thomas Jefferson from Washington to Monticello. During his presidency, Franklin D. Roosevelt made almost 400 journeys and traveled more than 350,000 miles. Since 1945, Roosevelt's successors have ranged the world, and their foreign journeys have come to be accepted as normal rather than extraordinary. John F. Kennedy's journey to Texas in November 1963 was in this tradition. His friend and special assistant Kenneth O'Donnell, who accompanied him on his last visit to Dallas, stated the President's views of his responsibilities with simplicity and clarity. Quote, "The President's views of his responsibilities as President of the United States were that he meet the people, that he go out to their homes and see them, and allow them to see him, and discuss, if possible, the views of the world as he sees it, the problems of the country as he sees them. and he felt that leaving Washington for the President of the United States was a most necessary, not only for the people but for the President himself, that he expose himself to the actual basic problems that were disturbing the American people. It helped him in his job here. He was able to come back here with a fresh view of many things. I think he felt very strongly that the President ought to get out of Washington and go meet the people on a regular basis." End quote. Whatever their purposes, presidential journeys have greatly enlarged and complicated the task of protecting the President. The Secret Service and the federal, state, and local law enforcement agencies which cooperate with it have been confronted in recent years with increasingly difficult problems created by the greater exposure of the President during his travels and the greater diversity of the audiences he must face in a world torn by conflicting ideologies. If the sole goal were to protect the life of the President, it could be accomplished with reasonable assurance despite the multiple roles he must play. But his very position as representative of the people prevents him from effectively shielding himself from the people. He cannot and will not take the precautions of a dictator or a sovereign. Under our system, measures must be sought to afford security without impeding the President's performance of his many functions. The protection of the President must be thorough but inconspicuous to avoid even the suggestion of a garrison state. The rights of private individuals must not be infringed. If the protective job is well done, its performance will be evident only in the unexceptional fact of its success. The men in charge of protecting the President, confronted by complex problems and limited as they are in the measures they may employ, must depend upon the utmost cooperation and understanding from the public and the President. The problem and the reasonable approach to its solution were ably stated in a memorandum prepared by FBI Director J. Edgar Hoover for the President soon after the assassination. Quote, "The degree of security that can be afforded the President of the United States is dependent to a considerable extent upon the degree of contact with the general public desired by the President. Absolute security is neither practical nor possible. An approach to complete security would require the President to operate in a sort of vacuum, isolated from the general public and behind impregnable barriers. His travel would be in secret, his public appearances would be behind bulletproof glass. A more practical approach necessitates compromise. Any travel, any contact with the general public involves a calculated risk on the part of the President and the men responsible for his protection. Such risks can be lessened when the President recognizes the security problem, has confidence in the dedicated Secret Service men who are ready to lay down their lives for him, and accepts the necessary security precautions which they recommend. Many presidents have been understandably impatient with the security precautions which many years of experience dictate, because these precautions reduce the President's privacy and the access to him of the people of the country. Nevertheless, the procedures and advice should be accepted if the President wishes to have any security." End quote. Evaluation of presidential protection at the time of the assassination of President Kennedy. The history of presidential protection shows growing recognition over the years that the job must be done by able, dedicated, thoroughly professional personnel using the best technical equipment that can be devised. The assassination of President Kennedy demands an examination of the protective measures employed to safeguard him, and an inquiry whether improvements can be made which will reduce the risk of another such tragedy. This section considers first the means used to locate potential sources of danger to the President in time to take appropriate precautions. In this connection, the information available to federal agencies about Lee Harvey Oswald is set out, and the reasons why this information was not furnished to the Secret Service appraised. Second, the adequacy of other advance preparations for the security of the President during his visit to Dallas, largely measures taken by the Secret Service, is considered. Finally, the performance of those charged with the immediate responsibility of protecting the President on November 22 is reviewed. Intelligence functions relating to presidential protection at the time of the Dallas trip. A basic element of presidential protection is the identification and elimination of possible sources of danger to the President before the danger becomes actual. The Secret Service has attempted to perform this function through the activities of its Protective Research Section and requests to other agencies, federal and local, for useful information. The Commission has concluded that at the time of the assassination, the arrangements relied upon by the Secret Service to perform this function were seriously deficient. Adequacy of preventive intelligence operations of the Secret Service. The main job of the Protective Research Section, PRS, is to collect, process, and evaluate information about persons or groups who may be a danger to the President. In addition to this function, PRS is responsible for such tasks as obtaining clearance of some categories of White House employees and all tradesmen who service the White House, the security processing of gifts sent to the President, and technical inspections against covert listening devices. At the time of the assassination, PRS was a very small group, comprised of 12 specialists and 3 clerks. Many persons call themselves to the attention of PRS by attempting to visit the President for bizarre reasons, or by writing or in some other way attempting to communicate with him in a threatening or abusive manner, or with undue persistence. Robert I. Buch, special agent in charge of PRS, estimated that most of the material received by his office originated in this fashion or from the occasional investigations initiated by the Secret Service, while the balance was furnished to PRS by other federal agencies, with primary source being the FBI. The total volume of information received by PRS has risen steadily. In 1943, PRS received approximately 9,000 items of information. In 1953, this had increased to more than 17,000 items. In 1963, the total exceeded 32,000 items. Since many items may pertain to a single case, these figures do not show the caseload. In the period from November 1961 to November 1963, PRS received items in 8,709 cases. Before the assassination of President Kennedy, PRS expressed its interest in receiving information on suspects in very general terms. For example, PRS instructed the White House mailroom, a source of much PRS data, to refer all communications on identified existing cases and, in addition, any communication, quote, that in any way indicates anyone may have possible intention of harming the President, end quote. Slightly more specific criteria were established for PRS personnel processing White House mail referred by the White House mailroom, but again, the standards were very general. These instructions to PRS personnel appear to be the only instance where an effort was made to reduce the criteria to writing. When requested to provide a specific statement of the standards employed by PRS in deciding what information to seek and retain, the Secret Service responded, quote, "The criteria in effect prior to November 22, 1963, for determining whether to accept material for the PRS general files were broad and flexible. All material is and was desired, accepted, and filed if it indicated or tended to indicate that the safety of the President is or might be in danger either at the present or in the future. There are many actions, situations, and incidents that may indicate such potential danger. Some are specific, such as threats. Danger may be implied from others, such as membership or activity in an organization which believes in assassination as a political weapon. All material received by PRS was separately screened and a determination made as to whether the information might indicate possible harm to the President. If the material was evaluated as indicating some potential danger to the President, no matter how small, it was indexed in the general PRS files under the name of the individual or group of individuals to whom that material related." End quote. The general files of PRS consist of folders on individuals card-indexed by name. The files are manually maintained without use of any automatic data processing techniques. At the time of the assassination, the active PRS general files contained approximately 50,000 cases accumulated over a 20-year period, some of which included more than one individual. A case file was established if the information available suggested that the subject might be a danger to the President. Many of these cases were not investigated by PRS. The case file served merely as a repository for information until enough had accumulated to warrant an investigation. During the period November 1961 to November 1963, PRS investigated 34 newly established or reactivated cases concerning residents of Texas. Most of these cases involved persons who used threatening language in communications to or about the President. An additional 115 cases concerning Texas residents were established but not investigated. When PRS learns of an individual whose conduct warrants scrutiny, it requests an investigation by the closest Secret Service field office, of which there are 65 throughout the country. If the field office determines that the case should be subject to continuing review, PRS establishes a file, which requires a checkup at least every 6 months. This might involve a personal interview or interviews with members of the person's household. Wherever possible, the Secret Service arranges for the family and friends of the individual and local law enforcement officials to advise the field office if the subject displays signs of increased danger or plans to leave his home area. At the time of the assassination, there were approximately 400 persons throughout the country who were subject to periodic review. If PRS concludes after investigation that an individual presents a significant danger to the life of the President, his name is placed in a TRIP index file, which is maintained on a geographical field office basis. At the time of the assassination, the names of about 100 persons were in this index, all of whom were included in the group of 400 being reviewed regularly. PRS also maintains an album of photographs and descriptions of about 12 to 15 individuals who are regarded as clear risks to the President and who do not have a fixed place of residence. Members of the White House detail of the Secret Service have copies of this album. Individuals who are regarded as dangerous to the President and who are in penal or hospital custody are listed only in the general files of PRS, but there is a system for the immediate notification of the Secret Service by the confining institution when a subject is released or escapes. PRS attempts to eliminate serious risks by hospitalization or, where necessary, the prosecution of persons who have committed an offense such as threatening the President. In June 1964, PRS had arrangements to be notified about the release or escape of approximately 1,000 persons. In summary, at the time of the assassination, PRS had received over a 20-year period basic information on some 50,000 cases. It had arrangements to be notified about release from confinement in roughly 1,000 cases. It had established periodic regular review of the status of 400 individuals It regarded approximately 100 of these 400 cases as serious risks, and 12 to 15 of these cases as highly dangerous risks. Members of the White House detail were expected to familiarize themselves with the descriptions and photographs of the highest risk cases. The cases subject to periodic review and the 100 or so cases in the higher risk category were filed on a geographic basis and could conveniently be reviewed by a Secret Service agent preparing for a presidential trip to a particular part of the country. These were the files reviewed by PRS on November 8, 1963, at the request of Special Agent Lawson, advance agent for President Kennedy's trip to Dallas. The general files of PRS were not indexed by geographic location and were of little use in preparing for a presidential visit to a specific locality. Secret Service requests to other agencies for intelligence information were no more specific than the broad and general instructions its own agents and the White House mailroom. The head of PRS testified that the Secret Service requested other agencies to provide, quote, any and all information that they may come in contact with that would indicate danger to the president, end quote. These requests were communicated in writing by the Secret Service. Rather, the service depended on the personal liaison maintained by PRS with the headquarters of the federal intelligence agencies, particularly the FBI, and at the working level with personnel of the field offices of the various agencies. The service frequently participated in the training programs of other law enforcement agencies, and agents from other agencies attended the regular Secret Service training schools. Presidential protection was an important topic in these training programs. In the absence of more specific instructions, other federal agencies interpreted the Secret Service's informal requests to relate principally to overt threats to harm the president or other specific manifestations of hostility. For example, at the time of the assassination, the FBI handbook, which is in the possession of every bureau special agent, provided, quote, threats against the President of the U.S., members of his immediate family, the President-elect, and the Vice President, investigation of threats against the President of the United States, members of his immediate family, the President-elect, and the Vice President is within the exclusive jurisdiction of the U.S. Secret Service. Any information indicating the possibility of an attempt against the person or safety of the President, members of the immediate family of the President-elect, or the Vice President, must be referred immediately by the most expeditious means of communication to the nearest office of the U.S. Secret Service. Advise the Bureau at the same time by teletype of the information so furnished to the Secret Service and the fact that it has been so disseminated. The above action should be taken without delay in order to attempt to verify the information, and no evaluation of the information should be attempted. When the threat is in the form of a written communication, give a copy to local Secret Service and forward the original to the Bureau, where it will be made available to Secret Service headquarters in Washington. The referral of the copy to local Secret Service should not delay the immediate referral of the information by the fastest available means of communication to Secret Service locally." End quote. The State Department advised the Secret Service of all crank and threat letter mail or crank visitors, and furnished reports concerning any assassination or attempted assassination of a ruler or other major official anywhere in the world. The several military intelligence agencies reported crank mail and similar threats involving the president. According to Special Agent in Charge Book, the Secret Service had no standard procedure for the systematic review of its requests for and receipt of information from other federal agencies. The Commission believes that the facilities and procedures of the Protective Research Section of the Secret Service prior to November 22, 1963, were inadequate. Its efforts appear to have been too largely directed at the crank threat, although the service recognized that its advance preventive measures must encompass more than these most obvious dangers, it made little effort to identify factors in the activities of an individual or an organized group, other than specific threats, which suggested a source of danger against which timely precautions could be taken. Except for its special trip index file of 400 names, none of the cases in the PRS general files was available for systematic review on a geographic basis when the president planned a particular trip. As reported in Chapter 2, when the special file was reviewed on November 8, it contained the names of no persons from the entire Dallas-Fort Worth area, notwithstanding the fact that Ambassador Stevenson had been abused by pickets in Dallas less than a month before. Book explained the failure to try to identify the individuals involved in the Stevenson incident after it occurred on the ground that PRS required a more direct indication of a threat to the president, and that there was no such indication until the president's scheduled visit to that area became known. Such an approach seriously undermines the precautionary nature of PRS work. If the presence in Dallas of the Stevenson pickets might have created a danger for the president on a visit to that city, PRS should have investigated and been prepared to guard against it. Other agencies occasionally provided information to the Secret Service concerning potentially dangerous political groups. This was done in the case of the Nationalist Party of Puerto Rico, for example, but only after members of the group had resorted to political violence. However, the vague requests for information which the Secret Service made to federal intelligence and law enforcement agencies were not well designed to elicit information from them about persons other than those who were obvious threats to the president. The requests shifted the responsibility for evaluating difficult cases from the service, the agency most responsible for performing that task, to the other agencies. No specific guidance was provided. Although the CIA had on file requests from the Treasury Department for information on the counterfeiting of U.S. currency and certain smuggling matters, it had no written specification of intelligence information collected by CIA abroad which was desired by the Secret Service in advance of presidential trips outside the United States. End of section 45. Recording by Linda Johnson. Section 46 of Report of the President's Commission on the Assassination of President Kennedy, the Warren Commission Report. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. Report of the President's Commission on the Assassination of President Kennedy, the Warren Commission Report, by the President's Commission on the Assassination of President Kennedy. Chapter 8, The Protection of the President, Part 2. Information known about Lee Harvey Oswald prior to the assassination. No information concerning Lee Harvey Oswald appeared in PRS files before the president's trip to Dallas. Oswald was known to other federal agencies with which the Secret Service maintained intelligence liaison. The FBI had been interested in him, to some degree at least, since the time of his defection in October 1959. It had interviewed him twice shortly after his return to the United States, again a year later at his request, and was investigating him at the time of the assassination. The Commission has taken the testimony of Bureau agents who interviewed Oswald after his return from the Soviet Union and prior to November 22, 1963, the agent who was assigned his case at the time of the assassination, the director of the FBI, and the assistant to the director in charge of all investigative activities under the director and associate director. In addition, the director and deputy director for plans of the CIA testified concerning that agency's limited knowledge of Oswald before the assassination. Finally, the Commission has reviewed the complete files on Oswald as they existed at the time of the assassination of the Department of State, the Office of Naval Intelligence, the FBI, and the CIA. The information known to the FBI is summarized below. From defection to return to Fort Worth. The FBI opened a file on Oswald in October 1959, when news reports appeared of his defection to the Soviet Union. The file was opened, quote, "for the purpose of correlating information inasmuch as he was considered a possible security risk in the event he returned to this country." End quote. Oswald's defection was also the occasion for the opening of files by the Department of State, CIA, and the Office of Naval Intelligence. Until April 1960, FBI activity consisted of placing in Oswald's file information regarding his relations with the U.S. Embassy in Moscow and background data relating largely to his prior military service provided by other agencies. In April 1960, Mrs. Marguerite Oswald and Robert Oswald were interviewed in the course of a routine FBI investigation of transfers of small sums of money from Mrs. Oswald to her son in Russia. During the next 2 years, the FBI continued to accumulate information and kept itself informed on Oswald's status by periodic reviews of State Department and Office of Naval Intelligence files. In this way, it learned that when Oswald had arrived in the Soviet Union, he had attempted to renounce his U.S. citizenship and applied for Soviet citizenship, had described himself as a Marxist, had said he would give the Soviet Union any useful information he had acquired as a marine radar technician, and had displayed an arrogant and aggressive attitude at the U.S. Embassy. It learned also that Oswald had been discharged from the Marine Corps Reserve as undesirable in August 1960. In June 1962, the Bureau was advised by the Department of State of Oswald's plan to return to the United States. The Bureau made arrangements to be advised by immigration authorities of his return, and instructed the Dallas office to interview him when he got back to determine whether he had been recruited by a Soviet intelligence service. Oswald's file at the Department of State Passport Office was reviewed in June 1962. It revealed his letter of January 30, 1962, to Secretary of the Navy Connally, in which he protested his discharge and declared that he would use, quote, "all means," end quote, to correct it. The file reflected the department's determination that Oswald had not expatriated himself. From return to Fort Worth to move to New Orleans. Oswald was first interviewed by FBI agents John W. Fain and B. Tom Carter on June 26, 1962, in Fort Worth. Agent Fain reported to headquarters that Oswald was impatient and arrogant, and unwilling to answer questions regarding his motive for going to the Soviet Union. Oswald, quote, denied that he had ever denounced his U.S. citizenship and that he had ever applied for Soviet citizenship specifically, end quote. Oswald was, however, willing to discuss his contacts with Soviet authorities. He denied having any involvement with Soviet intelligence agencies and promised to advise the FBI if he heard from them. Agent Fain was not satisfied by this interview and arranged to see Oswald again on August 16, 1962. According to Fain's contemporaneous memorandum and his present recollection, while Oswald remained somewhat evasive at this interview, he was not antagonistic, and seemed generally to be settling down. Marina Oswald, however, recalled that her husband was upset by this interview. Oswald again agreed to advise the FBI if he were approached under suspicious circumstances. However, he deprecated the possibility of this happening, particularly since his employment did not involve any sensitive information. Having concluded that Oswald was not a security risk or potentially dangerous or violent, Fain determined that nothing further remained to be done at that time, and recommended that the case be placed in a closed status. This is an administrative classification indicating that no further work has been scheduled. It does not preclude the agent in charge of the case from reopening it if he feels that further work should be done. From August 1962 until March 1963, the FBI continued to accumulate information regarding Oswald, but engaged in no active investigation. Agent Fain retired from the FBI in October 1962, and the closed Oswald case was not reassigned. However, pursuant to a regular bureau practice of interviewing certain immigrants from Iron Curtain countries, Fain had been assigned to see Marina Oswald at an appropriate time. This assignment was given to Agent James P. Hosty, Jr. of the Dallas office upon Fain's retirement. In March 1963, while attempting to locate Marina Oswald, Agent Hosty was told by Mrs. M. F. Tobias, a former landlady of the Oswalds at 602 Elsbeth Street in Dallas, that other tenants had complained because Oswald was drinking to excess and beating his wife. This information led Hosty to review Oswald's file, from which he learned that Oswald had become a subscriber to The Worker, a Communist Party publication. Hosty decided that the Lee Harvey Oswald case should be reopened because of the alleged personal difficulties and the contact with The Worker, and his recommendation was accepted. He decided, however, not to interview Marina Oswald at that time, and merely determined that the Oswalds were living at 214 Neely Street in Dallas. On April 21, 1963, the FBI field office in New York was advised that Oswald was in contact with the Fair Play for Cuba Committee in New York, and that he had written to the committee, stating that he had distributed its pamphlets on the streets of Dallas. This information did not reach Agent Hosty in Dallas until June. Hosty considered the information to be, quote, "stale," unquote, by that time, and did not attempt to verify Oswald's reported statement. Under a general bureau request to be on the alert for activities of the Fair Play for Cuba Committee, Hosty had inquired earlier and found no evidence that it was functioning in the Dallas area. In New Orleans, in the middle of May of 1963, Agent Hosty checked Oswald's last known residence and found that he had moved. Oswald was tentatively located in New Orleans in June, and Hosty asked the New Orleans FBI office to determine Oswald's address and what he was doing. The New Orleans office investigated and located Oswald, learning his address and former place of employment on August 5, 1963. A confidential informant advised the FBI that Oswald was not known to be engaged in Communist Party activities in New Orleans. On June 24, Oswald applied in New Orleans for a passport, stating that he planned to depart by ship for an extended tour of Western European countries, the Soviet Union, Finland, and Poland. The passport office of the Department of State in Washington had no listing for Oswald requiring special treatment, and his application was approved on the following day. The FBI had not asked to be informed of any effort by Oswald to obtain a passport, as it might have under existing procedures, and did not know of his application. According to the Bureau, quote, "We did not request the State Department to include Oswald on a list which would have resulted in advising us of any application for a passport, inasmuch as the facts relating to Oswald's activities at that time did not warrant such action. Our investigation of Oswald had disclosed no evidence that Oswald was acting under the instructions or on behalf of any foreign government or instrumentality thereof." End quote. On August 9, 1963, Oswald was arrested and jailed by the New Orleans Police Department for disturbing the peace in connection with a street fight which broke out when he was accosted by anti-Castro Cubans while distributing leaflets on behalf of the Fair Play for Cuba Committee. On the next day, he asked the New Orleans police to arrange for him to be interviewed by the FBI. The police called the local FBI office, and an agent, John L. Quigley, was sent to the police station. Agent Quigley did not know of Oswald's prior FBI record when he interviewed him, inasmuch as the police had not given Oswald's name to the Bureau when they called the office. Quigley recalled that Oswald was receptive when questioned about his general background, but less than completely truthful or cooperative when interrogated about the Fair Play for Cuba Committee. Quigley testified, quote, "When I began asking him specific details with respect to his activities in the Fair Play for Cuba Committee in New Orleans, as to where meetings were held, who was involved, what occurred, he was reticent to furnish information, reluctant, and actually, as far as I was concerned, was completely evasive on them." End quote. In Quigley's judgment, Oswald, quote, "was probably making a self-serving statement in attempting to explain to me why he was distributing this literature, and for no other reason. And when I got to questioning him further, then he felt that his purpose had been served, and he wouldn't say anything further." End quote. During the interview, Quigley obtained background information from Oswald, which was inconsistent with information already in the Bureau's possession. When Quigley returned to his office, he learned that another Bureau agent, Milton R. Knack, had been conducting a background investigation of Oswald at the request of Agent Hosty in Dallas. Quigley advised Knack of his interview and gave him a detailed memorandum. Knack was aware of the facts known to the FBI and recognized Oswald's false statements. For example, Oswald claimed that his wife's maiden name was Prosa, and that they had been married in Fort Worth and lived there until coming to New Orleans. He had told the New Orleans arresting officers that he had been born in Cuba. Several days later, the Bureau received additional evidence that Oswald had lied to Agent Quigley. On August 22, it learned that Oswald had appeared on a radio discussion program on August 21. William Stuckey, who had appeared on the radio program with Oswald, told the Bureau on August 30 that Oswald had told him that he had worked and been married in the Soviet Union. Neither these discrepancies nor the fact that Oswald had initiated the FBI interview was considered sufficiently unusual to necessitate another interview. Alan H. Belmont, assistant to the director of the FBI, stated the Bureau's reasoning in this way, quote, "Our interest in this man at this point was to determine whether his activities constituted a threat to the internal security of the country. It was apparent that he had made a self-serving statement to Agent Quigley. It became a matter of record in our files as a part of the case, and if we determined that the course of the investigation required us to clarify or face him down with this information, we would do it at the appropriate time. In other words, he committed no violation of the law by telling us something that wasn't true, and unless this required further investigation at that time, we would handle it in due course, in accord with the whole context of the investigation." End quote. On August 21, 1963, Bureau headquarters instructed the New Orleans and Dallas field offices to conduct an additional investigation of Oswald in view of the activities which had led to his arrest. FBI informants in the New Orleans area, familiar with pro-Castro or Communist Party activity there, advised the Bureau that Oswald was unknown in such circles. In Dallas. In early September 1963, the FBI transferred the principal responsibility for the Oswald case from the Dallas office to the New Orleans office. Soon after, on October 1, 1963, the FBI was advised by the rental agent for the Oswald's apartment in New Orleans that they had moved again. According to the information received by the Bureau, they had vacated their apartment, and Marina Oswald had departed with their child in a station wagon with Texas registration. On October 3, Hosty reopened the case in Dallas to assist the New Orleans office. He checked in Oswald's old neighborhood and throughout the Dallas-Fort Worth area, but was unable to locate Oswald. The next word about Oswald's location was a communication from the CIA to the FBI on October 10, advising that an individual tentatively identified as Oswald had been in touch with the Soviet embassy in Mexico City in early October of 1963. The Bureau had no earlier information suggesting that Oswald had left the United States. The possible contact with the Soviet embassy in Mexico intensified the FBI's interest in learning Oswald's whereabouts. The FBI representative in Mexico City arranged to follow up this information with the CIA and to verify Oswald's entry into Mexico. The CIA message was sent also to the Department of State, where it was reviewed by personnel of the Passport Office, who knew from Oswald's file that he had sought and obtained a passport on June 25, 1963. The Department of State did not advise either the CIA or the FBI of these facts. On October 25, the New Orleans office of the FBI learned that in September Oswald had given a forwarding address of 2515 West 5th Street, Irving, Texas. After receiving this information on October 29, Agent Hosty attempted to locate Oswald. On the same day, Hosty interviewed neighbors on 5th Street and learned that the address was that of Mrs. Ruth Payne. He conducted a limited background investigation of the Paynes, intending to interview Mrs. Payne and ask her particularly about Oswald's whereabouts. Having determined that Mrs. Payne was a responsible and reliable citizen, Hosty interviewed her on November 1. The interview lasted about 20 to 25 minutes. In response to Hosty's inquiries, Mrs. Payne, quote, readily admitted that Mrs. Marina Oswald and Lee Oswald's 2 children were staying with her. She said that Lee Oswald was living somewhere in Dallas, she didn't know where. She said it was in the Oak Cliff area, but she didn't have his address. I asked her if she knew where he worked. After a moment's hesitation, she told me that he worked at the Texas School Book Depository near the downtown area of Dallas. She didn't have the exact address, and it is my recollection that we went to the phone book and looked it up, found it to be 411 Elm Street." End quote. Mrs. Payne told Hosty also that Oswald was living alone in Dallas because she did not want him staying at her house, although she was willing to let Oswald visit his wife and children. According to Hosty, Mrs. Payne indicated that she thought she could find out where Oswald was living and would let him know. At this point in the interview, Hosty gave Mrs. Payne his name and office telephone number on a piece of paper. At the end of the interview, Marina Oswald came into the room. When he observed that she seemed, quote, quite alarmed, end quote, about the visit, Hosty assured her, through Mrs. Payne as interpreter, that the FBI would not harm or harass her. On November 4, Hosty telephoned the Texas School Book Depository and learned that Oswald was working there and that he had given as his address Mrs. Payne's residence in Irving. Hosty took the necessary steps to have the Dallas office of the FBI, rather than the New Orleans office, reestablished as the office with principal responsibility. On November 5, Hosty was traveling near Mrs. Payne's home and took the occasion to stop by to ask whether she had any further information. Mrs. Payne had nothing to add to what she had already told him, except that during a visit that past weekend, Oswald had said that he was a, quote, Trotskyite communist, end quote, and that she found this and similar statements illogical and somewhat amusing. On this occasion, Hosty was at the Payne residence for only a few minutes. During neither interview did Hosty learn Oswald's address or telephone number in Dallas. Mrs. Payne testified that she learned Oswald's telephone number at the Beckley Street rooming house in the middle of October, shortly after Oswald rented the room on October 14. As discussed in Chapter 6, she failed to report this to Agent Hosty because she thought the FBI was in possession of a great deal of information and certainly would find it very easy to learn where Oswald was living. Hosty did nothing further in connection with the Oswald case until after the assassination. On November 1, 1963, he had received a copy of the report of the New Orleans office, which contained Agent Quigley's memorandum of the interview in the New Orleans jail on August 10, and realized immediately that Oswald had given false biographic information. Hosty knew that he would eventually have to investigate this and, quote, was quite interested in determining the nature of his contact with the Soviet embassy in Mexico City, end quote. When asked what his next step would have been, Hosty replied, quote, well, as I had previously stated, I have between 25 and 40 cases assigned to me at any one time. I had other matters to take care of. I had now established that Lee Oswald was not employed in a sensitive industry. I can now afford to wait until New Orleans forwarded the necessary papers to me to show me I now had all the information. It was then my plan to interview Marina Oswald in detail concerning both herself and her husband's background. Question. Had you planned any steps beyond that point? Answer. No. I would have to wait until I had talked to Marina to see what I could determine, and from there I could make my plans. Question. Did you take any action on this case between November 5 and November 22? Answer. No, sir. The official Bureau files confirm Hosty's statement that from November 5 until the assassination, no active investigation was conducted. On November 18, the FBI learned that Oswald recently had been in communication with the Soviet embassy in Washington and so advised the Dallas office in the ordinary course of business. Hosty received this information on the afternoon of November 22, 1963. Non-referral of Oswald to the Secret Service. The Commission has considered carefully the question whether the FBI, in view of all the information concerning Oswald in its files, should have alerted the Secret Service to Oswald's presence in Dallas prior to President Kennedy's visit. The Secret Service and the FBI differ as to whether Oswald fell within the category of, quote, threats against the president, end quote, which should be referred to the service. Robert I. Boock, special agent in charge of the Protective Research Section, testified that the information available to the federal government about Oswald before the assassination would, if known to PRS, have made Oswald a subject of concern to the Secret Service. Boock pointed to a number of characteristics besides Oswald's defection, the cumulative effect of which would have been to alert the Secret Service to potential danger. Quote, I would think his continued association with the Russian embassy after his return, his association with the Castro groups would have been of concern to us, a knowledge that he had, I believe, been court-martialed for illegal possession of a gun, of a handgun in the Marines, that he had owned a weapon and did a good deal of hunting or use of it, perhaps in Russia, plus a number of items about his disposition and unreliability of character. I think all of those, if we had them all together, would have added up to pointing out a pretty bad individual, and I think that together, had we known that he had a vantage point, would have seemed somewhat serious to us, even though I must admit that none of these in themselves would meet our specific criteria, none of them alone. But it is when you begin adding them up to some degree that you begin to get criteria that are meaningful. End quote. Mr. Boock pointed out, however, that he had no reason to believe that any one federal agency had access to all this information, including the significant fact that Oswald was employed in a building which overlooked the motorcade route. Agent Hosty testified that he was fully aware of the pending presidential visit to Dallas. He recalled that the special agent in charge of the Dallas office of the FBI, J. Gordon Shanklin, had discussed the president's visit on several occasions, including the regular bi-weekly conference on the morning of November 22. Quote, Mr. Shanklin advised us, among other things, that in view of the president's visit to Dallas, that if anyone had any indication of any possibility of any acts of violence or any demonstrations against the president or vice president, to immediately notify the Secret Service and confirm it in writing. He had made the same statement about a week prior at another special conference which we had held. I don't recall the exact date. It was about a week prior." End quote. In fact, Hosty participated in transmitting to the Secret Service 2 pieces of information pertaining to the visit. Hosty testified that he did not know until the evening of Thursday, November 21, that there was to be a motorcade, however, and never realized that the motorcade would pass the Texas School Book Depository building. He testified that he did not read the newspaper story describing the motorcade route in detail, since he was interested only in the fact that the motorcade was coming up Main Street, quote, "where maybe I could watch it if I had a chance," end quote. Even if he had recalled that Oswald's place of employment was on the president's route, Hosty testified that he would not have cited him to the Secret Service as a potential threat to the president. Hosty interpreted his instructions as requiring, quote, "some indication that the person planned to take some action against the safety of the President of the United States or the Vice President," end quote. In his opinion, none of the information in the FBI files, Oswald's defection, his fair play for Cuba activities in New Orleans, his lies to Agent Quigley, his recent visit to Mexico City, indicated that Oswald was capable of violence. Hosty's initial reaction on hearing that Oswald was a suspect in the assassination was, quote, "shock, complete surprise," end quote, because he had no reason to believe that Oswald, quote, "was capable or potentially an assassin of the President of the United States," end quote. Shortly after Oswald was apprehended and identified, Hosty's superiors sent him to observe the interrogation of Oswald. Hosty parked his car in the basement of police headquarters and there met an acquaintance, Lieutenant Jack Revel of the Dallas Police Force. The 2 men disagree about the conversation which took place between them. They agree that Hosty told Revel that the FBI had known about Oswald, and in particular of his presence in Dallas and his employment at the Texas School Book Depository building. Revel testified that Hosty said also that the FBI had information that Oswald was, quote, "capable of committing this assassination," end quote. According to Revel, Hosty indicated that he was going to tell this to Lieutenant Wells of the Homicide and Robbery Bureau. Revel promptly made a memorandum of this conversation in which the quoted statement appears. His secretary testified that she prepared such a report for him that afternoon, and Chief of Police Jesse E. Curry and District Attorney Henry M. Wade both testified that they saw it later that day. Hosty has unequivocally denied, first by affidavit and then in his testimony before the commission, that he ever said that Oswald was capable of violence, or that he had any information suggesting this. The only witness to the conversation was Dallas Police Detective V.J. Bryan, who was accompanying Revel. Bryan did not hear Hosty make any statement concerning Oswald's capacity to be an assassin, but he did not hear the entire conversation because of the commotion at police headquarters and because he was not within hearing distance at all times. End of section 46. Recording by Linda Johnson. Section 47 of Report of the President's Commission on the Assassination of President Kennedy, the Warren Commission Report. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. Report of the President's Commission on the Assassination of President Kennedy, the Warren Commission Report, by the President's Commission on the Assassination of President Kennedy. Chapter 8, The Protection of the President, Part 3. Hosty's interpretation of the prevailing FBI instructions on referrals to the Secret Service was defended before the commission by his superiors. After summarizing the Bureau's investigative interest in Oswald prior to the assassination, J. Edgar Hoover concluded that, quote, "there was nothing up to the time of the assassination that gave any indication that this man was a dangerous character who might do harm to the President or to the Vice President." End quote. Director Hoover emphasized that the first indication of Oswald's capacity for violence was his attempt on General Walker's life, which did not become known to the FBI until after the assassination. Both Director Hoover and his assistant, Alan H. Belmont, stressed also the decision by the Department of State that Oswald should be permitted to return to the United States. Neither believed that the Bureau investigation of him up to November 22 revealed any information which would have justified referral to the Secret Service. According to Belmont, when Oswald returned from the Soviet Union, quote, "he indicated that he had learned his lesson, was disenchanted with Russia, and had a renewed concept, I am paraphrasing, a renewed concept of the American Free Society. We talked to him twice. He likewise indicated he was disenchanted with Russia. We satisfied ourselves that we had met our requirement, namely to find out whether he had been recruited by Soviet intelligence. The case was closed. We again exhibited interest on the basis of these contacts with the Worker, Fair Play for Cuba Committee, which are relatively inconsequential. His activities for the Fair Play for Cuba Committee in New Orleans, we knew, were not of real consequence, as he was not connected with any organized activity there. The interview with him in jail is not significant from the standpoint of whether he had a propensity for violence." Question: This is the Quigley interview you are talking about? Answer: Yes, it was a self-serving interview. The visits with the Soviet embassy were evidently for the purpose of securing a visa, and he had told us during one of the interviews that he would probably take his wife back to Soviet Russia sometime in the future. He had come back to Dallas. Hosty had established that he had a job. He was working, and had told Mrs. Payne that when he got the money he was going to take an apartment. When the baby was old enough, he was going to take an apartment, and the family would live together. He gave evidence of settling down. Nowhere during the course of this investigation or the information that came to us from other agencies was there any indication of a potential for violence on his part. Consequently, there was no basis for Hosty to go to Secret Service and advise them of Oswald's presence." End quote. As reflected in this testimony, the officials of the FBI believed that there was no data in its files which gave warning that Oswald was a source of danger to President Kennedy. While he had expressed hostility at times toward the State Department, the Marine Corps, and the FBI as agents of the government, so far as the FBI knew, he had not shown any potential for violence. Prior to November 22, 1963, no law enforcement agency had any information to connect Oswald with the attempted shooting of General Walker. It was against this background, and consistent with the criteria followed by the FBI prior to November 22, that agents of the FBI in Dallas did not consider Oswald's presence in the Texas School Book Depository building overlooking the motorcade route as a source of danger to the president, and did not inform the Secret Service of his employment in the depository building. The Commission believes, however, that the FBI took an unduly restrictive view of its responsibilities in preventive intelligence work prior to the assassination. The Commission appreciates the large volume of cases handled by the FBI, 636,371 investigative matters during fiscal year 1963. There were no Secret Service criteria which specifically required the referral of Oswald's case to the Secret Service, nor was there any requirement to report the names of defectors. However, there was much material in the hands of the FBI about Oswald. The knowledge of his defection, his arrogance and hostility to the United States, his pro-Castro tendencies, his lies when interrogated by the FBI, his trip to Mexico where he was in contact with Soviet authorities, his presence in the school book depository job and its location along the route of the motorcade. All this does seem to amount to enough to have induced an alert agency, such as the FBI, possessed of this information, to list Oswald as a potential threat to the safety of the president. This conclusion may be tinged with hindsight, but it stated primarily to direct the thought of those responsible for the future safety of our presidents to the need for a more imaginative and less narrow interpretation of their responsibilities. It is the conclusion of the Commission that, even in the absence of Secret Service criteria, which specifically required the referral of such a case as Oswald's to the Secret Service, a more alert and carefully considered treatment of the Oswald case by the Bureau might have brought about such a referral. Had such a review been undertaken by the FBI, there might conceivably have been additional investigation of the Oswald case between November 5 and November 22. Agent Hosty testified that several matters brought to his attention in late October and early November, including the visit to the Soviet embassy in Mexico City, required further attention. Under proper procedures, knowledge of the pending presidential visit might have prompted Hosty to have made more vigorous efforts to locate Oswald's rooming house address in Dallas and to interview him regarding these unresolved matters. The formal FBI instructions to its agents outlining the information to be referred to the Secret Service were too narrow at the time of the assassination. While the Secret Service bears the principal responsibility for this failure, the FBI instructions did not reflect fully the Secret Service's need for information regarding potential threats. The handbook referred thus to, quote, the possibility of an attempt against the person or safety of the president, end quote. It is clear from Hosty's testimony that this was construed, at least by him, as requiring evidence of a plan or conspiracy to injure the president. Efforts made by the Bureau since the assassination, on the other hand, reflect keen awareness of the necessity of communicating a much wider range of intelligence information to the service. Most important, notwithstanding that both agencies have professed to the Commission that the liaison between them was close and fully sufficient, the Commission does not believe that the liaison between the FBI and the Secret Service prior to the assassination was as effective as it should have been. The FBI Manual of Instructions provided, quote, liaison with other government agencies. To ensure adequate and effective liaison arrangements, each SAC should specifically designate an agent or agents to be responsible for developing and maintaining liaison with other federal agencies. This liaison should take into consideration FBI agency community of interests, location of agency headquarters, and the responsiveness of agency representatives. In each instance, liaison contacts should be developed to include a close, friendly relationship, mutual understanding of FBI and agency jurisdictions, and an indicated willingness by the agency representative to coordinate activities and to discuss problems of mutual interest. Each field office should determine those federal agencies which are represented locally and with which liaison should be conducted." End quote. The testimony reveals that liaison responsibilities in connection with the President's visit were discussed twice officially by the special agent in charge of the FBI office in Dallas. As discussed in Chapter 2, some limited information was made available to the Secret Service, but there was no fully adequate liaison between the two agencies. Indeed, the Commission believes that the liaison between all federal agencies responsible for presidential protection should be improved. Other protective measures and aspects of Secret Service performance. The President's trip to Dallas called into play many standard operating procedures of the Secret Service in addition to its preventive intelligence operations. Examination of these procedures shows that in most respects they were well conceived and ably executed by the personnel of the service. Against the background of the critical events of November 22, however, certain shortcomings and lapses from the high standards which the Commission believes should prevail in the field of presidential protection are evident. Advance preparations. The advance preparations in Dallas by Agent Winston G. Lawson of the White House detail have been described in Chapter 2. With the assistance of Agent in Charge Sorrells of the Dallas Field Office of the Secret Service, Lawson was responsible for working out a great many arrangements for the President's trip. The service prefers to have 2 agents perform advance preparations. In the case of Dallas, because President Kennedy had scheduled visits to 5 Texas cities and had also scheduled visits to other parts of the country immediately before the Texas trip, there were not enough men available to permit 2 agents to be assigned to all the advance work. Consequently, Agent Lawson did the advance work alone from November 13 to November 18, when he was joined by Agent David B. Grant, who had just completed advance work on the President's trip to Tampa. The Commission concludes that the most significant advance arrangements for the President's trip were soundly planned. In particular, the Commission believes that the motorcade route selected by Agent Lawson upon the advice of Agent in Charge Sorrells and with the concurrence of the Dallas police was entirely appropriate in view of the known desires of the President. There were far safer routes via freeways directly to the Trade Mart, but these routes would not have been in accordance with the White House staff instructions given the Secret Service for a desirable motorcade route. Much of Lawson's time was taken with establishing adequate security over the motorcade route and at the 2 places where the President would stop, Love Field and the Trade Mart. The Commission concludes that the arrangements worked out at the Trade Mart by these Secret Service agents with the cooperation of the Dallas police and other local law enforcement agents were carefully executed. Since the President was to be at the Trade Mart longer than at any other location in Dallas, and in view of the security hazards presented by the building, the Secret Service correctly gave particular attention in the advance preparations to those arrangements. The Commission also regards the security arrangements worked out by Lawson and Sorrells at Love Field as entirely adequate. The Commission believes, however, that the Secret Service has inadequately defined the responsibilities of its advance agents, who have been given broad discretion to determine what matters require attention in making advance preparations and to decide what action to take. Agent Lawson was not given written instructions concerning the Dallas trip or advice about any peculiar problems which it might involve. All instructions from higher authority were communicated to him orally. He did not have a checklist of the tasks he was expected to accomplish, either by his own efforts or with the cooperation of local authorities. The only systematic supervision of the activities of the advance agent has been that provided by a requirement that he file interim and final reports on each advance assignment. The interim report must be in the hands of the agent supervising the protective group traveling with the President long enough before his departure to apprise him of any particular problems encountered and the responsive action taken. Agent Lawson's interim report was received by Agent Kellerman on November 20, the day before departure on the Texas trip. The Secret Service has advised the Commission that no unusual precautions were taken for the Dallas trip, and that, quote, "the precautions taken for the President's trip were the usual safeguards employed on trips of this kind in the United States during the previous year." End quote. Special Agent in Charge Sorrells testified that the advance preparations followed on this occasion were, quote, "pretty much the same," end quote, as those followed in 1936 during a trip to Dallas by President Roosevelt, which was Sorrells' first important assignment in connection with presidential work. In view of the constant change in the nature of threats to the President and the diversity of the dangers which may arise in the various cities within the United States, the Commission believes that standard procedures in use for many years and applied in all parts of the country may not be sufficient. There is, for example, no Secret Service arrangement for evaluating before a trip particular difficulties that might be anticipated, which would bring to bear the judgment and experience of members of the White House detail other than the advance agent. Constant reevaluation of procedures with attention to special problems and the development of instructions specific to particular trips would be a desirable innovation. Liaison with local law enforcement authorities. In the description of the important aspects of the advance preparations, there have been references to the numerous discussions between Secret Service representatives and the Dallas Police Department. The wholehearted support of these local authorities was indispensable to the service in carrying out its duties. The service had 28 agents participating in the Dallas visit. Agent Lawson's advance planning called for the deployment of almost 600 members of the Dallas Police Department, Fire Department, County Sheriff's Department, and the Texas Department of Public Safety. Despite this dependence on local authorities, which would be substantially the same on a visit by the President to any large city, the Secret Service did not, at the time of the assassination, have any established procedure governing its relationships with them. It had no prepared checklist of matters to be covered with local police on such visits to metropolitan areas, and no written description of the role the local police were expected to perform. Discussions with the Dallas authorities and requests made of them were entirely informal. The Commission believes that a more formal statement of assigned responsibilities, supplemented in each case to reflect the peculiar conditions of each presidential trip, is essential. This would help to eliminate varying interpretations of Secret Service instructions by different local law enforcement representatives. For example, while the Secret Service representatives in Dallas asked the police to station guards at each overpass to keep, quote, unauthorized personnel, end quote, off, this term was not defined. At some overpasses, all persons were excluded, while on the overpass overlooking the assassination scene, railroad and yard terminal workmen were permitted to remain under police supervision, as discussed in Chapter 3. Assistant Chief Batchelor of the Dallas Police noted the absence of any formal statement by the Secret Service of specific work assigned to the police and suggested the desirability of such a statement. Agent Lawson agreed that such a procedure would assist him and other agents in fulfilling their responsibilities as advance agents. Check of buildings along route of motorcade. Agent Lawson did not arrange for a prior inspection of buildings along the motorcade route, either by police or by custodians of the buildings, since it was not the usual practice of the Secret Service to do so. The chief of the service has provided the Commission a detailed explanation of this policy. Quote, "Except for inauguration or other parades involving foreign dignitaries accompanied by the President in Washington, it has not been the practice of the Secret Service to make surveys or checks of buildings along the route of a presidential motorcade. For the inauguration and certain other parades in Washington where the traditional route is known to the public long in advance of the event, buildings along the route can be checked by teams of law enforcement officers, and armed guards are posted along the route as appropriate. But on out-of-town trips, where the route is decided on and made public only a few days in advance, buildings are not checked either by Secret Service agents or by any other law enforcement officers at the request of the Secret Service. With the number of men available to the Secret Service and the time available, surveys of hundreds of buildings and thousands of windows is not practical. In Dallas, the route selected necessarily involved passing through the principal downtown section between tall buildings. While certain streets thought to be too narrow could be avoided and other choices made, it was not practical to select a route where the President could not be seen from roofs or windows of buildings. At the two places in Dallas where the President would remain for a period of time, Love Field and the Trade Mart, arrangements were made for building and roof security by posting police officers where appropriate. Similar arrangements for a motorcade of 10 miles including many blocks of tall commercial buildings, is not practical. Nor is it practical to prevent people from entering such buildings, or to limit access in every building to those employed or having business there. Even if it were possible, with a vastly larger force of security officers to do so, many observers have felt that such a procedure would not be consistent with the nature and purpose of the motorcade to let the people see their president and to welcome him to their city. In accordance with its regular procedures, no survey or other check was made by the Secret Service or by any other law enforcement agency at its request of the Texas School Book Depository Building or those employed there prior to the time the president was shot." End quote. This justification of the Secret Service's standing policy is not persuasive. The danger from a concealed sniper on the Dallas trip was of concern to those who had considered the problem. President Kennedy himself had mentioned it that morning, as had Agent Sorrells when he and Agent Lawson were fixing the motorcade route. Admittedly, protective measures cannot ordinarily be taken with regard to all buildings along a motorcade route. Levels of risk can be determined, however, as has been confirmed by building surveys made since the assassination for the Department of the Treasury. An attempt to cover only the most obvious points of possible ambush along the route in Dallas might well have included the Texas School Book Depository Building. Instead of such advanced precautions, the Secret Service depended in part on the efforts of local law enforcement personnel stationed along the route. In addition, Secret Service agents riding in the motorcade were trained to scan buildings as part of their general observation of the crowd of spectators. These substitute measures were of limited value. Agent Lawson was unable to state whether he had actually instructed the Dallas police to scan windows of buildings lining the motorcade route, although it was his usual practice to do so. If such instructions were in fact given, they were not effectively carried out. Television films taken of parts of the motorcade by a Dallas television station show the foot patrolman facing the passing motorcade and not the adjacent crowds and buildings as the procession passed. 3 officers from the Dallas Police Department were assigned to the intersection of Elm and Houston during the morning of November 22 prior to the motorcade. All received their instructions early in the morning from Captain P.W. Lawrence of the Traffic Division. According to Captain Lawrence, quote, "I then told the officers that their primary duty was traffic and crowd control, and that they should be alert for any persons who might attempt to throw anything, and, although it was not a violation of the law to carry a placard, that they were not to tolerate any actions such as the Stevenson incident, and arrest any person who might attempt to throw anything or try to get at the president and his party, paying particular attention to the crowd for any unusual activity. I stressed the fact that this was our president, and he should be shown every respect due his position, and that it was our duty to see that this was done." End quote. Captain Lawrence was not instructed to have his men watch buildings along the motorcade route, and did not mention the observation of buildings to them. The 3 officers confirm that their primary concern was crowd and traffic control, and that they had no opportunity to scan the windows of the depository or any other building in the vicinity of Elm and Houston when the motorcade was passing. They had, however, occasionally observed the windows of buildings in the area before the motorcade arrived, in accordance with their own understanding of their function. As the motorcade approached Elm Street, there were several Secret Service agents in it who shared the responsibility of scanning the windows of nearby buildings. Agent Sorrells, riding in the lead car, did observe the Texas School Book Depository Building as he passed by, at least for a sufficient number of seconds to gain a quote, "general impression" end quote, of the lack of any unusual activity. He was handicapped, however, by the fact that he was riding in a closed car, whose roof at times obscured his view. Lawson, also in the lead car, did not scan any buildings, since an important part of his job was to look backward at the president's car. Lawson stated that he, quote, was looking back a good deal of the time, watching his car, watching the sides, watching the crowds, giving advice or asking advice from the chief, and also looking ahead to the known hazards like overpasses, underpasses, railroads, etc." End quote. Agent Roy H. Kellerman, riding in the front seat of the presidential car, stated that he scanned the depository building, but not sufficiently to be alerted by anything in the windows or on the roof. The agents in the follow-up car also were expected to scan adjacent buildings. However, the commission does not believe that agents stationed in a car behind the presidential car, who must concentrate primarily on the possibility of threats from crowds along the route, provide a significant safeguard against dangers in nearby buildings. Conduct of Secret Service agents in Fort Worth on November 22. In the early morning hours on November 22, 1963, in Fort Worth, there occurred a breach of discipline by some members of the Secret Service who were officially traveling with the president. After the president had retired at his hotel, 9 agents who were off duty went to the nearby Fort Worth Press Club at midnight or slightly thereafter, expecting to obtain food. They had little opportunity to eat during the day. No food was available at the Press Club. All of the agents stayed for a drink of beer or, in several cases, a mixed drink. According to their affidavits, the drinking in no case amounted to more than 3 glasses of beer or 1½ mixed drinks. And others who were present say that no agent was inebriated or acted improperly. The statements of the agents involved are supported by statements of members of the Fort Worth press who accompanied or observed them, and by a Secret Service investigation. According to their statements, the agents remained at the Press Club for periods varying from 30 minutes to an hour and a half, and the last agent left the Press Club by 2 a.m. 2 of the 9 agents returned to their rooms. The 7 others proceeded to an establishment called the Cellar Coffee House, described by some as a beatnik place, and by its manager as, quote, a unique showplace with continuous light entertainment all night, serving only coffee, fruit juices, and no hard liquors or beer, end quote. There is no indication that any of the agents who visited the Cellar Coffee House had any intoxicating drink at that establishment. Most of the agents were there from about 1:30 or 1:45 a.m. to about 2:45 or 3 a.m. One agent was there from 2 until 5 a.m. The lobby of the hotel and the areas adjacent to the quarters of the president were guarded during the night by members of the midnight to 8 a.m. shift of the White House detail. These agents were each relieved for a half-hour break during the night. 3 members of this shift separately took this opportunity to visit the Cellar Coffee House. Only one stayed as long as a half hour, and none had any beverage there. Chief Rowley testified that agents on duty in such a situation usually stay within the building during their relief, but that their visits to the cellar were, quote, neither consistent nor inconsistent, end quote, with their duty. Each of the agents who visited the Press Club or the Cellar Coffee House, apart from the 3 members of the midnight shift, had duty assignments beginning no later than 8 a.m. that morning. President Kennedy was scheduled to speak across the street from his hotel in Fort Worth at 8:30 a.m., and then at a breakfast, after which the entourage would proceed to Dallas. In Dallas, one of the 9 agents was assigned to assist in security measures at Love Field, and 4 had protective assignments at the Trade Mart. The remaining 4 had key responsibilities as members of the complement of the follow-up car in the motorcade. 3 of these agents occupied positions on the running boards of the car, and the 4th was seated in the car. The supervisor of each of the off-duty agents who visited the Press Club or the Cellar Coffee House advised in the course of the Secret Service investigation of these events that each agent reported for duty on time, with full possession of his mental and physical capabilities, and entirely ready for the performance of his assigned duties. Chief Rowley testified that, as a result of the investigation he ordered, he was satisfied that each of the agents performed his duties in an entirely satisfactory manner, and that their conduct the night before did not impede their actions on duty or in the slightest way prevent them from taking any action that might have averted the tragedy. However, Chief Rowley did not condone the action of the off-duty agents, particularly since it violated a regulation of the Secret Service which provides, quote, "Liquor use of A. Employees are strictly enjoined to refrain from the use of intoxicating liquor during the hours they are officially employed at their post of duty, or when they may reasonably expect that they may be called upon to perform an official duty. During entire periods of travel status, the special agent is officially employed and should not use liquor until the completion of all his official duties for the day, after which time a very moderate use of liquor will not be considered a violation. However, all members of the White House detail and special agents cooperating with them on presidential and similar protective assignments are considered to be subject to call for official duty at any time while in travel status. Therefore, the use of intoxicating liquor of any kind, including beer and wine, by members of the White House detail and special agents cooperating with them, or by special agents on similar assignments while they are in a travel status, is prohibited." End quote. The regulations provide further that, quote, "violation or slight disregard," end quote, of these provisions, quote, "will be cause for removal from the service." End quote. Chief Rowley testified that under ordinary circumstances he would have taken disciplinary action against those agents who had been drinking in clear violation of the regulation. However, he felt that any disciplinary action might have given rise to an inference that the violation of the regulation had contributed to the tragic events of November 22. Since he was convinced that this was not the case, he believed that it would be unfair to the agents and their families to take explicit disciplinary measures. He felt that each agent recognized the seriousness of the infraction and that there was no danger of a repetition. The Commission recognizes that the responsibilities of members of the White House detail of the Secret Service are arduous. They work long, hard hours under very great strain and must travel frequently. It might seem harsh to circumscribe their opportunities for relaxation, yet their role of protecting the President is so important to the well-being of the country that it is reasonable to expect them to meet very high standards of personal conduct, so that nothing can interfere with their bringing to their task the finest qualities and maximum resources of mind and body. This is the salutary goal to which the Secret Service regulation is directed when it absolutely forbids drinking by any agent accompanying the President on a trip. Nor is this goal served when agents remain out until early morning hours and lose the opportunity to get a reasonable amount of sleep. It is conceivable that those men who had little sleep and who had consumed alcoholic beverages, even in limited quantities, might have been more alert in the Dallas motorcade if they had retired promptly in Fort Worth. However, there is no evidence that these men failed to take any action in Dallas within their power that would have averted the tragedy. As will be seen, the instantaneous and heroic response to the assassination of some of the agents concerned was in the finest tradition of government service. End of section 47. Recording by Linda Johnson. Section 48 of Report of the President's Commission on the Assassination of President Kennedy, the Warren Commission Report. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. Report of the President's Commission on the Assassination of President Kennedy. The Warren Commission Report. By the President's Commission on the Assassination of President Kennedy. Chapter 8. The Protection of the President, Part 4. The motorcade in Dallas. Rigorous security precautions had been arranged at Love Field with the local law enforcement authorities by agents Sorrells and Lawson. These precautions included reserving a ceremonial area for the presidential party, stationing police on the rooftops of all buildings overlooking the reception area, and detailing police in civilian clothes to be scattered throughout the sizable crowd. When President and Mrs. Kennedy shook hands with members of the public along the fences surrounding the reception area, they were closely guarded by Secret Service agents who responded to the unplanned event with dispatch. As described in Chapter 2, the President directed that his car stop on 2 occasions during the motorcade so that he could greet members of the public. At these stops, agents from the presidential follow-up car stood between the President and the public, and on one occasion, Agent Kellerman left the front seat of the President's car to take a similar position. The Commission regards such impromptu stops as presenting an unnecessary danger, but finds that the Secret Service agents did all that could have been done to take protective measures. The presidential limousine. The limousine used by President Kennedy in Dallas was a convertible with a detachable, rigid plastic bubble top, which was neither bulletproof nor bullet-resistant. The last presidential vehicle with any protection against small arms fire left the White House in 1953. It was not then replaced because the state of the art did not permit the development of a bulletproof top of sufficiently light weight to permit its removal on those occasions when the President wished to ride in an open car. The Secret Service believed that it was very doubtful that any president would ride regularly in a vehicle with a fixed top, even though transparent. Since the assassination, the Secret Service, with the assistance of other federal agencies and of private industry, has developed a vehicle for the better protection of the President. Access to passenger compartment of presidential car. On occasion, the Secret Service has been permitted to have an agent riding in the passenger compartment with the President. Presidents have made it clear, however, that they did not favor this or any other arrangement which interferes with the privacy of the President and his guests. The Secret Service has therefore suggested this practice only on extraordinary occasions. Without attempting to prescribe or recommend specific measures which should be employed for the future protection of presidents, the Commission does believe that there are aspects of the protective measures employed in the motorcade at Dallas which deserve special comment. The presidential vehicle in use in Dallas, described in Chapter 2, had no special design or equipment which would have permitted the Secret Service agent riding in the driver's compartment to move into the passenger section without hindrance or delay. Had the vehicle been so designed, it is possible that an agent riding in the front seat could have reached the President in time to protect him from the second and fatal shot to hit the President. However, such access to the President was interfered with both by the metal bar some 15 inches above the back of the front seat and by the passengers in the jump seats. In contrast, the vice presidential vehicle, although not specially designed for that purpose, had no passenger in a jump seat between Agent Youngblood and Vice President Johnson to interfere with Agent Youngblood's ability to take a protective position in the passenger compartment before the third shot was fired. The assassination suggests that it would have been of prime importance in the protection of the President if the presidential car permitted immediate access to the President by a Secret Service agent at the first sign of danger. At that time, the agents on the framing boards of the follow-up car were expected to perform such a function. However, these agents could not reach the president's car when it was traveling at an appreciable rate of speed. Even if the car is traveling more slowly, the delay involved in reaching the president may be crucial. It is clear that at the time of the shots in Dallas, Agent Clinton J. Hill leaped to the president's rescue as quickly as humanly possible. Even so, analysis of the motion picture films taken by amateur photographer Zapruder reveals that Hill first placed his hand on the presidential car at frame 343, 30 frames, and therefore approximately 1.6 seconds after the president was shot in the head. About 3.7 seconds after the president received this wound, Hill had both feet on the car and was climbing aboard to assist President and Mrs. Kennedy. Planning for motorcade contingencies. In response to inquiry by the Commission regarding the instructions to agents in a motorcade of emergency procedures to be taken in a contingency such as that which actually occurred, the Secret Service responded, quote, "The Secret Service has consistently followed two general principles in emergencies involving the President. All agents are so instructed. The first duty of the agents in the motorcade is to attempt to cover the President as closely as possible and practicable, and to shield him by attempting to place themselves between the President and any source of danger. Secondly, agents are instructed to remove the President as quickly as possible from known or impending danger. Agents are instructed that it is not their responsibility to investigate or evaluate a present danger, but to consider any untoward circumstances as serious and to afford the President maximum protection at all times. No responsibility rests upon those agents near the President for the identification or arrest of any assassin or an attacker. Their primary responsibility is to stay with and protect the President. Beyond these two principles, the Secret Service believes a detailed contingency or emergency plan is not feasible because the variations possible preclude effective planning. A number of steps are taken, however, to permit appropriate steps to be taken in an emergency. For instance, the lead car always is manned by Secret Service agents familiar with the area and with local law enforcement officials. The radio net in use in motorcades is elaborate and permits a number of different means of communication with various local points. A doctor is in the motorcade." End quote. This basic approach to the problem of planning for emergencies is sound. Any effort to prepare detailed contingency plans might well have the undesirable effect of inhibiting quick and imaginative responses. If the advance preparation is thorough and the protective devices and techniques employed are sound, those in command should be able to direct the response appropriate to the emergency. The Commission finds that the Secret Service agents in the motorcade, who were immediately responsible for the President's safety, reacted promptly at the time the shots were fired. Their actions demonstrate that the President and the nation can expect courage and devotion to duty from the agents of the Secret Service. Recommendations. The Commission's review of the provisions for presidential protection at the time of President Kennedy's trip to Dallas demonstrates the need for substantial improvements. Since the assassination, the Secret Service and the Department of the Treasury have properly taken the initiative in re-examining major aspects of presidential protection. Many changes have already been made, and others are contemplated, some of them in response to the Commission's questions and informal suggestions. Assassination, a federal crime. There was no federal criminal jurisdiction over the assassination of President Kennedy. Had there been reason to believe that the assassination was the result of a conspiracy, federal jurisdiction could have been asserted. It has long been a federal crime to conspire to injure any federal officer on account of or while he is engaged in the lawful discharge of the duties of his office. Murder of the President has never been covered by federal law, however, so that once it became reasonably clear that the killing was the act of a single person, the state of Texas had exclusive jurisdiction. It is anomalous that Congress has legislated in other ways touching upon the safety of the chief executive or other federal officers without making an attack on the president a crime. Threatening harm to the president is a federal offense, as is advocacy of the overthrow of the government by the assassination of any of its officers. The murder of federal judges, U.S. attorneys and marshals, and a number of other specifically designated federal law enforcement officers is a federal crime. Equally anomalous are statutory provisions which specifically authorize the Secret Service to protect the president without authorizing it to arrest anyone who harms him. The same provisions authorize the service to arrest without warrant persons committing certain offenses, including counterfeiting and certain frauds involving federal checks or securities. The Commission agrees with the Secret Service that it should be authorized to make arrests without warrant for all offenses within its jurisdiction, as are FBI agents and federal marshals. There have been a number of efforts to make assassination a federal crime, particularly after the assassination of President McKinley and the attempt on the life of President-elect Franklin D. Roosevelt. In 1902, bills passed both houses of Congress but failed of enactment when the Senate refused to accept the conference report. A number of bills were introduced immediately following the assassination of President Kennedy. The Commission recommends to the Congress that it adopt legislation which would punish the murder or manslaughter of, attempt or conspiracy to murder, kidnapping of, and assault upon the President, Vice President, or other officer next in the order of succession to the office of President, the President-elect, and the Vice President-elect, whether or not the act is committed while the victim is in the performance of his official duties or on account of such performance. Such a statute would cover the President and Vice President, or in the absence of a Vice President, the person next in order of succession. During the period between election and inauguration, the President-elect and Vice President-elect would also be covered. Restricting the coverage in this way would avoid unnecessary controversy over the inclusion or exclusion of other officials who are in the order of succession or who hold important governmental posts. In addition, the restriction would probably eliminate a need for the requirement, which has been urged as necessary for the exercise of federal power, that the hostile act occur while the victim is engaged in or because of the performance of official duties. The governmental consequences of assassination of one of the specified officials give the United States ample power to act for its own protection. The activities of the victim at the time an assassination occurs and the motive for the assassination bear no relationship to the injury to the United States which follows from the act. This point was ably made in the 1902 debate by Senator George F. Hoar, the sponsor of the Senate bill. Quote, "What this bill means to punish is the crime of interruption of the government of the United States and the destruction of its security by striking down the life of the person who is actually in the exercise of the executive power, or of such persons as have been constitutionally and lawfully provided to succeed thereto in case of a vacancy. It is important to this country that the interruption shall not take place for an hour." End quote. Enactment of this statute would mean that the investigation of any of the acts covered and of the possibility of a further attempt would be conducted by federal law enforcement officials, in particular the FBI with the assistance of the Secret Service. At present, federal agencies participate only upon the sufferance of the local authorities. While the police work of the Dallas authorities in the early identification and apprehension of Oswald was both efficient and prompt, FBI Director J. Edgar Hoover, who strongly supports such legislation, testified that the absence of clear federal jurisdiction over the assassination of President Kennedy led to embarrassment and confusion in the subsequent investigation by federal and local authorities. In addition, the proposed legislation will ensure that any suspects who are arrested will be federal prisoners, subject to federal protection from vigilante justice and other threats. Committee of Cabinet Officers. As our government has become more complex, agencies other than the Secret Service have become involved in phases of the overall problem of protecting our national leaders. The FBI is the major domestic investigating agency of the United States, while the CIA has the primary responsibility for collecting intelligence overseas to supplement information acquired by the Department of State. The Secret Service must rely in large part upon the investigating capacity and experience of these and other agencies for much of its information regarding possible dangers to the President. The Commission believes that it is necessary to improve the cooperation among these agencies and to emphasize that the task of presidential protection is one of broad national concern. The Commission suggests that consideration might be given to assigning to a cabinet-level committee or the National Security Council, which is responsible for advising the President respecting the coordination of departmental policies relating to the national security, the responsibility to review and oversee the protective activities of the Secret Service and the other federal agencies that assist in safeguarding the President. The committee should include the Secretary of the Treasury and the Attorney General, and, if the council is used, arrangements should be made for the attendance of the Secretary of the Treasury and the Attorney General at any meetings which are concerned with presidential protection. The council already includes, in addition to the President and Vice President, the Secretaries of State and Defense, and has a competent staff. The foremost assignment of the committee would be to ensure that the maximum resources of the federal government are fully engaged in the job of protecting the President by defining responsibilities clearly and overseeing their execution. Major needs of personnel or other resources might be met more easily on its recommendation than they have been in the past. The committee would be able to provide guidance in defining the general nature of domestic and foreign dangers to presidential security. As improvements are recommended for the advanced detection of potential threats to the President, it could act as a final review board. The expert assistance and resources which it could draw upon would be particularly desirable in this complex and sensitive area. This arrangement would provide a continuing high-level contact for agencies that may wish to consult respecting particular protective measures. For various reasons, the Secret Service has functioned largely as an informal part of the White House staff, with the result that it has been unable as a practical matter to exercise sufficient influence over the security precautions which surround presidential activities. A cabinet-level committee which is actively concerned with these problems would be able to discuss these matters more effectively with the President. Responsibilities for presidential protection. The assignment of the responsibility of protecting the President to an agency of the Department of the Treasury was largely an historical accident. The Secret Service was organized as a division of the Department of the Treasury in 1865 to deal with counterfeiting. In 1894, while investigating a plot to assassinate President Cleveland, the service assigned a small protective detail of agents to the White House. Secret Service men accompanied the President and his family to their vacation home in Massachusetts, and special details protected him in Washington, on trips, and at special functions. These informal and part-time arrangements led to more systematic protection in 1902, after the assassination of President McKinley. The Secret Service, then the only federal investigative agency, assumed full-time responsibility for the safety of the President. Since that time, the Secret Service has had and exercised responsibility for the physical protection of the President and also for the preventive investigation of potential threats against the President. Although the Secret Service has had the primary responsibility for the protection of the President, the FBI, which was established within the Department of Justice in 1908, has had in recent years an increasingly important role to play. In the appropriations of the FBI, there has recurred annually an item for the "protection of the person of the President of the United States," which first appeared in the appropriation of the Department of Justice in 1910 under the heading "miscellaneous objects." Although the FBI is not charged with the physical protection of the President, it does have an assignment, as do other government agencies, in the field of preventive investigation in regard to the President's security. As discussed above, the Bureau has attempted to meet its responsibilities in this field by spelling out in its handbook the procedures which its agents are to follow in connection with information received, indicating the possibility of an attempt against the person or safety of the President, or other protected persons. With two federal agencies operating in the same general field of preventive investigation, questions inevitably arise as to the scope of each agency's authority and responsibility. As the testimony of J. Edgar Hoover and other Bureau officials revealed, the FBI did not believe that its directive required the Bureau to notify the Secret Service of the substantial information about Lee Harvey Oswald which the FBI had accumulated before the President reached Dallas. On the other hand, the Secret Service had no knowledge whatever of Oswald, his background, or his employment at the Book Depository, and Robert I. Bouck, who was in charge of the Protective Research Section of the Secret Service, believed that the accumulation of the facts known to the FBI should have constituted a sufficient basis to warn the Secret Service of the Oswald risk. The Commission believes that both the FBI and the Secret Service have too narrowly construed their respective responsibilities. The Commission has the impression that too much emphasis is placed by both on the investigation of specific threats by individuals and not enough on dangers from other sources. In addition, the Commission has concluded that the Secret Service particularly tends to be the passive recipient of information regarding such threats, and that its Protective Research Section is not adequately staffed or equipped to conduct the wider investigative work that is required today for the security of the President. During the period the Commission was giving thought to this situation, the Commission received a number of proposals designed to improve current arrangements for protecting the President. These proposals included suggestions to locate exclusive responsibility for all phases of the work in one or another government agency, to clarify the division of authority between the agencies involved, and to retain the existing system but expand both the scope and the operations of the existing agencies, particularly those of the Secret Service and the FBI. It has been pointed out that the FBI, as our chief investigative agency, is properly manned and equipped to carry on extensive information-gathering functions within the United States. It was also suggested that it would take a substantial period of time for the Secret Service to build up the experience and skills necessary to meet the problem. Consequently, the suggestion has been made, on the one hand, that all preventive investigative functions relating to the security of the President should be transferred to the FBI, leaving with the Secret Service only the responsibility for the physical protection of the President, that is, the guarding function alone. On the other hand, it is urged that all features of the protection of the President and his family should be committed to an elite and independent corps. It is also contended that the agents should be intimately associated with the life of the presidential family in all its ramifications, and alert to every danger that might befall it, and ready at any instant to hazard great danger to themselves in the performance of their tremendous responsibility. It is suggested that an organization shorn of its power to investigate all the possibilities of danger to the President, and becoming merely the recipient of information gathered by others, would become limited solely to acts of physical alertness and personal courage incident to its responsibilities. So circumscribed, it could not maintain the esprit de corps or the necessary alertness for this unique and challenging responsibility. While in accordance with its mandate, this commission has necessarily examined into the functioning of the various federal agencies concerned with the tragic trip of President Kennedy to Dallas, and while it has arrived at certain conclusions in respect thereto, it seems clear that it was not within the Commission's responsibility to make specific recommendations as to the long-range organization of the President's protection, except as conclusions flowing directly from its examination of the President's assassination can be drawn. The Commission was not asked to apply itself, as did the Hoover Commission in 1949, for examples to a determination of the optimum organization of the President's protection. It would have been necessary for the Commission to take considerable testimony, much of it extraneous to the facts of the assassination of President Kennedy, to put it in a position to reach final conclusions in this respect. There are always dangers of divided responsibility, duplication, and confusion of authority where more than one agency is operating in the same field. But on the other hand, the protection of the President is in a real sense a government-wide responsibility, which must necessarily be assumed by the Department of State, the FBI, the CIA, and the military intelligence agencies, as well as the Secret Service. Moreover, a number of imponderable questions have to be weighed if any change in the intimate association now established between the Secret Service and the President and his family is contemplated. These considerations have induced the Commission to believe that the determination of whether or not there should be a relocation of responsibilities and functions should be left to the Executive and the Congress, perhaps upon recommendations based on further studies by the Cabinet-level committee recommended above or the National Security Council. Pending any such determination, however, this Commission is convinced of the necessity of better coordination and direction of the activities of all existing agencies of government which are in a position to and do furnish information and services related to the security of the President. The Commission feels the Secret Service and the FBI, as well as the State Department and the CIA when the President travels abroad, could improve their existing capacities and procedures so as to lessen the chances of assassination. Without, therefore, coming to final conclusions respecting the long-range organization of the President's security, the Commission believes that the facts of the assassination of President Kennedy point to certain measures which, while assuming no radical relocation of responsibilities, can and should be recommended by this Commission in the interest of the more efficient protection of the President. These recommendations are reviewed below. End of section 48. Recording by Linda Johnson. Section 49 of Report of the President's Commission on the Assassination of President Kennedy, the Warren Commission Report. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. Report of the President's Commission on the Assassination of President Kennedy, the Warren Commission Report, by the President's Commission on the Assassination of President Kennedy. Chapter 8, The Protection of the President, Part 5. General Supervision of the Secret Service. The intimacy of the Secret Service's relationship to the White House and the dissimilarity of its protective functions to most activities of the Department of the Treasury have made it difficult for the Treasury to maintain close and continuing supervision. The Commission believes that the recommended Cabinet-level committee will help to correct many of the major deficiencies of supervision disclosed by the Commission's investigation. Other measures should be taken as well to improve the overall operation of the Secret Service. Daily supervision of the operations of the Secret Service within the Department of the Treasury should be improved. The Chief of the Service now reports to the Secretary of the Treasury through an Assistant Secretary, whose duties also include the direct supervision of the Bureau of the Mint and the Department's Employment Policy Program, and who also represents the Secretary of the Treasury on various committees and groups. The incumbent has no technical qualifications in the area of presidential protection. The Commission recommends that the Secretary of the Treasury appoint a special assistant with the responsibility of supervising the service. This special assistant should be required to have sufficient stature and experience in law enforcement, intelligence, or allied fields to be able to provide effective continuing supervision and to keep the Secretary fully informed regarding all significant developments relating to presidential protection. This report has already pointed out several respects in which the Commission believes that the Secret Service has operated with insufficient planning or control. Actions by the service since the assassination indicate its awareness of the necessity for substantial improvement in its administration. A formal and thorough description of the responsibilities of the advance agent is now in preparation by the service. Work is going forward toward the preparation of formal understandings of the respective roles of the Secret Service and other agencies with which it collaborates or from which it derives assistance and support. The Commission urges that the service continue this effort to overhaul and define its procedures. While manuals and memoranda are no guarantee of effective operations, no sizable organization can achieve efficiency without the careful analysis and demarcation of responsibility that is reflected in definite and comprehensive operating procedures. The Commission also recommends that the Secret Service consciously set about the task of inculcating and maintaining the highest standard of excellence and esprit for all of its personnel. This involves tight and unswerving discipline, as well as the promotion of an outstanding degree of dedication and loyalty to duty. The Commission emphasizes that it finds no causal connection between the assassination and the breach of regulations which occurred on the night of November 21 at Fort Worth. Nevertheless, such a breach, in which so many agents participated, is not consistent with the standards which the responsibilities of the Secret Service require it to meet. Preventive intelligence. In attempting to identify those individuals who might prove a danger to the President, the Secret Service has largely been the passive recipient of threatening communications to the President and reports from other agencies which independently evaluate their information for potential sources of danger. This was the consequence of the service's lack of an adequate investigative staff, its inability to process large amounts of data, and its failure to provide specific descriptions of the kind of information it sought. The Secret Service has embarked upon a complete overhaul of its research activities. The staff of the Protective Research Section, PRS, has been augmented, and a Secret Service inspector has been put in charge of this operation. With the assistance of the President's Office of Science and Technology and of the Advanced Research Projects Agency of the Department of Defense, it has obtained the services of outside consultants such as the RAND Corporation, International Business Machines Corporation, and a panel of psychiatric and psychological experts. It has received assistance also from data processing experts at the CIA and from a specialist in psychiatric prognostication at Walter Reed Hospital. As a result of these studies, the planning document submitted by the Secretary of the Treasury to the Bureau of the Budget on August 31, 1964, makes several significant recommendations in this field. Based on the Commission's investigation, the following minimum goals for improvements are indicated. Broader and more selective criteria. Since the assassination, both the Secret Service and the FBI have recognized that the PRS files can no longer be limited largely to persons communicating actual threats to the President. On December 26, 1963, the FBI circulated additional instructions to all its agents, specifying criteria for information to be furnished to the Secret Service, in addition to that covered by the former standard, which was the possibility of an attempt against the person or safety of the President. The new instructions require FBI agents to report immediately information concerning, quote, subversives, ultra-rightists, racists, and fascists, A, possessing emotional instability or irrational behavior, B, who have made threats of bodily harm against officials or employees of federal, state, or local government or officials of a foreign government, C, who express or have expressed strong or violent anti-U.S. sentiments and who have been involved in bombing or bomb-making, or whose past conduct indicates tendencies toward violence, and D, whose prior acts or statements depict propensity for violence and hatred against organized government." End quote. Alan H. Belmont, assistant to the director of the FBI, testified that this revision was initiated by the FBI itself. The volume of references to the Secret Service has increased substantially since the new instructions went into effect. More than 5,000 names were referred to the Secret Service in the first 4 months of 1964. According to Chief Rowley, by mid-June 1964, the Secret Service had received from the FBI some 9,000 reports on members of the Communist Party. The FBI now transmits information on all defectors, a category which would, of course, have included Oswald. Both Director Hoover and Belmont expressed to the Commission the great concern of the FBI, which is shared by the Secret Service, that referrals to the Secret Service under the new criteria might, if not properly handled, result in some degree of interference with the personal liberty of those involved. They emphasized the necessity that the information now being furnished be handled with judgment and care. The Commission shares this concern. The problem is aggravated by the necessity that the service obtain the assistance of local law enforcement officials in evaluating the information which it receives and in taking preventive steps. In June 1964, the Secret Service sent to a number of federal law enforcement and intelligence agencies guidelines for an experimental program to develop more detailed criteria. The suggestions of federal agencies for revision of these guidelines were solicited. The new tentative criteria are useful in making clear that the interest of the Secret Service goes beyond information on individuals or groups threatening to cause harm or embarrassment to the President. Information is requested also concerning individuals or groups who have demonstrated an interest in the President or, quote, other high government officials in the nature of a complaint, coupled with an expressed or implied determination to use a means other than legal or peaceful to satisfy any grievance, real or imagined. End quote. Under these criteria, whether the case should be referred to the Secret Service depends on the existence of a previous history of mental instability, propensity toward violent action, or some similar characteristic, coupled with some evaluation of the capability of the individual or group to further the intention to satisfy a grievance by unlawful means. While these tentative criteria are a step in the right direction, they seem unduly restrictive in continuing to require some manifestation of animus against a government official. It is questionable whether such criteria would have resulted in the referral of Oswald to the Secret Service. Chief Rowley believed that they would, because of Oswald's demonstrated hostility toward the Secretary of the Navy in his letter of January 30, 1962. Quote, "I shall employ all means to right this gross mistake or injustice to a bona fide U.S. citizen and ex-serviceman. The U.S. government has no charges or complaints against me. I ask you to look into this case and take the necessary steps to repair the damage done to me and my family." End quote. Even with the advantage of hindsight, this letter does not appear to express or imply Oswald's, quote, determination to use a means other than legal or peaceful to satisfy his grievance, end quote, within the meaning of the new criteria. It is apparent that a good deal of further consideration and experimentation will be required before adequate criteria can be framed. The Commission recognizes that no set of meaningful criteria will yield the names of all potential assassins. Charles J. Guiteau, Leon F. Cholkos, John Schrank, and Giuseppe Zangara, 4 assassins or would-be assassins, were all men who acted alone in their criminal acts against our leaders. None had a serious record of prior violence. Each of them was a failure in his work and in his relations with others, a victim of delusions and fancies, which led to the conviction that society and its leaders had combined to thwart him. It will require every available resource of our government to devise a practical system which has any reasonable possibility of revealing such malcontents. Liaison with other agencies regarding intelligence. The Secret Service's liaison with the agencies that supply information to it has been too casual. Since the assassination, the service has recognized that these relationships must be far more formal and each agency given clear understanding of the assistance which the Secret Service expects. Once the Secret Service has formulated its new standards for collection of information, it should enter into written agreements with each federal agency and the leading state and local agencies that might be a source of such information. Such agreements should describe in detail the information which is sought, the manner in which it will be provided to the Secret Service, and the respective responsibilities for any further investigation that may be required. This is especially necessary with regard to the FBI and CIA, which carry the major responsibility for supplying information about potential threats, particularly those arising from organized groups within their special jurisdiction. Since these agencies are already obliged constantly to evaluate the activities of such groups, they should be responsible for advising the Secret Service if information develops indicating the existence of an assassination plot, and for reporting such events as a change in leadership or dogma which indicate that the group may present a danger to the president. Detailed formal agreements embodying these arrangements should be worked out between the Secret Service and both of these agencies. It should be made clear that the Secret Service will in no way seek to duplicate the intelligence and investigative capabilities of the agencies now operating in this field, but will continue to use the data developed by these agencies to carry out its special duties. Once experience has been gained in implementing such agreements with the federal and leading state and local agencies, the Secret Service, through its field offices, should negotiate similar arrangements with such other state and local law enforcement agencies as may provide meaningful assistance. Much useful information will come to the attention of local law enforcement agencies in the regular course of their activities, and this source should not be neglected by undue concentration on relationships with other federal agencies. Finally, these agreements with federal and local authorities will be of little value unless a system is established for the frequent formal review of activities thereunder. In this regard, the Commission notes with approval several recent measures taken and proposed by the Secret Service to improve its liaison arrangements. In his testimony, Secretary of the Treasury C. Douglas Dillon informed the Commission that an interagency committee has been established to develop more effective criteria. According to Secretary Dillon, the committee will include representatives of the President's Office of Science and Technology, Department of Defense, CIA, FBI, and the Secret Service. In addition, the Department of the Treasury has requested 5 additional agents for its Protective Research Section to serve as liaison officers with law enforcement and intelligence agencies. On the basis of the department's review during the past several months, Secretary Dillon testified that the use of such liaison officers is the only effective way to ensure that adequate liaison is maintained. As a beginning step to improve liaison with local law enforcement officials, the Secret Service on August 26, 1964, directed its field representatives to send a form request for intelligence information to all local, county, and state law enforcement agencies in their districts. Each of these efforts appears sound, and the Commission recommends that these and the other measures suggested by the Commission be pursued vigorously by Secret Service. Automatic data processing. Unless the Secret Service is able to deal rapidly and accurately with a growing body of data, the increased information supplied by other agencies will be wasted. PRS must develop the capacity to classify its subjects on a more sophisticated basis than the present geographic breakdown. Its present manual filing system is obsolete. It makes no use of the recent developments in automatic data processing, which are widely used in the business world and in other government offices. The Secret Service and the Department of the Treasury now recognize this critical need. In the planning document currently under review by the Bureau of the Budget, the department recommends that it be permitted to hire 5 qualified persons, quote, to plan and develop a workable and efficient automated file and retrieval system, end quote. Also, the department requests the sum of $100,000 to conduct a detailed feasibility study. This money would be used to compensate consultants, to lease standard equipment, or to purchase specially designed pilot equipment. On the basis of such a feasibility study, the department hopes to design a practical system which will fully meet the needs of the Protective Research Section of the Secret Service. The Commission recommends that prompt and favorable consideration be given to this request. The Commission further recommends that the Secret Service coordinate its planning as closely as possible with all of the federal agencies from which it receives information. The Secret Service should not and does not plan to develop its own intelligence gathering facilities to duplicate the existing facilities of other federal agencies. In planning its data processing techniques, the Secret Service should attempt to develop a system compatible with those of the agencies from which most of its data will come. Note: in evaluating data processing techniques of the Secret Service, the Commission had occasion to become informed to a limited extent about the data processing techniques of other federal intelligence and law enforcement agencies. The Commission was struck by the apparent lack of effort on an interagency basis to develop coordinated and mutually compatible systems, even where such coordination would not seem inconsistent with the particular purposes of the agency involved. The Commission recognizes that this is a controversial area and that many strongly held views are advanced in resistance to any suggestion that an effort be made to impose any degree of coordination. This matter is obviously beyond the jurisdiction of the Commission, but it seems to warrant further study before each agency becomes irrevocably committed to separate action. The Commission therefore recommends that the President consider ordering an inquiry into the possibility that coordination might be achieved to a greater extent than seems now to be contemplated, without interference with the primary mission of each agency involved. Protective research participation in advance arrangements. Since the assassination, Secret Service procedures have been changed to require that a member of PRS accompany each advanced survey team to establish liaison with local intelligence gathering agencies and to provide for the immediate evaluation of information received from them. This PRS agent will also be responsible for establishing an informal local liaison committee to make certain that all protective intelligence activities are coordinated. Based on its experience during this period, the Secret Service now recommends that additional personnel be made available to PRS so that these arrangements can be made permanent without adversely affecting the operations of the service's field offices. The Commission regards this as a most useful innovation and urges that the practice be continued. Liaison with local law enforcement agencies. Advice by the Secret Service to local police in metropolitan areas relating to the assistance expected in connection with a presidential visit has hitherto been handled on an informal basis. The service should consider preparing formal explanations of the cooperation anticipated during a presidential visit to a city in formats that can be communicated to each level of local authorities. Thus, the local chief of police could be given a master plan prepared for the occasion of all protective measures to be taken during the visit. Each patrolman might be given a prepared booklet of instructions explaining what is expected of him. The Secret Service has expressed concern that written instructions might come into the hands of local newspapers to the prejudice of the precautions described. However, the instructions must be communicated to the local police in any event and can be leaked to the press whether or not they are in writing. More importantly, the lack of carefully prepared and carefully transmitted instructions for typical visits to cities can lead to lapses in protection, such as the confusion in Dallas about whether members of the public were permitted on overpasses. Such instructions will not fit all circumstances, of course, and should not be relied upon to the detriment of the imaginative application of judgment in special cases. Inspection of buildings. Since the assassination of President Kennedy, the Secret Service has been experimenting with new techniques in the inspection of buildings along a motorcade route. According to Secretary Dillon, the studies indicate that there is some utility in attempting to designate certain buildings as involving a higher risk than others. The Commission strongly encourages these efforts to improve protection along a motorcade route. The Secret Service should utilize the personnel of other federal law enforcement offices in the locality to assure adequate manpower for this task, as it is now doing. Lack of adequate resources is an unacceptable excuse for failing to improve advance precautions in this crucial area of presidential protection. Secret Service personnel and facilities. Testimony and other evidence before the Commission suggest that the Secret Service is trying to accomplish its job with too few people and without adequate modern equipment. Although Chief Rowley does not complain about the pay scale for Secret Service agents, salaries are below those of the FBI and leading municipal police forces. The assistant to the director of the FBI testified that the caseload of each FBI agent averaged 20 to 25, and he felt that this was high. Chief Rowley testified that the present workload of each Secret Service agent averages 110.1 cases. While these statistics relate to the activities of Secret Service agents stationed in field offices and not the White House detail, field agents supplement those on the detail, particularly when the president is traveling. Although the Commission does not know whether the cases involved are entirely comparable, these figures suggest that the agents of the Secret Service are substantially overworked. In its budget request for the fiscal year beginning July 1, 1964, the Secret Service sought funds for 25 new positions, primarily in field offices. This increase has been approved by the Congress. Chief Rowley explained that this would not provide enough additional manpower to take all the measures which he considers required. However, the 1964-65 budget request was submitted in November 1963, and requests for additional personnel were not made because of the studies then being conducted. The Secret Service has now presented its recommendations to the Bureau of the Budget. The plan proposed by the service would take approximately 20 months to implement and require expenditures of approximately $3 million during that period. The plan provides for an additional 205 agents for the Secret Service. 17 of this number are proposed for the Protective Research Section. 145 are proposed for the field offices to handle the increased volume of security investigations and be available to protect the president or vice president when they travel. 18 agents are proposed for a rotating pool, which will go through an intensive training cycle and also be available to supplement the White House detail in case of unexpected need. And 25 additional agents are recommended to provide the Vice President full protection. The Commission urges that the Bureau of the Budget review these recommendations with the Secret Service and authorize a request for the necessary supplemental appropriation as soon as it can be justified. The Congress has often stressed that it will support any reasonable request for funds for the protection of the President. Manpower and technical assistance from other agencies. Before the assassination, the Secret Service infrequently requested other federal law enforcement agencies to provide personnel to assist in its protection functions. Since the assassination, the service has experimented with the use of agents borrowed for short periods from such agencies. It has used other Treasury law enforcement agents on special experiments in building and route surveys in places to which the President frequently travels. It has also used other federal law enforcement agents during presidential visits to cities in which such agents are stationed. Thus, in the 4 months following the assassination, the FBI on 16 separate occasions supplied a total of 139 agents to assist in protection work during a presidential visit, which represents a departure from its prior practice. From February 11 through June 30, 1964, the service had the advantage of 9,500 hours of work by other enforcement agencies. The FBI has indicated that it is willing to continue to make such assistance available, even though it agrees with the Secret Service that it is preferable for the service to have enough agents to handle all protective demands. The Commission endorses these efforts to supplement the service's own personnel by obtaining for short periods of time the assistance of trained federal law enforcement officers. In view of the ever-increasing mobility of American presidents, it seems unlikely that the service could or should increase its own staff to a size which would permit it to provide adequate protective manpower for all situations. The Commission recommends that the agencies involved determine how much periodic assistance they can provide, and that each such agency and the Secret Service enter into a formal agreement defining such arrangements. It may eventually be desirable to codify the practice in an executive order. The Secret Service will be better able to plan its own long-range personnel requirements if it knows with reasonable certainty the amount of assistance that it can expect from other agencies. The occasional use of personnel from other federal agencies to assist in protecting the President has a further advantage. It symbolizes the reality that the job of protecting the President has not been and cannot be exclusively the responsibility of the Secret Service. The Secret Service in the past has sometimes guarded its right to be acknowledged as the sole protector of the chief executive. This no longer appears to be the case. Protecting the President is a difficult and complex task which requires full use of the best resources of many parts of our government. Recognition that the responsibility must be shared increases the likelihood that it will be met. Much of the Secret Service work requires the development and use of highly sophisticated equipment, some of which must be specially designed to fit unique requirements. Even before the assassination, and to a far greater extent thereafter, the Secret Service has been receiving full cooperation in scientific research and technological development from many government agencies, including the Department of Defense and the President's Office of Science and Technology. Even if the manpower and technological resources of the Secret Service are adequately augmented, it will continue to rely in many respects upon the greater resources of the Office of Science and Technology and other agencies. The Commission recommends that the present arrangements with the Office of Science and Technology and the other federal agencies that have been so helpful to the Secret Service be placed on a permanent and formal basis. The exchange of letters dated August 31, 1964, between Secretary Dillon and Donald F. Hornig, Special Assistant to the President for Science and Technology, is a useful effort in the right direction. The service should negotiate a memorandum of understanding with each agency that has been assisting it and from which it can expect to need help in the future. The essential terms of such memoranda might well be embodied in an executive order. Conclusion. This commission can recommend no procedures for the future protection of our presidents which will guarantee security. The demands on the president in the execution of his responsibilities in today's world are so varied and complex, and the traditions of the office in a democracy such as ours are so deep-seated as to preclude absolute security. The Commission has, however, from its examination of the facts of President Kennedy's assassination, made certain recommendations which it believes would, if adopted, materially improve upon the procedures in effect at the time of President Kennedy's assassination and result in a substantial lessening of the danger. As has been pointed out, the Commission has not resolved all the proposals which could be made. The Commission nevertheless is confident that, with the active cooperation of the responsible agencies and with the understanding of the people of the United States in their demands upon their President, the recommendations we have here suggested would greatly advance the security of the office without any impairment of our fundamental liberties. End of section 49. Recording by Linda Johnson. End of Report of the President's Commission on the Assassination of President Kennedy by the President's Commission on the Assassination of President Kennedy.